Chapter 1. The Dark Depths of the Goblin Caves in the Black Forest. The atmosphere was dim, damp, and stifling, mingled with a faintly sweet and fishy odor. This was the first sensation that Yuan experienced upon awakening after his reincarnation. Struggling to lift his head, he surveyed his surroundings, only to behold several diminutive, grotesque, green-skinned goblins, characterized by their pointed ears and sharp teeth. They were snickering sinisterly as they engaged in their vile activities upon a few human women, bound by iron chains to the rocky walls, their naked bodies marred with bruises, and already in a state of unconsciousness. Goblins. Such an archetypal visage, such a familiar scene of horror. How could Yuan possibly fail to recognize it? His pupils dilated in an instant, and he felt a tremor of dread coursing through him. It seems my reincarnation has dealt me a rather unfortunate hand. After a prolonged silence, a trace of a bitter smile, one typically worn by an adult, appeared on his youthful face. On January 1st, 2024, divine beings descended upon the realm of humanity, randomly selecting 1 billion individuals from over 7 billion people worldwide to partake in the game as players, endowing each with a unique blessing. Subsequently, they were to be reincarnated in batches over a span of 10 years into another world. Meanwhile, time in the human realm would be suspended, and those surviving the game would be promised a return to their original world, bringing with them the powers they had acquired, while the divine beings would depart. However, should all reincarnated beings perish, the game would be deemed a failure, resulting in the annihilation of the main world by the divine entities. Moreover, the reincarnated would not necessarily be of the same faction. Engaging in conflict with one another, only those who survived to the end would be deemed true victors. This information was etched deep within the memories of every reincarnated individual. Yuan lay back down onto the filthy ground, overwhelmed by the stark contrast of his transformation from human to goblin, leaving his mind momentarily paralyzed. He did not aspire to become a dragon, titan, or angel, those inherently powerful golden races. He merely hoped to be reborn as an elf or dragonkin, those gifted silver races. If that were not possible, he would settle for being human, even a goblin, as he could accept that. After all, goblins at least had the potential for ancestral dragon blood. Yet goblins possessed nothing. They were merely a marginal improvement over being reincarnated as a slime. Upon reincarnation, beings of other races would acquire inherited knowledge from their bloodlines. Thus, Yuan understood precisely what goblins represented in this world: inherently brutal and greedy, yet cowardly and weak. They would flee when confronted by seemingly powerful foes, only to attack once their adversaries showed signs of fatigue. The simple minds of ordinary goblins were consumed by a desire for reproduction, dragging captured female beings to their lairs to serve as breeding vessels, incessantly sowing their seed upon them. Among them, goblins particularly favored human women, often launching assaults against human villages far more formidable than their own for the sake of a woman. Conversely, any male beings captured would be subjected to brutal torture and even cannibalism while still conscious. However, for Yuan, this was not the worst of it. The more dire reality was that goblins, aside from their commendable reproductive speed, were utterly lacking in merit. Ordinary goblins not only possessed low intelligence, but also ranked among the weakest in terms of physical power among monstrous beings. A single goblin would struggle to defeat an adult armed with merely a wooden stick, provided that individual was not frightened. Moreover, goblins generally had short lifespans. A typical goblin lived only 3 years less than a dog. The thought that he might not even live to see a fraction of his previous life filled Yuan with despair. As he wallowed in his sorrow, an ancient figure emerged from the tunnel of the cave, approaching him. 2 withered green arms extended from beneath a tattered robe, gently lifting him from the muddy ground. Healthy offspring. Yuan comprehended the meaning behind the words and curiously turned to face the elderly goblin clad in a simple gray robe. This attire appeared far more noble compared to the scanty loincloth worn by the other goblins. A goblin shaman, perhaps? Yuan speculated. Those goblins who managed to survive in old age were typically shamans, as ordinary goblins would be devoured by younger goblins once they began to age. The goblin shaman cradled Lu Yuan in its arms and selected among the human females, ultimately choosing one that appeared most capable of providing sustenance. After dispersing the other goblins, the shaman brought Lu Yuan to the chosen female's chest. "Drink, drink, healthy offspring." As he gazed at the bountiful breast emanating a sweet aroma, Lu Yuan's stomach, which had not consumed anything since his birth, instinctively called for nourishment. At this moment, he harbored no qualms about hygiene upon successfully reincarnating. He was no longer human, but a pure goblin. The other goblin infants, born simultaneously with Lu Yuan, cast envious glances at him, yearning to crawl towards this source of nourishment. Unfortunately, no goblin would heed their pleas. Only robust goblin younglings like Lu Yuan received special care, a privilege contingent upon being noticed by an astute goblin shaman. As the sweet maternal milk flowed into Lu Yuan's stomach, pure energy was extracted and coursed through his veins. He felt enveloped in a comforting embrace, as if returned to the womb, while his muscles were tenderly massaged by countless delicate hands. Overwhelmed by the comfort, Lu Yuan could not help but emit a soft hum. At that moment, a translucent panel materialized before him. This was yet another boon granted to every reincarnated being by the divine entities, in addition to their blessings. The panel data. Individual name, Galil Lu Yuan. Race, Goblin. Lifespan, for years. Attack power, 7 base 0. Vitality, 10 base 0. Magic power, 7 base 0. Intelligence, 20 base 0. Resistance, 8 base 0. Attribute, fire. Talents, gluttony blessing, intimidation blessing, robustness LV1, growth LV1. Gluttony blessing uniqueness. One of the 7 deadly sins, allows for enhancement through the consumption of targets, with a chance to acquire the target's talents. Intimidation blessing enhances one's presence, enabling a mental assessment of foes, with a chance to induce a subjugation effect. Robustness LV1, healthier and sturdier than peers. Growth LV1, accelerated growth rate. After reviewing the panel, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. The name Galil was his true name in this world, significant for various magical rituals. As for the panel data, it was influenced by the race of his reincarnation. The values outside the parentheses represented his base attributes upon birth, with stronger races possessing higher base values. The values within the parentheses denoted growth potential, contingent upon post-birth training and opportunities. Only by combining the two could one ascertain their true statistics. The attribute referred to Lu Yuan's magical affinity as a lower-tier monster. Goblins possessed a modicum of magic, albeit in scant supply. Lastly, talents were innate abilities possessed by living beings, while blessings were abilities transferred with the soul. Typically, a standard reincarnated individual would possess just one blessing. Lu Yuan believed that such magnificent beings as the divine entities would not commit such a grave error. Thus, it must be that this is standard procedure. It appears that upon awakening my memories, the divine entities have regarded me as 2 distinct individuals, hence the possession of dual blessings. Lu Yuan harbored a secret unknown to others during the process of reincarnation. He unexpectedly awakened memories of his former Lithia, pitiful boy afflicted with a terminal illness, lying bedridden until his demise at the tender age of 16. This solitary memory did not alter Lu Yuan's self-identity at most. It intensified his desire to grow stronger. The warmth he previously felt was indeed the effect of gluttony. Anything he consumed would be transformed into energy, fortifying his body. Perhaps due to Lu Yuan's fervent feeding, the mother, now awakened from her pain-induced stupor, opened her hollow, vacant eyes to gaze silently upon the goblin still suckling at her breast. Her expression bore no anguish or rage, only an overwhelming numbness. Ever since she witnessed her beloved being devoured by goblins and found herself imprisoned in this sunless cave, continuously birthing litters of goblins, her spirit had long since perished. As Lu Yuan drained the last of her milk, the goblin shaman, satisfied, prepared to carry him out of the nursery when Lu Yuan timely tugged at the shaman's robe, pointing towards the other human females nearby. The gaze directed at the goblin shaman was imbued with an insatiable greed for sustenance. Ha ha ha! A healthy, edible youngling, how the goblins adore it. Upon witnessing Lu Yuan's movements, the goblin shaman erupted in a satisfied chuckle. Though goblins are exceedingly feeble, occupying the very bottom rung of the food chain, their race possesses evolutionary trajectories that can rival those of higher species. This potential manifests in the forms of goblin kings and goblin heroes, who, while unable to compare to the golden races, can stand shoulder to shoulder with the average silver races. The goblins most likely to evolve to such stature are those exceptional beings marked as different even from their infancy. At that moment, Lu Yuan, as perceived by the goblin shaman, embodied such latent potential, poised to easily ascend to the rank of goblin warrior. In a bid to survive the novice protection period, Lu Yuan resolved to make the most of his bestowed powers, whether through the immediate effects of gluttony or the subtle intimidation that remained hidden. Thus, he understood the necessity of becoming a competent goblin. After all, this world is mercilessly brutal. Beneath the mottled sunlight, the dimly lit forest appeared even more profound, where a solitary steelback wild boar cub was diligently foraging for food beneath a tree. Oblivious to the pairs of glowing green eyes, filled with hunger, lurking in the surrounding underbrush. A cluster of diminutive green-skinned goblins, drooling with foul saliva and grasping makeshift wooden spears, stealthily encircled the unsuspecting wild boar cub, their cruel gazes fixated hungrily upon their prey. Crack! Chirp chirp! Roar roar! As a twig snapped underfoot, the vigilant wild boar cub emitted a terrified squeal and bolted deeper into the forest. The concealed goblins, unable to allow their quarry to escape, immediately let out eerie cries and surged forth from their hiding places, brandishing their spears as they closed in on the fleeing creature. Rough wooden spears were hurled by the goblins, yet each one was deflected by the shimmering silver bristles of the steelback wild boar cub's back. This layer of hardened, steel-like fur is the origin of the steelback wild boar's name. Once fully grown, the steelback wild boar can even launch these hardened bristles as projectiles. The goblins positioned in the path of the boar's escape, witnessing the enraged cub charging towards them, were instantly gripped by fear and scattered in every direction. In that fleeting moment, the hunting party, originally composed of predators, was sent fleeing by a mere wild boar cub. Fortuitously, upon realizing the surprising frailty of the green-skinned imps before it, the wild boar cub, initially intent on fleeing, pivoted and aggressively charged at the goblins. The inherently timid and cowardly goblins were, of course, set into a frenzied retreat. Those unfortunate enough to lag behind were immediately struck down by the wild boar cub, their bodies reduced to mere mush underfoot. The wild boar cub, emboldened by its success, pursued the goblins with increasing fervor. Before long, the ground was littered with the corpses of goblins. Sunlight filtered through the uppermost leaves, casting beams that illuminated the air with a faint, crimson mist of blood. As the wild boar cub drove off the goblins and leisurely strolled back to the tree, preparing to resume its search for tender roots, it felt a moment of respite. With a swift motion, a towering figure cloaked in a dark green hue descended from the treetops, brandishing a finely sharpened spear fashioned from stone. The weapon plunged with precision into the nape of a young wild boar. Yet to be adorned with its bristly coat, the figure, significantly larger than the average goblin, landed heavily upon the creature's head, propelled by the force of inertia. A resounding thud echoed as the nerves of the boar's spine were brutally pierced. And with a feeble grunt, the young beast collapsed, its limbs twitching uncontrollably. The assailant's gaze darkened as he drew a stone dagger from his waist, aiming it at the vulnerable belly of the boar. Delivering a flurry of thrusts, blood, dark and crimson, gushed forth, mingling with the foul scent of internal organs spilling from the gaping wound, rendering the creature motionless. Only then did Lu Yuan relinquish the dagger, rising from the ground to survey the gruesome tableau before him. Excitement coursed through his veins. Feasting upon this substantial young boar promised him a significant enhancement. It had been 14 days since Lu Yuan's reincarnation. During this time, he had relied on the fortifying abilities granted by his devouring blessing, progressing from consuming Mother's milk to small insects, wild roots, and even dirt and stones. He continuously sought to devour more, accumulating energy to bolster his physique. As a result, his statistics had undergone a remarkable transformation. Individual name: Galil, Lu Yuan. Race: greater goblin. Lifespan: 6 years. Attack power: 7, 13. Vitality: 10, 23. Magic power: 7, 13. Intelligence: 20, 13. Resistance: 8, 23. Attribute: fire. Talents: devouring blessing. Intimidation blessing: robustness LV1, growth LV1. Derived talent: devouring stomach LV1, devouring stomach LV1. An organ enhanced through gluttony, capable of consuming food equivalent to its own weight without hindrance to movement, albeit the weight remains objectively present. Not only had his race evolved from the diminutive common green-skinned goblin to a greater goblin of human proportions, but his various attributes had nearly doubled, and he had acquired a new derived talent. Roar: Lu Yuan retrieved his polished stone spear from the prey and tilted his head skyward, unleashing a primal roar distinct from those of the other goblins. During this act, he also employed his other blessing, Intimidation. Unlike devouring, Intimidation served a more supportive, functional role, infusing his roar with a brutal pressure reminiscent of a dragon's might, aimed at driving away other predators drawn by the scent of blood. Simultaneously, the nearby underbrush stirred slightly, and 3 green-skinned goblins, armed with spears, scurried forth, trembling as they knelt before Lu Yuan, placing their hands beside their heads, foreheads pressed to the ground, their rears raised high, anxiously awaiting his command. They could also summon fleeing goblins nearby. Observing this, Lu Yuan scoffed, followed by another low growl, gesturing towards the corpses of nearby goblins. The 3 goblins, comprehending his command, jubilantly rushed towards the scattered bodies, eagerly gathering the meat. They dragged intact portions to an open area for consolidation. While joyfully scooping up the mangled remains to devour, Lu Yuan had tasted goblin flesh before. It was tough and rancid, akin to old chicken, with a hint of a foul egg odor, far from delectable. Besides humans who hunted goblins for aphrodisiacs and female health products, no creature would willingly consume goblins under normal circumstances. Yet for goblins who often faced food scarcity and even resorted to consuming their own excrement, their kin represented a rare delicacy, especially the young. Gazing upon the goblin corpses, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of pressure. Initially, he had no intention of participating in this hunt. His aim was to train the goblin's combat prowess. After accepting his fate and being reincarnated into this world, he had diligently prepared for the challenges ahead. He believed that the gods and demons had sent them to this realm to partake in a game, and survival would not come easily. The first hurdle was the issue of reincarnation, that if someone were as unfortunate as Lu Yuan, reincarnating into a weaker race, compounded by ineffective blessings, they might face immediate peril. Even if they survived, they would need to tread cautiously in this unfamiliar world. The arrival of 1 billion reincarnated souls would undoubtedly disrupt the status quo. Just a drop of ink could taint a bottle of clear water. How much more so with 1 billion individuals from a technologically advanced society, accustomed to an information explosion? This world would surely be thrown into chaos by the emergence of reincarnators, and Lu Yuan could not guarantee that he would remain untouched by such turmoil. Thus, to ensure his survival amidst future upheavals, he relentlessly exploited his devouring blessing to enhance his strength. He also experimented with various methods to unlock different applications of his blessings. Every action he took was aimed at becoming stronger. Being reincarnated as a goblin was already unfortunate enough. He did not wish to face danger in the future due to a lack of effort. Beyond augmenting his strength, Lu Yuan contemplated forming a faction of his own. As the saying goes, a good man needs 3 helpers, and unity is strength, as great instructors have pointed out. Given that he himself was a goblin, commanding them would be more convenient. Therefore, Lu Yuan aspired to cultivate the goblins into his allies. A support system in the tumultuous world that would arise when all reincarnators descended, perhaps even laying the groundwork for dominance. Yet reality coldly reminded him that the goblin's reputation for ineptitude was well-deserved. 10 adult goblins, armed and with the advantage of surprise, failed to subdue even a single young wild boar. merely an ordinary beast, resulting in 7 of their own being slain, with such combat prowess. If it were not for the goblin's rapid reproduction and ease of sustenance, they would have long been extinguished. Regaining his composure, Yuan growled at the 3 goblins once more, then hoisted the young boar, weighing approximately 100 kilograms, onto his shoulders and proceeded towards the lair. The 3 surviving goblins struggled to drag the corpses behind him, trailing closely in his wake. Throughout the journey, Yuan activated his intimidation blessing, his fierce aura unabashedly radiating outward. Moreover, this region lacked a dominant predator, falling under the default public hunting grounds of the outer Black Forest. Thus, the quartet encountered no further obstacles. Soon, they returned to the Goblin Cave, where the entrance was thoroughly obscured by vines. Yuan dragged the boar closer, using one hand to brush aside the covering foliage before stepping inside. The 3 green-skinned goblins hurriedly followed suit. Perhaps I should suggest to the shaman that we relocate to another lair, Yuan mused as he navigated the tunnel. This cave, originally excavated for the green-skinned goblins, had become ill-suited for someone of Yuan's stature. After traversing a winding passage, he finally arrived at the first level of the goblin lair, the space where they typically congregated at tea that moment. The remaining green-skinned goblins, numbering around 11 or 12, had gathered, along with several recently captured breeding females. Among them were 2 human women, a female forest wolf and a greenleaf snake. The only 2 intelligent goblins, the shamans, sat cross-legged in a corner of the cave, guarding the entrance to the lower cavern, etching symbols into the ground with their wooden staffs. Yuan casually set the wild boar aside, ignoring the lascivious scene, and approached the shaman with his spear in hand. Unconcerned that any goblin would dare to pilfer his prey, he had not spent these days in amiable coexistence with them. "Yale, you have returned. Was the hunt successful?" Upon raising his gaze to meet Yuan's, the shaman's lips curled into a grotesque grin as he inquired. The name Ariel was a pseudonym chosen by Yuan, primarily for the sake of convenience and to obscure his true identities. A young steelback wild boar had perished, taking down 7 goblins in the process. After settling into a cross-legged position, Yuan regarded the shaman and replied in a low voice. The goblins were indifferent to the loss of their kin, knowing that many more would soon come into existence. The term goblin was how the shaman addressed him, and he paid no heed to Yuan's mention of casualties, instead pointing to the tangled scene in the center of the cavern with a laugh. However, goblins were concerned about humans. Withdrawing his finger, the shaman shifted his tone, speaking ominously to Yuan. Maintaining his composure, Yuan realized that the shaman was not insinuating anything about him. Thus, the meaning behind the shaman's words became abundantly clear. Yuan furrowed his brow and asked if there were human adventurers wandering nearby. The shaman produced a piece of unburned charcoal from beneath his robe and placed it atop a drawing he had made on the ground. Gesturing towards the charcoal as he spoke, that a campfire, still fresh, positioned here, indicates the presence of a wolf pack nearby, close to the goblin's lair. The shaman slowly articulated this to Yuan, a flicker of concern passing through his murky amber vertical pupils. It was at this moment that Yuan discerned that the drawing on the ground was a map of the area surrounding the lair. Previously, the site where the campfire remnants were discovered lay to the northeast of the lair, close to the hunting territory of the forest wolves, directly opposite the direction in which Yuan had led his expedition today. That if human adventurers indeed roamed this vicinity, it was inevitable that Yuan's hunting activities would be adversely affected. Should humans uncover the goblin lair, it was entirely possible that meddlesome adventurers would seek to eradicate them under the guise of righteousness. It is well known that humans in this world exhibit a fervent zeal for hunting goblins. Much like goblins revel in abducting human females, if human adventurers were to discover them, the lair's safety would be the least of Yuan's concerns. He himself would be in jeopardy. Despite his overwhelming strength among ordinary goblins, he still felt pressure in the presence of the shaman, a figure capable of unleashing fireballs akin to grenades. Yuan had once been fortunate enough to witness a full-grown steelback wild boar obliterated by a fireball the size of a basketball, leaving no trace behind. Yet, even with such formidable power, the shaman found humans to be a troublesome adversary. This was largely due to the existence of classes in this world Divine beings grant these classes as gifts, allowing individuals to embark on corresponding career paths through specific rituals. Upon successfully obtaining a class, one would automatically acquire various supernatural abilities as their level increased, with their physical attributes constantly enhancing. Even humans of the bronze lineage could stand against the inherently powerful golden races through the strength of their classes. Regrettably, the goblin race lacked any esteemed class rituals passed down through generations. Even if they managed to steal the class rituals of other races, they could not fulfill the requisite conditions. Thus, when faced with humans possessing classes, the shaman, who could only instinctively cast fireballs, had no choice but to retreat. The mere thought of potentially confronting human adventurers in the future filled Yuan with trepidation. He was confident that with the dual blessings of gluttony and intimidation, his future strength would rival that of any classed individual. However, his blessings required time to develop. In essence, he was a late-game hero, but the unfortunate reality of the current situation was that he might not even reach that stage. The sudden emergence of human adventurers nearby had already disrupted his anticipated plans. At a loss, he turned to the goblin shaman, who, as one of the few intelligent, evolved goblins, should possess some form of strategy, right? Hide. Reproduce. The mother. Sustenance. The shaman gazed at the towering goblin before him, revealing a grin that displayed his yellowed teeth. He then turned his attention to the center of the cavern, where the mother was being wantonly ravaged by the goblins, a malicious laughter escaping his lips. Yuan, observing this, fell silent, realizing he had unwittingly placed his hopes upon a goblin. Rising in silence, he tightened his grip on his spear and approached his prey, entirely oblivious to the shaman's malevolent glare behind him. Removing a dagger from his waist, Yuan seated himself on the ground and began to carve into the carcass before him, devouring it greedily. With humans yet to discover their presence, he aimed to seize the opportunity to grow stronger, or at the very least, acquire the capability to traverse the dangerous forest and establish a new lair in a suitable location. The goblins engaged in reproduction nearby caught the scent of blood wafting through the air, their mouths watering as they turned to Yuan's position, but their innate fear held them back. Instead, they pounced upon the goblin corpses brought back earlier and began to tussle with the 3 surviving goblins. Feeding Vora, Yuan immediately recalled the food he had just consumed, noting that the hide of the steel-backed wild boar possessed similar traits. Contemplating this, he promptly summoned his data panel. Individual name: Galil, Yuan. Lifespan: 6 years attack power, 720 vitality, 1030 magic power, 715 intelligence, 2013 resistance, 840 attribute, fire talents, gluttony blessing, intimidation blessing, robustness LV2, growth LV2 derived talent, gluttonous stomach LV1, steel skin, gluttony LV1 steel skin, gluttony LV1, a derived talent formed through the consumption of the steel-backed wild boar. Enhanced by gluttony, which envelopes the entire body, increasing resistance to physical attacks and providing a slight enhancement to magical resistance. After reviewing this, Yuan displayed an expression of satisfaction, as if to say, "Just as I thought." He unsheathed his dagger and made a swift incision on his arm, yet no mark was left behind. Pleased with the outcome, Yuan recognized that this hunt not only enhanced his statistics, but also endowed him with a new talent. Even in the absence of a profession, he could rely on the continuous consumption of various extraordinary creatures to accumulate useful talents and grow stronger, eventually evolving into a boss template. Powerful and formidable. Just imagine in the future, when someone painstakingly approaches him only to discover that they cannot even pierce his skin. What a delightful scene that would be. In the dimly lit cave, Yuan couldn't help but reveal a malicious smile. However, the same question lingered. He needed time to grow. Therefore, it was imperative to ascertain the intentions of that party of adventurers. After some contemplation, Yuan resolved to take the initiative. The goblin shaman strategy was to huddle in the nest, waiting for the adventurers to leave on their own. Under normal circumstances, this approach would be acceptable. Yet, what if they were specifically targeting the goblin nest? Setting aside the 2 humans captured today, the breeding area at the lower level of the nest confined 4 human females. Losing 6 individuals, or perhaps even more, made him skeptical that the nearby human villages would remain indifferent. Given that most of the missing were women, it was easy to surmise that goblins might be lurking nearby. To ensure their safety, wouldn't it be reasonable for them to hire adventurers to eliminate the goblins? If he continued to cower in the nest, he would become a sitting duck, ripe for slaughter. Under such circumstances, Yuan would not allow this situation to unfold. For his own safety, he was determined to take action and eliminate that party of adventurers. However, relying solely on his own strength was insufficient, and the goblin shaman had clearly expressed a desire to avoid confrontation. Thus, the only feasible option was to enlist the assistance of the goblins outside to sacrifice for him. Yuan chuckled softly, picking up the discarded hide from the ground as he made his way outside. He remembered that the 3 surviving goblins were quite agile and obedient, making them excellent experimental subjects that he could not afford to overlook. In the dead of night, in a spacious clearing on the outskirts of the Black Forest, a bonfire made of pile wood emitted a bright glow, and the crackling sounds were particularly pronounced in the tranquil night. Gathered around the fire were 3 young figures, part of a bronze-level adventurer team known as Budding. The team leader, Rainer, was a formidable shield swordsman, a beneficial variant of the shield warrior profession, adept in both offense and defense. Everyone, hold on a little longer. Annie is almost on the verge of locating that disgusting goblin nest. This is our first commission, and we must execute it flawlessly to establish the reputation of our team. Budding, clad in dark iron armor and carrying a shield almost the height of a half-man, with a hefty double-edged sword planted in the grass beside him, Rainer raised his wine jug and addressed his teammates with fervor. His resolute expression and passionate gaze instilled a sense of trustworthiness among them. That he's right. Mere goblins are no match for us. We will surely accomplish this with flying colors. Then our team can advance to iron level and take on more quests. Marching bravely towards the legendary mountain Copper, exclaimed a cheerful brown-haired man with freckles, clad in light armor. Judging by the dagger at his waist and the longbow on his back, it was clear he was a ranger renowned for his swiftness. I also believe in our captain. Annie, the gentle-natured member of the team, chimed in softly, glancing at Rainer. Dressed in a dark blue robe, her delicate and charming features radiated a hint of sanctity, marking her as the sole spellcaster of the group, a water priestess of the Church of the Water Goddess. The national faith of the Nona Kingdom is a starting profession. The water priestess could cast 3 first-level healing spells daily, 2 divine tracking spells, 1 first-level water blade spell, and had unlimited uses of the divine healing prayer spell. Currently, she served as the mainstay for healing and tracking within the team, occasionally dealing some damage as well. That you're probably inclined to believe whatever the captain says. Aren't you? The young ranger teased Annie with a mischievous grin. No. That's not at all. I genuinely think the captain's words hold great merit. Annie shyly retorted, picking up her staff and playfully tapping the ranger while continuously explaining herself. The air was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Rainer smiled as he watched his 2 teammates engage in their playful banter, raising his wine cup and downing its contents in one gulp. On this night, with the gentle night breeze and soft moonlight, the young adventurers dreamed of a bright future. Roar! The anguished cries echoed relentlessly within the dim cave. Yuan observed the goblin before him, whose body was beginning to decay, with a cold gaze as he silently stepped back. Before where he had stood lay the remnants of flesh and blood, the remains of the 2 goblins that had survived the earlier hunt. Finally, after several minutes of agonizing torment, a turning point emerged. The goblin, exhausted and collapsed on the ground, began to heal, the cracks in its skin slowly mending. Its skin, previously yellow-green, darkened to a hue closer to Yuan's own complexion, while several black stripes traversed from its forehead down to its tailbone. The goblin's distinctive features were diminishing. Its grotesque long nose began to shrink, and its hunched spine straightened. Yet its tooth-filled mouth grew increasingly exaggerated, resembling the sharp, menacing jaws of a great white shark Yuan had seen on screens in his past life. However, the goblin's form remained diminutive. Yuan silently observed all of this until he felt a mental connection forming with the goblin before him, prompting a glimmer of realization in his eyes. As he focused on the goblin, a panel resembling his own data panel materialized before him. Individual name: Nun Race. Bear Goblin, Servant of Gluttony. Lifespan: 10 years attack power, 7/10 vitality, 7/10 10. Magic power. 7. 0. Intelligence. 2. 0. Resistance. 7. 10. Attribute. Fire talents. Gluttonous follower LV1. Giant strength LV1. Escape LV3. Gluttonous follower LV1. Those who worship the sin of gluttony shall suffer from insatiable hunger. However, gluttony also bestows protection. Whatever is consumed will yield benefits. Mighty strength LV1. Your power far surpasses that of your kin, granting a slight enhancement to your strength attribute. Fleet LV3. The clever goblin always manages to escape faster than its companions, significantly increasing its chances of survival. Yuan observed the bear goblin. Once it regained its mobility, pouncing upon the adjacent pile of flesh, its gaze contemplative. Subsequently, he opened his panel, astonished to discover 2 new talents had emerged within his derived abilities. Gluttonous flesh LV2. Any life that devours your flesh shall be afflicted by the curse and protection of gluttony. Descending into the path of the 7 deadly sins. Intimidating dominion LV2. Those who yield to you shall find it easier to comprehend your commands, embracing the completion of your orders as their own mission. You are their sovereign. It dawned on him that the amalgamation of these 2 derived talents had forged the bear goblin before him, radiating an aura akin to his own. Originally, Yuan merely intended to investigate whether consuming a portion of the goblin's body would induce a transformation. According to the logic of this world, if a weaker creature consumes the flesh of a stronger one, there exists a certain probability of mutation. Many draconic beings in this realm were birthed in such a manner, rather than as a result of the so-called inherent depravity of dragons. Returning to the subject, the arrogance of dragons would hardly allow them to regard other races with favor. After retracting his panel, Yuan lifted his gaze to the bear goblin, now prostrate before him after finishing its meal. Unlike before, when it had submitted in fear due to the power of intimidation, this bear goblin now exhibited complete obedience. Yuan could even sense a profound devotion emanating from it, as if he were a deity in which it placed its faith that he believed that even if commanded to end its own life, it would execute the order without hesitation. Reflecting on this, he found it truly terrifying. The power of his blessing could even invert the very nature of a race. While astonished, Yuan also felt a surge of relief, grateful that this power belonged to him. Though merely a goblin, as the first trustworthy subordinate he encountered upon arriving in this world, it deserved a name of significance. Yuan placed his hand upon the head of the bear goblin, and, after a moment of contemplation, declared, "From this day forth, you shall be known as Xiongde." With the naming complete, Yuan strode purposefully towards the cave's exit, with Xiongde, newly evolved, closely following in his wake. As they passed through the first layer of space, the goblins within had vanished, presumably returning to the depths of their cavern to rest. Yuan soon led Xiongde outside the goblin cave. Gazing upon the gentle night, a sense of relief washed over his previously anxious heart. In truth, Yuan had sensed a growing danger in the gaze of the goblin shaman since he reached full maturity. Generally, a goblin nest is led by a single leader, the shaman. Goblin warriors, even the higher-ranking goblin heroes, would heed the shaman's command. However, Yuan would not acquiesce. Having been human in his past life, he possessed his own pride. Even though he acknowledged his goblin identity, he would not choose to obey a goblin shaman, that he yearned to seize control of this nest. Thus, the shaman was a presence that must be eliminated. One could surmise that the goblin shaman had tolerated Yuan for quite some time. Previously, the steel-backed wild boar that had attacked the nest was, in fact, summoned by Yuan, who sought to use the beast to attempt to eliminate the goblin shaman. Unfortunately, it did not come to fruition. The shaman had unleashed a fireball spell before Yuan, a display of power that instilled fear within him, causing Yuan to refrain from attacking even as the shaman grew weak. He opted instead to continue seeking new opportunities. Now that opportunity had arrived, a band of human adventurers that the goblin shaman regarded with trepidation, Yuan was prepared to enact his scheme once more. As the shaman had stated, the death of a goblin is inconsequential. The remains of one goblin can nourish the birth of 2 new goblins. Even if all the goblins here were to perish, it would not matter that he still had Xiongde, and the breeding host need not be human. Forest wolves would also serve as excellent hosts, yielding goblins with optimal compatibility. He could even utilize his dominion to attempt to cultivate goblin wolf cavalry. With his resolve firm, Yuan glanced back at Xiongda, a tender expression gracing his features, and why future goblin army relies entirely on you, even reduced to a creature consumed by its gluttonous desires. Xiongda felt a deep malice upon hearing the words of its illustrious master. After regaining his focus, Yuan turned his gaze towards the northeast of the nest, where the shaman had discovered traces of human campfires. Northward lay the territory of the forest wolves. As long as the adventurers were not seeking their own demise, they would likely steer clear of that area. Thus, their route would likely progress along the border between the wolf territory and the Western Valley. Having established his target, Yuan set forth with Xiongda in the anticipated direction, ready to strike. Awoo! In the stillness of the jungle, a chilling wolf howl suddenly pierced the air. Annie, Annie, wake up! Accompanied by a tremor. An urgent voice called out. Was that the captain's voice? Startled from her slumber, Annie quickly wiped her mouth with her robe, exclaiming, I wasn't drooling. All right, Miss Priestess, the captain won't mind if you drool in your sleep. Rather than that, we should consider how to deal with the forest wolves that have unexpectedly visited. The young ranger was already knocking an arrow, on guard against the approaching pack of wolves, while also muttering a sarcastic remark. What? Annie, disregarding her embarrassment, grasped her staff and stood up. She surveyed her surroundings, her face paling instantly that moment. Their camp was encircled by 6 forest wolves, each standing as tall as an adult human's waist. Gazing at the snarling beasts closing in, Annie looked fearfully at her companion, Raynor. Rest assured, I will not let you come to harm. Raynor unfastened his sun-patterned shield, gripping his great sword tightly. The enhancement to the body afforded by shield swordsmanship allowed him to wield his weapon with ease. He then stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the ranger, ready to defend against the wolves' assault while directing commands. Locke, you will first engage the wolves flanking us. Annie, how many spells do you have left? 1 healing spell and 1 water blade. All right, save the healing spell. For the water blade, follow my lead. Raynor took a deep breath, positioning his great sword before his shield, letting out a war cry directed at the approaching wolves. I will. The forest wolves, provoked, charged furiously towards the adventurers. Locke seized the moment, unleashing a flurry of arrows. Behind him, Annie wielded her staff, continually casting healing spells to replenish the stamina of Raynor and his companion. In the depths of the dark forest, hidden among the treetops, Yuan observed the intense battle unfolding before him, silently retracting his aura of intimidation. The 6 forest wolves that had intruded upon the scene were, of course, his handiwork. Against beasts like the forest wolves, Yuan's intimidation often proved remarkably effective, at by merely following the pack from a distance. He incited the wolves to believe they were in the presence of a formidable predator, causing them to frantically flee towards the adventurers' camp. Indeed, the blessings bestowed by the divine should never be underestimated. There were many facets worthy of exploration within them. Yuan observed the shifting dynamics of the battlefield with keen eyes, his thoughts racing at this moment. The situation within the camp was becoming increasingly apparent, as Raynor's battle roar drew the ire of 6 wild wolves towards himself. This created an excellent environment for output for the other 2 companions. Coupled with the unique skill of the shield swordsman to block and counterattack, a single defensive maneuver followed by a swift strike left one of the forest wolves gravely injured by Raynor's double-edged sword. Meanwhile, Rock's precise shots effectively disrupted the wild wolves attempting to flank Raynor. Most importantly, Annie's healing prayers ensured that the offensive power of the 2 in the front remained unyielding. Ultimately, under Raynor's command, Annie unleashed a water blade that swiftly and decisively claimed the lives of the 4 wild wolves ahead. The remaining 2 were swiftly pursued and dispatched by Raynor and his companion. Yuan was not surprised by this outcome. The humans in this world were formidable. Those who first stepped into their professions possessed strength comparable to low-tier magical beasts. 6 forest wolves posed a disaster for the unprepared goblins. Yet for humans, they were merely a minor challenge. Observing that the cannon fodder he had summoned had already fulfilled its purpose, Yuan promptly commanded the bear, now enhanced by his flesh and blood modifications, to attract the attention of the trio ahead as planned. Notably, this bear, having undergone his transformation, could communicate directly with him through thought, and its understanding was gradually improving. The bear, still gnawing on tree bark, immediately obeyed Yuan's command, spitting out the wood shavings from its mouth, picking up a nearby stick, and galloping towards the camp. "Well done, Annie Rock," Reiner exclaimed, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him as he severed the last forest wolf's head with a decisive stroke. Offering encouragement to his companions behind him, "Oh, it's all thanks to our captain and our priestess," Rock replied, equally relaxed, as he stowed away his prized bow and approached Reiner with a smile. "Don't call me a priestess," Annie retorted, puffing up her cheeks and playfully striking Rock's arm with her staff. The title of priestess made the still novice Annie feel quite bashful. "What are you talking about? It's only a matter of time, grr." Just as Rock was about to tease further, he suddenly drew his dagger, alertly gazing into the dark depths of the forest behind Reiner. As a ranger, he was acutely aware of even the slightest rustle in the grass. It was he who had first detected the wild wolves. Realizing he had been discovered, the bear, not wishing to remain hidden any longer, emitted a strange growl and turned to flee in the direction Yuan had indicated. "Goblins!" Rock exclaimed in shock upon identifying the incoming threat. His recent efforts were finally bearing fruit. In a rush of excitement, he immediately pursued the bear, even employing the ranger's unique light-footed technique to dart forward with astonishing speed. The swiftness of his movement caught Reiner off guard. All he heard was Rock's startled cry of goblin before he dashed off. "Rock, don't be reckless," Reiner called out, attempting to recall his wayward companion. But it was too late. "What should we do, Reiner?" Annie asked, stepping forward with concern. Faced with Rock's impulsive actions, she felt a surge of irritation, but her worry for her friend outweighed it. Just then, the moon in the sky was obscured by clouds, casting an even more sinister shadow over the already dim forest, reminiscent of a beast lurking, ready to pounce. "We cannot let Rock confront danger alone." Reiner glanced at the frightened Annie, then at the vanishing figure of Rock in the thicket. And with a determined grit of his teeth, he resolutely declared that as a knight aspiring to serve the kingdom, he could never abandon his comrades. To do so would tarnish his knightly spirit. Annie nodded in agreement, trusting Reiner's judgment, for he had never steered her wrong since childhood. After reaching a mutual understanding, the two set off in the direction Rock had taken without gathering any supplies from the camp. Meanwhile, Yuan remained in the shadows, quietly observing the unfolding events within the camp. It was only after Reiner and Annie had departed that he descended from his concealed perch in the trees and followed from a distance. At that moment, Rock, hot on the trail of the bear, began to sense the recklessness of his earlier actions. However, upon seeing the panicked goblin before him, he reassured himself that it was merely a goblin. He would be fine. A commoner hailing from a village in the kingdom's west, who harbored dreams of becoming a hero and had come to the capital at the age of 11 to toil alongside his father. Rock understood the significance of one's origins all too well. The honor, status, and fairy tale adventures he sought were but easily attainable trifles for those of noble birth. He had toiled for a decade at the Royal City Academy to earn his ranger initiation, while individuals like Reiner, with their naive charm, merely needed to be born into a branch of the Silva family to acquire the powerful profession of a shield swordsman. Similarly, Annie, the foolish girl whose eyes were only for Reiner, had joined the Church of the Spring Goddess solely due to her lineage. They were all just beneficiaries of their forebears' favor. By joining their newly formed adventurers' party, Rock was acutely aware of his own ambitions. He was not there to play make-believe. He intended to utilize this mission to prove himself. He, Rock, would not be inferior to anyone. His eyes narrowed, teeth clenched. He gazed at the goblin before him and swiftly drew his longbow. Taking aim at the bear's head, he released an arrow. Whoosh, grr. The bear executed a ground roll. Though clumsy, it effectively evaded the arrow that had been shot from behind. What? Rock was taken aback that the goblin could evade his attack. No matter, it was merely luck. Rock's expression hardened, and amidst a series of agile leaps, he fired another 3 arrows in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Grr, grr, grr. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What kind of goblin is this? All 3 arrows missed, leaving Rock momentarily questioning whether the gods were mocking him. No matter how poor his aim, he should not have missed a goblin 4 times in a row. After all, he had been renowned as a marksman at the academy. Otherwise, Reiner would not have chosen him as a companion. Meanwhile, the bear could only convey the sheer weight of its evasion skills. If only Rock understood. Huh, I refuse to believe this. Rock reached for another arrow, only to realize his quiver was empty. It dawned on him that after the encounter with the wolf pack, he had not resupplied before chasing after. Damn it. Rock could only stow his bow and draw his dagger. Continuing his pursuit, at this point, he was drawing ever closer to the goblin's lair. Can goblins run this fast? Aren't goblins supposed to be the easiest monsters to slay? Rock, who had been led on a wild chase by the bear, felt a twinge of confusion. The current scenario was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Wasn't he supposed to easily subdue the goblin before him, follow the trail to its lair, and single-handedly annihilate the entire sinister den? It shouldn't be like this. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Rock muttered softly to himself. He no longer wished to follow the goblin ahead. Suddenly realizing how far he had strayed from his team, Rock gritted his teeth, glancing back at the bear, and prepared to turn away. But would the bear allow him to escape? Sensing its prey's intent to flee and eyeing the entrance to its lair so close at hand, the bear, bound to Yuan's command, unleashed a piercing howl without hesitation. After howling, it turned and charged at the bewildered Rock, who, having completed Yuan's task, was now consumed by a primal urge to devour its prey. I've been tricked, Rock realized, watching the goblin charge at him with unusual fervor, and in a moment of panic. He froze in place. Frantically raising his dagger, he struggled to parry the bear's relentless assault. Rock stared in fear at the drooling goblin before him, wielding a wooden stick, each blow reverberating through his arms. After all, the ranger profession was precisely about enhancing his arm strength. If only he still had his bow. At this moment, Locke found himself beset by regret. Yet a mere goblin was not sufficient to plunge him into utter despair. As long as he could endure until Reiner and the others arrived, there remained a glimmer of hope. However, just as Locke valiantly resisted the onslaught of the brutish bear-like creature, a fragment of stone suddenly hurtled toward him. A green-skinned goblin, grinning maliciously, emerged from the surrounding shadows, brandishing a spear in one hand and clutching a palm-sized rock in the other. The grotesque yellow slits of its eyes gleamed with a mockery of life itself. As Locke beheld the encroaching goblins, fear surged within him. He yearned to flee, but time had betrayed him. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld the very bear that had lured him into this ambush. A shaman. It was a goblin shaman. I must return and warn Reiner. We cannot venture here. We must retreat. Ignoring the wooden club hurtling toward him, Locke turned to escape. In an instant, rocks, akin to meteors, whistled through the air, crashing heavily upon him. Thud, thud, thud. Locke immediately spewed forth a mouthful of blood. A stone had shattered his leg, causing him to collapse helplessly to the ground. As he felt the agonizing pain radiating from his left leg. A pained wail escaped his lips, his hands desperately clutching the grass in a futile struggle to escape this horrifying nightmare. The surrounding goblins, erupted into a cacophony of malicious laughter at Locke's pitiable state. No, help! Father! His terrified cries echoed, prompting the already grotesque faces of the goblins to contort into even more hideous grins as they gleefully hurled more stones at him. Several goblins wielding spears raised their weapons high, aiming to strike at his vulnerable rear and mouth. The ugly wooden spears cruelly pierced the earth beneath him. In the depths of unending fear and pain, a tear escaped the corner of Locke's eye as his life shamefully ebbed away. Just as the goblins rejoiced and approached to feast upon their prey, the goblin shaman emerged from the darkness, its face twisted with rage as it surveyed the feasting goblins, its gray-green visage darkening with fury. Meanwhile, the bear had already retreated the moment Locke was felled by the goblins. Though he yearned to partake in the ensuing feast, it was time for him to seek his master. This juncture. On the other side of the forest, Captain, what was that terrifying scream just now? Annie, trembling with fear, hid behind Reiner and whispered, I do not know, but it bodes ill. Reiner replied, picking up an arrow from the ground. His gaze filled with concern as he looked toward the direction Locke had pursued. He understood Locke's abilities well. Could it truly be a goblin that had forced him to unleash so many arrows? Let us hurry and find Locke. I have a dreadful premonition that something has gone awry. After reassuringly ruffling Annie's golden hair, Reiner spoke with determination. Yes, Captain, Annie responded, her confidence bolstered by Reiner's resolute demeanor. Without further delay, they pressed onward, following the trail left by Locke in pursuit of the goblins. Venturing deeper into the increasingly dark woods, as they rustled through the tangled underbrush, they arrived at a clearing within the forest. The moonlight illuminated the scene before them, casting a bright glow through the canopy of trees overhead. The pungent metallic scent of blood mingled with an unsettled concealed within the distant treetops. Yuan, upon hearing the shaman's furious roar, experienced a moment of clarity in his gaze before he retorted with a hint of mockery. With that, he sprang forth, leaping towards the source of the sound. He needed to ensure that those human adventurers could engage the shaman in a mutually destructive confrontation, or, at the very least, become easy prey for him once they were rendered defenseless. Shortly after Yuan departed, following an instinctive sense, Xiongda arrived on the scene, lifting his head in confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. Noting that his master was absent, he hoisted his wooden club and sprinted in the direction Yuan had taken. Huff! Huff! Having been previously assailed by forest wolves, Lena had not enjoyed a restful respite, and after the exhausting pursuit of Locke, even he, a shield swordsman renowned for his stamina, began to feel the strain. His right hand, wielding the great sword, became swollen and stiff, the frequency of his swings spiraling downward uncontrollably, while the dual burdens of physical and mental fatigue gradually slowed his pace. Behind him, the greedy gazes of the pursuing goblins drew ever closer. How absurd it was, he mused, that they found themselves being chased by goblins, a scenario he had never fathomed during his time at the academy. However, seeing Annie curled up before him, her eyes tightly shut in fear, Lena mustered his spirits and quipped in an attempt to alleviate her terror. Yet, it was evident that his lack of comedic flair rendered his jest inadequate to elicit any joy in such a desperate situation. Yes, indeed, Annie replied softly, opening her eyes and scrutinizing Lena's sweat-drenched face. Just then, in the midst of their exchange, several spears were hurled by the goblins from behind, soaring high above the duo and effectively blocking Lena's path of escape. Realizing that continuing to flee would only deplete his strength further, Lena steeled himself, turning around to shield Annie behind him, his left hand retrieving the sun-patterned great shield from his back while his right hand tightened around his great sword. Annie, trust me, I will ensure your safe return. This is my promise to you, Lena declared, his gaze fixed intently on the goblins pursuing them as he prepared for a standoff. The goblins, aware of the threat posed by this human, did not rush recklessly forward, but instead, under the shaman's command, began to issue intimidating cries while brandishing their wooden clubs and stones, performing threatening gestures, what might have seemed like comedic antics of clowns at a circus. In the dim light of the forest, combined with the inherently grotesque and malevolent appearance of the goblins, evoked a profound sense of dread in Lena and Annie. This unprecedented pressure felt entirely different from the goblins they had encountered during demonstrations at the academy. It was not the despair of facing an insurmountable foe, nor the fear of encroaching death. It was a primal terror, instinctual and deeply rooted in their very essence, akin to that of a rabbit sensing an eagle or a mouse glimpsing a cat. How could such an instinctual fear manifest between humans and goblins? Lena's hands trembled slightly, yet his resolve to protect Annie and the vow he had made to safeguard her upon leaving the academy became the cornerstone of his determination to continue fighting. I am a member of the Sylvana family. The blood of the chalk wall flows through my veins. I shall not bring dishonor to the great kingdom's spirit. I will fight to the bitter end. Lena, Annie, hearing the quiet murmur of the young man guarding her, softly called his name in return, her heart beginning to pray to the divine, hoping that the gods would bless her warrior to triumph over the adversaries before them. At this moment, the goblins, commanded by the shaman, maintained their intimidating postures while slowly closing in on Lena, encircling him. The shaman, a precursor in evolution among the goblins, endowed the dim-witted goblins with a more profound form of invisible enhancement, transforming their cowardice into ferocity, enabling even the most unruly among them to cooperate in a rudimentary manner. This capability was something Yuan, who aspired to usurp the shaman's position, could not deny. In truth, the goblins guided by the shaman represented a genuine menace to humanity, a source of dread that plagued human nations that Yuan, observing the encirclement taking shape and unwilling to allow the human adventurer to regain his strength. The goblin shaman brandished his wooden staff, issuing commands to the eager goblins that in an instant, the horde surged forward like wild beasts. Their diminutive stature granted them a certain agility when confronting heavily armored opponents like Lena. However, the goblin's frail strength and rudimentary weaponry failed to breach Lena's defenses. Moreover, the armor he donned was a fine piece, procured from his family's treasury, far superior to the equipment typically available to ordinary human adventurers. As Lena successfully withstood the goblin onslaught, Annie's spirit began to stabilize. Previously, the sight of Locke's mutilated corpse and the goblin's pursuit had left her in turmoil, hindering her ability to cast healing prayers upon Lena. Now, regaining her composure, she clasped her hands together, channeling her spiritual energy to cast restorative spells on the valiant Lena engaged in battle. Meanwhile, Yuan, hidden among the nearby treetops, observed Lena, emboldened by Annie's support, and could not help but marvel at the necessity of eliminating the support in a skirmish. Who could possibly prevail against such formidable assistance? As Yuan witnessed the goblins beginning to suffer casualties, he grew curious about the shaman's unyielding demeanor. He wondered how long the shaman could endure before unleashing a fireball. Subsequently, Yuan discreetly instilled fear among the goblins surrounding Lena, that in an instant. The goblins that had been advancing towards Lena recoiled in terror, as if struck by lightning, their grotesque yellow-green faces contorting in fear. The three foremost goblins simultaneously cast aside their weapons, fleeing in panic and leaving behind a trail of foul-smelling liquid. Even the shaman's bellowing commands could not coax them back. Huff! Huff! Infuriated by this turn of events, the shaman seethed and ordered the remaining goblins to fill the gaps left by their fleeing comrades. Yet, each goblin that approached met the same fate as their predecessors, dropping their spears in fright and scampering away in a state of utter disarray. After several such attempts, the shaman's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He promptly instructed the goblins still surrounding Lena to keep their distance, transitioning from close-range attacks to long-range projectiles. While such tactics might yield success against lightly armored foes like Locke, they proved little more than a drizzle upon Lena's formidable defenses. At this moment, both the shaman and Lena were equally perplexed. Yet, unable to discern the cause of the goblin's behavior, they could only attribute it to divine intervention. "Annie, be sure to protect yourself," the goblins retreated to a distance, momentarily alleviating the threat posed to the steadfast Annie behind him. Lena seized the opportunity to transition from defense to offense, charging directly towards the raucous goblin shaman to deliver a lethal blow. It is often said to strike where it hurts most, and the goblin shaman before him was evidently the linchpin of this goblin horde. Eliminating it would likely disperse the rest. With this thought in mind, Lena propelled himself forward. The ground beneath him roared in anguished tremors. Embracing a spirit of failure is not an option. He invoked the charged skill of the shield swordsman, which he had yet to fully master. Utilizing his shield as a battering ram, he held the sun-patterned shield firmly, slightly lowering his left shoulder and leaning his body to the side, propelled by unwavering determination, akin to a cannonball launched from its barrel. Racing towards the shaman, simultaneously, he raised his double-edged great sword high above his head, bringing it crashing down with tremendous force, reminiscent of a colossal beast's gaping maw, imbued with an aura capable of shattering anything in its path. This overwhelming momentum even sent a shiver of apprehension through the distant Yuan, let alone the shaman who stood before its might. Such is the advantage of humanity, a bronze race that overcame the silver-skinned Elven Alliance during the Second Monarch War, claiming dominion over the world, bestowed by the divine with the power of their professions. Waka! The goblin shaman shrieked, slamming its wooden staff into the ground. Faced with the threat of annihilation, the shaman realized it could no longer hold back. Thus, a basketball-sized fireball rapidly coalesced, tapping into the innate magical abilities of monsters, which proved crucial at this moment. Boom! The searing flames clashed violently with the air, producing a thunderous roar as the fireball, trailing an orange-yellow tail, surged towards the relentless Lena. Having yet to fully grasp the essence of the charged skill, Lena found it impossible to alter his trajectory and could only brace himself for the impending impact. The wall of chalk grants me strength, no. O Divine One, bestow upon your loyal follower the power of the healing spring to soothe the wounds of this valiant soul before me. As Lena was on the verge of colliding with the fireball, the flustered Annie, panicking, disregarded whether her healing spell was ready, and swiftly began chanting a prayer. In her desperation, she switched the focus of her prayer from the water spirit to the goddess of springs. Eldith, the moon hung high in the central sky, its silvery light obscured by the dense canopy of the dark forest. In the dim, tranquil woods, a sudden, violent explosion erupted. The brilliant flames illuminated this cursed land momentarily. As the firelight faded, the swirling smoke obscured the vision of those present. The goblin shaman gripped its staff tightly, struggling against its depleted magical energy, its murky yellow slit eyes fixated on the dissipating smoke, revealing an unprecedented wariness. Also observing the heart of the smoke was Annie, who silently prayed for Lena. Though she sensed that her spell had successfully manifested, a lingering worry for Lena gnawed at her. The power of the fireball had approached the formidable might she had witnessed from a first-tier mage at the academy. Meanwhile, hidden within the treetops, Yuan fixed his gaze upon the center of the smoke. A flicker of intrigue crossing his expression as he silently maneuvered towards the shaman. Just as the surroundings fell into a hushed silence, a towering figure, enveloped in an indomitable gale, suddenly tore through the thick smoke. Charging straight for the shaman, it was none other than Lena, who faced the fireball head-on. His appearance was far from pristine, his hair singed, his visage charred, and his shield slightly battered. Yet his eyes shone with unwavering brilliance, cloaked in a hazy white light. Father, elder brother, I have succeeded. I too have awakened the chalky light of our ancestors within my blood. Unwavering in the face of death, Lena, with the aid of a mysterious and gentle power, successfully awakened the ancestral strength within his bloodline, known as the protective light of chalk.no. Upon witnessing Lena endure the fireball, yet remain vibrant and full of life, the shaman's fragile psychological defenses shattered completely. He turned to flee, much like the green-skinned goblins he had previously discarded, retreating in a panicked and cowardly manner. Boom! With no hint of hesitation, Lena's greatsword mercilessly crushed the one responsible for Locke's demise. The immense sword energy, imbued with white light, obliterated the shaman's diminutive and grotesque form, akin to splitting a watermelon. Filthy, putrid blood spattered, and dismembered limbs accompanied the eviscerated innards that flew forth. Yet, shielded by the protective white light, Lena remained unblemished by a single drop of blood. Phew! After taking a heavy breath, he dismissed the protective white light, shaking off the gory remnants from his sword, which he rested upon his shoulder. With a weary smile creeping across his lips, Lena turned to Annie, calling out exuberantly, "Annie, I did it!" As he laughed, revealing a row of pristine white teeth against his darkened face. The humorous scene caused Annie to bend forward, clutching her belly as she burst into laughter. "All right, I know, Her words were abruptly cut off as she raised her head in confusion to look at Lena. Before her eyes, a spear had pierced through Lena's throat from behind, pinning him in a half-kneeling position to the ground. Foamy pink blood flowed continuously from his neck. Standing nearby was a towering figure, with dark green skin glinting silver, a visage more ferocious than the average goblin. At that moment, its cruel yellow slit eyes gazed with keen interest at Lena's final struggles. This figure was none other than Yuan, who, upon seeing Lena still standing amidst the smoke, knew that the goblin shaman had lost. Thus, he had taken advantage of the distraction to conceal himself within the treetops above the shaman. When he observed Lena dispel the white light surrounding him and turn to expose his vulnerable neck, Yuan seized the moment, plunging his spear downwards to pierce through it. No, this cannot be real. It cannot be real. I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. The flowing waters morphed into sharp blades, slicing open the very person before me. Bang! Upon witnessing Lena's demise, Annie's mental fortitude shattered completely. And no longer resembling her usual gentle self, she howled hysterically at Lu Yuan that a water blade, infused with murderous intent, gradually formed in her grasp as she aimed it at Lu Yuan. Just as she was about to unleash it, a small dark green figure leapt from behind her, brandishing a wooden club and striking down upon Annie's skull. The blow interrupted her incantation, and the ensuing backlash of magical energy, coupled with the pain to her head, sent Annie into unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan could not help but laugh. Well done, bear, with the luminous moon in the sky obscured by clouds. The increasingly dark forest resembled a ferocious beast lying in wait to devour the unwary. Silently, it gaped wide, anticipating the unsuspecting prey to fall into its clutches. Suddenly, a wild roar shattered the tranquility of the forest, igniting a chorus of howls from the surrounding wolves. Observing the goblins that had gathered around him, Lu Yuan conducted a rough count. Excluding the 4 goblins that had perished earlier, only 7 green-skinned goblins returned after hearing his roar. As for the remaining few, they either harbored thoughts they ought not to have, resisting his intimidation and failing to return, or they had fled too far in terror, unable to hear the call. Alternatively, they may have simply fallen prey to the wandering wolf pack nearby. Lu Yuan paid little heed to this. For the lives of goblins were truly of little worth, he ignored the trembling, green-skinned creatures cowering before him and turned directly to extract his spear from Lena's neck. With a soft pop, he flicked away the blood that had stained it. After examining the spear closely and noting the significant wear on the tip, he ultimately decided against discarding it, for this spear had been painstakingly crafted by his own hands. It was his first weapon upon arriving in this world, holding considerable sentimental value. Once he stowed the spear away, he began to strip the armor from Lena's corpse. Such full-body warrior armor was crafted from fine black iron, a rarity even in the human realm, comparable in value to that of a typical knight's estate. Of course, Lu Yuan was unaware of the armor's true worth. The common knowledge bestowed upon him by the divine and demonic entities lacked such economic insights. He merely recognized that this armor could withstand a shaman's fireball, thus deducing it was a quality piece. Enveloped in the protective embrace of the armor, Lu Yuan felt an unprecedented sense of safety. This was the first time he had experienced such comfort since his arrival in this perilous world. Subsequently, Lu Yuan attempted to lift the great sword and the somewhat damaged sun-patterned shield from the ground. However, upon sensing the heavy weight of the items, he furrowed his brow. Earlier, while hiding in the trees and watching Lena wield them effortlessly, he had naively assumed the equipment bore little weight. Yet upon grasping them, he realized that together they weighed at least as much as 2 piglets. That it became clear that Lena possessed strength far beyond his own. Fortunately, he had opted against confronting him directly. In the end, Lu Yuan decided to take only the twin-bladed sword, delegating the cumbersome shield to the 7 goblins to carry. After all, he had summoned them back for this very purpose. As he watched the 7 goblins, each clutching a corner of a shield, trembling as they stood, Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Since his reincarnation as a goblin, he had noticed a steady decline in his moral standards. For instance, he had attacked Lena without hesitation, slaying him before his beloved. Yet he found this rather agreeable. At least he relished the sensation. After all, being a morally upright goblin was akin to dancing on the precipice of death daily. Humans would not show mercy merely because a goblin acknowledged their moral code. When it came to killing, one must do what was necessary. Selling ears for coin to buy ale was a far more enticing prospect. Why should one feel sympathy for a goblin? Thus, with the desire to return to the main world alive, Lu Yuan certainly would not choose otherwise. His self-imposed goal was simple: to survive and, by any means necessary, grow stronger, strong enough that even upon returning to the main world, no one would dare to trouble him. Having sorted through his equipment, Lu Yuan suppressed the enticing aroma wafting from the corpse before him. Allowing it to tantalize his senses, he resolutely grasped Lena's hair and dragged the body toward the direction of the bear, who was fixated on the unconscious Yanni, poised to strike at any moment. Lu Yuan unceremoniously tossed the corpse to him. Previously, the bear had rendered Yanni unconscious with a single blow, interrupting her spellcasting, which left Lu Yuan thoroughly impressed with his capabilities. "Gur," he commanded, lead these goblins and bring him and the remains back to the lair. Thanks to their unspoken mental connection, the bear easily understood Lu Yuan's intent. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment at not being given food, the bear grinned widely, drooling as he grasped the back of the collar. Dragging it toward the lair, as he passed the goblins carrying the shield, he let out a low growl. Chirp, chirp. The goblins, equally intimidated by the bear's fearsome presence, dared not disobey. After a few nervous cries, they obediently followed the bear. Once the bear's silhouette faded into the darkness, Lu Yuan made his way toward the adventurers' camp. Earlier, for the sake of convenience, he had left behind their belongings. Now, he intended to erase all traces of their presence. It was crucial to note that the camp lay perilously close to the goblin lair. Should it be discovered by a watchful individual and a search initiated from the camp center, Lu Yuan's lair would undoubtedly face exposure, rendering his efforts for the night futile. Following the direction etched in his memory, Lu Yuan swiftly arrived at the camp's location. After discarding the sun-patterned shield, the overall weight of his gear fell within his manageable range, allowing him to move freely without impeding his actions. In the event of Dongye, due to the enchanting characteristics of the Black Forest, is a vast vortex of magical energy. Unlike the relatively uniform distribution of magic in the outside world, the Black Forest extends from its outer woodland to its innermost depths, where the concentration of magical essence gradually increases. It is said that at the deepest part of the Black Forest lies a lake entirely composed of condensed magical energy, inhabited by powerful and graceful lake spirits capable of fulfilling any desire. The Twilight Ogre, having long resided in the high magic region, is accustomed to the mid-levels of this area. Once it ventures into the outer woodland, it is expected to succumb to a thirst for magic, rendering it immobile. Yuan observed the ogre indulging in its meal, swallowing with gusto, and he swallowed hard, puzzled by its state, yet he turned to leave. The disparity in power between them was too great. Lu Yuan knew he was no match for this Twilight Ogre. He might have dared to confront a regular ogre, emboldened by his newly acquired equipment. But facing a Twilight Ogre was a different matter entirely. Moreover, the purpose of his visit had been disrupted by the ogre, and now, even if humans were to discover this campsite, they would be deceived by the traces left behind, believing it to be an ogre raid rather than the actions of the goblins, whom they considered weak and harmless. This was for the best. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan withdrew his greedy gaze and slowly retreated, his figure gradually blending into the shadows. Meanwhile, the Twilight Ogre, seated at the center of the camp, twitched its nose slightly, a grotesque grin spreading across its face as it devoured its meal with abandon. After putting some distance between himself and the ogre, Lu Yuan finally relaxed his body and strode purposefully toward the goblin lair. The sudden appearance of the ogre had instilled a profound sense of danger within him. Just moments ago, he had been reveling in the success of his cunning plan, but now he was jolted back to reality. He mentally replayed the entirety of his inducement strategy from that night. While the process had seemed flawless, it was riddled with flaws. The only reason it had succeeded was that the three individuals were fresh graduates from the academy, severely lacking in adventure experience. Coupled with his own innate intimidation factor, Lu Yuan had managed to achieve his goals in truth, there was little that relied on his own cunning. This meant that had another person been in his position with the same circumstances, they might have accomplished even more. This conclusion was undeniably disheartening. It appeared that I am not cut out for scheming, Lu Yuan lamented as he hurried back to his lair. Acknowledging one's own inadequacies is a challenging endeavor. Yet Lu Yuan was not one to cling to pride, on the contrary. He possessed a remarkably flexible mindset. He could accept his shortcomings with equanimity and then devise ways to leverage his strengths to compensate for his weaknesses. At that moment, he recalled the enticing aroma he had sensed from the Twilight Ogre earlier. Yet, due to his own feeble strength, he had been compelled to abandon the idea of hunting it. Had he possessed sufficient power today, he would not have needed to rely on external adventurers to deal with the goblin shaman. He would not have had to sneakily hide among the treetops for a surprise attack, nor would he have forfeited a delectable meal due to his lack of strength. Indeed, it is only one's own power that truly matters. With the blessing of gluttony, a divine boon that allows one to grow stronger simply by consuming. Lu Yuan's path to evolution had always been clear. He had merely failed to realize it until now. The key was to continuously hunt valuable targets, devour their flesh and blood, gnaw on their bones, and seize their talents, transforming all of this into resources for his own strength. This was the path Lu Yuan was meant to tread, a direct descent into hell, a path of a demon king who stands opposed to the world. With a newfound clarity regarding his future goals, Lu Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The pressure he had felt from encountering the Twilight Ogre had significantly diminished after circling around a few times. He finally returned to the goblin lair. Now fully aware of the territory that belonged to him, Lu Yuan remembered that he had yet to sift through the remnants of the goblin shaman. With that thought, he wasted no time and swiftly entered the cave. The entire goblin cave, once a small cavern, had been developed over generations of goblins into a massive, inverted pyramid structure comprising 3 levels. Such large nests typically housed 100 to 200 goblins, yet due to the shaman's frequent group hunting expeditions, Lu Yuan's lair had never exceeded 50 goblins. The uppermost level served as the dining and seed-sowing area for the goblins, while the bottom level functioned as the breeding chamber, where expectant mothers were usually kept, and sometimes the guarding goblins would take advantage of the occasion to indiscriminately sow seeds post-delivery. The middle layer comprised the goblin prison, which served as the prototype of the infamous goblin dungeons found in tales throughout the kingdom. This area also doubled as a resting space for the goblins. Occasionally, it would house captured humans or other prey. But most of the time, it was reserved for breeding mothers. The food hoarded by the goblins was first piled in this area, awaiting distribution from the shaman before being transported to the 3rd level. Lu Yuan's and the shaman's rooms were also located on this level, distinct from the common goblins who simply found any space to rest. They each had their own designated areas. Lu Yuan's room was near the entrance to the 1st level, while the shaman's room was closer to the breeding chamber on the lowest level. Along the way, Lu Yuan encountered Xiongda, who had returned ahead of schedule, after locking the human female in a cell on the 2nd level. He had been stationed at the door to prevent any overzealous goblins from tarnishing Lu Yuan's prey. Of course, given the way Xiongda was eyeing Annie, Lu Yuan could easily guess his intentions without needing to read his thoughts. Not to mention, as he approached Annie, a scent similar to that of the ogre, but far more fragrant flooded Lu Yuan's nostrils. The difference between the two was akin to that between mapo tofu and strawberry sundae. While Lu Yuan's regular fare consisted of nothing more than plain rice with pickles and a broth made from wild vegetable roots, highlighting the overwhelming allure of both. However, Lu Yuan's immediate priority remained the shaman's room. With unwavering determination, he bypassed the cell holding Annie and proceeded directly into the innermost chamber of the passage. Unlike Lu Yuan's practice of placing heavy stones to prevent other goblins from intruding at the door, the shaman's entrance bore no such barriers, as his natural dominance over the ordinary goblins rendered such precautions unnecessary. Furthermore, since Lu Yuan had yet to confront the shaman openly, he was inclined to afford him some respect. Upon entering, the first thing that caught Lu Yuan's eye was a massive rectangular stone platform that, of course, massive was relative to the ordinary goblins. For Lu Yuan, it was just large enough for him to lie down comfortably. The indentation on the stone surface, marked by a layer of clearly aged grime, indicated that this was where the goblin shaman typically slept. Lu Yuan's gaze quickly moved past the stone platform to the corners of the room. The chamber was oval in shape, with the entrance located on one of the flattened sides, and to the left of the entrance was a small recess. Piled beside the recess were various miscellaneous items, remnants left behind by humans who had been attacked by goblins over the years. When the goblins were numerous enough, these audacious green-skinned creatures would actively raid passing caravans and nearby human villages. However, such plundering activities had not been undertaken by the goblins here for some time. Among the clutter, there were indeed some light leather armor, swords, bows, staffs, and various bottles and jars. Lu Yuan stepped forward, reaching out to sift through the items. Discovering that most were damaged, with the armor stained with dark, foul-smelling blood, and the weapons generally rusted from neglect. Unless one seeks to launch an enchanted assault, few items are truly of use. After a brief search, Lu Yuan managed to unearth several usable artifacts. First and foremost, there lay a brass dagger, its blade straight and only mildly rusted, requiring but a slight polishing. Embedded in the hilt was a diamond-shaped yellow gemstone, a symbol of the Earth Mother in this realm. The likelihood that a yellow gemstone would be set into a brass weapon suggests it was crafted by the clergy of the Mother Goddess, most of whom are ordinary individuals without formal professions, wielding the gemstone dagger primarily for ceremonial purposes as a ritual implement. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, making this dagger the best-preserved weapon among the lot. Next was a half-plate of light armor, only mildly damaged, with a notable gash at the back. Its size was just right for the bear-like figure shown to lastly. He found a small pendant shaped like a beast's claw, inconspicuously mingled among the debris, initially unnoticed by Yuan. However, as he drew near, he was suddenly enveloped by a faint yet familiar scent reminiscent of the twilight ogres he had encountered before. One must understand, the sweet aroma was something Yuan suspected would linger in his memory for months to come. Thus, he followed the scent and unearthed the pendant. Time had worn away the intricate details of its carvings, rendering them indecipherable to Yuan. Yet in this world, only a handful of extraordinary factions would craft a pendant in the likeness of a beast's claw apart from conventional artistic endeavors. These included the wilderness druids, who venerate the path of beasts, the cult of primal bestiality, and the blood hunt sect devoted to the deity of hunting and bloodshed. Regardless of the sect's identity, it did not diminish Yuan's overwhelming desire to consume it. Unable to indulge in a grand feast, he saw no reason to forego even a morsel. After crushing the pendant between his teeth, the shattered fragments felt akin to hard candies in his mouth, swiftly swallowed whole. Upon ingesting the pendant, he did not experience any discernible energy coursing through his veins from his stomach. Instead, a sudden clarity enveloped his mind. His nostrils flared as he keenly detected several traces of blood in the air. As if an unseen thread connected distant targets to his senses from this mystical bloodline, Yuan could acutely sense the strengths and weaknesses of the targets, as well as their general emotional states. Simultaneously, a fierce desire to hunt surged within him. Fortunately, an insatiable yearning to devour everything swiftly suppressed this urge, restoring him to a state of tranquility, leaving only a faint sense of hunger. Surprised, Yuan promptly opened his data panel. For reincarnators like him, the simplest way to discern what had transpired was to consult their data panel. Bloodhound Gluttony LV1, a power born from the divine taint of the relics of the followers of the god of hunting and bloodshed. Capable of mimicking the tracking abilities of the hunting deity kin, the bloodhound, in pursuit of prey. Now, he understood to which faction this pendant belonged. Observing the newly manifested derived talent, Yuan felt as though he had stumbled into yet another predicament. One even more troublesome. The god of hunting and bloodshed, Marcinus, was an evil deity who had fallen at the dawn of the Fifth Era, and the information regarding him provided by the divine and demonic realms was scant. Yuan was aware that the Blood Hunt sect still venerates him, a cult wanted by multiple nations, roving the continent and fervently engaging in bloody sacrifices. Furthermore, due to their doctrine, the Blood Hunt sect harbors a deep animosity towards any beings they deem beasts. They often hunt for the sake of hunting, mercilessly tormenting their captured beasts before killing them. One of the reasons for their notoriety is that humans also find themselves on the Blood Hunt sect's beast list. In their attempts to appease their fallen god of hunting, they have committed numerous heinous murders. They even once attacked a prince of a kingdom, merely because he was a valuable target, although their scheme ultimately failed. This act of terror only served to further amplify the infamy of the Blood Hunt sect. The reason this troublesome cult had yet to be eradicated over the years is largely due to the unique profession of blood hunters. These extraordinary individuals can keenly sense the blood activity of nearby creatures, functioning akin to radar with thermal imaging. With this ability, they evade the royal army's ambushes like crafty rabbits. What dismayed Yuan was the realization that goblins were among the beasts identified by their doctrine. How had the goblin shaman come into possession of this pendant? Had it been found accidentally, or had it been taken from a cult member who was ambushed and slain by the goblin shaman in this region? If there were indeed cult members operating nearby, what could have drawn them into the Black Forest? What treasures could possibly warrant their attention? As he gazed at the data panel, Yuan's expression darkened. It must be said that the mere mention of the Blood Hunt sect despite his never having encountered them firsthand, was enough to instill a sense of trepidation within him. Dismissing the panel with a wave of his hand, he stood in place. Lost in thought for a moment, he felt as though the moment he had hunted a steel-backed wild boar cub during the day, his life had become a whirlwind of activity. First, he gained the derived talent of steel skin. Then he lured a pack of wolves, followed by a stealthy attack on unsuspecting human adventurers, only to stumble upon a twilight ogre while heading to the camp. While rummaging through the shaman's belongings, he uncovered traces of the Blood Hunt sect. It seemed as though the events of the preceding days had fortuitously culminated in this single day, days. Yuan was struck with the illusion that a great upheaval was about to commence. Woo-woo. Shaking his head, dispelling his turbulent thoughts, Yuan set off from the shaman's cave, clutching the brass dagger and light armor. Having clarified his own position, he understood that dwelling on these matters would yield no benefit. The issues would not vanish simply because he pondered them, rather than waste time in idle contemplation. It would be far more prudent to focus on enhancing his strength. Actions speak louder than words. Only by translating theoretical knowledge into practice could he truly reap rewards. With his resolve firm, Yuan hastened towards the cell where Yanni was imprisoned. As he turned a corner, he heard the persistent sounds of cursing and the unmistakable sobs emanating from the cell ahead. It appeared their priestess had awakened. Damn goblins, you vile creatures! You killed Rainer. You are murderers. The god shall not forgive you, and the Sylvana family will not let you escape. Rainer, please wake up. Don't abandon me. You promised to take me away from here. Rainer, you deceived me. The weeping gradually subsided, and Yanni, glancing at Rainer's lifeless body carelessly discarded beside her, found herself too choked with emotion to articulate her thoughts, staring at the charred, darkened face that still bore a smile directed at her. Yanni felt her heart shatter. Yuan was not taken aback by the words of the mentally shattered nun, for in this world there exists a deity that governs language, apart from a select few languages imbued with formidable magic, such as Draconic and Elvish. The language spoken by humans and all other sentient beings is a unified common tongue, decreed by the divine. Although goblins are classified among the monstrous entities and are indeed considered lesser beings lacking in intellect, their prolonged plundering of humans as progenitors has enabled them to acquire this common language, which can be utilized once their intelligence reaches a certain threshold. Previously, the communication between Yuan and the shaman was conducted in this common tongue, whereas interactions with these intellectually deficient common goblins relied solely on guttural sounds and gestures. Upon reaching the cell, Yuan tossed the light armor he held to the nearby guard, Xiongda, and commanded him mentally to don it before he directly opened the cell door. The creaking of the dilapidated wooden door emitted a foul odor reminiscent of the goblins themselves. Once inside, Yuan finally found the leisure to scrutinize the priestess before him. Upon closer inspection, he could not help but acknowledge that, even without considering her alluring scent, the young lady was undeniably a striking beauty. Her long, silky hair was disheveled, obscuring her fair, delicate face, which added an aura of fragility to her appearance. The once exquisite visage now revealed a look of hatred upon seeing Yuan clad in Lena's gear, her lips uttering incessant curses against him. Yet, this did not offend Yuan. Rather, it made her resemble an irate little lamb in his eyes. Instead of fear, it sparked a desire within him to embrace her, to ravage her and provoke tears from her eyes, yearning to witness her humiliation and indignation, which, paradoxically, left her powerless. That moment, Yanni's hands were shackled to the rocky wall behind her, her feet bound by chains on either side, rendering her unable to stand or lie down, forced to extend her arms weakly, leaning against the wall. This predicament unveiled her previously concealed, graceful figure, which, despite being soiled with dirt and grass for being dragged, did not diminish her allure. Merely gazing at her, Yuan felt the primal instincts of a goblin within him clamoring fervently, urging him to consume the young lady before him. It was a sensation akin to hunger prompting one to seek sustenance, or thirst compelling one to drink. A biological instinct. However, Yuan was acutely aware that this desire was also tainted by the world's malice. Goblins are not naturally occurring beings, akin to ogres and other nefarious creatures. They were artificially created life forms by the Demon King. Unlike other serval races, goblins were specifically conjured as a means of vengeance against the heroes who had vanquished the Demon King. They lack females and are compelled to capture females of other races to serve as breeding stock, resulting in offspring that are invariably goblins. Their inherent weakness is counterbalanced by a terrifying reproductive capacity and remarkable adaptability, rendering goblins a ubiquitous menace across the continent. For millennia, they have persistently retaliated against the races that defeated the Demon King. Yet Lu Yuan had no intention of becoming an instrument of someone else's vengeance. Thus, he resolved not to succumb to this meaningless desire for survival. Ignoring the furious glares of the girl beside him, Lu Yuan strode directly to Lena's lifeless form. "What do you intend to do?" "You must not touch him. Do not lay a finger on Lena, you filthy, grotesque, despicable goblin." Paying no heed to her futile outbursts, Lu Yuan focused on the corpse before him. In truth, after witnessing Lena's entire performance that night, Lu Yuan held a deep admiration for him. He never abandoned his companions, yet remained pragmatic, consistently maintaining a calm demeanor, making decisions without hesitation, be it fleeing or fighting. Even in the face of mortal peril, he would not forsake his allies, ultimately awakening newfound power in a miraculous turn of events, reversing their fortunes. One could say that had he not crossed paths with Lu Yuan, the young man before him was the very archetype of a protagonist from a novel. Yet, regrettably, this merciless world has no room for ifs. After paying his respects to Lena, Lu Yuan drew forth the brass dagger he had previously acquired. With swift precision, he plunged it into Lena's chest, extracting his heart. Inhaling the intoxicatingly sweet aroma wafting from it, Lu Yuan wasted no time in devouring it in a few bites. Indeed, an unprecedented surge of energy erupted from his stomach, a warm current coursing through his veins. He could sense that he had acquired a new latent talent, though he was not in a hurry to examine it. "You have consumed Lena's heart." Yanni, who witnessed Lu Yuan's horrifying act, was rendered momentarily blank with shock. Turning to face her, Lu Yuan offered a gentle smile. "Do not worry. I would never harm you." "What? You can speak the common tongue." Stunned once more, Yanni felt a sense of numbness wash over her. All she desired was to return home, to the church, to pretend that everything that transpired that night had merely been a dream. Rock was unharmed, Lena was alive, and there was no loquacious goblin. Upon awakening, the nuns in the church would have prepared a sumptuous breakfast, including her favorite ham and mushroom soup. After morning prayers, Lena would seek her out, and together they would go in search of Rock, who would tease her about Lena, prompting her to retort that Lena did not speak, only watching quietly from the sidelines, always observing. "Why do you only watch? I like you, Lena," observing the girl before him. Now entirely unresponsive, resembling a puppet, Lu Yuan scratched his head. Yet this suited him well. Her lack of self-will made her easier to manipulate. Although her consciousness had faded, her physical instincts remained intact, and under Lu Yuan's relentless intimidation, Yanni's body soon succumbed entirely to his will. "Indeed, I have long desired a companion." Lu Yuan gazed upon the girl before him, now a puppet under his control, with immense satisfaction. The chains that had previously bound her movements were now completely removed. Having gained full control over her body, such restraints were no longer necessary. Subsequently, Lu Yuan called over Xiongde, who awaited orders outside, to dispose of Lena's body. After completing this task, he returned to his chamber with Yanni's form. Traversing the dim, damp corridors of the goblin cells and navigating several twists and turns, the two finally arrived at the cavern that Lu Yuan had excavated himself. Although lacking the grandeur of the goblin shaman, it compensates with its tidiness. One merely needs to discard the refuse outside in any random spot each day. After all, the goblins are unlikely to contract any diseases as a result. Lu Yuan pushed aside the massive stone blocking the doorway, guiding Yanni's body within, before sealing the stone once more. After igniting the torches within the lair, Lu Yuan retrieved the stone he had previously used to sharpen his spear and dagger, and poured some fresh water from a nearby container onto the stone. Once he completed these tasks, he took out the brass dagger he had used to extract Lena's heart. After a brief moment of silence, he handed it to Yanni, who stood quietly beside him. "Take it." Once he mentally commanded Yanni to grasp the weapon, Lu Yuan stepped aside to grant her space. He then issued the command to sharpen the blade, quietly observing the girl standing there, holding the dagger with an expression of dazed certainty. After fulfilling the objective of testing the command's specific parameters, Lu Yuan reclaimed the dagger from her hands, noticing the obvious bewilderment in the girl as the dagger was taken away. He instructed her to stand aside and watched. He then focused intently on sharpening the brass knife in his possession. Meanwhile, the girl, now receiving new instructions, composed herself and remained quietly by his side, silently watching Lu Yuan in the confined cavern. The only sounds that remained were the rhythmic rasping of Lu Yuan sharpening the knife, accompanied by two barely perceptible breaths. During the intervals of sharpening and fetching water, Lu Yuan seized the opportunity to observe the girl before him. Unlike Xiongde, who had often been subjected to Lu Yuan's intimidation even in his ordinary goblin state, this girl, originally known as Yanni, had lost her prior consciousness entirely. If a practitioner capable of discerning souls were present, they would discover that the original soul within this body had completely dissipated, replaced by a new consciousness as pure as that of an infant. This was the outcome of Lu Yuan's earlier efforts. Upon realizing that Yanni's original will had shattered and her consciousness had vanished, Lu Yuan continuously activated his intimidation enhancement ability, with the loss of conscious control. What remained was the body's primal instincts, embodying the beastly nature that humanity is shackled to by what is termed civilization, in contrast to humanity itself. The humans of this world are not creations of any deity, akin to the world Lu Yuan hailed from. They evolved from animals. Their ancestors were ancient beasts known as terrifying violent apes. Not only humans, but all known subhumans have also evolved from various ancient beasts. Thus, what awakened within Yanni was the beastly aspect inherited from her ancestors. Typically, wild beasts possess a heightened sensitivity to danger. Hence, the intimidation exerted had an effect far beyond Lu Yuan's expectations, swiftly ensnaring this newly born beast into his likeness. The girl now resembled a newborn infant, instinctively following the presence of her parent. Lu Yuan held the newly polished brass knife up to the light, scrutinizing it closely. The blade, gleaming as if brand new, reflected the orange-red glow of the fire, while the yellow gem embedded in the hilt sparkled with an eerie brilliance. Once satisfied with the sharpening, Lu Yuan called the girl forward. "Extend your hand." Observing the delicate hand reaching out towards him, Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he took the knife and, with a swift motion, made a cut across her soft palm. The blade was sharp, and the incision was nearly imperceptible. Moments later, the girl felt the pain in her palm. Tears welled in her eyes, and she could not suppress a cry of distress. Despite the blood flowing profusely from the wound and staining her palm crimson, she resolutely endured the pain, persistently extending her hand. Lu Yuan, sensing the alluring aroma emanating from the blood, did not hesitate to grasp the girl's small hand. Bringing it to his lips and licking the wound, as the blood flowed into his stomach, Lu Yuan experienced a sensation unlike any he had felt before. It was neither the warmth from ordinary food that fortified the body nor the specific enhancement received from acquiring new derived talents. This energy seemed to travel through an ethereal portal within Lu Yuan's being, reaching his very soul. An enigmatic feeling enveloped Lu Yuan's consciousness. In a daze, he envisioned a beautiful, exquisite garden shrouded in mist. With a sacred spring hidden within the forest, the gentle stream flowed from the spring, winding through the garden before vanishing into the clouds. Just as Lu Yuan was becoming increasingly entranced, a sudden wave of intense hunger jolted him awake. The insatiable hunger wrapped around Lu Yuan's soul like a demon, relentlessly attempting to drag him into the depths of despair. He could see that moment. A pure and noble figure emerged from the spring, appearing beside Lu Yuan. "Save me. Please, save me." Lu Yuan cried out in agony, yearning for the divine figure before him to extend a helping hand. "You filthy goblin, you dare defile my sacred and beautiful realm." "No." The beautiful figure, filled with revulsion, hurled a beam of light imbued with death towards him. Lu Yuan's heart trembled, and in a panic, he was instantly pulled down from the clouds by the demon of hunger. He narrowly evaded the deadly beam. Startled awake from the ground, Lu Yuan frantically felt around, confirming he was still alive before letting out a long sigh of relief. He raised his gaze to the girl sleeping beside him. Her pallor contrasting with her serene expression, Yuan's eyes wandered downward, revealing a whiteness that could not be concealed, and finally resting upon the scabbed wound. It appeared some time had passed. After a brief contemplation, Yuan chose not to awaken the peacefully slumbering girl. Leaning against the wall, he skillfully opened his panel, and upon comparing the data displayed to the last time he had opened it, he noted a significant qualitative leap. His total value had exceeded 500, marking his entry into the ranks of mid-tier magical creatures. Most importantly, he had acquired 2 new derived talents. Individual name: Galil, Yuan. Status: Divine Curse, Spring Water and Guardian. Lifespan: 27 years. Attack power: 7, plus 111. Life force: 10, plus 160. Magic power: 7, plus 104. Intelligence: 20, plus 67. Resistance: 8, plus 100. Attributes: Fire talents: Devourer's Blessing. Intimidation enhancement: Robustness LV3, Growth LV2, Self-Healing LV0. Derived talents: Devourer's Stomach LV2, Devourer's Flesh LV3, Intimidation Dominion LV3, Steel Skin, Devourer LV2, Bloodhound, Devourer LV1, Chocolate, Devourer LV1. Self-Healing LV0. Ability gained from consuming the blood of the descendants, containing the essence of the spring water goddess. However, as the souls imbued with divine essence have dissipated, the fragments of laws within the blood have likewise faded significantly. The talents forged through the augmentation of gluttony can only continue to advance by devouring items of divine nature. Near sources of water, one's self-healing speed will be greatly enhanced. Chocolate, Gluttony LV1. This ability is birthed from the flesh and blood consumed by gluttony, awakening the ancestral power known as chocolate. It expends stamina to manifest a heavy characteristic of chocolate that can adhere to objects. Divine Curse, Spring Water, and Guardian. You shall be regarded as a hostile target by the Spring Water Church. And any adherents of the Spring Water Church who approach you will feel an innate revulsion towards you, wishing to eliminate you post-haste. You despicable and hideous goblin, I curse your soul to wander eternally in the wailing abyss of hell. This curse seems to have little effect on me. Everyone who sees a goblin wishes to eliminate it swiftly. Yuan nonchalantly remarked about his already dire predicament, feeling that it could not worsen much more. Setting aside the curse, the 2 newly acquired talents appear to be quite promising. Gulilu. Just as Yuan pondered how to develop his new abilities, he suddenly caught a whiff of a strange metallic scent. In the keen senses of his bloodhound instinct, a line of blood filled with hostility and hunger connected to the outside of the lair. At the same time, the bear outside signaled to Yuan in the mental space that enemies were guarding the exit of the lair. What a busy day! Yuan's first reaction was not to venture outside to assess the situation, but rather to lament how real his delusion from the previous night had been. Gently waking the girl beside him, Yuan handed her the brass dagger while he picked up the large 2-pronged sword nearby. After stepping out of the cave, he effortlessly took hold of the sun-patterned shield carried by the goblins. With his enhanced attributes, Yuan was now able to wield this shield and sword set with ease. Fully armed, he led the group of goblins and the doll girl toward the exit of the lair. Before Yuan even reached the exit, he was met with a strong smell of blood. After advising the bear and the girl not to act recklessly, he seized a squawking green-skinned goblin from behind and hurled it outside. Bang! Huffed. The goblin thrown out by Yuan was immediately a blitz standing atop the corpse of the ogre. Yuan proclaimed his victorious declaration before collapsing to the ground in utter exhaustion. The chalky radiance enveloping him retracted back into his being. Gasping for breath, Yuan felt as if the very blood coursing through his veins was ablaze, his muscles seemingly melting away, rendering any movement a distant desire. After repelling the encroaching goblins, Xiong steadfastly positioned himself beside Yuan's quarry. With longing eyes fixed on the prostrate Yuan, he could not help but be amused by the incessant want to eat emanating from Yuan's spiritual domain. The girl, however, was devoid of such theatrics. She approached Yuan, her curiosity compelling her to examine him from head to toe. Subsequently, She placed her hand upon his brow, and gentle white light enveloped Lu Yuan's form. As this soothing energy coursed into him, Lu Yuan felt as though he was being revitalized after a prolonged drought. Once he had sufficiently regained his vitality, Lu Yuan rose once more and strode purposefully to the ogress carcass, seizing chunks of meat to devour hungrily. With the dissipating essence of the girl's original soul, the divine arts previously employed were rendered ineffective. Fortunately, the two unique skills bestowed upon him by his vocation remained unaffected. The healing spell he had cast earlier mended his physical injuries, yet did little to restore his lost stamina. Thus, he relied on his voracious appetite instead, sensing the intense gaze of Xiong beside him. Lu Yuan hesitated momentarily before extracting the ogress intestines and offering them to Xiong. Observing the sheer delight on Xiong's face, Lu Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction as a benevolent employer. Without further ado, he immersed himself once more in his meal. With the aid of his voracious stomach, Lu Yuan consumed the entire mountain of meat before him. The ogress scales tasted akin to a chocolate shell, while the flesh bore a texture reminiscent of beef, yet with flavors akin to fish, laced with a hint of mutton. Overall, it was of moderate quality, primarily notable for its generous quantity. Feeling the energy circulating within him, Lu Yuan recognized that his strength was on the verge of another transformation. Simultaneously, a wave of profound drowsiness washed over him, which he did not resist. He first instructed Xiong to tidy up any traces at the entrance of their lair before escorting the girl back to his den. Once the door was secured, Lu Yuan leaned against the girl's figure and succumbed to slumber. A metamorphosis of life was about to commence. Clop, clop, clop. The galloping steed approached rapidly along the smooth kingdom road, swiftly traversing the farmlands flanking the city, heading directly towards the city of Soto. Open the main gate. Young Master Ale has returned. The sentinels on guard, upon spotting the figure atop the horse, immediately called out to the messenger behind them in a state of heightened alertness. As the urgent chimes of bells echoed, the guards below the walls brandished their weapons, violently driving the incoming pedestrians to the sides of the road to ensure a clear path to the main gate. How is this fair? We arrived first. We must queue for inspection to enter the city. This is explicitly stated in the kingdom's legal regulations for city management. Apart from wartime provisional ordinances, no other legal exemptions exist. Why does that fellow get to cut in line? Is there no law? Is there no royal decree? If this continues, the nation shall crumble. Among a merchant convoy by the roadside, a flamboyantly dressed youth glared at the guard, shoving the crowd aside. Indignantly voicing his grievances, becoming increasingly animated, he gestured as if to roll up his sleeves and confront them. Alas, speak with caution. You reckless lad, do not drag me into your demise. Please, just silence yourself. I implore you. A burly man beside the youth, sporting a thick beard and equally lavish attire, hurriedly covered his mouth, hissing in a low voice. His eyes scanned the surroundings, warning the other servants of the merchant convoy to mind their tongues. The surrounding servants maintained a facade of indifference, their expressions betraying nothing as they pretended not to hear. What is wrong with voicing my thoughts? The Grand Princess advocates for equality and mandates that everyone in the kingdom abide by the law. I am not breaking any laws by speaking my mind. The youth retorted vehemently to his uncle's admonition. You have clearly been brainwashed by those wandering minstrels. You speak incessantly of the Grand Princess, yet she resides in the royal city. Here lies Soto, the domain of the Silvana family. The nobleman on horseback is none other than the esteemed firstborn of Count Silvana, the future heir to the entire earldom. He currently serves in the kingdom's Griffin Knights, having been awarded the Iron Cross by the king himself, along with a protective ring graciously bestowed by the head of the Springwater Church. He could crush you without a second thought. How dare you voice dissent against him? What the Count? I'm still a subject of the kingdom. The Grand Princess has declared. The merchant lamented, his expression filled with exasperation as he regarded his nephew, who had been so thoroughly influenced by the tales spun by the bards from the royal city, were it not for the untimely death of his brother. Leaving behind this sole scion and the absence of his own heirs, he would have preferred not to involve him in the business affairs at such a young age. He had been quite adorable as a child. How had he grown into this? Alas, youth indeed. At this moment, the city gate was already brimming with individuals who had come to welcome the arrival of young Master Ale. Young Master Ale, you have returned. The gatekeeper, clad in armor that was clearly ill-fitting, awaited eagerly at the entrance. When the moment was right, he approached with obsequious flattery. You are Uncle Tyler. It has been far too long. You remain as formidable as ever. After halting his steed and dismounting, Ale scrutinized the portly figure before him. Eventually, he recognized the familiar traits of his father as former guard, prompting him to speak. Alas, I dare not presume. I would not interrupt your important matters. I have already dispatched someone to inform Lord Count at the city Lordess residence. You should proceed into the city promptly. Very well, then we shall converse properly later, Uncle Tyler. With that, he urged his horse onward, departing with haste. Throughout the journey, Ale did not pause. He was intimately familiar with Soto. Having grown up there, and despite his rapid pace, he did not collide with a single passerby. Soon, he arrived at the city Lordess mansion located in the heart of the city. Gazing upon the familiar structure that remained unchanged, an unusual sense of homecoming washed over him. After handing the reins to an awaiting servant, Ale entered through the grand doors, following the well-trodden path he knew so well. He soon found himself before a study. Master, whom acknowledging the elderly steward at the door with a nod, he pushed open the study door and stepped inside. The study was not small by any means, yet it appeared somewhat cramped due to the orderly stacks of books surrounding the room. I could see that moment. Seated at the desk was a figure clad in humble attire, yet exuding an air of dignity, draped in a cloak adorned with the city's rose emblem. Merely sitting there, he emanated a presence that felt less like that of a person and more akin to a grand, pale fortress wall, evoking an overwhelming sense of pressure. Any ill-intentioned intruder would likely find themselves kneeling in submission at once. Father, you still possess such an imposing presence. Ale, mustering his magical energy to withstand the pressure, offered a compliment. Enough of the pretense. We are father and son. Let us speak plainly. The stern Count Silvana turned to face his capable eldest son, regarding him with calm composure. Let us discuss marriage. I refuse. Then why have you returned? To inherit my title, along with these 3 cities, a multitude of villages, and the accompanying vassal lords, not to mention the annual taxes of several 100,000. Dream on. Your father is not dead yet, and there is no need for you to inherit. Faced with the Countess' bluntness, Ale felt a pang in his heart. Can I not return just to see you and my brother? Who cares if you come to see me? It is better for you to marry soon. I believe Irina would be quite suitable. Upon the mention of Irina, Ale felt a throbbing headache, as he could hardly fathom his father's subtle intentions. It was merely a matter of familial division and the ensuing scrutiny of the main household. Throughout his years in the capital, he had witnessed such sordid affairs too often. Yet, as this had become a tacit norm among the nobility, he found it difficult to voice any reproach that, I have someone I cherish. Father who might she be? Introduce her to me. That is out of the question. You would undoubtedly send someone to break us apart. Just as you did before. That instance was an accident, Ale, my eldest son. You must understand that the blood of the chalk wall flows through your veins. You are the natural son of Pallor, and you must not squander your gifts. The tone of Count Silvana grew increasingly grave. In this moment, he was the steadfast shield of the kingdom, guarding its expansive territories in the west. Only by uniting with Miss Irina Silva can you both truly harness your innate talents and give birth to a being of complete power. A chalk, observing his eldest son's growing unease, Count Silvana sighed before continuing. After all these years in the capital, you must have heard the prophecy, the descent of the Holy Spirit. Indeed, almost every deity on the continent has issued divine proclamations. The Holy Spirit from beyond will descend upon this world. Among them, chosen ones blessed by the gods. These chosen few are exceptionally gifted, each a rare gem. The one who possesses a greater number of Holy Spirits will hold a significant advantage in the impending upheaval that will sweep across the continent. This is our opportunity, Ale. Strive to conceive a chosen one imbued with chalk during the Holy Spirit's arrival. This is my expectation of you. But enough with the buts. I'm not demanding that you marry only one person. First, conceive a chalk with Irina, and afterward you may do as you please. How does that sound? That does not seem appropriate. What is inappropriate about it? Who dares to say so? It is settled then. Irina will likely arrive in Soto City within the next few days. You must cultivate a good relationship with her during this time. Do you understand? This is my command to you. Very well. You may leave. Watching Ale silently push open the study door and depart. The Count leaned back wearily in his chair. Young master, please do not blame the Count. The pressure of guarding the kingdom's western frontier, coupled with the responsibility of maintaining the family legacy, is nearly overwhelming him. I understand. That is why I have returned. El responded empathetically to his loyal steward, before retreating to his own chamber. Observing Ale's departing figure, the steward pushed open the study door to My Lord. Should we not be concerned about those who accompanied the young master back? At that moment, the steward's previously gentle demeanor turned cold, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, biding its time to strike. And no need. He has spent many years in the capital and ought to have made some friends by now. As long as he remembers his family and does not tarnish the noble blood within him, he may do as he pleases. Our primary concern now is the recent provocations by the Kingdom of Kansas along our border. This is highly irregular. Those zealots for gladiatorial combat should not have lost their senses to the point of initiating war. Ensure our operatives within Kansas keep a close watch on the internal movements of their nation. I suspect there is something hidden that we are unaware of. Count Silvana commanded directly to the steward. He then gazed at the oil painting hanging on the wall, observing the two strikingly similar youths, and spoke contemplatively. Has there been any news regarding Reiner's adventuring party? None as of yet. However, the Shadow Guard has traced Master Reiner's last known whereabouts to the Adventurers Guild in Antlertown. Do not inform Ale of Reiner's disappearance just yet. Allow him to focus on his preparations for his union with Irina. Understood. You may leave now. As the steward departed, tranquility returned to the study. The silence akin to a beast lying in wait. Do you think what I have done is right? After a prolonged silence, the Count suddenly spoke. The quiet room offered no response. Cowards, with a thud. He threw himself heavily onto the bed, inhaling the familiar scent of the pillow. It was then he truly felt at home. Captain Silvana, what shall we do next? Rest, El declared resolutely, observing the two young girls emerging from a shadow. Upon exchanging glances, Shiwa and Eva drew out their daggers, one aimed at Ael's neck, the other at his lower body. In unison, the sisters implored, please act swiftly, Captain. We must return to the Grand Princess without delay. Gulp, put the blades away. How could I forget the Grand Princess's mission? I am equally concerned about the domestic disappearances. After all, I have sworn an oath to protect the kingdom. Noticing the hesitation in the girl's expressions, Ale maintained a sincere visage as he regarded them. I sincerely apologize. It was our misunderstanding of your intentions. Captain, it's my fault for not being clearer. As the sisters sheathed their daggers, Ale retrieved a piece of parchment from his pocket. Thus, according to the map provided by the Grand Princess, I have narrowed down the potential locations. The most definite site is situated in the southwestern part of the Count's territory, near Antlertown, adjacent to the outskirts of the Black Forest, which is the fief of Baron Nathan. Its remote location, devoid of nearby large cities, and its proximity to the Black Forest make it a suitable place for discreet operations. You should rest here for a while before setting off. Seeing the lingering doubt on the sisters' faces, Ale sighed, continuing to encourage them. Next time the Grand Princess assigns me a task, I shall not collaborate with these shadow dancers of the Shadow Clan again. After all, though you serve as shadow dancers, prolonged concealment in the shadows is taxing on the body. Should danger arise, such a state would only hinder us. It would be better to rest well first. Very well then. El nodded approvingly as the two finally relented. How wonderful. These two, so preoccupied with the Grand Princess, have finally heeded my words. Unbeknownst to Ale, after departing from his side, Eva and Shiwa exchanged silent glances before vanishing into the shadows. Racing towards Antlertown, as marked on the map, that we must return to the Grand Princess at the earliest. Outside the Black Forest, a massive adult steel-backed wild boar, adorned with sharp tusks, suddenly burst forth from the underbrush, its formidable force obliterating all obstacles in its path. Hard rocks shattered, and stout trees were uprooted. It seemed that anything blocking this biological tank would meet utter destruction. Yet this formidable creature, capable of reigning supreme over the outskirts of the Black Forest, was now fleeing in a state of panic, for it was being hunted by an even more powerful and ferocious entity. Boom! A tall, sturdy tree was hurled from behind, crashing heavily in front of the steel-backed wild boar, raising a cloud of dust. Humph! The wild boar let out a frightened grunt, its hooves frantically scrambling for a new direction to escape. Yet, there was no opportunity left. Boom! Bang! A terrifying figure, propelled by sheer brute strength and accompanied by a tempestuous gust, surged towards it from the forest, moving with such speed that it produced a thunderous crack in the air. Enveloped by the breath of death, the steel-backed wild boar's south body froze in place. Paralyzed by fear, with a swift motion, a pair of dark green claws gently pressed down upon its crown, followed by a sudden surge of force. The skull emitted a harrowing wail before shattering uncontrollably, splattering red and yellow innards in a gruesome display. Bang! The howling wind swept through, leaving behind only a headless corpse, for which the crimson blood flowed languidly from the hollow of its neck. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Yuan shook off the brain matter clinging to his hand. Turning to glance at the twitching prey on the ground, his expression remained unperturbed until this moment. A month had elapsed since Yuan's explosive battle with the man-eating fiends. Following the conclusion of that confrontation, his strength had undergone a tremendous enhancement, although he had not acquired any new derived talents. His inherent attributes had seen a significant elevation. His race had evolved directly from a common goblin to that of a goblin hero, the most formidable individual in the legends of goblins, bypassing the intermediary stage of goblin warrior. Yet his current appearance bore little resemblance to the goblin hero depicted in the Bloodline legacy. It was even difficult to still regard him as a goblin. As he stood now, Yuan towered nearly 2 meters and 40 centimeters, his entire body cloaked in a layer of fine scales, while his once distinctive yellow goblin eyes had morphed into a blood-red hue. Brimming with a savage aura, the previously grotesque features and elongated, pointed nose had entirely vanished, giving way to a visage that approached human likeness, exuding an air of ferocity and majesty. The panel displayed what was termed a goblin hero, merely serving as a symbolic designation for him. Concerning the changes in his appearance, Yuan himself paid little heed. After all, despite its fearsome nature, his current visage was evidently more acceptable than the typically repugnant looks of goblins. However, if he were to express any regret, it would be that the equipment he had previously acquired was now rendered unusable due to his excessive size, rendering the armor ill-fitting. Furthermore, the substantial increase in strength had transformed the once mighty great sword into something akin to a mere twig in his grasp, its power overshadowed by that of a single punch. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the surrounding underbrush. Shortly thereafter, Xiongda, clad in armor and wielding a great sword, appeared before Yuan at this moment. Compared to a month prior, Xiongda's physique had also undergone a remarkable transformation. His intellect had advanced significantly, allowing him to communicate with Yuan in the common tongue, and his stature had grown more robust. Upon shedding his armor, he resembled a bipedal green-skinned behemoth. After receiving ample sustenance, the gluttonous creature had finally begun to exhibit positive traits. Master, the remaining steel-backed wild boars have all been eradicated. The reproductive females and selected boars have been secured and are being escorted back to the lair by the goblins, came the report as he knelt on one knee before Yuan. Well done, came a deep, authoritative voice from above Xiongda's head. Return. Yes. Xiongda dutifully hoisted the carcass of the wild boar and followed Yuan toward the lair. Over the past month, not only had Xiongda transformed, but the goblins under Yuan's command had also undergone a sea change. With Xiongda as an exemplary figure, Yuan could no longer tolerate the timid and feeble green-skinned imps as his subordinates. Thus, once the goblins had procreated new goblins, Yuan embarked on a transformation of his own, beginning with the fundamental provision of sustenance. The previous hunting methods of the goblins had been woefully inadequate, relying solely on sheer numbers to overwhelm prey. When numbers fell short, they resorted to rummaging through rat holes, foraging for mushrooms, or consuming insects to procure food. Under the misguided hunting strategies of the deranged shaman, Although the frequency of hunting had increased, the effectiveness had undeniably diminished. Consequently, the goblins' food sources were not assured, leading to a natural decline in their physical prowess. When their physical condition deteriorated, their strength waned, making it increasingly difficult to capture prey, thus perpetuating their decline until they had consumed the reproductive females entirely, resulting in the eventual extinction of this goblin tribe in the outskirts of the Black Forest. Therefore, even without Yuan and the intrusion of human adventurers, the goblins would inevitably vanish in the near future. To break this vicious cycle, Yuan personally hunted in the jungle for several days, providing the initial capital for his envisioned goblin legion. With a secure food supply and the birth of new offspring, Yuan's transformation plan commenced in earnest. Unlike the old skin he had shed before, this time Yuan prepared his own blood, given that his current power was rapidly approaching that of a high-ranking magical creature, equivalent to a Black Iron Tier 7 elite warrior among humans. He was already capable of commanding respect across the entirety of the Black Forest's outskirts. The energy contained within his blood would naturally surpass that of his previous shedding, but fortunately he now had Bai, the former puppet maiden, whose healing abilities allowed Yuan to initiate a large-scale transformation of the goblins. With the loss of only 3 green-skinned goblins, Yuan successfully acquired 19 new bear goblins endowed with the talent of gluttony. Consequently, he gained a new derived talent, Dread, Domination, Legion, a talent devoid of level indicators, yet astonishingly straightforward in effect, as the number of followers believing in Yuan expanded and their strength grew. Yuan would receive a boost from the Legion's collective power, rendering him even stronger and more formidable. This constituted a beneficial enhancement, aligning perfectly with Yuan's development plans, a delightful surprise indeed. Afterward, Yuan bestowed his blood upon Xiongda, augmenting his attributes, and entrusted him with the armor that had become ill-fitting for himself. The other bear goblins, however, would have to continue wearing mere loincloths, including Yuan himself. Thus, upon resolving the issue of evolution, Yuan faced the matter of equipment. The goblins lacked both the ore for forging and the requisite skills. The simplest solution was, of course, to raid the nearby human villages to plunder forging materials and techniques. Yuan had already begun contemplating this plan. However, as the goblin numbers were still too few, he needed more healthy and robust breeding stock to yield a sufficient number of soldiers. It was for this purpose that the goblins initiated a large-scale assault on other races in the outer forest region. He aimed to capture the female individuals of these races and breed them to produce more goblins. Thus far, Yuan had slain the king of the largest steel-backed wild boar population in the vicinity. The remaining predators, such as the short-faced bears and forest tigers, were solitary creatures, unsuitable for Yuan's needs for mass breeding. Therefore, he captured 2 of each as comparative references for breeding stock. Now, Yuan's remaining target was the forest wolf pack inhabiting the northern region. There, numerous wolf kings resided, including a silver wolf king that had emerged from the depths of the Black Forest. The ordinary wolf kings were at the level of low-ranking magical creatures, while the silver wolf king represented a mid-ranking magical being. Particularly, it commanded a pack of forest wolves obedient to its directives. Posing a somewhat formidable challenge, Yuan's intention was to wait until his goblin legion grew stronger before enslaving the northern wolf pack, thus creating the long-desired goblin wolf cavalry. Before long, Yuan and his companion returned to the goblin lair. Due to Yuan's size, the entrance to the cave had been significantly enlarged. The vines previously used to conceal the entrance had been removed, replaced by rows of wooden palisades. Presently, the bear goblins were gathered around a clearing filled with their spoils, performing an odd dance. Nearby, the captured steel-backed wild boars, both male and female, were bound for breeding, their heads drooping in a display of lethargy. Yuan intended not only to use these steel-backed wild boars to nurture new goblins, but also to breed them for future meat consumption. Whether this plan would come to fruition remained contingent upon future circumstances. Now, upon witnessing Yuan's return, the goblins knelt in reverence, their eyes brimming with fervor as they silently pledged absolute loyalty to this progenitor of bloodline before them. Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He had chosen not to leave the goblin lair to level up alone, precisely for this moment, a legion loyal to him, a formidable army capable of securing even greater benefits for him amidst the chaos of the future. After being tainted by his blood, the formidable bear goblins before him have experienced a remarkable enhancement in both intelligence and strength. This transformation evidently surpasses the common knowledge associated with bloodline corruption. However, Yuan remains unconcerned. Regardless of the reasons behind it, the current situation is decidedly advantageous for him, and that suffices. Disregarding the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Yuan addressed the goblins with an imposing tone. "Rise, yes." The fervent voices resonated in unison as the bear goblin stood, awaiting Yuan's next command. After entrusting the scene to Berda, Yuan retreated to his lair. The goblin den has been further expanded under Yuan's direction. Within the previous third-level space, he has excavated a new passage leading towards the western valley, which is still incomplete. The purpose is to ensure an escape route in the event of an invasion. "Master," a soft voice called from the side. Yuan looked down to find Bai, the former puppet girl, now responsible for overseeing the den's human inhabitants. The original human mother, under Yuan's formidable intimidation, had her already hollow spirit effortlessly twisted to mirror Yuan's own. Now, she is tasked with caring for the goblin offspring and maintaining cleanliness within the den. Allowing the girl to trail behind him, Yuan made his way to his cave, with Berda, and by managing the trivial matters of the den. His focus now shifted towards formulating the next development plan and seeking new prey. Recently, an increasing number of creatures have emerged from the depths of the Black Forest. It would not surprise him if a dragon were to appear one day. This situation is fortuitous for him. According to Berda's prior report, they have discovered an injured multi-toothed beetle, likely in this vicinity. Yuan gazed at the stone platform that had been moved from the shaman's chamber. And after it was cleaned, he was astonished to find that the indentations on it formed a map of the outer Black Forest. Now, looking in the direction reported by Berda, he noted that it was close to a road cleared by humans. The multi-toothed beetle must not be overlooked. On the serene forest path, a delicately adorned carriage moved at a leisurely pace. 4 well-equipped guards flanked the front and rear of the carriage, their synchronized movements and composed yet profound demeanor revealing their elite status among humans. Inside the carriage, the opulence was even more pronounced, furnished with plush cushions made of feathered beast fur, incense crafted from a blend of oils from the merfolk mixed with various expensive spices, and chandeliers made of sparkling crystal. "Hey, Faya, do you know what kind of person young Master Ale is?" The pure-hearted blonde girl leaned against the window, watching the scenery drift by, her voice as clear as a lark's. She gazed with her crystal-clear eyes at the quiet girl seated beside her. With a sigh, Faya, the magic scholar, closed her spellbook and, glancing at the inquisitive girl, replied, "This is the 14th time you've asked me this on this journey. Wouldn't it be better to see for yourself when you meet him?" Irina gently took Faya's hand, drawing her close, and playfully remarked, "Oh, I'm just nervous. Once I go, I might never return. That's my only friend in the royal city. The renowned know-it-all of the academy, and the future's foremost magic tutor of the kingdom. Please, just tell me. Please spare me." Faya exclaimed, feeling an immediate discomfort at Irina's sweetly pleading tone, interrupting the girl's spell. Seeing the yearning in Irina's eyes and contemplating her fate, Faya's heart softened. After a brief silence to organize her thoughts about Ale, she spoke with a calm demeanor. "Ale is the eldest son of the current Earl of Sylvana. His mother is unknown, and he is a brother to Lena Sylvana. I know Lena. He was my junior at the academy and even participated in the research society I organized. He is a wonderful person. I later heard he formed an adventuring party with the second daughter of the Iris family from the church. The entire academy was abuzz with it. They both have quite the social charm, but should I not have interrupted?" "Well, go on, I'll keep quiet now." After coldly interrupting the girl's speech, Faya continued, "During his time at the academy, he took up the family legacy of being a sword and shield warrior, successfully elevating his profession to that of a chalking shield through his bloodline power, known as the Light of Chalk. He is celebrated as the kingdom's foremost young defender. Upon graduating from the academy, he swore an oath to protect the kingdom, earning the Heart of Guardian, thus gaining 2 lives. Indeed, that is quite impressive." Faya nodded in acknowledgement. "And then what? What happened next?" Due to his outstanding performance at the academy, He caught the attention of the Grand Princess, who recommended him to the Griffin Knights directly under the Rose Throne. During his time there, he participated in multiple campaigns against cults, and, during the Second Prince's tour, he boldly rescued the prince from the hands of the Wild Hunt followers, earning high praise from the king and being awarded the Iron Cross. The Pope of the Spring Water Church also held him in high regard. They're nothing interesting. It's all such official information. So dull. Faya, I want to hear gossip. Activate your all-knowing tome. I want the juicy details. Bang! Ouch! That hurts! Faya snapped as she retracted her hand from the tearful Irina. The all-knowing tome meant for gossip. All right, my fault, but is there really no gossip? Well, there's a bit, Faya conceded. Ale is actually a bit of a brother complex. Many of his belongings are related to his younger brother. That all? Irina exclaimed. Such little gossip. Ale seems to maintain a good reputation. I wouldn't pry into others' privacy with the all-knowing tome, so that's all there is. Well, once you meet him, you'll discover what kind of person he truly is. The girl nodded softly, then gazed out the window for a long while before speaking again. Faya, I'm so scared. Faya looked at Irina's sorrowful expression, but found herself at a loss for words. The ever-informed girl, who had never been stumped by questions before, now felt a surge of panic. Treated as a diplomatic gift by her family, the guards surrounding her were merely tasked with escorting her. Even her so-called only friend was merely an outsider sent to monitor her that moment. The girl named Irina felt utterly abandoned by the world. Hey, Irina, let's run away. Immediately regretting her words, Faya thought, what was I saying? How could I suggest such a thing? Haha, Faya, you're so kind, but it's pointless. Irina's eyes momentarily brightened before returning to their previous calm. Yes, it is pointless, Faya murmured. In a dark and damp alley, a gaunt man with a scarf covering his head sprinted frantically, clutching his injured arm. His expression was one of sheer terror, as if he had encountered an unspeakable horror. Bang! What was that? They're coming. Tripping over an unseen object, the man lost his balance and fell hard. As he turned to curse, his pupils dilated in fear at the sight of two rapidly approaching shadows. In an instant, two petite, fair-skinned women dressed provocatively leaped from the shadows, brandishing short swords that resembled shurikens, effectively blocking all possible escape routes for the man. Seeing the demons that had just slaughtered his entire slave merchant crew, the man broke down, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Quiet. Answer my questions honestly, and you may live to you understand? After exchanging a glance with Shiwa, Iwa pressed the short sword against the man's throat, the chilling touch instantaneously awakening his senses as droplets of blood oozed from the blade. Noticing the man had fallen silent, Iwa continued to inquire, "Where do your slaves come from? And where are you transporting them? Speak." "I don't know. I'm just a gopher. I know nothing." Shiwa silently plunged the blade directly into the man's inner thigh, twisting it gently. "All right, I'll talk. I'll talk." The intense pain contorted the man's face, and he wailed for Shiwa to withdraw the knife. "Speak. It's Lita, the constable of Deerhorn Town. He's the one acquiring these slaves. I truly don't know where they come from." I really don't know. I only got involved recently. He instructed us to deliver the slaves to the Black Forest south of the town, where someone will pay us. I've told you everything I know. Spare me. I promise I won't do it again." Observing the man's silence, Shiwa and Iwa exchanged a knowing glance, realizing no further information would emerge. Iwa then stood up, and just as the man thought they might release him, she solemnly declared, in accordance with the will of the Grand Princess, the citizens of the Nona Kingdom must abide by the laws of the realm. "I will comply. I will surely comply. Please believe me," the man exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear, feeling as though he had suffered through a lifetime of torment at the hands of these two harbingers of death. Iwa ignored him entirely, continuing her proclamation. "According to the laws of the kingdom, all acts of trafficking and purchasing of individuals, including slave traders, shall be punishable by death, to be executed immediately." What nonsense! What kingdom's law is this? Disrespecting the law enacted by the Grand Princess is an even graver sin. Before the man could finish his protests, Shiwa swiftly severed his throat. "Let us go, Shiwa. Find a constable here." "All right, Owa. We must return to the Grand Princess post-haste," the two young maidens declared, vanishing into the darkness with a swift motion. The dim alley returned to its eerie tranquility, save for the lifeless body lying quietly, awaiting discovery. That I sense the essence of prey. It is valuable prey. I advise you not to stir up trouble. The high priest has instructed us to await the reception of beast offerings here. Yet, the scent of blood was intoxicating, a noble beast recognized by the great huntmaster. A splendid offering for the ritual. In the shadowy woods, a brown-haired man, on all fours and resembling a hunting dog, was crawling in the muddy grass, fervently sniffing the air. His murky dark green eyes were filled with a frenzied gleam. The more he inhaled, the more exhilarated he became, his expression morphing into something monstrous, akin to a hyena that had discovered carrion on the wasteland, greedy and deranged. Beside him, under the shade of towering trees, stood a tall woman. Her face was adorned with elaborate and flamboyant makeup, and she wore an oddly styled leather hunting outfit, a fusion of human and bovine skin, with a glowing red crystal embedded in her exposed navel. She was idly playing with a colorful skinning knife, her demeanor indifferent. Observing the man's body spiraling out of control, she felt a flicker of disdain in her eyes, and without a word, delivered a swift kick to his waist. Ark! The suddenly struck man emitted a whimper akin to a startled dog, raising his gaze to the unconcerned woman, his expression twisting with fury as he growled, "Eyes, why did you kick me? Stop acting insane at this moment. Stay composed. It's an order from the high priest. Do you dare defy it?" Eyes' demeanor grew impatient, her tone laced with threat. Yet, the aroma of blood was simply too alluring. Hearing this, Eyes let out an exasperated click of her tongue, followed by a derisive smirk. I'm truly baffled by you hunting dogs that I cannot fathom why the great pursuer would create your profession. You are all foolish and uncontrollable beasts. You have an issue with hunting dogs. Eyes. The man, visibly angrier, questioned, his voice brimming with indignation. I'm going to kill you. The man, feeling provoked by Eyes' taunts, reached the peak of his fury. The last threads of his reason snapping, he bared his vicious fangs. Sharp claws erupting from his hands, and red beastly fur sprouted across his body. His muscles contorted, and his bones gradually morphed into a beastly form. The signs of humanity began to fade, yielding to the dominance of animalistic traits. Roar! An inhuman roar erupted from the man's mouth as he sprang from the ground, lunging towards Eyes. Boom! Eyes remained unperturbed, calmly observing the man's transformation. As he charged, she effortlessly spun around, delivering a kick to his face, followed by a fierce punch to his abdomen. Ugh! Her slender fingers swiftly grasped his throat, lifting him from the ground, while her other hand wielded the skinning knife, dancing it dangerously near his lower body. Eyes' expression was devoid of emotion, yet the cold words that escaped her lips unmistakably revealed her master's wrath. Thus, I detest you mindless hunting dogs, mere defective products unable to control your desires. How dare you defy orders from your master? Such dogs are nothing but refuse. With a casual toss, she flung him aside onto the grass, casting a contemptuous glance at the furious man who dared not speak further. This task is utterly pointless. I'm off to play with my pets. You stay here and await the arrival of the offerings that be a dog. One must embrace the role. Ensuring the master's possessions are safeguarded is your duty. Deciding what sort of offering to present to the pursuer is a concern for us hunters. With that, Eyes stretched leisurely and paid no further heed to the man, simply departing. What a thing. The man spat in the direction of Eyes' retreating figure, his gaze filled with resentment. Ever since the high priest discovered the slumbering place of the huntmaster and decided to commence the hunting ritual, the blood hunters of these sects had grown increasingly rampant. They were nothing but vile imitations of the wilderness hunters, yet they dared to command the true hunting dogs, who were the rightful heirs of divinity. Since you won't let me go, I shall go anyway. This scent must be that of an exceedingly noble beast. The offering to the great deity must be this kind of beast. All those offerings sent are merely common goods. It's an affront to the divine. Determined, the man made no further delay, moving swiftly on all fours towards his target. Boom! With no superfluous words, Yuan delivered a powerful punch that shattered the skull of the multi-toothed armored beast charging towards him. As the brain matter splattered, Lu Yuan found himself gradually falling in love with this exhilarating sensation. With a light exhale to steady his emotions, he retrieved a brass dagger from his waist. Pinching the hilt between two fingers and began to peel away the beast's hide along the fissures of its surface. Once he had rolled the entire skin up, he stuffed it into his mouth and chewed vigorously. At this juncture, Lu Yuan's strength had reached a bottleneck. In terms of the evolution path for goblins in this world, he had seemingly reached his limit. Even if he continued to consume flesh, it would merely accumulate energy within him without aiding his growth and power to enhance his abilities further. Lu Yuan required the blood and flesh of more advanced creatures, such as higher-tier magical beasts or even Dominator-level monsters, or beings from noble races like elves and dragons, to strengthen his goblin lineage. All of this necessitated that Lu Yuan leave the Black Forest to venture into the continent or seek deeper regions within the forest. However, considering the dangers lurking outside and the recent emergence of monsters from the depths, Lu Yuan ultimately decided to bide his time. Though his attributes could not be raised for the moment, he still possessed the talent to enhance. Thus, he had recently taken to hunting magical beasts that might hold latent talents. Coincidentally, many creatures that had previously dwelled in the depths of the Black Forest had begun to emerge, providing Lu Yuan with excellent hunting opportunities. For instance, the multi-toothed armored beast before him, which bore a striking resemblance to a pangolin from Lu Yuan's previous world, typically resided deep within the mountainous terrain, making it difficult to capture. Yet this time, it had ventured into the outer forest, presenting Lu Yuan with a fortuitous opportunity. Feeling a distinct flow of energy coursing into his hands, Lu Yuan instinctively raised them to observe closely. His already sharp nails became even more acute, gradually enveloping his fingers as if they were sheathed in claw-like armor. With a mere thought, the claw sheath retracted into his body, and with another mental command, it re-emerged. Quite convenient. With this new tool in hand, Lu Yuan swiftly slashed at a nearby towering tree. The sharp claws effortlessly stripped away a large swath of bark, leaving behind 3 gnarled claw marks that resembled the remnants of a savage beast. Quite impressive, he remarked with satisfaction, nodding at the remaining carcass of the multi-toothed armored beast, which he wasted no time in devouring. Just as he prepared to return, a sudden wave of unfamiliar, fresh blood sent wafted through the air, revealing a bloodline before him. Greed, directed at me? Taken aback by the blatant greed emanating from the bloodline, Lu Yuan momentarily froze. Since his evolution, few dare to harbor such desires in his presence. After all, his demonic appearance, coupled with the overwhelming aura he exuded, made it abundantly clear that he was not to be trifled with. After a brief moment of confusion, intense curiosity took hold of him. Lu Yuan was eager to discover what audacious creature dared to express such greed towards him. How intriguing! How delightful! With a grin spreading across his face, Lu Yuan felt exhilarated. He had never been one to wait for prey to approach. He preferred to take the initiative. With a swift motion, he smashed his fist against a sturdy tree trunk, sending a flurry of wood shavings into the air. Fixing his crimson slit pupils upon the little insect before him, he observed the creature with keen interest. It bore a half-human, half-wolf appearance, its body covered in blood-red fur, with a protruding, elongated jaw that repulsed Lu Yuan to that moment. The unidentified creature was foolishly baring its teeth at him. Half-beast. Such characteristics led Lu Yuan to think of half-beasts, not the kind often depicted in whimsical fantasy with animal ears and tails, but the type in this world still classified as humans, those with awakened bloodlines. A privilege unattainable for ordinary folk. The half-beast he envisioned was akin to a beast standing upright, a simple notion of ferocity. However, the appearance of this half-wolf was truly unflattering. In fact, its ugliness was one thing, but the grotesque stench emanating from it was unbearable, reminiscent of putrid refuse left to rot under the sun, instantly extinguishing Lu Yuan's appetite. Disgusting. With his interest waning, Lu Yuan's gaze grew cold. An invisible pressure permeated the surrounding air, thick as a viscous liquid, suffocating the creature within its confines. Gulp. The man, who had tracked the scent here, was drenched in cold sweat. The sight of the beast before him shattered his understanding. He realized he was facing a goblin, yet none appeared as fearsome as this one. During the Divine War, The great huntmaster had endowed his hunting hounds with the ability to discern beasts, enhancing their hunting prowess. Logically, the hounds' noses should have been infallible. Yet, feeling the tangible weight of the pressure surrounding him, the man hesitated that moment, perceiving the half-wolf's emotions of confusion and fear through the bloodline. Lu Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Boring. He had anticipated a formidable prey would reveal such greed. Lacking the patience to wait any longer, Lu Yuan sprang into action, his massive form unleashing a forceful blow that brought forth a tremendous eruption and a sizable crater in the ground. Not feeling the familiar sensation of flesh splattering beneath his hands, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow in confusion. Following the bloodline in the air, he turned to the side. The half-wolf lay weak and limp, half of its body sagging, crimson blood seeping from its right side, staining its fur a deeper red. Yet what troubled Lu Yuan was the sight of writhing crimson flesh buds sprouting from the damaged half of the creature, squirming in the air like red maggots. How revolting! Yet the half-wolf seemed utterly oblivious to its condition, or perhaps it simply didn't care. Its eyes glowed a fierce red, its beastly features becoming more pronounced. With a protruding jaw and foul drool dripping incessantly, its limbs twisted abnormally as it crouched on the ground like a rabid dog. Before Lu Yuan could act, the monster lunged at him with incredible speed. Its saliva-drenched maw inches from him. But it was futile. Boom! Lu Yuan clasped his fists and struck down heavily upon the creature's head. As the saying goes, copper head, iron bones, tofu waste, yet Lu Yuan paid no mind. Before absolute power, all must yield. The familiar sensation of cracking assured him there would be no mishaps this time. As the skull shattered, the vitality in the creature's eyes extinguished, its body slumping lifelessly to the ground. Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of confusion today. Having questioned himself countless times at this moment, he was acutely aware that the vitality of the half-werewolf before him had already faded, and the foul stench was beginning to dissipate. Yet an unexpected aroma wafted forth from the corpse lying before him, and a series of unintelligible growls emanated from the disfigured head, and Lu Yuan watched as the corpse unsteadily rose from the ground. Fresh red flesh buds began to sprout from what was once its other half, swaying gently in the breeze. Whether it was merely Lu Yuan's imagination, these flesh buds seemed to twist with even greater fervor. Without hesitation or further ado, Lu Yuan extended his hands to grasp the corpse's head and shoulders, twisting his left hand to the right before pulling upwards. In one swift motion, an entire fresh vertebra was yanked free. Once the spine was extracted, the previously writhing corpse immediately collapsed, and the once vibrant flesh buds quickly turned black and rancid. Astonishingly, the skeletal remains, which should have been lifeless, now appeared to possess a semblance of intelligence. Writhing restlessly in Lu Yuan's hands while emitting chilling shrieks. Unperturbed, Lu Yuan straightened the thrashing vertebra and disassembled it segment by segment along the gaps in the bone. His astonishment, he discovered new nerves within the spine. Resembling a peculiar form of life, it bore a striking resemblance to parasites in Lu Yuan's mind. Randomly picking up a piece, he placed it in his mouth to chew, and with a satisfying crunch, an explosion of flavor erupted in his mouth. Such a marvelous experience brought a spark to Lu Yuan's eyes. He immediately stuffed the remaining bone fragments into his mouth, his satisfaction evident. Phew, not bad. Having consumed the entire vertebra, Lu Yuan cast a fleeting glance at the incomplete corpse on the ground and made his way back home. Soon, a forest scavenger would come to cleanse the remnants. A whale fall, a multitude of life reborn, Lu Yuan mused, for he was merely performing a noble deed. Meanwhile, beneath the grand tree where the man had lingered, the silhouettes of Wa and Wa emerged from the shadows, their faces betraying an unmistakable weariness, their tattered garments still stained with blood that had yet to be washed away. After surveying their surroundings, the two exchanged a glance, both filled with confusion. That man had deceived Wa and Wa. This was not the designated meeting place. Anger flickered across Wa's face, her ears perking up in response to, "No, there are footprints. Someone had indeed been here, but they have since departed." Wa, observing the footprints beneath the tree's shade, spoke to the restless Wa with a grim expression. She then turned her gaze toward the direction of the tracks, deeper into the shadowy forest. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through Wa and Chihuahua, causing their hair to stand on end. Hiss. Ha! A voice rang out. Oh, two lost little ones, have you two been the ones to slay my dog? Upon sensing the demise of the blood spine he had planted within the man. The unexpected Izai rushed over from the camp to his surprise. He stumbled upon two young girls of the Shadow clan. It is rare to find humans with a Shadow lineage on the continent. Each one is a precious treasure. To encounter two at once is an unexpected fortune that I must devise a way to capture them. Izai then noticed the bloodstains on the girls' garments, and a plan formed in his mind. You must be the ones who taken slaves. Shiwa regarded the woman before her with utmost vigilance. Yet for some inexplicable reason, her heart brimmed with joy. She was one step closer to returning to the Grand Princess. How wonderful! Slaves? Sacrifices? It seems not to be you. Realizing the girl's intentions, Izai's eyes turned cold. They were merely foolishly pursuing the actions of the cult, and he chose to waste no further words that he charged directly at the two sisters. Contemplating the delightful prospect of capturing two Shadow clan sacrifices. Sister, be careful. Seeing Izai's fierce approach, Shiwa shouted to Ai, while before launching herself forward. In an instant, the three were embroiled in battle. The clash erupting in the depths of the forest did not affect Yuan. Upon returning to the goblin den, he was greeted by Berda, who brought him splendid news. The tunnel at the den's base had been excavated. Upon hearing this, Yuan was elated. He promptly led the troop of bear goblins towards the depths of the cave. As they passed through the second level of the den, Yuan glanced at the expectant mothers waiting to give birth before summoning Bai, who was stationed at his cave entrance. The group soon arrived at the mouth of the tunnel. Excellent, excellent. Considering the current size of the goblins, the tunnel entrance had been excavated quite large. Consequently, the workload had increased significantly, taking over a month to complete. This was achieved only through the tireless labor of the goblins, in high spirits. Yuan eagerly stepped into the tunnel, his curiosity piqued by the scenery awaiting him on the other side. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, the previously dim and narrow tunnel opened up into a magnificent sight. Before him lay a natural cave shimmering with green bioluminescence, emitted by algae clinging to the surrounding rock walls. Above the cavern, various stalactites hung down in splendid formations, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Beneath the cavern's rocky walls flowed an underground river, one end buried beneath the rocks, while the other cascaded down a massive cliff, forming a natural waterfall below. The sound of rushing water filled the as Yuan examined the cave before him. A peculiar noise emanated from a dark corner of the cavern. He turned to Berda, who appeared equally perplexed. All right then, he said, seeing Berda become anxious under his gaze, and he decided not to dwell on the goblin's previous errors. Stretching his limbs, Yuan approached the source of the strange sounds. He could understand that their escape tunnel had not connected to the outside world, but had instead led to an underground cavern. After all, lacking modern construction equipment and relying solely on instinct made it quite challenging to control the direction of the excavation. However, Yuan was quite irate that they had not thoroughly checked the safety of the surrounding environment after breaking through. He resolved that upon returning, he would punish the goblins responsible for the excavation by forcing them to mate with wild boars. And they would not be allowed to stop until they produced 100 or so goblin offspring. Using the faint glow of the luminescent moss on the rock wall, Yuan narrowed his crimson eyes and discerned the source of the noise. A soft, squishy black jelly? It was indeed difficult to spot in such dim surroundings. A slime. As one of the classic small monsters on par with goblins and skeletons, Yuan recognized it immediately. Observing the black slime partially clinging to the rock wall, he surmised why the goblins had failed to notice it earlier. It had just emerged from the wall, covering his hand with a layer of claw wraps. Yuan pulled it free from the wall. With a pop, he found himself holding a jelly-like creature, cool to the touch and pleasantly bouncy, resembling a silicone material. After giving it a gentle squeeze, Yuan was about to taste it when the slime let out a louder sound. Sliding across his hand like flowing water, expelling small, hard pebbles from its glossy body onto his face, It was afraid. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. According to the information passed down through his bloodline, ordinary slimes, except for the royal golden slime, should possess no awareness and act purely on instinct. Could this one be the legendary golden slime? The royal slime family is actually black-skinned, and these pebbles, why do they resemble iron shavings? Lu Yuan brushed some of the pebbles off his face, unable to discern their nature, and promptly placed them in his mouth that, a taste of iron. Confirming his suspicions, Lu Yuan looked again at the slime in his hand, finding it increasingly appealing. Could it be that the iron or he had been yearning for was finally within reach? Bearda, here. Lu Yuan handed the black-skinned slime to Xiongda, advising, send a few goblins to keep watch over this slime and ascertain its destination. Understood? The slime, known as the decomposer of the world, possesses the ability to slowly dissolve and consume whatever engulfs. Historically, a certain golden slime claimed that even the scales of a dragon could be dissolved by its essence. Whether this is true remains uncertain, but it is known that thereafter the kingdom of slimes ceased to exist on the continent. The remnants of the former kingdom were scorched to a barren wasteland, now occupied by various wild monsters. Lu Yuan was not particularly concerned with whether the slime could indeed dissolve dragon scales. Rather, he was intrigued by the notion that some slimes exhibit picky eating habits, consuming only specific types of substances, such as bones, tree bark, pebbles, and iron ore. This particular slime, which had conveniently presented itself, was likely one with a penchant for iron ore. Even if Lu Yuan's assumption proved incorrect, the stakes were minimal. He could simply sample the slime's essence later. My iron ore, my legion's armament, all depend on you, he said with a gentle smile directed at the black-skinned slime in Xiongda's grasp. Noticing the slime immediately recoil, Lu Yuan became increasingly convinced of its intelligence. After instructing Xiongda to take it away, his gaze shifted toward the cliff that the dark river led to. The entire cavern resembled a colossal gourd, with the goblins having tunneled through the upper part of this gourd. The dark river flowed toward the lower end, into an even grander expanse. Approaching the cliff's edge, Lu Yuan gazed upon the scenery before him, revealing an expression of disbelief that Yu Bai felt fortunate. As a seasoned aficionado of the second dimension and a devoted reader, he yearned for a thrilling adventure in a fantastical world, surrounded by alluring beauties. Yet he also understood the chasm that lay between reality and the second dimension. Dreams might materialize, but fantasies remained mere illusions. On New Year's Day, as Yu Bai prepared to embark on his solitary journey to his envisioned second dimension, the mighty gods and demons descended. During his descent from the skies, he was chosen by the divine beings, becoming one among billions of reincarnators, arriving in the fantastical world he had long desired. Although he had been reborn as a slime, Yu Bai remained steadfast in his belief that he was unique. The gods had chosen him for a profound purpose. The blessings bestowed upon him by these divine entities were evident. Wasn't luck the quintessential hidden advantage of a protagonist in a novel? With his instinct for fortune guiding him, Yu Bai stealthily slipped out of the monster-infested cave. Utilizing the slime's dissolution ability, he traversed through the earth into a new realm. Although he encountered another wave of terrifying creatures and narrowly escaped being devoured by the most vicious among them, he ultimately survived through sheer determination. Was this not the treatment befitting a protagonist? I, Yu Bai, am the destined hero. Regarding the subsequent mention of iron ore and legion by the creature, Yu Bai dismissed them as mere trivialities. He could part with them easily. What occupied his mind more was the pitiful figure of the nearby damsel in distress. Had she been captured by monsters? Fear not, dear lady. Once I grow strong, I shall rescue you, he reassured her. What was this slime up to? Yu Bai looked curiously at the black-skinned slime writhing in Xiongda's grasp, which seemed to want to crawl toward her as she approached. What could a slime possibly think? Xiongda remarked nonchalantly, enclosing the slime within his palm. Oh, Yu Bai mused. I thought it was calling out to me. One could not deny that Yu Bai, embodying the instincts of a beast, possessed a remarkable sensitivity. What a hassle. Indeed, a considerable one. Just then, standing at the cliff's edge, Lu Yuan murmured. However, despite the mention of trouble, his tone was imbued with palpable excitement. During the era of the Fifth Necromancer War, monsters had been summoned from the realm of the undead to the continent by the Demon Lord. The initial appearance of the undead was as vanguards in the assault on the Elven Kingdom, their inherent necromantic powers possessing potent corrosive properties, effectively countering the elves' unique natural forces. They played a pivotal role in the siege of the High Elven capital. Now, what lay before Yuan was an entire factory belonging to the undead. Such factories typically served as logistical support for the demon armies, continuously supplying resources due to the undead's immunity to fatigue and need for sustenance. A necromancer's tower usually presided over a factory, which was the immense cylindrical structure Yuan had previously observed at the cliff's edge, spanning the entire cavern. Constructed entirely of hellish obsidian, it bore intricate arcane inscriptions, now devoid of magical luminescence, reduced to mere ornamental patterns. Surrounding the dark tower were thousands of low-level skeletal undead, along with numerous corpses, while hundreds of vengeful spirits, including high-ranking soul reapers, floated above the tower's apex. To the left of the Black Tower, along the path of the Dark River, lay a massive forge, though it was now in ruins, its fires extinguished. To the right, a vast mine operated incessantly, with bones entering and exiting, dutifully executing the commands set by the necromancer to be by the mine's edge. A small mountain of, or had accumulated, making Yuan's mouth water with envy. However, to claim those ores, he would have to contend with the multitude of skeletal undead below. Given his current strength, clearing out these undead proved to be an arduous task. The primary concern lay in the undead's potent toxicity toward living beings. Lingering too long in their presence would sap Yuan's vitality. Additionally, the soul reapers hovering around the tower posed a significant headache, as they could directly assault the soul, leaving Yuan defenseless in a precarious position, reluctantly casting a few longing glances at the mine. Yuan instructed Xiong to station some goblins to monitor the movements of the undead, ensuring they did not traverse the tunnels to the goblin lair. Yuan had no desire to share a resting place with the undead. He then departed alongside the goblins for the earlier slime. Yuan intended to keep it for the purpose of smelting ores. The slime's dissolution capability would effectively break down the impurities surrounding the iron ore, serving as a natural furnace until he acquired the skills necessary for iron smelting. On a return journey, Yuan felt a profound sense of assurance. Although he had not physically obtained the iron ore, he had at least identified its location, akin to money stored in a bank. While it wasn't literally in his possession, it could not be denied that the wealth belonged to him. That pile of, or was indeed, Yuan savings temporarily held by the undead, who were dutifully ensuring its continued appreciation. Once he secured the bank password and dealt with the external security, he would be able to withdraw it all as an ordinary citizen. How genuinely delighted he felt. The figure behind, clad in white, observed Yuan's joyful demeanor with a bemused tilt of the head. Once they returned to the lair, Yuan retreated to his chamber, where he meticulously reorganized the current development plan. This has become a daily ritual for him. Contemplating the future, as the number of creatures fleeing from the depths of the Black Forest steadily increases, the capacity of the outer forest regions will soon reach its limit. At that point, the beasts and other creatures, deprived of food and territory, will inevitably migrate outward, leading to conflicts with the surrounding human population. When that time arrives, the anomalies within the Black Forest will attract the attention of human powerhouses, significantly raising the likelihood of Yuan and his companions being exposed to human scrutiny. Having once been human himself, Yuan is acutely aware of their formidable nature. Unless absolutely necessary, he is reluctant to engage in significant conflict with humans. Should such a confrontation arise, he must possess the decisive power to eradicate the danger entirely. Much like the previous adventuring party, merciless and unwavering. After gathering his thoughts, Yuan reassessed the current situation within the lair. Presently, there are 20 bear goblins, 5 female steel-backed wild boars, 2 male steel-backed wild boars, for piglets, 6 breeding females, and 7 human women. The food reserves are estimated to last for 2 months. However, due to the goblins' lack of preservation techniques, they can only dry the meat, limiting the actual duration to 1 month. The upcoming task for the lair remains focused on breeding new goblins. The reproduction rate of the goblins is still insufficient. And although those born from beasts possess greater strength, their intelligence, even after blood infusion, pales in comparison to that of the bear goblins. Enhance the goblin's intellect. It is essential to seek high-witted species like humans as breeding stock. Contemplating this, Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. His strategy of avoiding proactive engagement with humans is increasingly clashing with the practical needs of the lair's development. This conflict primarily stems from Yuan's thought patterns, which lean more towards human ways of thinking, that no matter how much he insists verbally or internally that he has become a goblin and must survive as one, the inherent human mentality continues to silently influence him. This discord in thought patterns can only be resolved through a genuine trial by fire. In Soto City, within the Lord's manor, the young master received a stern directive from the Earl. You must remain at home during this time, awaiting the arrival of Miss Irina. There no room for negotiation? I'm afraid not, young master. The butler, with a resigned expression, stood in front of him. Having watched the young master grow up, it would be inappropriate to force his way out. And resorting to violence against the elder would violate the oath of protection he had sworn. Reluctantly, the young master returned to his chamber. The butler, observing the young master's retreating figure, wore an inscrutable expression. Ultimately, the young master had matured, experiencing significant growth during these years in the royal city, and had even made some new friends. Yet he wondered for whom the young master was now working, hoping it wouldn't lead to a clash with the Earl. If it did, the butler's gaze turned cold, and an unsettling aura surrounded him, causing the temperature in the vicinity to drop considerably. Inside his room, the young master, distressed, retrieved a black crystal pendant from his pocket and placed it upon a beautifully engraved copper mirror adorned with floral motifs. He then channeled his magical energy, transforming it into a blade that sliced through his finger, allowing 2 drops of blood to fall onto the crystal. Immediately, the blood was absorbed, and the crystal morphed into a pool of liquid, inscribing a pentagram on the mirror's surface. Accompanied by a cryptic surge of magical energy, the mirror rippled like water, gradually revealing the image of a woman. And no matter how many times he witnessed it, the young master was always awestruck by the beauty and wisdom of the Grand Princess. Within the entire kingdom, there should be no being more noble or sacred than she, if not for the disappearance of Eva and Yuan. He would never wish to disturb this earthly goddess. The Grand Princess's moist, warm lips parted slightly, and her melodious voice resonated from the mirror. Elur, my noble knight, have you accomplished your task? The question was posed with an unmistakable tone of certainty, as if she were aware that this exceptional knight would never let her down. Yet, the more trust she placed in him, the more guilt Elur felt at that moment. It seemed she sensed his hesitation, as her delicate brow furrowed imperceptibly. But Elur, with his head bowed, remained oblivious. What could possibly have occurred to cause his knight to hesitate? Yes, it was the disappearance of Eva and Yuan. He had failed to manage their safety, and now he was confined at home, unable to fulfill the mission entrusted to him by the Grand Princess. Elur's guilt deepened, visibly manifesting his sorrow. The Grand Princess remained silent for a moment before speaking. Look at me, my knight. You must reinforce your loyalty. Loyalty? Does the Grand Princess think I am not loyal enough? No, that is not the case. I shall forever remain loyal. Elur quickly raised his head, eager to assure the Grand Princess that he had no intention of betraying her. But in the instant their eyes met, he felt his consciousness enveloped, rendering him dazed, as if he were a soulless husk. Elur, my knight, your highest aim shall always be to uphold the laws of the kingdom. I, Lilith Nona, embody the very essence of those laws. You will align your own interests with my will, and you shall be absolutely loyal to me. Her once light and airy voice transformed into a sultry, beguiling whisper. Her countenance, which radiated purity, now resembled a serpent tempting the world to fall into depravity, each word laced with a subtle hiss of seduction. Yes, I am utterly loyal to you, your Highness Lilith. Elur's eyes swirled with a murky haze, yet it was ultimately subdued by a purplish-pink aura of corruption. Now revitalized, Elur knelt fervently before the mirror, exclaiming with fervor, "Then let us retrieve my little pets and bring all the captured sacred spirits before me." With that, Lilith vanished from the mirror's surface. I must complete Her Highness's task. You will assist me, won't you, Bart? In a frenzy, Ayler softly called out to his own shadow. A gaunt creature with the head and wings of an eagle flitted through the shadow. Boom! Outside, the butler heard a tremendous explosion behind him, and upon turning, he found Ayler's room reduced to rubble, a figure soaring into the distance that a griffin? Truly, the young master is remarkable. The butler chuckled softly, bemused. Go. Follow the young master. Once he lands, bring him back. With a casual remark to those behind him, the butler departed. Calculating the time, he mused that Miss Irina's party should be arriving soon. What an embarrassing situation this had turned out to be. What? They're missing. Are you knights merely idle? You can't even keep track of 2 women? The butler glared at the empty carriage before him, alongside the visibly awkward knights of the Silva family. His face darkened with displeasure. He then turned and left without another word. Captain, what shall we do now? Should we seek out Miss Irina? What else can we do? Let us retrace our steps, the captain of the guard remarked. Glancing at his disheartened team, his expression equally gloomy. The journey from the royal city to Soto City spanned nearly half the kingdom. How long would it take to find them? But to not search. Sigh. Meanwhile, in a certain location deep within the Black Forest, is this truly all right? Now that we've fled, I sent it a bit late to ask that. Love you. Ugh, how cheesy. At this moment, Irina had shed her originally cumbersome formal attire and donned a more convenient travel outfit. The lightweight garments gracefully accentuated her delicate body curves, while the snug white stockings perfectly outlined her rounded, toned legs. The young girl was exuberantly darting through the woods, reminiscent of a curious fawn. In her clear, pure gaze, there was an unmistakable spark of curiosity for the unknown, as the scion of her family. Naturally awakened to the chalky secrets, she had been groomed from a young age to become a competent mother. It was only during her 5 years at the academy that she truly experienced freedom. Now, she was once again savoring that long-awaited sense of liberty, albeit fleeting. What is it? Who had been sorrowfully gazing at her spellbook, lifted her head in response to Irina's call ahead. Thank you. Standing beneath the ancient and enigmatic giant trees of the dark forest, Irina radiated an undeniable brilliance, akin to a fairy from the fairy tales Fia had heard. Bringing beauty to the world. Don't worry. I merely wish to convey that this is not without significance. Fia murmured softly, realizing that the singular use of a teleportation circle within the spellbook was no longer a matter of concern. It was truly delightful to witness Irina's happiness. After stowing her spellbook in her storage ring, Fia approached Irina with a gentle gaze. At the very least, she wanted Irina to enjoy this brief moment of joy. However, unbeknownst to the two, a pair of scarlet eyes lurked in the shadows, observing them intently. Yuan, who had been meandering near his lair, suddenly felt an inexplicable thrill. The tranquil chalky light within him surged to life, akin to a child spotting a coveted toy, incessantly guiding him toward a particular direction. Intrigued by this change in the chalky light, Yuan did not resist. Instinct told him this would lead to something favorable. Upon following the guidance of the chalky light, his gaze was drawn to the 2 young ladies before him. Especially captivating was Irina, with her graceful form, exquisite features, and lively demeanor, reminiscent of a playful fawn frolicking by a mountain spring. An odd sensation stirred within him, leading Yuan to unbiddenly contemplate that she might be his destined love. He felt an overwhelming urge to bear a child with her, if not for Yuan's resolute spirit and the inherent nature of goblins. Such thoughts would often invade his mind, but he had long since grown immune to this. But upon seeing Irina, he might have dashed towards her without hesitation, pinning her down, disregarding her cries, and rudely tearing away her delicate garments to savor her pure form. Alas, he was once again distracted. Shaking his head, Yuan felt a wave of irritation. With his growing physical prowess, such thoughts frequently invaded his mind, and his usual fantasies were now fixated on the golden-haired maiden before him. It was as if the goblin blood coursing through him was urging him on. As long as he remained tethered to this bloodline, such impulses would only intensify. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Yuan refocused on the 2 young women. Finally noticing Fia, who had been trailing closely behind Irina. From her, he sensed a threat. Though not overpowering, it was undeniably present that a human practitioner, perhaps Lu Yuan speculated inwardly. Ultimately, he cast one last glance at the two girls. Temporarily suppressing his greed, he needed to bide his time for a more opportune moment. I feel as though someone is watching us. Irina furrowed her brows and turned to I'll take a look. FIA promptly retrieved her spellbook, flipping to the page detailing the malice detection spell. She placed her hand upon it and began to chant softly. She did not dismiss Irina's intuition as mere delusion. As Irina's close friend, she was somewhat aware of her circumstances. Irina, possessing a certain awakened bloodline, had an extraordinarily keen intuition, capable of communicating with an ethereal essence in the world. When she sensed someone watching them, FIA was convinced that some entity was indeed lurking nearby. Thus, a gentle breeze erupted from FIA's spellbook, swiftly forming a verdant ring that swept through the surroundings. The malice detection spell, a skill of the arcane practitioners, could mark any creatures harboring ill intent towards the user. At that moment, Lu Yuan, hidden behind a tree, felt a vivid red glow illuminate his form. I become a red-named monster, he mused. Indeed, something was following them. Irina, retreat and hide. Seeing the malicious glow emanating from behind the tree, FIA immediately flipped to the page for attack spells in her spellbook, conjuring several fireballs around her before shouting to Irina. Recognizing that her presence would only hinder Irina dashed away without hesitation. Boom! Aware of his exposure, Lu Yuan ceased to hide. With a punch, he shattered the tree trunk before launching himself towards FIA. Whoosh! Before FIA could react, her defensive spell orbs automatically surged towards Lu Yuan. As he charged forward, Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. He still recalled the potency of the fireballs previously unleashed by the shaman. Not wishing to take any risks, he swiftly dropped to the ground, rolling to evade the incoming fireball. However, before he could regain his footing, a massive azure wind blade shot directly toward him. The hissing sound of the wind echoed like the scythe of death. Utilizing his remarkable physical abilities, Lu Yuan twisted his lower body and leaped, narrowly avoiding the wind blade's attack. Infuriated by the two assaults, Lu Yuan did not wait to touch the ground. Instead, he propelled himself downward, tearing through the smoke with both hands, yet he found no sign of his assailant. That moment, alarms blared in his mind, but before he could react, a blazing fire dragon engulfed him in an instant. Boom! The violent explosion sent clouds of dust soaring, obscuring nearly all visibility around them. Phew! Is it over? FIA, appearing somewhat fatigued, materialized from the air and promptly dispelled her levitation spell, descending to the ground. Recalling her teacher's lesson to give her all in battle, FIA had unleashed two high-level spells from her spellbook, the Scythe of the Tempest and the Roaring Fire Dragon of Nox. Even with her spellbook assisting in alleviating the casting pressure, her mental energy had still reached a state of depletion that in this era, where extraordinary powers were constrained by deities, the casting penalties for non-professionals like FIA had become exceedingly steep. FIA, are you all right? Irina rushed over, worry etched on her face as she called out to FIA from a distance. I'm fine. Boom. FIA? Seeing FIA being thrown back, Irina could not help but shout, recklessly sprinting towards her fallen form. Ugh, that feels off. Clenching his fists, Lu Yuan grimaced as he gazed ahead. Why were there so many life-saving skills? Could everyone not be a little more sincere? Wouldn't it be better if he could just knock them out with a single punch? Bang! FIA's spellbook floated into the air, its pages fluttering violently, until a brilliant beam of light erupted from the book. The beam transformed in mid-air into a colossal, pyramid-shaped shield of white light, enveloping both Irina and FIA within its embrace. The Pyramid of Light, the most formidable protective spell recorded by FIA in her grimoire. Lu Yuan gazed at the luminescent barrier before him, and, in a moment of curiosity, struck it with his fist. The grimoire suspended in the air trembled subtly, and the barrier merely rippled, showing no signs of damage. I am fine, FIA replied, her face as pale as parchment. Lu Yuan's blow had triggered the constant magical shield surrounding her, depleting her already waning mental energy even further. Now, she was beset with a splitting headache, perceiving everything in double vision, while a relentless, Irritating buzzing filled her ears. Yet upon seeing Eilena's worried expression, Fia stifled her discomfort and forced a smile. She then turned her serious gaze toward Lu Yuan. It was impossible for a normal being to retain mobility after enduring the roar of the Nox's fire dragon. As a disciple of the court mage, Fia had encountered many formidable individuals with exceptional defensive abilities. However, those were all renowned figures of silver rank. Had the creatures outside the Black Forest become this powerful? Although this creature appeared equally battered, its body mangled and bloodied, half an ear blown off, and burnt all over with visible bone at the depths of its wounds, it still moved as if unscathed. This was utterly unmagical. Unlike the shocked Fia within the barrier, Lu Yuan was not faring as well as she presumed. His survival relied entirely on the anti-magic properties of the steel hide. After consuming numerous steelback wild boars, this innate ability had been elevated to a considerable level. Thus, he had managed to endure the violent explosion moments ago. Daha! Lu Yuan inhaled deeply, his heart beginning to pound violently. A murky power gradually emanated from his heart, coursing through his veins and radiating throughout his body, causing a white glow to seep from his skin. The light of chalk, activated. Clearly, the two humans before him had reached the end of their resources. And breaking through the barrier was their only hope. The fury within Lu Yuan surged forth once more, and this time he did not resist. Thus, with a series of resounding thuds, he continued to strike with relentless force. Resembling a primordial beast unleashing its wrath, the immense pyramid-shaped barrier began to tremble violently under Lu Yuan's unyielding assault. The grimoire suspended in midair began to sprout fine cracks. Fia, witnessing this, felt a rush of anxiety. She frowned at Lu Yuan, who was frantically attacking the barrier, then looked up at the grimoire that could not hold out for much longer, finally glancing at the dazed Eilena beside her. In a moment of resolve, the young mage bit her finger, using her blood to hastily sketch a spell on the ground. Hurry, hurry, faster! Fia urged desperately within her mind, struggling to complete the formation that she usually drew swiftly. Lost in her own world, Fia failed to notice Eilena's unusual behavior. The moment Lu Yuan unleashed the light of chalk, Eilena's gaze was locked onto him. What is happening to me? Eilena blushed, her heart racing as she found herself fantasizing about engaging in intimate acts with the creature before her. Feeling increasingly out of control, she gently tugged at Fia's side. It will be all right. Eilena, I will get you out of here. Fia, in a frenzy, felt the looming threat of death in her debt to Eilena tighten her nerves. Had she not taken Eilena away from the carriage, they should have already arrived in Soto City, where facing the well-regarded ale would have been preferable to remaining here, confronting this monster and awaiting death. Fia, I feel awful. What? That's wonderful. I've completed it. Just as Fia finished drawing the formation, the grimoire in midair disintegrated into ash, and with the loss of the grimoire's power, the barrier was instantly shattered by Lu Yuan's onslaught. A flurry of dazzling light illuminated the dim black forest momentarily blinding Lu Yuan. Seizing this opportunity, Fia, at the cost of her own mental energy, forcefully activated the teleportation array. Before her, the magical essence glowed softly on the array. Fia, bleeding from her orifices, turned to grasp Eilena. However, once she had evaded once, did she really think she could escape a second time? How utterly dismissive of me. Die. Lu Yuan charged at his ferocity, fully unleashed. Confronted by the primal fear coursing through her veins, Fia's mind momentarily blanked. In that instant, Eilena's cheeks flushed, her lips gently biting down as her eyes swept over Lu Yuan's form. With a gentle shove, she propelled Fia into the array. Boom! A radiant explosion of magical essence erupted, and a tempest surged around the formation. When the storm subsided, only the unconscious golden-haired girl remained. Lu Yuan glanced casually at the delicate severed arm in his hand, stuffing the stump into his mouth to drain the remaining blood, before carelessly discarding it. With the replenishment of energy, Lu Yuan's wounds gradually mended. Though still disheveled, the exposed bones were no longer visible. Approaching Eilena, drawn by the alluring scent emanating from her, Lu Yuan's body began to heat uncontrollably. The light of chalk within him surged, while his gluttony protection urged him to consume the girl swiftly. Weakened physically and drained mentally, he could no longer resist his primal instincts as he once did. The terrifying, primal beast within him was finally unleashed. The beast crouched low, and a feast was about to begin. In the opulent estate located in the inner district of Nona City, a sudden thud startled Vanessa, who was enjoying tea in the garden. Fia. The warm tea splashed onto her delicate silk garment, revealing her tempting skin. Yet Vanessa had no time to dwell on appearances. Seeing Fia unconscious and missing her right hand, she wasted no time summoning the healing spirit. Watching Fia's breathing stabilize under the spirit's care, Vanessa let out a long sigh of relief. As her most prized disciple, she regarded Fia as her own child. But why had Fia, who was supposed to accompany Ilena of the Silva family to Soto City, ended up like this? The magical essence from the formation indicated that Fia had not utilized the teleportation array I had drawn. Had she already been forced to teleport once due to danger? Had she encountered some peril that necessitated a second teleport? Had I not placed a protective spell on her, she would not have arrived here after the second teleport. Gazing at the contorted visage of the girl before her, the kingdom's foremost mage could only side in the pristine and elegant infirmary of the court mage tower in Nona City. Fia gradually awakened in her bed. Ilena, the severe depletion of her mental energy caused her head to throb painfully. However, thoughts of the creature that resembled a grotesque fusion of a demon and an ogre filled her with concern for Ilena's safety. The little girl had not returned with her. Could someone explain what had transpired to leave my brightest disciple in such a state? Hearing a gentle whisper near her, Fia's face lit up with joy. Yet upon learning that Ilena had not accompanied her back, despair washed over her once more. She quickly turned to Vanessa, her mage mentor, the kingdom's chief mage and a silver-ranked powerhouse. Teacher, Ilena has been captured by the monster. Please help me. Save Ilena. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Ilena wouldn't have been caught. At this moment, Vanessa adorned herself in an exquisite ceremonial robe befitting a court magician. The hem intricately embroidered with lavish patterns, high-slit to reveal her shapely, firm black silk-clad legs at a pendant of green crystal, imbued with magical essence, dangled from her alabaster neck, while her hands, encased in lace cuffs, were crossed to support her alluring bosom. Upon hearing her disciple's words, a look of heightened alertness flickered across her face at a monster. Could some external creature have escaped into this realm? Has a breach appeared in the divine mist that envelopes us? These incompetent deities are nothing but parasites to our world. Vanessa paid little mind to the Irina mentioned by Fia. She was merely a pawn of a stubborn faction clinging to bloodline doctrines. Were it not for the entanglements of interest, she would not have considered sending her disciple to partake in this venture. Her curiosity was now piqued by the monster Fia spoke of, with the enchanted grimoire inscribed by her. Fia possessed the all-knowing codex as well, granting her a learning aptitude that theoretically matched that of a high-tier bronze practitioner. Just how formidable must this monster be to have vanquished her at this very moment? The creature that occupied Vanessa's thoughts was rising from the dazed and battered girl. Feeling the exuberance of its bloodline within, Yuan experienced a fleeting sensation of strength surging within him. Consequently, he hastily accessed his data panel and was astonished to discover a qualitative enhancement in his attributes. The bottleneck that had previously hindered his progress had vanished, allowing him to step confidently into the realm of superior magical beings. Simultaneously, the chalky light within him became increasingly vibrant, enabling him to accomplish even greater feats. With a swish, a longsword composed of radiant white light, exuding a primal essence, materialized instantly in Yuan's hand. Sensing the dissolution emanating from the white light, he found himself increasingly satisfied. With newfound power, he could contemplate reclaiming that deposit from the necromancer. All of this stemmed from the girl before him. Yuan's gaze drifted downward, observing the girl sprawled on the ground, her tattered garments strewn about her. Her skin as white as porcelain, now marred with dust, silently protesting the brutality of his actions. This is troublesome. Initially, he had intended to slay the girl and consume her heart. But now, perhaps it would be wise to confine her in his lair for further experimentation. He must admit, it was rather pleasant, driven by the desire to uncover why this girl had triggered the transformation of the chalky light. Lu Yuan resolved not to kill her just in the eerie forest. A faint smile graced his inhuman visage as he regarded the girl, pure as a lamb, lying helplessly on the ground. Where am I? Did Faya escape? As Irina awakened from her slumber, she felt an overwhelming ache throughout her body, as if she had been torn apart. Ugh! Suddenly recalling something, her face flushed with color. The sound of rustling stirred her senses, and she realized the dire conditions of her surroundings, the dilapidated wooden cell, merely strewn with a layer of straw on the floor, and the air was thick with a foul odor like tea that moment. Her limbs were bound in a humiliating pose by chains that extended from the walls. You're awake. A cold voice echoed from outside the cell. Yes, Irina raised her head and beheld the visitor. Her pupils dilated in shock, rendering her momentarily speechless. The figure before her should not be here. Annie, what are you doing here? Irina exclaimed in disbelief. The person standing before her was none other than Annie, the second daughter of the Elise family from the Water Spring Church. Though overshadowed by her sister, the current saintess of the church, and subsequently disowned for defying family edicts by forming an adventurers party with Reina of the Silvana family. She was a devoted priestess who upheld the tenets of purity and cleanliness. How could she be in such a filthy place, clad in tattered priestly robes, conversing with her? No, that can't be right. Why is Annie not imprisoned? The situation exceeded Irina's understanding, leaving her dazed, even the fear of being in an unfamiliar place dissipating. Annie, who are you? White, the creature brought back by Lu Yuan, bristled with hostility towards the woman before her. As a beast, she instinctively sensed her master's peculiar interest in this woman, which vexed her deeply. Thus, she deviated from her usual behavior, opting not to remain by Lu Yuan's side, but instead came to see Irina. Annie, is that not your name? Annie, what happened? Where's Reina? Is he not with you? Did something occur between you two? Upon seeing a familiar face, Irina visibly relaxed, her mind clearing of unsavory thoughts as she bombarded Annie with a flurry of questions. I am not Annie. I am White, belonging to my master. Perhaps it was Irina's incessant calling of her Annie that provoked White, who, in a moment of frustration, shouted at Irina. All right, I won't ask anymore. I'll be quiet now. Noticing Annie's agitation, Irina adopted a soothing tone, exuding a maternal aura. This demeanor momentarily rendered the irate White speechless, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. I was wondering where White had gone. Turns out she came to find you. Just as the atmosphere grew still, a low, raspy voice, devoid of humanity, echoed from the far end of the corridor. White turned to look, her face lighting up with joy, but as she recalled Lu Yuan's peculiar treatment of Irina today, a strange thought emerged in her mind. She would not go. Humph. Meanwhile, Irina, bound within the cell, could not glimpse the visage of the newcomer. Yet upon sensing that familiar aura, chaotic thoughts flooded her mind. Her body temperature rose uncontrollably, and she felt weak and powerless. How strange! As Irina broke into a sweat, Lu Yuan's devilish figure finally appeared before her, and why prisoner seems a bit unwell. Observing Irina slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Lu Yuan's gaze involuntarily deepened in hue. Thud. Two small, lifeless bodies, akin to corpses, were unceremoniously tossed to the ground by eyes upon returning to the camp. He had shed his previous appearance. Now, his muscles bulged grotesquely, dark veins twisting across his skin like a monstrous tapestry, resembling a flayed creature. Steam billowed from his body. The hunter-like eyes reverted to his former self, albeit devoid of any decent clothing. His painted face now revealing the scars of severe burns. Once eyes finished speaking, a shadow cloaked in a blood-red robe emerged in the dim forest, its face obscured by shadows, rendering it indistinct. The emblem of a beast's paw adorned the chest of the robe, strikingly similar in design to the beast claw talisman Lu Yuan had discovered among the shaman's relics. Though here, the details were far more intricate. The constable of Deerhorn Town is dead. The people of the Nona Kingdom have taken notice of the cult. The line for transporting sacrifices has been severed. The high priest has commanded all blood hunters outside to return. The cult is poised to commence the second phase of its plan. The figure addressed eyes, its voice echoing hollowly from beneath the hood, devoid of any human emotion, sending a chill down the spine. So soon were the beasts sent earlier not sufficient. Eyes, while reapplying his makeup, replied to the shadowy figure. The high priest has his methods. We need only to obey. Enough? Izo, I am not one of those hounds. I am a hunter. The shadow's words had barely escaped its lips when it was abruptly interrupted by Iza's coarse voice. With half-painted makeup adorning his face, he directed a smile towards the shadow and said, "Let us proceed." The shadow offered no rebuttal, merely echoing the words before slowly dissipating into a cloud of sanguine mist. This scoundrel had the audacity to send merely a blood clone to meet me. Eyes, filled with ire, kicked the motionless Shiwa on the ground, the dull groan revealing that she was still alive. Afterward, Eyes ignited everything in the camp with a swift flicker of flame, seizing 2 women from the ground before advancing into the depths of the dark forest, leaving behind a camp engulfed in roaring flames, and the agonized wails that echoed from within the tents. "No, please no." Irina struggled to maintain her composure, unwilling to appear too distressed. Yet, upon seeing Lu Yuan push through the prison door, she could not suppress a terrified exclamation. The conflict between her body and will caused Irina immense suffering. Although she longed to continue, her curiosity about his peculiar nature eclipsed her desires, faced with the enticing presence of Irina. Lu Yuan fought to restrain the surging desires within him, but he adhered to a principle. One may willingly unleash their desires, but they must never be subjugated by them. When a person becomes wholly enslaved by their desires, they forfeit their very essence. Moreover, Lu Yuan derived greater pleasure from the augmentation of his own strength than from corporeal indulgence. Drawing forth a brass dagger, Lu Yuan grasped Irina's delicate calf, the cold blade slicing open her tender skin. Vivid crimson flowed forth from the wound. The moment Lu Yuan seized her calf, a jolt of electricity coursed through her body, leaving Irina in a state of humiliation, unperturbed by the girl's peculiar reaction. Lu Yuan lifted her leg to his lips, his sharp fangs grazing her soft skin as his barbed tongue licked the wound, drawing forth blood and slivers of flesh. "That hurts." Witnessing the monster before her gradually strip away her flesh, an indescribable terror gripped Irina's heart and mind. In her desperation, she cast a pleading glance toward the outside the cell, hoping that this former junior could intervene on her behalf. Yet, her hopes would ultimately be dashed. Meanwhile, Bai observed her master licking Irina's wound, an inexplicable emotion surging within her. How she wished for her master to attend to her own injuries. Was that jealousy? Irina, bewildered, regarding outside the cell, sensing the same womanly intuition that made her feel inexplicably confused. At that moment, Lu Yuan remained oblivious to the happenings outside. After consuming a sufficient amount of blood, a wave of warmth enveloped his body, and his consciousness plunged into a deeper realm in the dark expanse. After a sudden fall, Lu Yuan regained control over his body. However, as he reacquainted himself with his physical form, a sense of imminent peril gripped him like a parasite. Fear, this emotion, long forgotten, surged back within him. Bang! A tremendous force struck him from the side, hurling him into the air before he crashed down heavily. Ugh! Cough, cough! A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, and Lu Yuan could discern the painful reality of several fractured ribs. Jagged bone fragments piercing his organs, his lungs collapsing under the pressure, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth. Roar! A ferocious beast's roar echoed in Lu Yuan's ears, with no time to ponder. He instinctively rolled to the side, enduring the agony. Boom! The flying debris struck his cheek like a bullet, droplets of blood seeping from the wounds. Seizing a fleeting moment, Lu Yuan opened his eyes to behold a colossal blue monstrosity, reminiscent of a prehistoric elephant, its massive, rugged frame, sharp, curling tusks, and trunk resembling a spear. The creature's ravenous black eyes fixated on Lu Yuan, exuding an unmistakable aura of brutality and greed. This greed was all too familiar to Lu Yuan, akin to the gaze he cast upon his prey. Yet this time he was the one being hunted. Curse it! Lu Yuan had no time to assess his own condition. Instinct urged him to flee, to put as much distance as possible between himself and the beast. Resistance? It was utterly inconceivable. His very instinct screamed that he stood no chance of triumph. The only option was to escape. When faced with a formidable opponent, the weak could only run. Damn it, flee. Yuan, driven by determination, turned and charged at the giant elephant. Given his current state, how far could he truly run? A few more steps, and his insides would be reduced to a bloody pulp by the shattered bones within him. It would be far more honorable to die valiantly. The giant seemed taken aback by Yuan's audacity, but this did not alter the outcome. It raised its colossal front leg, akin to a pillar reaching for the heavens, and brought it crashing down towards Yuan. The ground trembled, dust swirling in the air. Yuan felt darkness envelop him. Sinking into a void of nothingness, in a fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of a chaotic radiance rushing towards him. Bang! Ha! Yuan jolted upright, gasping for air. The sensation of death had felt all too real. Master! A voice called out beside him. Yuan turned stiffly to see Bai, similarly extending her injured arm towards his mouth, gazing at him expectantly, as if urging him to drink. However, fresh from the depths of the illusion, Yuan was preoccupied with unraveling the events that had just transpired, after offering by a brief reassurance. He instructed her to keep an eye on Irina and hurried back to his cave. Stare. Ugh. Under Bai's emotionless gaze, Irina lowered her head, devoid of hope. Meanwhile, upon returning to his cave, Yuan eagerly opened the data panel. Upon seeing his new abilities, he could hardly believe his eyes. Chalk Ivan the Terrible, faint fear, oppression, the supreme and powerful deity of dominion over the world, master of thunder, blizzards, and the frigid beasts of annihilation. Awakens as a descendant of Chalk, gradually mastering the powers of his ancestors through the lineage's resurgence. Chalk Gluttony, the power of Chalk reinforced and completed through gluttony, allowing the absorption of the blood of Chalk's offspring to access a shared memory of Chalk. Tracing the strength of all Chalk beasts, the longer one survives in this memory, the greater the power gained, potentially even receiving the acknowledgement of the spirit of Chalk, transforming into the true form of Chalk. After reading this, Yuan, moved by a profound realization, raised his hand. A crackle of electricity erupted in the dim space. Even Yuan, with a steadfast demeanor, could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration at the flickering sparks between his fingers. The experience of death he had just endured now seemed insignificant in light of this newfound power. If enduring death a few more times could yield even greater strength, Yuan would undoubtedly embrace it without hesitation. After all, this was the power to command thunder, and the only cost was to die a few times. Of course, jesting aside, according to the panel's information, to acquire even stronger thunderous power, he would need to survive longer in the recent illusion. Furthermore, to gain the so-called acknowledgement of the spirit of Chalk, which he had previously encountered in the form of the blue mammoth. Now he should refer to it as Ivan the Terrible. Wait, this meant that when it had slain him before, it hadn't even utilized its thunderous power. I am still too weak. Recalling the moment he was crushed under the foot of the Thunder Emperor in the illusion, Yuan's expression darkened. Yet ultimately, he could only sigh in resignation. Weakness is the original sin of this world. Thus, I am compelled to strive for strength. Feeling the tumultuous energies of the chalky light entwined within me, I sensed the surging power of thunder. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan immediately embarked on his research to enhance and master this formidable energy. However, first and foremost, Yuan needed to take a precautionary measure for his training. He exited the cave and made his way directly to the cell where Elena was imprisoned. He required White's healing arts as a safeguard, ensuring that timely treatment could be provided should he sustain any injuries, thus preventing any lingering damage or hidden perils. Notably, under Yuan's deliberate hints and cultivation, White's current mastery of healing spells, both in frequency of casting and efficacy, far surpassed that of the earlier Annie. Perhaps it was also due to White being a beast, whose intellect and intuition were inherently superior to those of Annie, leading to a far greater aptitude for the pure clerical vocation of a water priestess. White, I need you. Upon reaching the cell door and observing the two individuals inside staring at each other in bewilderment, Lu Yuan directly addressed White. Very well, Master. It seemed, perhaps by some illusion, that Lu Yuan detected a hint of exuberance in White's response. Could it truly be just a figment of his imagination? It was hard to believe that the usually aloof White could exhibit such emotions. Just as White emerged, Lu Yuan prepared to close the cell door once more. At that moment, Elena, locked inside, suddenly exclaimed, "What have you done to Annie? Why doesn't she recognize me?" To this, Lu Yuan paid her no heed. There was no need to engage in conversation with a trophy captured by a goblin. "Hey, Don Tigo, come back." As Lu Yuan's figure gradually receded, the discomfort in Elena's body eased, and she called out to a silhouette around the corner. Yet her cries bore no fruit. Her every effort failed to capture Lu Yuan's attention. "Mother, Faya, what should I do?" Exhausted and frightened, Elena wished to curl up and seek solace, but her restrained limbs thwarted even that modest desire. She felt as if the world had cast her aside. No, she had been abandoned the moment her family decided to send her to Soto City. Indeed, even when her innate awakening of the chalky mystery was discovered at birth, her fate was sealed for abandonment. Everything seemed utterly meaningless. Elena gazed up at the ceiling of her cell, murmuring softly. Once brilliant, her eyes, which sparkled with the light of knowledge, had now lost their luster, resembling dull gems shrouded in dust. Meanwhile, within Lu Yuan's cave, he was attempting to guide the thunderous power within him, akin to how he directed the chalky light. This was markedly different from the previous instinctual discharges from his fingertips. The finger lightning was a swift, instinctive manifestation of limited power, akin to breathing. However, one has never seen anyone perish from mere breath. To harness this power for combat enhancement, he needed to achieve a complete, conscious control over the thunder within himself. This posed a considerable challenge for Lu Yuan, as the goblin lineage bore no memories on how to wield such thunderous might. The shackles of his racial bloodline rendered the inherently destructive nature of thunder beyond the feeble goblin's grasp. Even in the human realm, those who mastered the power of thunder were exceedingly rare. Among goblins, the most commonly awakened attribute was often wood. Particularly within the wood attribute, the applications of poison could induce fainting, paralysis, or even forced ecstasy. Lu Yuan had a plethora of such formulas stored in his mind. Following the wood attribute, the next most prevalent attribute among goblins was fire, yet information regarding the fire attribute was even scarcer. The inheritance Lu Yuan awakened contained only records of fireball and burning gel. Fireball was a spell previously awakened by a shaman, comparable in power to low-level magic of the third tier. Its strength lay in its instantaneous casting, making it difficult to anticipate. Burning gel, akin to a Molotov cocktail, utilized slime and volcanic rock as its raw materials, the Black Forest being a locus of magical energy. Was abundant in slimes, though they typically resided in the middle layers, making them rare in the outer regions. While they certainly existed, they were not plentiful. If Lu Yuan wished to experiment, he could either venture into the middle layers to find one or eliminate the black skin slime currently being nurtured by Bear, taking it directly for use. However, Lu Yuan held little interest in such endeavors. He preferred to channel power within himself rather than rely on the effects of props, returning to the matter at hand. Without the aid of inherited memories, each step Lu Yuan took necessitated his own exploration and experimentation. He endeavored to guide the thunderous power to flow smoothly alongside the chalky light within him. At this moment, beads of sweat adorned Lu Yuan's brow. The process of guiding the energy was evidently a taxing endeavor, particularly when it came to the operation of thunder, the natural destructive characteristics of thunder, imbued with judgment and exorcism properties, meant that even the slightest deviation could inflict significant harm upon his body. For instance, in the beginning, several of Lu Yuan's meridians had been scorched by the thunder. Fortunately, the enhancement from gluttony was comprehensive. The flesh and blood within Lu Yuan's body remained resilient. Even when he had been caught off guard by Faya and subsequently ravaged by recorded high-level magic. Leaving him battered and exposed, it did not hinder his ability to act. With a crackle, as Lu Yuan completed the initial guidance of the thunderous power within, sparks of electricity danced across his entire being. He exhaled a breath of stale air, and a warm white light enveloped his body. Upon witnessing that his master had concluded his meditation, White promptly cast a healing spell upon Lu Yuan. Feeling a tingling sensation coursing through him, Lu Yuan opened his eyes to find White gazing at his arm with a conflicted expression before looking back at him, that a smirk tugged at the corners of Lu Yuan's mouth as he sensed White's thoughts, eliciting a sigh of resignation. Previously, after drinking Annie's blood, Lu Yuan had ventured into a realm reminiscent of the earlier illusion, but there he would forget all prior memories, retaining only his pure essence. Having endured the torment of hunger, nearly annihilated by a beam of light, and unwittingly acquiring a curse and a rather useless talent, Lu Yuan, who possessed no peculiarities, was unwilling to undergo such an unfruitful experience again. Raising his hand, he affectionately brushed through White's silky golden hair, once more catching the scent of fresh bloodline, yet feeling no emotional stirrings. Sensing the link to the bloodline was just outside the cave, Lu Yuan promptly stepped out to discover what entity had arrived. At that very moment, a bear goblin approached the entrance of Lu Yuan's cave, its face a mask of terror as it exclaimed, "Great Master, a dragon! A colossal dragon has arrived outside the cave." Observing the goblin paralyzed with fear, Lu Yuan swiftly incapacitated it with a show of intimidation. Given its current state, it would be of no assistance in the forthcoming events. It was better to render it unconscious now to prevent any panic later. Having completed this, Lu Yuan dashed out of the cave. The instant he emerged, he beheld a magnificent creature towering approximately 10 meters high, stretching nearly 30 meters in length, with a wingspan of 50 meters. It bore 4 long, spiral, dark yellow horns atop its head, with 2 rows of minute spikes extending from the horns along its spine. Its entire body was covered in bright red, diamond-shaped scales, each the size of Lu Yuan's fist. Within its dark yellow vertical pupils burned fierce flames, and its sharp, white fangs were tearing into livestock tended by the goblins, with powerful limbs and a sleek, graceful form devoid of any bulk. It radiated an almost tangible aura of fire magic, as if wrapped in flames. A dragon. Lu Yuan instantly recognized the being before him. A formidable 4-horned red dragon, a magnificent entity standing atop the world's food chain. But why had it appeared here? The appearance of Lu Yuan similarly drew the attention of the red dragon. Upon discerning the presence of a goblin through its aura and magical characteristics, the red dragon displayed a look of disdain and unleashed a breath of dragon fire directly at Lu Yuan. Subsequently, it took to the skies, the gale it generated uprooting the surrounding trees and stripping away layers of soil. Such was the might of a dragon. Every movement could alter the very surface of the earth. In the midst of the searing flames, Lu Yuan found himself engulfed in the agonizing torment of dragon fire. Yet, thanks to his flesh reinforced by gluttony, he did not immediately succumb to ashes. This fleeting moment bestowed upon him a glimmer of hope for survival. The dormant light of chalk within him, propelled by the power of thunder, swiftly awakened, constantly resisting the flames that sought to consume his body. However, this resistance proved inadequate, and as the thunderous force faltered, White arrived just in time. Upon witnessing Lu Yuan, enveloped in a raging inferno and rolling on the now glass-like ground, she exerted her healing magic without reservation. Amidst the warm white light, the relentless dragon fire, now devoid of its source, was finally subdued by the thunderous might. Lu Yuan, charred and battered, lay exhausted on the ground. Panting heavily, he could sense that the dragon flames had not been extinguished. They still lurked within him. On the outskirts of the Black Forest, the goblin nest, once shielded by the trees nearby, had been utterly ravaged by the tempestuous winds unleashed by the departing red dragon. As a result, the area surrounding the nest appeared as a grotesque scar upon the face of the Black Forest. Glaringly obvious this moment, the scar continued to expand unrestrained. The dragon fire left in the wake of the red dragon continued to burn. After receiving the news of the dragon's approach, Xiongda, who had hurriedly come from the depths of the necromancer factory, was now directing the surviving goblins within the nest to quickly assess the damages inflicted by the dragon. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, accompanied by White, returned to his den to rest. He was now covered in scars from the dragon flames, his entire body charred beyond recognition, with the scales on his exterior completely burned away. The orb of his left eye had been obliterated by the corrosive fire, reduced to a pool of pus and blood. His internal organs bore varying degrees of burns, with though the sentinel stationed atop the walls of Deerhorn Town beheld, from afar, the unmistakable silhouette of a colossal dragon soaring through the sky. In that instant, a wave of panic engulfed the populace as the specter of death loomed ominously. For in both legendary epics and widely circulated folktales, dragons have never been synonymous with benevolence. Rather, they are invariably accompanied by death and destruction. Countless cities and kingdoms have met their demise at the hands of these formidable beasts. These inherently powerful demons derive amusement from the lives of other beings, embodying nothing less than a harbinger of calamity. The overwhelming presence of the approaching dragon shattered the composure of these ordinary guardians of the town. Not everyone had the opportunity to embark on a professional path and become extraordinary beings. When faced with the psychological oppression of a superior race, the ordinary, lacking extraordinary powers for protection, could only succumb to despair. Some individuals, in their frantic confusion, turned and fled toward the town, while others, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground. Those who once delighted in cunning and deceit now became the most devout worshippers of the divine, casting aside their weapons and kneeling in unison upon ground, hands clasped in fervent prayer to their inner deities, beseeching deliverance from death. Amidst the chaos, only the commander stationed at the highest point of the walls retained a modicum of rationality, a warrior seasoned by a decade of warfare within the kingdom. He struggled to maintain a semblance of dignity in the face of the dragon. He turned and sharply struck the dazed messenger beside him, rousing him from his stupor and, noting the bewildered expression on his face, commanded him to swiftly inform Baron Nathan. Resolutely, he downed a drink from nearby, unsheathed his long sword, and bravely ascended the low battlements, raising his blade high toward the dragon in the sky, his voice trembling yet defiant as he shouted, "Come forth, dragon! Mother, what is that?" The red-haired girl, candy in hand, tugged at her mother's clothing, her small finger pointing at the colossal creature approaching in the sky, her words a garbled inquiry, in her pure azure eyes. Akin to a tranquil lake, sparkled the innocent curiosity of a child. Following her gaze, the girl's mother looked up, and upon catching sight of the dragon, her expression transformed instantly from eternal warmth to abject terror. Her eyes quivered violently, the overwhelming fear rendering her nearly speechless. Yet, summoning her strength, she grasped her daughter's arm and, without hesitation, darted toward the direction of home, witnessing the massive crimson dragon diving from the sky. The once bustling Deerhorn town was plunged into disarray. Residents and adventurers alike scrambled to escape, each striving to flee, and no one dared to resist. The dragon's might had long been etched into the hearts of the people. Observing the frantic throng below, the red dragon, seized by a playful impulse, opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of flames along the walls. Perched atop the battlements, it watched with keen interest as the tiny figures below scurried in terror amidst the inferno. How amusing! The red dragon roared with thunderous laughter, echoing like the crack of lightning. As the flames consumed what once was Deerhorn Town, it gradually transformed into a mere heap of ruins, sated by the destruction. The red dragon lost interest in its play and took to the skies, departing the charred remains of Deerhorn Town. Upon being forcibly awakened from its slumber, Nabothil felt a distant call beckoning to it. Thus, after swiftly dispatching the insolent intruders, this four-horned red dragon consumed all its treasures and unhesitatingly embarked on a journey to seek the source of the summons. Although it encountered wretched goblins and the foul stench of decaying corpses along the way, it indulged in its first hearty meal upon awakening, followed by a delightful postprandial exercise. The only drawback was the failure to discover its beloved gold and gems. It remained a mystery where those despicable thieves had hidden the dragon's wealth. "My lord, all the livestock in the lair have been devoured by the vile dragon, and 3 of our bear goblins who were tasked with their care have also perished," reported the somber bear Big after assessing the losses. Accompanied by the previously mentioned black skin slime, as he approached, the devastation wrought by this dragon calamity was immense for the goblins. The inferno ignited by the red dragon had nearly incinerated half of the outer forest area east of the Redstone Mountains. With only the northern forest escaping disaster, thanks to the intervention of the wolf pack led by the Silver Wolf King. Meanwhile, the southern forest, traditionally the goblins' primary hunting ground, suffered catastrophic damage, with only a few territories occupied by formidable magical beasts, and those near the Redstone Mountains remaining untouched. The destruction of the forest implied that the goblin lair had lost its food supply, leaving them reliant on dwindling reserves to survive. However, a pressing issue soon emerged, causing considerable distress among the goblins. The bear goblins, enhanced by Yuan's power, had become akin to insatiable gluttons. After experiencing the effects of indulgence, they now faced an unrelenting hunger that proved impossible to alleviate. Under previous conditions, this negative effect had posed no issue, as the goblins' ample food supplies allowed for continuous consumption, fostering rapid growth. Yet, in the current scarcity, it became a purely detrimental effect. The intensifying hunger rendered these already dim-witted goblins increasingly irritable, making them difficult to command. Even with Yuan's leadership abilities, he could only barely maintain basic orders, rendering previously intricate care instructions impossible to execute. A bear goblin driven by hunger resembled a frenzied beast. Thus, after hearing Bear Big's report, Yuan's anger toward the dragon intensified. He vowed to exact brutal revenge. The beasts retained within the lair for breeding purposes will be slaughtered immediately after delivering a new batch of goblins to serve as sustenance. Simultaneously, he ordered all goblins dispatched for reconnaissance to be reallocated to hunting teams, tasked with scouring the dragon-charred forest for food, bringing back anything edible that I require ample provisions for a significant strengthening of the goblin horde. Yuan commanded without hesitation. The beasts selected for breeding were merely to fulfill their original purpose. Moreover, Yuan's earlier notion contained a flawed enhance the intelligence of the goblins. It was essential to rely on highly intelligent breeding stock. These beasts had already lost their utility, and only when Yuan envisioned cultivating goblin cavalry akin to beastmen would he reconsider utilizing powerful beasts as breeding stock. Yuan watched Bear Big depart. His gaze shifted to the basin of clear water brought by. His eyes flickered slightly, and he submerged his severely burned hand into the basin, self-healing LV0, a talent that had lain dormant since Yuan acquired it. Yet now, as he suffered grievous injuries and sought to hasten his recovery, this nearly forgotten ability resurfaced in his mind, observing the description indicating that proximity to a water source would accelerate healing. Yuan instructed to fetch some water from the underground river for experimentation. The reasoning behind not personally venturing underground was twofold. His grievous injuries rendered movement difficult, and he feared encountering danger. After all, the numerous soul collectors encircling the Black Tower and the Necromancer's factory were no trifling matter. Thus, after careful consideration, Yuan entrusted the task to Bai. With anticipation, he fully immersed his hand in the basin. In that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The water in the basin surged to life, flowing up Yuan's arm and extending toward his body. Initially startled, Yuan's muscles tensed, but upon sensing no danger within the water's flow, he gradually relaxed. His gaze remained fixated on the water membrane now enveloping his right hand as the water in the basin dwindled. Accompanied by a tingling sensation at the wound, new flesh began to fill the injury. Before the naked eye, the once pristine and transparent water membrane had turned a murky black-red, mingled with the charred remnants shed by Yuan, with the assistance of his self-healing at level 0. Yuan swiftly completed the restoration of his right hand, as he felt the newly formed scales on his forearm. A complex expression crossed his face. Those scales had previously been shattered by the fiery onslaught of a certain human girl, and now they had been thoroughly scorched by the breath of the red dragon. Both instances left Yuan feeling utterly inadequate. Despite possessing the defensive talent of steel skin, his focus remained primarily on physical defense. With only a slight enhancement to his magical resistance, these two battles had led Yuan to a stark realization. The true powerhouse was indeed the mage. Thus, in order to continue tearing apart those accursed spellcasters in the future, he needed to seek means to enhance his magical resistance. Yuan silently contemplated this. Once he regained his focus, Yuan instructed to lead several goblins to fetch more fresh water but he needed to expedite his recovery and then guide the goblins to subdue the wolf pack to the north. This recent dragon attack had made it clear to Yuan that achieving a stable development was impossible. The only path forward was to strengthen himself as much as possible before the enemy's assault. Consequently, Yuan's original plans required yet another revision, with many of his initial strategies needing to be expedited. If he could not remain a humble agricultural civilization, then Yuan would have to embrace a bandit civilization of pillage and plunder. This world was not the same as the former human realm. Here, the law of the jungle was far more direct and evident, with strength reigning supreme. Goblins, too, could rule the world. After shaking off the remaining filth from his hands, Yuan stretched his arms and relaxed his body. Thanks to his healing talent, he had finally recovered. Aside from the occasional flare-up of lingering dragon fire that seared his body and caused him pain, everything returned to its previous state. In fact, due to his encounter with the dragon fire, Yuan had successfully awakened his own fire attribute magic, gaining the ability to cast instant fireballs akin to that of the previous goblin shaman. Although the power was not particularly formidable for him now, it still provided him with an additional trump card against foes, which might prove to be of immense significance in the near future. After completing his physical exercises, accompanied by Bai, stepped out of his cave. Gazing at the empty lair before him, he restructured his thoughts. Currently, the primary task for both the goblins and Yuan himself was to secure a new source of food. With the southern forest nearly devastated, Yuan had no choice but to confront the wolf pack in the north to alleviate the goblins' dire food shortage. Alongside acquiring sustenance, the concept of goblin wolf cavalry, which had been on his mind since his reincarnation, also needed to be realized. Furthermore, it was imperative to procure iron ore from the underground river and forge it into equipment for the goblins. This endeavor would require not only the elimination of the undead lurking in the lower levels, but also the expertise of a human skilled in forging weapons and armor. Next, he needed to obtain new breeding stock to continue the goblin lineage and bolster his forces. This task could wait until after subduing the wolf pack and securing the northern forest, as having ample food would facilitate the breeding of goblins. Lastly, he intended to investigate the depths of the Black Forest to uncover what had driven so many creatures to flee to the outer woods. However, this matter fell into the category of optional endeavors. Its urgency did not seem to impact Yuan's immediate interests. Ultimately, Yuan yearned to discover powerful prey within those depths. Upon reflection, he was astounded to realize that his primary focus should be on enhancing his own strength. Tasks such as gathering food and scouting the wolf pack were well within the capabilities of the goblins and did not require Yuan's attention. The other matters were beyond what he could currently achieve. After much contemplation, it became evident that the only viable course of action was to continue increasing his power, to elevate his strength. A particular place came to mind. After exhaling a plume of scorching fire, Yuan headed toward the cell where Elena was imprisoned. Currently, the lair lacked sufficient quality and quantity of food for Yuan to consume. Therefore, he had no choice but to seek out Elena, intending to drink her blood and enter the chalk land once more to undergo the assessments of the chalk spirits, thereby awakening more of his thunderous power. The chalk land was Yuan's term for the illusion he had encountered with the Thunder Emperor Ivan. Before long, the two arrived at the cell where Elena was held. Upon seeing the girl within, it was evident that she had lost all her previous vitality. She now resembled a lifeless doll, gazing at Yuan with a furrowed brow. Of course, Yuan was not pitying the girl before him. Rather, he was concerned for his precious asset. Whether it was the necessity of Elena's blood to access the chalk land or the overwhelming reproductive desire he felt upon seeing her, Yuan could not ignore the importance of Elena's health and safety. The chalk land was crucial for the growth of his thunderous power, and the potential to suppress the dragon fire was a testament to the strength of that force. Moreover, the innate reproductive urge within him was straightforward. Additionally, Yuan desired Elena to bear his offspring. Since chalk was a form of bloodline inheritance, it was clear that it could be passed down. If it could be inherited, why not attempt to conceive a legion of goblin warriors imbued with chalk? Considering the goblin's reproductive capabilities, confirming that chalk could be inherited would undoubtedly result in a formidable force. Thus, whether for pleasure or power, the girl before him was of utmost importance. However, If Elena remained in this prolonged state of despair and lethargy, it would undoubtedly jeopardize her health. The 6 humans Yuan had liberated from the maternal positioning had suffered similarly. After enduring the torment of the goblins for so long, their bodies had become depleted, leading to a gradual Yuan relinquished his hold over Irina as he observed the girl before him, who eagerly embraced him. An inexplicable malice flickered in his crimson eyes. Any ordinary person, confronted with this self-enclosed beauty, would likely feel a surge of sympathy, opting to gently coax her out of her emotional turmoil, guiding her step by step to conquer her inner demons and ultimately attain a rebirth. However, Yuan scoffed at such notions. He was not even human at this moment, let alone someone who would approach the situation with gentle persuasion, rather than allowing a goblin to engage in romance. He would prefer to engage in a heart-to-heart with a specter. Yuan opted for a more direct approach, intending to grant Irina her rebirth immediately. The skill of intimidation, typically employed by Yuan to fend off adversaries, had previously demonstrated a remarkable capacity for brainwashing. Now, he intended to harness that very power. Sitting on the cold floor of the cell, Irina directed a furious shout towards Yuan, her eyes brimming with confusion. What significance does your current behavior hold? Bai is on the verge of death. Oh, and you too. Soon you will lack even the strength to attempt to stand and strike at me, if you do not make an effort. Does that not equate to your own abandonment of hope for saving Bai and yourself? In other words, you will be the true murderer of Bai. Irina fell silent, indeed feeling her strength waning. A feeble attempt? Perhaps fate would show her favor this once. After all, this brass dagger belonged to the rituals of the Earth Mother Goddess. Perhaps a miracle could truly occur. May the Mother Goddess grant her blessing. Irina picked up the dagger from the ground, trembling as she leaned against Yuan's body to rise. She lifted her gaze to meet Yuan's eyes, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of oppression that filled her with fear. In an instant, Irina shut her eyes tightly, praying once more to the divine, raising the dagger high in her hand, and aimed it at Yuan's heart. With a resounding clang, the sound of hard metal colliding echoed throughout the cell. Irina trembled as she opened her eyes, filled with anticipation as she looked towards Yuan's heart. Yet in a fleeting moment, she was plunged into a deeper despair than before. The dagger shattered. Crumbling like a cruel jest, Irina immediately lost all her strength, collapsing to the ground as if a part of her had died. Yuan casually after evading the initial onslaught of the azure behemoth. Yuan chose not to continue his retreat this time, but rather charged directly at the colossal creature. His figure surged forth like a cannonball expelled from a tank, propelled by an overwhelming momentum as he hurtled toward the alabaster giant. The air erupted with a cacophony of explosive sounds. Boom! Yuan's fist collided with the azure behemoth's hide, yet due to its impenetrable armor, it failed to inflict any significant damage. However, the sheer force of the strike elicited a pained bellow from the creature. Yet, pain soon gave way to the wrath of the savage beast. Roar! This time, Ivan the Terrible finally took the matter seriously. A terrifying tempest of brutal lightning coiled around him, illuminating the surrounding space in a blinding white. Snow began to fall heavily from the sky, and the temperature plummeted to below freezing. Were it not for the fiery dragon flames continuously ablaze within Yuan, providing warmth, he would have likely succumbed to the cold, even with the protection of the alabaster light. After exhaling a plume of fiery breath, Yuan, his mouth emitting wisps of smoke, looked up at the charging azure behemoth and bellowed, "Burning all my life. Wagering all my efforts. Let's go." Channeling the power of thunder, it surged through his body like a violent torrent, ruthlessly stimulating his muscles to enhance his physical prowess. In an instant, Yuan's speed escalated several notches. Bang! 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 The air was filled with the sounds of violent collisions, reverberating incessantly. Thunder Spear. At the height of the fray, Yuan transformed his arm into a weapon, gathering the thunderous energy within him to forge a dazzling thunder javelin radiating with brilliant lightning. He then hurled it toward the azure behemoth. The thunder spear trailed a long arc through the air, akin to a shooting star racing toward the alabaster giant. Observing Yuan's maneuver, the azure behemoth refused to remain passive. It summoned a far more ferocious lightning power, coiling it around its long trunk akin to a whip, and retaliated with a throw towards Lu Yuan. Damn it, Kakashi! Enraged by this act of skill theft, Lu Yuan was incensed that the imitation wielded greater power than the original. Witnessing the unassailable force shatter his thunder spear and continue its relentless advance, Lu Yuan's expression darkened as he defiantly raised a middle finger towards the azure behemoth. Boom! Awakening from the depths of darkness, Lu Yuan returned to the alabaster realm, bloodied and resolute. Let us battle! Here I come! Boom! Behold, the thunderous onslaught of 3,000 bolts. Boom, boom, boom! Upon seeing the pale-faced Elena before him, Lu Yuan, now consumed by a bloodlust, managed to regain his composure. After summoning the alabaster light to heal Elena and offering a few words of caution, he retreated to his cavern. He needed to reflect on the gains from his recent ventures into the alabaster realm. Upon returning to his cave, Lu Yuan set aside the shattered blade on a nearby stone platform and accessed his data panel. Individual name: Galil, Lu Yuan. Status: Divine Curse, Spring Water and Guardian. Lifespan: 109 years. Attack power: 7, plus 666. Vitality: 10, plus 999. Mana: 7, plus 999. Intelligence: 20, plus 444. Resistance: 8, plus 999. Attributes: Thunder. Fire talents: Gluttony protection, Intimidation protection. Robustness LV6, Growth LV3, Strong Recovery LV6, Self-Healing LV0. Derived talents: Gluttonous Stomach LV6, Gluttonous Flesh LV6, Intimidation Domination LV4, Steel Skin. Gluttony LV6, Bloodhound. Gluttony LV1, Alabaster Light. Gluttony LV7. Intimidation, Domination, Legion, Claws. Gluttony LV3, Alabaster. Gluttony, Alabaster. Ivan the Terrible, Minor. After briefly reviewing his panel data and confirming the presence of only one divine curse, Spring Water and Guardian, without any additional special status, Lu Yuan exited the interface that AS for the various statistics displayed on the panel, including levels. He deemed them merely superficial, not to be taken seriously in reality. The battlefield was ever-changing, and one could scarcely rely on panel data to gauge everything accurately. Although the divine and demonic realms claimed this was a game, if Lu Yuan became overly immersed in such a mindset, he would surely face dire consequences. Having closed the panel, Lu Yuan began to attune himself to the burgeoning thunderous power within him. A result of his recent encounters with the Alabaster Realm and Ivan the Terrible, he had gradually evolved from being swiftly defeated to being able to hold his ground for a period. While ultimately he would still fall victim to the Azure Behemoth's wrathful lightning, his survival time had steadily increased. Throughout his clashes with the Azure Behemoth, he had been continuously learning the intricacies of wielding thunderous energy. This led to a qualitative leap in his ability to manipulate the thunder within him, and as the thunderous power grew, it exerted a greater suppressive effect on the dragon flames lingering within Lu Yuan. By persistently besieging the dragon flames, he gradually diminished the lingering will of the dragon within them, resulting in a serendipitous fusion with the fire magic residing in Lu Yuan, ultimately reshaping them to his form. Feeling his current state, Lu Yuan could confidently assert that he could now defeat 3 versions of his former self. This was the essence of power. Now, he merely awaited the emergence of a new batch of goblins, after which he would march north to confront the wolf pack, continuing his agenda to bolster his strength. Coughed on the banks of a tranquil river at the outskirts of the Black Forest. A bare figure suddenly emerged from the water, grasping the rocky shore with one hand and dragging himself up from the river. Ale, who should have perished in the flames of the dragon, now lay feebly on the muddy grass by the riverbank, shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight. With the aid of the guardian heart, Ale had clawed his way back from the brink of death, freeing himself from the sole control of the Grand Princess. In regaining his wits, reflecting on the foolish deeds he had committed under the Grand Princess's command, Ale was immediately filled with dread. The Grand Princess was undoubtedly suspicious. She could not be the true Princess Lilith. Disguising herself as the Grand Princess and promoting these false laws that contravened the spirit of the kingdom was a plot of considerable magnitude, and he was determined to return to the royal city to expose her. Ale silently vowed that he must unveil the evil scheme of the false princess and uphold the noble spirit of the Nona kingdom. However, the false princess currently held considerable power and enjoyed high esteem among the populace. It was impossible for him to topple her alone in his current state. I need to seek my father's assistance first. But first, I must find something to wear. Feeling the gentle breeze brush against his exposed skin, Ale grimaced. The guardian heart had merely restored his body, but it had not repaired his gear. That wretched scoundrel. Meanwhile, in the Grand Princess's residence within the Nona royal city, Lilith languidly toyed with her hair. Reclining gracefully on a sumptuous chaise, her exquisite figure was draped in an opulent gown, the hem revealing her flawless, taut legs, with a pair of enchanting eyes shimmering with a hint of purple. She playfully scolded the white-haired girl standing before her, who had her eyes closed. You never come without a purpose, Fufu. Every time you seek me out, there's always something on your mind. Truly, who could blame us for being best friends? When you come to me, I simply must oblige. Unfazed by the teasing, Tiffany remained impassive. As a fellow reincarnator hailing from the abyssal plane, she was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of this being before her. Any emotional display in her presence could become the wedge through which she would exert control. Tiffany spoke in a voice that resonated like ethereal snow upon a mountain peak or the gentle babbling of a stream. Laziness has confirmed the last position of the seventh sin protection bearer. She was born in this material plane, and though I do not know what transpired that prevented her from being born alongside us in the endless abyss, this presents us with an extraordinary opportunity. Without the unique time flow of the abyss to hasten her growth, this glutton is undoubtedly still quite weak. You intend to exploit this chance to control her, don't you? Before Tiffany could finish her words, Lilith interjected, her beautiful eyes gleaming with interest as they fixed upon Tiffany. She swiftly added her own remark. Tiffany, without hesitation, affirmed, indeed, the arrogance is about directly controlling gluttony. What does arrogance want me to do? Upon receiving Tiffany's confirmation, Lilith's enthusiasm waned, and after letting out a yawn, she promptly directed her inquiry towards Tiffany. Regarding that fool named Arrogance, Lilith had no desire to engage with him whatsoever. Had it not been for his superior strength, she would never have joined this so-called Hell Alliance. Day in and day out, devoid of benefits and burdened with trivial matters, Lilith felt as though she had returned to the days of her previous life. Working tirelessly for a meager reward, it was nauseating, both physically and psychologically repugnant. Thus, upon enticing a vessel, Lilith had fled to the material plane. Little did she expect that this fellow would send Tiffany to seek her out. How infuriating. The plan involved inciting war with Kansas, leveraging the ensuing chaos to initiate a sacrificial ritual to communicate with the Abyssal Mother and open a gateway. Arrogance would personally come to the material world, pinpointing Gluttony's location. Hey, I am now the Grand Princess of the Nona Kingdom, the first heir apparent, the future Queen of Nona, the lawmaker of the kingdom, the protector of the entire realm, and the arbiter of justice. You expect me to engage in such despicable and shameless acts. Do you hold me in such low regard? Although Tiffany kept her eyes closed, she could still sense the confusion emanating from Lilith. What did those titles have to do with you, the notorious Lord of Desire? Yet, recalling the rumor she had heard within the kingdom, Tiffany began to form vague speculations about Lilith's actions. If it were true, she would certainly commend Lilith's cleverness. Should Arrogance fulfill his promise, she would reclaim her true name. Really? Lilith suddenly leaped onto Tiffany, her large eyes sparkling with excitement as she eagerly inquired. Unconsciously, she exuded wisps of light purple corruptive magic, characteristic of her nature as a Lord of Desire. You know, Arrogance would never stoop to deception. Hey, don't turn your head away. Look at me and say it again. Lilith swiftly turned Tiffany's head back and planted a kiss on her. Then, like an agile cat, she bounded back to her bench, clapped her hands, and declared, I agree to this matter. All right, I await your news. With that, Tiffany's form gradually solidified, ultimately transforming into a bronze statue. That was quick. A hint of regret flickered in Lilith's eyes as she clapped her hands, and a wisp of purple energy floated from the bronze statue, reintegrating into Lilith's body. So close. Success was almost within her grasp. Muttering to herself, Lilith began pondering how to incite war between the two nations. Although Kansas had recently engaged in provocations, as a major power, it would ultimately strive to avoid unnecessary conflict. Just then, she unexpectedly received news from her corrupted succubus subordinates. After reading the message, a wicked smile spread across Lilith's face. It seemed she need not worry, for Kansas had already taken the initiative at the northwestern border of the kingdom. Atop the towering walls of Furnace Fortress, Count Sylvana gazed solemnly into the distance. Where the fires of war flickered ominously, these battle-crazed madmen had finally arrived. The kingdom was on the brink of chaos. The turmoil in the human world was far less interesting than watching Esau give birth. Hecate this moment. He stood guard before the cell where the breeding mothers were imprisoned. Beside him stood Bear and Bai, while Elena nestled directly in Lu Yuan's embrace. Ever since Lu Yuan had corrected her, Elena had become even more attached to him than Bai. After multiple intimate encounters, a spark of passion was inevitable, comforting the emotions of the girl in his arms. Lu Yuan turned his gaze toward the round-bellied mothers lying listlessly on the ground in the cell. There were 2 forest tigers, 2 short-faced bears, and 2 steel-backed wild boars. After capturing them and waiting for several days, this batch of beastly mothers was finally ready to give birth. Under the watchful eyes of numerous goblins, goblin cubs began to arrive one after another. The entire process was remarkably smooth, and the beastly mothers displayed no signs of distress. In no time, all the goblin cubs had been born. Lu Yuan roughly estimated that at least 40 goblin cubs had come into the world, taking into account the blood enhancement from Bai's healing spell. The final count would be no less than 30 new bear goblins, ready to bolster Lu Yuan's goblin legion. This was a significant transfusion for a legion that had only 17 bear goblins. The enhancement to the overall strength of the Goblin Legion would be substantial. Moreover, with the influence of the Dominance talent, Lu Yuan's own power would also see an increase. Once the mothers had completed their breeding, Lu Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with Bear. Bear immediately understood the cue, calling over several goblins nearby. They opened the cell door, swiftly dispatched the still grunting mothers, and took them to the first level of the nest for processing, placing them alongside the food already stored there. After Bear led the cleanup crew and cleared out the cell, Lu Yuan entered as he stepped inside. All the newborn goblin cubs trembled, their yellowish vertical pupils betraying their fear and subservience present. Lu Yuan's power had far surpassed the conventional level achievable by goblin heroes. The oppressive aura from his superior lineage, combined with the dragon's essence and the essence of the feral white chalk giant beast within him, emanated freely without any concealment. This made the newborn goblins tremble in fear, unable to raise their heads to meet Lu Yuan's gaze. He could sense the fear radiating from the goblin cubs beneath his feet. But he had no intention of restraining his aura. He aimed to govern these goblins through fear and strength. Only then would these inherently brutal little fiends be inclined to obey his commands. After surveying the cubs in the cell, Lu Yuan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. 1 could only say that the occurrence of this situation was within his expectations. However, the situation has indeed unfolded, and he still feels a tinge of disappointment. This is solely due to the fact that in comparison to the previous batch of beasts that produced goblins, the goblin offspring before him exhibit a higher degree of beastly transformation. Their physiques are generally more robust than those of standard goblin younglings. Some of the offspring sired by the steel-backed wild boars even display a faint, dull silver sheen on their skin, seemingly inheriting the talent of steel skin, albeit subtly, perhaps with a few more generations of breeding. A subspecies of goblin fully endowed with the steel-backed trait will emerge. Yet, this is not Lu Yuan's objective. He aspires for the goblins to possess greater intelligence. After signaling Bai to prepare to release a healing spell, Lu Yuan conjured a claw sheath, raising his sharp, pointed fingertips to his wrist where the scales were, and decisively slashed downwards as the scales gradually shattered, as the leader let down his guard. A swift gray figure darted through the surrounding grass, charging directly towards him. Soon after, several more gray shadows followed, launching themselves at the other red-horned deer. The leader, still unresponsive, was seized by a colossal forest wolf, its jaws clamping down on his throat, forcing him to the ground as his limbs flailed desperately, tearing up the grass beneath him. Yet, the wolf's menacing fangs had already pierced through his soft fur, ripping into his flesh and sinking deeply into his neck. Breathing became increasingly arduous. Blood flowed from the wound into the ravenous maw of the wolf. Sensing the ebbing of his life, he struggled with growing intensity. However, this only hastened his depletion of strength, and ultimately he ceased his resistance, his labored breaths silently proclaiming that he had yet to escape the torment of impending death. Crack! The sound of his spine snapping echoed. Dropping the lifeless prey, the leader of the pack raised his head, surveying the surroundings. Confirming that each forest wolf had successfully captured a red-horned deer, he howled triumphantly to the heavens, preparing to lead the pack back to their territory, to nourish the entire wolf clan. This exemplified the social structure of the forest wolves residing in the dark woods. They pledged their allegiance to a great wolf king, forming a cohesive pack. Currently led by the Silver Wolf King from the middle region of the Black Forest. Beneath this grand pack, several smaller packs were delineated, each led by different alpha wolves, each possessing their own territory. In addition to the packs, there were also solitary wolves roaming outside, as well as roving packs comprised of these lone wolves, all expelled from the northern forest, primarily active in the southern region, where Yuan typically hunted. Oh, suddenly, detecting a peculiar scent in the air, the Wolf King halted his dragging motion, raising his head in vigilance. The surrounding pups also ceased their actions, gravitating towards their king, as their primal instincts warned them of a formidable predator lurking nearby. The grass ahead parted swiftly, revealing a tall, imposing figure before the wolf pack. A frenzied aura spread through the forest, with the newcomer showing no attempt to conceal his presence. Who? The Wolf King emitted a menacing growl towards Yuan, his fur standing on end, cautiously observing the movements of the creature before him. Capture it, bear! Faced with the snarling young wolf, Yuan displayed little interest in engaging. Yes, Bear stepped forth from the grass behind Yuan, accompanied by several goblins wielding sharp spears, along with the bloodthirsty and eager Quan. Thanks to the lavish feast prepared by Yuan, combined with their inherent gluttony, these newly born goblins had rapidly matured. Although they had yet to reach the average height of 1.8 meters typical of adult bear goblins, they generally stood at 1.4 meters, each exuding a terrifying aura. Upon noticing the goblins surrounding them, the Wolf King's demeanor grew increasingly aggressive, his growls amplifying, revealing his formidable, sharp fangs. Bear, having inherited Yuan's trait of brevity, drew his double-edged sword and charged at the wolf pack, with the terrifying enhancement of his physical prowess. He swiftly closed the distance to the Wolf King. Thud! The weighty blade struck heavily against the Wolf King's head. A pained wail erupted. Bear did not relent. He pressed down on the Wolf King's head with one hand, maneuvering to the side, then swung a leg over to mount the wolf's back, pinning the king firmly beneath him. And no matter how the wolf struggled, Bear remained unyielding. The surrounding pups attempted to intervene, but a mere glance from Yuan unleashed a brutal pressure that rendered them immobile, paralyzed by fear. Their tails tucked between their legs, they cowered on the ground, whimpering in submission, nearly rolling onto their backs. Yuan paid no further attention to the pups, fixated instead on the process of Bear taming the Wolf King. His objective was to seize control of the forest wolf pack, secure a new source of sustenance, and train the wolves as cavalry. Killing the pack was not the goal. Taming them was. Yet, the Wolf King proved unexpectedly stubborn. Despite his evident terror of Yuan and being physically subdued by Bear, he showed no signs of yielding. The blood emanating from the Wolf King conveyed a mixture of fear and loyalty to Yuan. The fear stemmed, of course, from the goblins before him. The loyalty appeared to be directed toward their great Wolf King. Intrigued by such loyalty among the forest wolves, Yuan approached, gesturing for Bear to step back, then grasped the Wolf King's thick neck with one hand. Lifting him off the ground, an overwhelming aura of intimidation radiated forth. Instantly, the air around them thickened with a potent scent of blood, each movement seeming to demand greater exertion. Fear spread like wildfire, and death appeared to have descended. The young wolves all collapsed, frothing at the mouth. The goblins infected by Yuan's aura also succumbed to dread and discomfort. Except for Quan, all the goblins knelt before Yuan, paying homage. The Wolf King, facing Lu Yuan's intimidation, tightened its tail, licked its tongue, and emitted a whimpering sound of supplication. Boring. Observing that the Wolf King could not maintain his loyalty for long, Lu Yuan casually tossed him to the ground and tempered his aura. After estimating the strength of the average wolf pack, Lu Yuan promptly commanded the goblins to disperse into groups of 5, gathering intelligence on the nearby wolf packs that he aimed to conquer the northern forest region today and establish a cavalry unit. Thus, under the reconnaissance of the scattered goblins, the forest wolf packs were continuously uncovered. When encountering weaker packs, the scouting goblins charged in, defeating the wolves before dragging the reluctant alpha back to Lu Yuan for a mental reformation. Progress accelerated, and by the time the sun set and the moon rose, they had nearly swept through the entire outer expanse of the northern forest. This rapid advance was largely facilitated by the previously tamed forest wolves. Riding atop a forest wolf, Lu Yuan gazed towards the western sky and then into the deepening shadows of the forest, waving his hand to lead the goblins and the fully controlled forest wolves deeper within. The shattered silver moon hung high above, its misty light filtering through the forest canopy, illuminating the silver wolf king seated in the clearing, its snow-white fur radiating a luminous glow resembling a celestial beast from the heavens. The surrounding wolves crouched in reverence, as though awaiting a command from their deity. Awoo! The wolf king howled towards the sky, prompting the pack to stir restlessly. Sensing a distant threat, the inherently cautious silver wolf king summoned all the scattered wolves under his command, preparing to consolidate their strength against the intruder. However, upon realizing that a small portion of the external wolves could not arrive in time, the Silver Wolf King opted against rash action. Instead, he chose to lead the pack in silent anticipation for the silver moon to ascend, knowing that when the moonlight illuminated him, it would signify his peak power during the day. I could see that moment. The Silver Wolf King resolved to strike, dispersing the gathered pack into smaller groups to scour for traces of the intruder. The once tranquil forest erupted into a cacophony of wolf howls as the small packs communicated through their cries, merging and separating with remarkable efficiency, thoroughly searching their territory. Gradually, the wolf packs drew nearer to Lu Yuan and his companions. Boom! Awoo! Hissing! In the dimly lit forest, the figure of Kuang Yi, gripping a long spear, led the way at the forefront of the group. Suddenly, he hurled his weapon into a nearby thicket. The sharp spearhead, propelled by Kuang Yi's formidable strength, pierced through the thick fur of a forest wolf, penetrating its vital organs and instantaneously ending its life. Yet the wolf beside it let out a signal, alerting the others. As Kuang Yi approached, his crimson eyes gleamed with a lust for bloodshed. He brutally plunged his hand into the throat of the howling wolf, while his other hand rose and fell with ferocity, crashing down onto its skull. The sound was akin to that of a bursting watermelon, scattering a mix of red and white, along with shattered bone fragments. Across the ground, a savage expression of delight spread across Kuang Yi's fierce visage as he eagerly opened his mouth and began to feast upon the shattered head of the wolf carcass. Accompanied by a brief wolf howl, the previously scattered pack of forest wolves began to converge, rushing toward the source of the sound. That a battle was on the verge of erupting. Upon hearing the wolf's cry, Lu Yuan signaled to the nearby Xiongde to prepare for combat. This incursion into the northern forest was primarily for the training of this group of goblins, soon apart from the Silver Wolf King. Lu Yuan intended to leave the rest of the forest wolves for these goblins to handle. After all, the energy he had expended raising these goblins was not for mere amusement. He required their assistance, not a burden. The weak would be eliminated. Only the strong could survive. Under Xiongde's command, all the goblins mounted the forest wolves, raising their weapons as they began to scatter, forming a battle formation. However, due to their inherent nature and lack of extensive training, the goblins' positions were quite loose. But at that moment, the wolf pack had arrived. Awoo! Roar! Without any preliminary preparation, the moment the wolves spotted the goblins, combat erupted instantly. Xiongde charged forward, clad in armor, wielding his great sword with abandon, spurring his mount onward, akin to a flesh-and-blood harvesting machine, crashing directly into the oncoming wolves. With his great sword, he cleaved a bloody path. The forest wolves struck by its blade exploding like fireworks of flesh and blood, their bodies, bones, and innards bursting apart. Those merely grazed by the sword's aura were not left unscathed. Massive wounds tore open their bodies, blood gushing forth and staining them crimson. Kuang Yi, exhibiting even more frenzy than Xiongde, was invigorated by the scent of blood that filled the air, awakening his murderous instincts. With savage force, he began to wrestle with each attacking forest wolf. Dismembering, decapitating, and eviscerating, his combat infused with sheer primal ferocity. His maniacal laughter echoed throughout his playground. Dots of dark red dragon flames ignited upon his form, a terrifying beast awakening within him. The wolf pack continued to pour in from all directions. The forest wolves that occupied the eastern side of the Redstone Mountains, nearly half of the hunting area, were certainly not limited to those seen by Lu Yuan during the day. At least 100 forest wolves had arrived on the scene. With more still approaching from the distance, the wolf pack relentlessly attacked. Casualties among the goblins soon became evident, with some being overwhelmed and devoured by the swarming wolves after falling from their mounts. The air thickened with the stench of blood. Yuan surveyed his surroundings. Not a single forest wolf dared approach him, and he had no inclination to seek trouble with these ordinary wolves. His target had always been the yet-to-emerge Silver Wolf King. The multitude of bloodlines surrounding him obscured Lu Yuan's judgment, rendering his otherwise effective reconnaissance skills futile. Yet he felt no disappointment. This thrill of the hunt excited him nonetheless. His blood-red eyes scanned the surrounding forest, searching for any possible hideaway of the Silver Wolf King. The leader of the pack. It needed to direct their actions. The forest wolves, facing such brutal slaughter, yet still fighting to the death, had greatly deviated from their biological instincts. Not all were modified like the goblins. Therefore, the Silver Wolf King must be nearby, commanding the pack. That it could not be too far away, yet required a place safe enough to observe the unfolding battle. That place, only there, Lu Yuan lifted his gaze, peering through the canopy above toward a slope ahead. Indeed, he spotted it, the silken glimmer of silver. Found you! A grin crept across Lu Yuan's face as he urged his mount onward toward the slope. Any forest wolf obstructing his path was obliterated in his wake. Meanwhile, on the slope, the Silver Wolf King, sensing the encroaching danger, prepared to shift its position. Suddenly, a wolf carcass flew from the thicket behind it, hurtling towards the beast. "Where do you think you're going, my little pup?" The Silver Wolf King nimbly dodged the incoming corpse, cautiously watching the shadowy direction of the forest. A towering, scaled creature emerged from the shadows, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of terror. The Silver Wolf King's eyes briefly reflected a hint of apprehension as it lowered its limbs, issuing a low growl of intimidation toward Lu Yuan. Every hair on its body stood erect, the silver sheen cascading over it, solidifying into a formidable presence. Yuan remained unfazed by the Silver Wolf King's intimidation. In fact, he found it somewhat adorable, reminiscent of a pet he once had. This sentiment led him to regard the Silver Wolf King through a filter of fondness. It possessed a size thrice that of a typical forest wolf, its grand tail trailing behind, a handsome visage adorned with sharp fangs and a deep, resonant growl. Most importantly, its coat gleamed as brilliantly as the silver moon above, absolutely splendid, seeing Lu Yuan's lack of response. The Silver Wolf King could no longer contain itself. Regardless of its striking appearance, it was ultimately a wild beast. With its limbs slightly bent, it surged forward with explosive speed, akin to a silver lightning bolt. Its silver glow coalescing into razor-sharp fangs aimed at Lu Yuan. Moonfang. This was the Silver Wolf King's innate skill, concentrating the celestial radiance of the moon into fangs capable of dispelling magic. Its speed was so swift that it could kill an enemy before they even realized it. Even if it did not kill, the magical properties would disrupt the opponent's energy, causing temporary paralysis and creating an opportunity for attack. But would these skills prove useful against Lu Yuan? Boom! The approaching Moonfang erupted into a burst of silver light upon striking Lu Yuan's chest, before the Silver Wolf King could register its surprise. Lu Yuan's counterattack had already arrived. Bang! A heavy fist descended, accompanied by a deafening explosion. With nowhere to hide and no retreat possible, an invisible pressure had already locked onto the Silver Wolf King's essence. making escape nearly impossible. Woo! A mournful wail erupted as the Silver Wolf King, struck by such force, lost its previous bravado, collapsing to the ground and whimpering like a wounded dog. Submit or die. Make your choice. Lu Yuan's claws pressed against the Silver Wolf King's throat, his crimson and savage lineage meeting its gaze, an intangible pressure enveloping the air. Oh! The Wolf King lowered its head to Lu Yuan, expressing its submission. Good boy. Lu Yuan grinned maliciously, stroking the Silver Wolf King's fluffy fur. He then turned to glance at the earlier battlefield where the goblins had clashed with the wolf pack. With the Wolf King having surrendered, the battle would come to an end. A woo, a long, resonant howl echoed through the forest as Lu Yuan rode the Silver Wolf King out of the thicket. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, all the goblins halted and knelt before him. The forest wolves, recognizing the Silver Wolf King, understood the current situation and similarly expressed their submission to Lu Yuan, having successfully tamed the forest wolves of the northern region. Lu Yuan began to oversee the battlefield cleanup, instructing the goblins to dispose of all the corpses on site. Following this skirmish, every surviving goblin experienced significant growth. Especially regarding Kuang Yi, he has successfully awakened the dragon flame demon form and mastered the power of the pseudo-dragon flame. While Lu Yuan was counting the goblins, the forest wolf pack, under the command of the Silver Wolf King, was also restructured into different hunting packs. All these preparations were made in anticipation of Lu Yuan's upcoming training plan for the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. With the support of the forest wolves, the mobility of all goblins would be significantly enhanced, providing excellent advantages in both reconnaissance and combat. The surplus forest wolves would also be incorporated into Lu Yuan's concept of a legion, thereby augmenting his strength. Once these matters were settled, Lu Yuan intended to dispatch goblins to the Redstone Mountains to investigate what had transpired in the inner regions of the Black Forest. The City of Flowers, Montelion, located in the southern part of the kingdom, boasted a pleasant climate and picturesque scenery, alongside an array of wondrous and beautiful flower species, making it a rare tourist city in the Nona Kingdom. However, all of this vanished with the arrival of the Crimson Calamity, the four-cornered red dragon from the west, bearing the destructive dragon flame, incinerated Montelion's largest flower cultivation base, and simultaneously attacked the municipal hall, seizing the wealth buried within the vault beneath it and plundering the entire city's riches. The city suffered extensive devastation at the hands of the dragon, yet the municipal hall found itself unable to provide any funds to soothe the afflicted populace. Appeals for assistance from local merchants were met with the grim reality that their own fortunes had been ravaged by the dragon, leaving them teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. It was truly a cursed situation. If bankruptcy was imminent, would they not cease their indulgent lives in their estates outside the city, enjoying exquisite cuisine and beautiful slaves? Faced with the ineffectiveness of the local merchant guild, the mayor of Montelion resolved to swallow his pride and seek aid from the kingdom. Yet, the kingdom's resources were consumed in dealing with the war against Kansas, leaving little to spare for their plight. Thus, as assistance remained elusive, the law and order in Montelion rapidly deteriorated, coupled with the clandestine machinations of the dragon-worshipping cult, which sought to expand its criminal influence. This once beautiful city, known for its flowers, gradually transformed into a den of crime. Seizing this opportunity, the Adventurers Guild swiftly expanded its presence here, with numerous high-ranking adventurers establishing themselves in Montelion. Their dual purpose was to intimidate wrongdoers and ensure the smooth execution of guild commissions, while also vying for greater profits amidst the chaos. This, indeed, was the reason why Faya chose to come here. Having learned from the failures of her previous endeavor, Faya decided to seek out several companions to assist her in rescuing Elena. However, the thought of her potential failure and the danger it could pose to her friends dissuaded her from seeking familiar faces. After much contemplation, she concluded that enlisting adventurers was the best course of action. High-ranking adventurers possessed formidable strength and could be of assistance in battle, yet they were not her acquaintances, even if an adventurer perished. Her feelings of guilt would be somewhat alleviated, as they were already accustomed to the life-and-death struggles of their profession. This was her line of thought, until she laid eyes on the affectionate couple before her, which made her hesitate. "Miss Haida, are you certain you wish to accept my commission?" I have made it abundantly clear in the request that I aim to venture into the outer regions of the Black Forest to locate a high-level monster resembling a man-eater. This task carries significant risk, and I hope you both have fully considered this, Faya said earnestly, holding her teacup and gazing intently at the couple across from her. The beautiful woman, named Haida, gently looked at the infant nestled in her husband's arms, then raised her gaze to Faya and spoke with a calm demeanor. Indeed, Lady Faya, my husband Kyle and I have discussed this and are willing to undertake the task you have presented. This mission is fraught with danger. I trust you both understand this premise, Faya reiterated, her hesitance evident. She glanced at the infant in Kyle's arms, her expression tinged with concern. She did not wish for a child barely a month old to endure the anguish of losing their parents. Thank you for your kindness, but we require sufficient funds to secure a future for our child, Haida replied, still maintaining her gentle tone, as she took the child from Kyle and cradled him with a smile. Rest assured, Lady Faya, both Haida and I are high-ranking adventurers from a guild. Having attained platinum ranked, I am aware that my willingness to meet you stems from prior knowledge of your capabilities. I must say, both you and your esteemed wife are truly remarkable, Kyle stated earnestly, meeting Faya's gaze. After posting the task to locate the monster, several ill-intentioned individuals approached Faya, mistaking her for a mere girl. After fending off several attempts, Faya grew wise to the situation. She began gathering information on high-ranking adventurers currently in Montelion. Henceforth, she would only meet with those of high rank to avoid wasting time. The couple before her was indeed one of the renowned high-ranking adventurer duos she had gathered information on. The Shattering Hammer. Warrior Kyle wielded a heavy hammer with exceptional attacking power. Fire Fairy. Sorceress Haida, awakened with the bloodline of a fairy, excelled in wielding fairy flames. Since you are insistent, let us wish for a fruitful collaboration, Faya declared, setting her teacup down and addressing the two before her with gravity. Unbeknownst to the trio, the infant was wide-eyed and curiously observing Faya, thinking to himself, what a perceptive and beautiful elder sister. If only I could find such a lovely bride when I grow up. But marriage can wait. I must first repay the kindness of my parents in this life. Before my reincarnation, I was an orphan, and now I have such loving parents. I must cherish this. Meanwhile, Yuan, who had been on Faya's mind, was drinking wolf blood outside the new goblin lair, observing Bear leading the goblins in their training, since subduing the wolf pack and occupying the northern forest. Yuan had changed lairs. The original lair remained under the watch of Kuang Yi and some goblins, guarding the underground passage. The new lair was established to facilitate the training of wolf cavalry. As he witnessed the increasing synergy between the goblins and the forest wolves, Yuan felt satisfied and returned to the lair to check on Elena. After many days of intimate encounters, Elena had finally become pregnant. Her belly was gradually growing, and the new environment prompted considerations for a comfortable place for her to nurture the child. Upon entering Elena's room, Yuan found her chatting animatedly with Bai, holding her hand. Upon seeing Yuan, Elena immediately released Bai's hand and opened her arms, requesting an embrace. Bai, meanwhile, exhibited a look of relief. Elena's exuberance was far beyond what Bai's reserved disposition could manage. How are you feeling? Yuan gently asked as he cradled Elena in his arms, stroking her belly. I don't feel anything yet. Why don't you go in and see for yourself? Elena replied playfully, with a light tap on her forehead. Yuan redirected his focus to the child within Elena's womb. He felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation, as this was, after all, his first child, or rather, the first batch of children. Yuan had placed high hopes on them. Is this the Black Forest? After reaching an agreement with Haida and Kyle, Faya led them swiftly to Tawa. In stark contrast to Kyle's astonishment, Haida appeared somewhat sorrowful, bearing the lineage of a fairy. She inherently sensed the emotions of the spirit that permeated the world around her, and at this moment, she could hear the silent lamentation of the death that enveloped the forest before her. Investigations revealed that the Crimson Calamity had emerged from this blackened woodland. In the nearest human settlement, Deerhorn Town, was its first victim of destruction. As Faya elucidated the situation, she retrieved 3 cloths resembling masks from her new grimoire and handed one to both Kyle and Haida. With practiced skill, she folded the cloth and donned it over her face, then turned to explain to the curious duo This is a mask imbued with purification magic. Wearing it will prevent the inhalation of cursed substances and any other harmful elements. Areas scorched by the dragon's flames harbor residual dragon breath, an intangible curse that deepens the longer one remains in such places, ultimately leading to a painful demise by fire. This mask serves as a safeguard against dragon breath. Prepare before my arrival. Yes, that's so. It's quite a valuable item, Kyle exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he mimicked Faya's actions and adorned his face with the mask. Thank you, Lady Faya. It's rare for employers to provide equipment for the adventurers they hire. After giving Kyle an exasperated glance, Haida expressed her gratitude to Faya and also put on the mask in a similar manner. Not at all, Faya replied, feeling a peculiar sensation in her heart upon hearing Haida's words. However, she ultimately suppressed it and responded nonchalantly, I just remembered something. With this forest now ablaze, I wonder if the creature we seek still lives. It wouldn't have perished in the flames, would it? At that moment, Kyle, wearing the mask, suddenly spoke up. However, his words were quickly met with a light tap on the head from Haida, who shot him a reproachful glance before turning her worried gaze towards Faya. After days of travel, Haida had surmised the significance of that creature to Faya. If Kyle's concern held any truth, what would Faya do? Yet, to their surprise, Faya remained oblivious, her focus fixed on the forest before her. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Let us proceed. The living must be seen, and the dead must be acknowledged. Indeed, Haida nodded solemnly, casting a cautionary glance at Kyle. Seeing his innocent expression left her speechless, and she promptly turned to follow Faya's lead. Am I merely speculating? Kyle muttered resentfully, but he hefted his weapon and hurried after Haida. Meanwhile, within the birthing chamber of the new goblin cave, Yuan was accompanying Elena through labor, while Bai anxiously awaited nearby, ever prepared to cast healing spells, the light in his hand unceasing. Enough with the light, Bai. It's rather blinding, Elena, now having fully accepted Bai's presence, jested as she noted his tension. She then turned to Yuan, playfully winking at him. Yuan reached out to gently stroke Elena's head, though his gaze remained fixed on her abdomen, a mysterious gleam flickering in his eyes. A new bloodline was gradually coalescing, its familiar scent reminiscent of his encounter with the azure giant in the chalky land. The violent power of thunder was brewing within. Initially, Yuan assumed that the azure giant was seeking to reincarnate through Elena, wanting to traverse from the chalky land into this world. However, the subsequent bloodline-derived attachment to Yuan made him hesitate. After a brief contemplation, he ultimately resolved to allow the child to be born. Yet he simultaneously prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, the thunder and flames within him circulating silently, ready to erupt and obliterate any threat. In an instant, an eerie calm enveloped the birthing chamber. Time slowly passed. Elena finally approached the moment of delivery. It hurts. The sudden pain was the signal that heralded the onset of birth. Surrounding human servants approached with prepared tools to assist Elena. Unlike the smooth delivery experienced by beastly mothers, Elena's labor proved far more complicated. Ultimately, under Yuan's watchful eyes, a child remarkably akin to a human infant emerged. Its skin was neither the green of goblins nor the black of Yuan, but rather a pale hue reminiscent of snow. Delicate blue scales adorned its forehead, cheeks, and back. In Yuan's perception, a flicker of thunderous energy flowed within. Its hair gleamed a brilliant gold. The only feature that retained a semblance to goblins were its slightly curled, pointed ears. Yet they bore more resemblance to the elongated ears of forest spirits. The bloodline aura emanating from it quietly testified to its goblin heritage. Goblin, bear, entering from outside, looked perplexedly at the child cradled in the servant's arms. The sensed aura was undeniably goblin-like, yet its appearance resembled that of a human. Could it be that after millennia, humans were beginning to outpace goblins in reproductive prowess? Indeed, it is a goblin. Yuan disregarded Bear's rich inner monologue, taking the child from a servant and stating matter-of-factly, individual name, nun race, chalky goblin, offspring of gluttony, lifespan, 200 years attack power, 50, base 0, vitality, 50, base 0, magic power, 50, base 0, intelligence, 20, base 0, resistance. 50, base 0, attribute. Thunder talents. Gluttonous favor LV1. Ivan the Thunder Emperor LV1. Light of Chalk LV1. Spirit of the Wilderness LV1. Reproduction LV6, gluttonous favor LV1. Beings favored by gluttony possess the power of consumption. Whatever they ingest, they shall gain. Spirit of the Wilderness LV1. Beings blessed by the Spirit of Chalk will randomly acquire powers from various spirits during their growth. Reproduction LV6. A new talent formed by the blessing of the chalky black goat, merging with the goblin's racial talents, increasing the success rate of offspring and enhancing their potential. Attraction and dominance over the opposite sex are also augmented. Observing the infant's foundational stats and talents, Yuan admitted to feeling a twinge of envy. His son was destined to outlive him, just as Yuan was about to hand the baby back to Elena. Another goblin rushed in. The wolf pack had discovered the human intruders and was approaching. How intriguing. Would there be humans venturing here? It must be noted that those fire demons lurking in the forest ruins are no trifling matter. After playfully toying with the child, Yuan led the goblins outside, eager to see who dared to approach the Black Forest at this hour. Meanwhile, at the boundary between the northern and southern forests, Kyle, having just crushed a forest wolf with his hammer, grumbled, "There are far too many forest wolves here. This forest is problematic. Normal forest wolves wouldn't appear so frequently. Each has its own hunting territory and wouldn't concentrate like this." Faya remarked, her brow furrowed in concern. That's so. It seems we must tread carefully." Kyle gripped his hammer anew, standing guard beside Haida. "Let us continue. Your friend may still be alive," Haida said softly to Faya. Her gaze filled with gentle reassurance. Indeed, upon thinking of Elena, Faya cast aside her worries and resumed her tracking spell, delving deeper into the forest. Unbeknownst to the trio, the wolf pack was on the move. Indeed, 3 humans, 2 women, and 1 man exude a dangerous aura. Are they adventurers? Yuan rode atop the Silver Wolf King, listening intently as it relayed the discoveries made by the forest wolves that had returned from their reconnaissance. After subjugating the Silver Wolf King, Yuan had subjected it to a blood transformation akin to that he had performed on the goblins. Following the infusion of Yuan's blood, the Silver Wolf King underwent a profound transformation. Its appearance became more ferocious, but more importantly, its entire aura underwent a radical metamorphosis. If the previous Silver Wolf King could be likened to a celestial beast, an envoy of the divine, then the current incarnation was akin to a beast of the abyss, exuding an essence of cruelty and brutality. Only in Yuan's presence did this savage monster reveal a submissive and obedient side. After confirming the information regarding the intruder, Yuan left a contingent of troops to guard the lair and led his newly trained goblin wolf cavalry, accompanied by numerous forest wolves, towards the direction of the invaders. History often repeats itself. Previously, it was Yuan who led the goblins to invade the territory of the Silver Wolf King. Now, it was human adventurers who dared to trespass into Yuan's domain. However, for Yuan, there was little distinction between the two. All that mattered was the annihilation of the enemies before him, for the truth resides solely upon the edge of the sword. Wait, there has been something watching us from the beginning. Haida, who had been following closely behind Faya, suddenly spoke up. Her expression was grave, her gaze scanning the surrounding foliage with vigilance. The flames in her hands were brimming with potential, and her aura began to surge. It appeared that at the slightest rustle, she would unleash her fired, that's so. Upon hearing Haida's words, Kale was the first to react. Years of shared adventures had fostered a deep trust in Haida's instincts. If his wife sensed trouble, then trouble was indeed afoot. Kale tightened his grip on the heavy hammer in his hands, murmuring incantations into the air. Soon, the yellow gemstone pendant around his neck began to emit a faint, earthy glow. After completing the ritual incantation, Kale adjusted his stance to ensure he could react swiftly, safeguarding both Haida and Faya. Mother Earth's shield? Faya immediately recognized the ritual artifact Kale had just employed. This protective item, crafted by a priest of the Earth Mother, was said to grant an indestructible shield as long as the user held faith in the Mother Goddess and stood upon the earth. Yet, the reality was that it was merely a variant of a 4th-tier spell, Earth Elemental Shield. Moreover, Due to the simplification of the casting process through divine ritual, the spell's defense was barely sufficient to match the fourth-tier magical intensity. For a bona fide archmage like Faya, this pendant was hardly noteworthy. Its simplified ritual was the only commendable aspect. However, for an ordinary person, especially an adventurer like Kale who frequently ventured into perilous locales, such a protective pendant was akin to a second life. Truly impressive, Lady Faya, to recognize it so readily. You possess vast knowledge, Kale remarked with a smile, though his gaze remained vigilant, scanning the environment for any signs of an impending attack. Faya did not respond to Kale's compliment, not out of disdain for conversation, but because such praise had long since become commonplace for her. Throughout her life, the most frequent accolades she received were of being well-informed and knowledgeable. Over time, she had ceased to regard such flattery as genuine praise. There! Suddenly, Haida exclaimed, her eyes sharpening with intensity. The bright yellow magical flames in her hands swelled to the size of a basin and were hurled forward with a fierce cry. Boom! A violent explosion resonated, yet the surrounding flora remained unscathed. The flames erupted like splashing water, covering the nearby vegetation without igniting it. This was the magical flame inherited from the fairies, capable of burning only what the wielder wished to incinerate, leaving everything else untouched. Oh! The forest wolves trailing behind Faya and the others were instantly engulfed by the rushing flames, the intense heat melting their flesh. Another forest wolf? Kale hurried to the side of the corpse, exclaiming in astonishment. Meanwhile, hidden in the distance, Yuan concealed his presence, suppressing all traces of his aura, akin to a lifeless stone, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Haida. The elegant and powerful form she exhibited while casting the fireball spell captivated Yuan's attention. Delicious, alongside Haida's stunning appearance, the alluring scent she exuded also drew Yuan's gaze. An instinctual awareness told him that devouring this human would elevate his stagnated power. Power, Yuan murmured, his eyes flickering with intensity. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the goblin wolf cavalry behind him to advance. Unlike Irina, who was exceptionally enticing and held special significance, it was far better to eliminate this foe and convert her into his own strength. Responding to Yuan's command, the goblins, who had endured their weight, immediately grasped their weapons and urged the forest wolves beneath them towards Faya and the others. The once tranquil and shadowy forest erupted with the terrifying sounds of howls and wails. What? Hearing the sudden cacophony of wolf howls and ghostly cries around him, Kale swiftly returned to Haida's side, gripping his war hammer tightly and glaring sharply at the approaching wolf-riding creatures. Those are goblins. It's an ambush. Faya quickly regained her composure, no longer pondering how these creatures had evaded detection, but rather identifying their nature to select the appropriate spells. Haida immediately gathered her magical flames, forming them into a ball resembling an eye the size of a basketball, which she hurled into the sky. The Eye of Agsaros, named after the fairy king who fell into madness while exploring the astral realm, could autonomously seek out enemies in the void, igniting the reason of any foes it perceived, incinerating their bodies. As Haida unleashed the Eye of Agsaros, Faya promptly opened her grimoire. Unlike her previous encounter with Yuan, she did not hastily cast powerful spells, but deliberately chose a series of enhancement spells: body strengthening, perception acceleration, mental coordination, and arrow evasion rock armor. Waves of magical brilliance flickered around the three. Feeling his body invigorated, Kale's first reaction was one of exhilaration. Meanwhile, Haida mused, how much would this cost? Let us see what my grand hammer can do. Boom, boom, boom. With the enhancement from Faya, Kale charged toward the oncoming goblins, roaring with laughter. This was a luxurious battle he had never experienced as a poor adventurer. He swung his heavy hammer through the air, bringing it crashing down upon the goblins below. However, thanks to their training, the goblins swiftly maneuvered their forest wolves to evade the blow. Yet, the skills unleashed by Haida were no mere display. The orange flames of madness ignited upon the goblins, wild thoughts spreading like weeds in their minds. Yet, just as the flames were about to obliterate the goblins' sanity, Yuan's will descended. Through their mental link, Lu Yuan sensed the goblin's suffering mental trauma. He extended his own mental strength along the link, isolating that chaotic force from the goblin's consciousness. For our great master, the revived goblins rallied, shouting their battle cry, once again driving their forest wolves towards Faya and the others. How could this be? It's ineffective. Upon witnessing the failure of a skill she once took pride in, Haida experienced a fleeting moment of astonishment, yet she swiftly regained her composure. With a series of vigorous gestures, she unleashed a multitude of brilliant yellow fireballs, which, as they soared through the air, elongated against the wind, expanding several-fold into various animal forms. These fiery creatures, once fully formed, charged toward the goblins with fervor. Breath of the gale. At that moment, Faya conjured a tempest, lifting the incoming forest wolves high into the air and hurling them toward the distant goblins, instantly crushing another wave of them. Wu, observing the heavy casualties among his subordinates, the Silver Wolf King could no longer maintain his composure, letting out a plaintive growl directed at Lu Yuan. Let us proceed. Our time to shine has come. Having gained a rough understanding of the Goblin Wolf Cavalry's strength, Lu Yuan mounted the Silver Wolf King and emerged from his hiding place. The instant he appeared on the battlefield, the attention of Faya and her companions was drawn to him. Kyle and Haida felt a sense of trepidation in response to Lu Yuan's formidable stature and menacing aura, while Faya recognized him as the very ogre who had severed her arm and captured Elena. It is you. A dark purple sphere of destructive magic, exuding an aura of annihilation, swiftly took shape in Faya's hands. With no grand display, it silently shot toward Lu Yuan. The sphere emitted an invisible gravitational pull, akin to a miniature black hole, tearing apart the earth and distorting the trees in its wake. Goblins and forest wolves alike were mercilessly shredded to pieces as if caught in a meat grinder. Kyle, who had been at the forefront, retreated to hide his side the moment Lu Yuan appeared, his expression tense as he regarded the monster before him. The aura he radiated was comparable to that of the high-ranking magical beasts he had previously faced in formidable teams. Yet now, there were no seasoned adventurers at his side to provide assistance. Ha! Faya took a deep breath, clutching her spellbook tightly, her gaze filled with hope as she watched the magical sphere advance toward Lu Yuan. This destructive spell, originally a forbidden-level magic, was far beyond a realm of high-tier spells accessible to Faya at her current stage. However, with the guidance of her esteemed mentor, the court's chief mage, and equipped with a spellbook crafted from various precious magical materials, she had successfully replicated this formidable magic. Although the potency of her spell did not reach the level of a forbidden incantation and bore disadvantages, such as a slower launch, its core effect, the invisible gravitational pull, was remarkably similar to the original. This was intended to be Faya's final gambit against Lu Yuan, a move meant for a desperate last stand. Yet, she had clearly overestimated her own rationality. Upon encountering her haunting enemy, she lost control and unleashed her ultimate attack without hesitation. Now, all she could do was hope that Lu Yuan would not evade this spell. But was that even a possibility? Thunder Dragon Spear. At that moment, Lu Yuan, seeing the destructive sphere approach, displayed a long-lost seriousness and a flicker of excitement on his face. It had been ages since he had felt the tangible threat of death. His heart raced wildly, pumping blood throughout his body, raising his temperature as the pale, chalky energy surged forth, coalescing into a gray, heavy lance in his hand. Lightning crackled upon it, accompanied by sharp, explosive sounds. Flames erupted from the scales of his armor, gathering upon the lance. The fiery dragon's body entwined around the shaft, its tail curling around Lu Yuan's arm, while its head formed the silver-white spearhead. With exhilaration, Lu Yuan raised the dragon spear, the silver lightning gathering at its tip. Sensing the intensifying gravitational pull surrounding him, the lightning on the spear surged fiercer. Ugh! The Silver Wolf King beneath him dug its claws deep into the ground, striving to resist the invisible force. Boom! The tempestuous lightning, entwined with flames, transformed into a colossal beam of light, hurtling toward the dark purple black hole. The sky momentarily illuminated, the air suffused with a burnt rubber scent. Their collision, however, caused no discernible disturbance. The raging lightning was silently consumed by the dark purple sphere, which continued its unrelenting course, devouring everything in its path as it advanced toward Lu Yuan. It seemed that the situation was unfolding in accordance with Faya's hopes. Against this modified high-tier magic derived from forbidden spells, Lu Yuan's attack appeared laughably feeble, akin to a child's play. I have avenged you. Elena, a glimmer of crystalline tears welled in the corners of Faya's eyes. At last, her long-awaited vengeance was at hand. In her eyes, Lu Yuan had missed the ideal moment to evade the destructive sphere. And facing such overwhelming gravitational force, he had no chance of escape. She gazed at Lu Yuan, who was about to be engulfed by the sphere, her tense left hand finally relaxing from her right arm. Something was amiss. That monster was smiling. Haida, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up, her expression tense, the deep fear etched upon her beautiful face. The spirits, they are terrified. They are pleading for my help. What should I do? Kyle, tell me, what should I do? Haida cried out to Kyle, her helplessness resembling that of a lost child, as she hugged herself tightly. Kyle, upon hearing Haida's voice, immediately adopted a grave demeanor. He swiftly retrieved an eye-shaped talisman from his pocket and pressed it against her forehead. What is wrong with her? Faya inquired, concern evident as she observed Haida gradually regaining her composure. It's a side effect of her fairy bloodline, Kyle replied, his expression reluctant to elaborate further, though his anxious gaze remained fixed on Lu Yuan. Are you certain that monster is finished? Absolutely. No one has ever escaped the gravitational pull of the destructive sphere. Boom! Just as Faya's words faded, a violent explosion echoed from afar. The roaring wind swept up a tempest of debris, shattered trees, and mangled flesh, engulfing the surroundings. Faya hurriedly conjured a magical shield, enveloping herself and Haida within its protective grasp. The force of the impact sent ripples across the shield. Upon realizing that one layer of the shield could not withstand the onslaught, Faya swiftly consumed an energy elixir to restore some of her magical strength, then cast 3 additional layers of protection. The cracking sounds reminiscent of breaking eggshells echoed continuously. Ultimately, however, the 4 layers of shield could not endure the ferocity of the storm. As the winds began to subside, Faya dispelled the shield, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld the center of the crater before her. The terrifying figure, shrouded in chaotic gray light, had completely lost its essence as a living being. The gray radiance revealed an insatiable hunger, an unending cycle of consumption. In astonishment, Faya covered her eyes, unable to accept, unwilling to believe. Why could even a forbidden spell not vanquish this monster? Why? Why would you not perish? Faya yelled at Lu Yuan, her right hand adorned with dark purple patterns that spread from her arm throughout her body. Yes, she felt the magic concealed within her flesh-bound golem fully awakened. Faya experienced a fleeting illusion of omnipotence. She lifted her spellbook, channeling terrifying magical energy recklessly into it, intent on once again invoking the destructive sphere of Ogrim. Kyle, witnessing Faya descend into madness, felt an increasing sense of dread as Lu Yuan's posture exuded an inexplicable danger. Meanwhile, Haida's fear intensified at the sight of Lu Yuan, feeling more and more exhausted. Perhaps they should never have accepted this commission. Yet, as adventurers, they were bound to uphold their duty, to fulfill the entrusted mission with unwavering resolve. Kyle murmured softly, gazing at his wife in his arms, his expression shifting from gentle to resolute. I could see that moment. Faya's annihilation orb was primed for release, and an invisible gravitational force reemerged, in an instant. Lu Yuan moved, or perhaps he did not. Yet, his position had altered, transformed into a mass of chaos. Lu Yuan suddenly materialized before the orb, extending a hand to press against its surface. A more terrifying suction emanated from him, causing the orb, which had originally devoured all, to be gradually absorbed by Lu Yuan instead. Delicious, an unconsciously terrifying whisper echoed forth. He lifted his gaze and bestowed upon Faya an enigmatic smile. Shatter Strike. Just as Faya was lost in a trance, Kyle abruptly raised the heavy hammer in his grasp and swung it towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan glanced up at the whistling hammer approaching him. his chaotic visage betraying no emotion, but he merely raised his right hand slightly, and the chaotic gray light surged violently, as if imbued with life. In that moment, Kyle's sense of impending doom reached an unprecedented peak. He would die. He would absolutely perish. The overwhelming premonition of death, so tangible it felt almost corporeal, contorted Kyle's already bloodshot eyes into a more savage glare. The fear within him tightened his entire being, and his instinct urged him fervently to flee. Yet Kyle did not heed this instinct. He did not abandon the heavy hammer to escape, but instead continued to strike at Lu Yuan with all his might. For he knew that Haida was behind him, and their child awaited their return. Thus he bore the weight of fear and persisted in battle. To refrain from fighting would mean death, but fighting would offer a glimmer of hope for survival. Ah! Kyle bellowed, his face twisted in rage as he directed his forceful strike at Lu Yuan, his strength intensifying. Crack! Splatter! A grotesque wolf's head, formed from swirling chaos, erupted from Lu Yuan's arm, its maw wide open, devouring Kyle's upper body in one fell swoop. The earthy shield held for but a moment before shattering under the sharp teeth. Thud! The lifeless body, now devoid of its upper half, plummeted helplessly from the sky. Crimson blood gushing forth from the ragged severance, the remnants of organs spilling out and staining the ground in an instant. Witnessing Kyle's gruesome demise before her, Haida sat paralyzed on the ground, her eyes wide with horror, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream of rage. Agsoros sneered disdainfully, his body engulfed in a surging frenzy of chaotic flames. The raging inferno erupted in a torrent of orange fireballs, hurtling towards the gaping maw of the colossal wolf. Simultaneously, the orange flames flickering in Agsoros' eyes pulsated violently, an intangible allure igniting within Lu Yuan's heart. A chaotic whirlwind of thoughts, convoluted emotions, and obsessive desires surged through Lu Yuan's mind like rampant weeds. In a desolate and chaotic landscape, Lu Yuan, ensnared by ravenous demons, gradually succumbed to numbness. Just as he prepared to abandon his struggle in despair, a sudden blaze of desire ignited within him, rekindling his will to survive. Along with a host of dark and sinister emotions, he recalled the delectable foods he had savored, the satisfaction of his growing power, and the joy derived from possessing Irina and Baishur. Let me see whose desires are more wicked and potent. Reinvigorated with fighting spirit, Lu Yuan extricated himself from confusion and resumed his battle against the hunger before him. Meanwhile, in the realm of reality, Agsoros gazed in disbelief at the beast that had completely consumed the chaotic flames. Impossible! How can this be? At that moment, Agsoros could no longer maintain his fateful, roaring in confusion. Though merely a fragment of a true Chaos Flame King, Agsoros, the essence of power remained unaltered. The destructive nature of the chaotic flames could not possibly be defeated by the beings dwelling within the world. Detestable heretic, you have thoroughly enraged the great king of chaos flames. Surrender to me now, offer your body, and become the harbinger of chaotic flames, and I shall grant you mercy. The gaping wolf showed no interest in listening to Agsoros' incessant prattle. As the embodiment of gluttony, it was both Lu Yuan and yet not Lu Yuan. Unlike Lu Yuan, who still pondered various matters, the gaping wolf fixated solely on one thought: devour, devour, and devour again, an unending cycle, ceaseless and relentless. Thus, when it turned its gaze towards Agsoros, its mind was consumed with the singular desire to consume him. Roar! With a thunderous cry, the gaping wolf lunged at Agsoros, its body of fissures expanding and converging. The original wolf form gradually vanishing, leaving only a terrifying abyssal maw. It snapped its jaws at Agsoros, the gravitational pull ensnaring the orange flames emanating from him. The all-consuming chaotic gray light relentlessly devoured the burning chaotic flames. To disrespect the divine and offend the great king of chaos flames. Very well. Agsoros' chaotic flames surged intensely, a terrifying aura erupting in an instant. An invisible force became tangible, violently repelling everything around him. However, this did not include Lu Yuan, for gluttony devours all, even intangible forces. Spread into madness, Realizing he could not halt Lu Yuan's advance, Agsaros relinquished all defenses, allowing Lu Yuan to bite into his flesh. Then he enveloped Lu Yuan in an embrace, the chaotic flames in his eyes burning fiercely toward the monster before him, the flames incessantly scorching Lu Yuan's body. As the chaotic flames continued to blaze, Agsarazura gradually waned. Willing to risk slipping into slumber once more to annihilate the monster before him. Roar! A pained howl erupted from Lu Yuan's lips. Agsarazura's expression brightened, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. The great king of chaos flames is invincible. Puff! With a swift strike, he shattered the noisy head before him. Upon returning from the heart-like space, Lu Yuan retracted the chalky power enveloping him, supporting his dizzy head as he processed the memories of the recent events. TSK, I was too arrogant, lacking the composure I had upon reincarnation. Ultimately, I suffered a loss due to my inflated ego, reflecting on his reckless confrontation with the destructive magic ball unleashed by Faya. Lu Yuan felt akin to a fool I could have evaded, but why didn't I? How strange. Shaking his head to dispel such troubling thoughts, Lu Yuan surveyed his surroundings. The landscape was a ravaged tableau of destruction, littered with broken earth and dismembered corpses. This battle had inflicted tremendous losses on both the goblins and the forest wolves. Recovery would demand time, whether for the forest or for the forces beneath Lu Yuan. Upon contemplating the forest wolves, he summoned the chalky power within him, coalescing a mass of chaotic gray light into a cocoon. Soon, a gleaming claw burst forth, followed by a fearsome wolf head, and finally, the entire form of the Silver Wolf King emerged. Previously, when Lu Yuan faced the destructive magic ball, he had been utterly helpless, poised on the brink of death. In that dire moment, his latent power surged uncontrollably, transforming into a form that devoured all, first obliterating the destructive magic ball. However, in the process of this power's eruption, it inadvertently consumed the Silver Wolf King beneath him. Now, the Silver Wolf King existed in a state akin to death, resembling a being similar to a chalky spirit. Yet, it was far from the true chalky spirit's might and could not enter Lu Yuan's so-called chalky realm. Furthermore, this form primarily depended on gluttony for existence. Thus, Lu Yuan referred to it as the spirit of gluttony. After soothing the Silver Wolf King's panic at its resurrection, Lu Yuan lifted his gaze toward the depths of the adjacent forest. There, he beheld Faya. Her eyes of fiery red, wearied, raising her blood-stained right hand adorned with strange patterns, aimed directly at him. An ominous sensation enveloped Lu Yuan's heart, a feeling not of impending death, but of foreboding. If caught, he could not discern whether he would perish, but discomfort was assured. "Farewell, ogre," Faya whispered, having researched nearly every version of banishment spells for this soul expulsion. She exhausted all her magical energy, even draining the enchanted items she carried, channeling it all into her right arm. As the luminescence began to flicker, Lu Yuan's expression darkened, and the thunder in his hand was about to unleash when it vanished entirely. Everything had come to an end. Bam! Just as Faya was about to release her spell, a formidable, silver blade descended upon her nape. The magic was brutally interrupted, and the terrifying backlash instantaneously dissolved Faya's right arm, rendering her unconscious. Master, after successfully ambushing her, Xiongda knelt before Lu Yuan, bowing his head solemnly. "Well done." Lu Yuan praised Xiongda, noting his growing expertise in ambush techniques. He then looked down at the unconscious Faya. "Oh," gazing at the girl before him. Lu Yuan suddenly realized she was the same one who had fled alongside Irina last time. "So, you've returned to deliver yourself once again. Let us bring her back to the lair." After slaying so many goblins, it would be remiss not to collect. Montelion, the Adventurers Guild, was situated in a quaint two-story building adorned with exquisite decorations at the edge of the settlement. The child of Haida and Kyle, a human reincarnator, lay in a crib, listlessly staring at the ornate patterns on the ceiling. Now just a month old, he was incapable of even changing his own diaper, forced to spend his days in the crib, gazing blankly at the ceiling. When Haida and the others had just departed, the servants would take him out for strolls, allowing him to observe the outside world, preventing him from feeling as bored as he did now. However, after receiving no news from Kyle for several days, The servants' demeanor had noticeably become perfunctory. Though they did not exhibit any melodramatic treachery, their attentiveness to his care had evidently diminished. They were even neglecting the crucial task of changing diapers. His parents had been gone for several days now. Could they have encountered some danger? Surely not. Judging by the reactions of those around him, his parents seemed to be quite formidable adventurers, so it was unlikely they would face trouble so easily. As his thoughts spiraled into disarray, he felt increasingly agitated and decided to open his data panel. During this period of immobility, he had relied on perusing the data panel to alleviate his boredom. Oh, when did this talent appear? As he gazed at the newly manifested talents appearing suddenly on his panel, a look of perplexity spread across his youthful face. After all, he hadn't engaged in any notable activity recently. Fire Fairy, awakening inherited from the legendary fairy lineage. This bloodline seems to conceal a certain terrifying power. Upon complete awakening, one automatically masters potent magical flames and gains the ability to communicate with the spirits of nature. The legendary fairy bloodline harbors an ominous force, wielding formidable magical flames and the capacity to converse with the spirits of nature. He adeptly extracted the key phrases from the introduction. With each extraction, his brows lifted slightly, and upon finishing the entire text, an irrepressible smile graced his face. Could this be an awakening cheat? Am I, perhaps, the protagonist? The joy of discovering his hidden lineage momentarily dulled the anxiety concerning his parents' potential misfortune that a cheerful smile was etched on his face. Impossible to suppress. Consequently, the servants surrounding him felt a peculiar sense of bewilderment, ultimately concluding that the child must be somewhat unhinged. Meanwhile, far away in the goblin cave within the Black Forest, the recently revived Faya awakened from her stupor, feeling a foggy discomfort at the back of her head. Instinctively, she reached back to touch it, only to realize with dismay that her newly acquired puppet arm had vanished at that moment. Faya slowly recollected the events leading to her fainting. She had been poised to unleash her newly developed high-level magic, Soul Exile, against the terrifying ogre. This spell was crafted utilizing the power of her innate omniscience. She distilled the spell model from her memories of all known exile spells, ultimately forming a new type of magic by integrating the high-level spatial magic of Void Exile as the primary model, fused with elements concerning the soul from the soul separation spells. This combination allowed her to directly expel the target's soul from their body and cast it into the perilous void. Originally, Faya had devised this spell in a desperate bid to save Haida. However, upon witnessing Lu Yuan shatter Haida's skull, she redirected its purpose towards Lu Yuan. Unfortunately, due to the hasty nature of her crafting, this spell remained only semi-formed. Casting this magic demanded an immense amount of magical energy and a prolonged incantation time, forcing Faya to exhaust all her magical reserves, including those from her enchanted items. Even her grimoire had been drained of magic, leading to its eventual disintegration. Such a gamble, her last-ditch effort, had evidently ended in failure. Was she ambushed? Feeling sharp pangs at the back of her head, Faya's composed demeanor faltered. If only she had preserved some magical energy for protective items. Yet, reality offered no antidote for regret. Those who sever all their safety nets in desperation often find themselves ensnared by that which they have forsaken. Faya lifted her gaze, surveying her surroundings, only to discover she was ensnared within a cage. Though simple in design, it remained clean and orderly. Her eyes flickered with thoughtfulness. The structure resembled the architectural style of goblins and kobolds, crude yet sturdy. Was this the lair of the ogre-controlled tribe? Faya quickly deduced, yet a wave of confusion followed. Why hadn't Tiet devoured her immediately? Was it planning to keep her as a reserve meal? No, that couldn't be right. Ogres were notoriously greedy creatures, typically consuming their prey on the spot without the habit of storing food. But was that creature truly an ogre? As she pondered, Faya recalled Lu Yuan's terrifying silhouette, a chill running down her spine. She leaned against the wooden bars, lost in her thoughts, and that very moment, the source of her dread, Lu Yuan, arrived at the cage with Irina, Bai, and Bear. Faya, you truly are here. When I heard from Yali, I couldn't believe it. Irina exclaimed upon spotting Faya, releasing Lu Yuan's arm and calling out joyfully. Irina, you're alive? Faya exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Irina, who was bouncing with vitality outside the cage. Dead? Why would I be dead? Irina replied, hands on her hips, pouting at Faya. That's not what I meant. I just meant, Faya stammered, desperately trying to clarify her intentions. However, the overwhelming joy and surprise at Irina's survival left her momentarily speechless, tears welling in her eyes. Finally, Faya gazed at Irina, sobbing. I'm so glad you're okay. Irina. The long-buried guilt and fear within her were finally released in that moment. All right. No more tears, Irina said, slightly flustered by Faya's emotional outburst. Glancing anxiously at Lu Yuan, her eyes pleading for help, Lu Yuan, amused, produced the key to the cage and handed it to Irina. With excitement radiating from her, Irina unlocked the door and jumped inside, enveloping Faya in a tight embrace. Stop crying, all right? If the people who once pursued you at the academy saw you like this, they would surely be stunned. Irina consoled her gently, patting Faya's back rhythmically. Under Irina's soothing presence, Faya gradually regained her composure. I could see that moment. She turned to look behind Irina and was taken aback upon seeing Bai's peculiar expression. However, her gaze quickly shifted to Lu Yuan, who stood silently nearby. Faya's pupils constricted sharply, her body trembling involuntarily, muscles tensed, and her breath quickened. Clutching Irina's shoulders, she eyed Lu Yuan warily, whispering to Irina, why is Yanni here? And what's the deal with that monster? It hasn't harmed you, has it? What monster? That's Mr. Yaley. He is my beloved now. Well, just a smidge more than your affection for Faya, of course. After all, Yaley's the father of my child, Irina retorted, slightly miffed at Faya's description of Lu Yuan as a monster. While Lu Yuan indeed bore a monstrous appearance and voice, at times, he certainly acted like one. The thought caused Irina's cheeks to flush, and she chuckled shyly. Noticing Faya seemed oblivious, she hastily shifted the topic, emphasizing her regard for Faya. Yet, as their conversation progressed, Irina inadvertently revealed details about the child. Who cares? And what do you mean by child? Irina, are you expecting? Faya exclaimed, her voice trembling as she gazed incredulously at Irina, the realization dawning upon her. Yes, indeed, Irina admitted, relieved that the matter was out in the open, that you're really pregnant. This is... upon receiving Irina's confirmation, Faya was thrust into a whirlwind of confusion. Her eyes darted towards Lu Yuan outside the cage, unable to control her gaze trailing downwards. Immediately, she turned back, staring at Irina in disbelief, her hands flailing in the air as if trying to grasp the enormity of the revelation. The more she gestured, the redder her face became. Faya, you're quite the jester. Irina couldn't help but chuckle at the adorable sight of Faya in a fluster, with a playful glint in her eyes. She mischievously added, I certainly have no ill intentions right now. Upon hearing this, Faya immediately felt a wave of relief wash over her as she patted her petite chest, murmuring, That's a relief, indeed. Sensing the opportune moment, Irina leaned in closer to Faya's ear and whispered, In fact, I have already given birth. I'll take you to see him shortly. He is absolutely adorable, just as I had imagined, soft to the touch. With delicate skin, it's truly delightful. Despite Irina's excitement, Faya's mind momentarily crashed upon hearing those words. Her emotions today had been a roller coaster, swinging wildly from joy to concern. You've given birth, Faya exclaimed in astonishment, gazing wide-eyed at the thrilled Irina, before her gaze drifted to Irina's seemingly unchanged belly. Her eyes filled with skepticism. Oh soon, just a few days, and you've already given birth? That's unbelievable. Almost like a goblin. As the mention of goblins brought a sudden realization, Faya scrutinized the figure before her, Lu Yuan, along with the imposing bear-like man behind him, who stood silently gripping a massive sword. Although their appearances were vastly different from ordinary goblins, indeed, they seemed to belong to entirely different species. Upon closer inspection, Faya could discern some goblin-like features, most notably the slightly curved pointed ears. Yet, could such a powerful and peculiar evolution truly exist within goblins? According to reports from scholars studying the first Demon King, Goblins, born from the curse of the Demon King upon the world, should be classified as a biological disaster akin to a plague. Much like pests, goblins possess an innate ability to reproduce and adapt, yet their own powers are shackled by the world's constraints. This limitation is not only a consequence of the Demon King's curse, but also a deliberate act by the world to prevent the goblins from disrupting the ecological balance. Thus, it is improbable for any goblin to exceed the status of a mid-tier monster, unless they were to undergo a legendary reincarnation as a holy spirit. But is that even possible? According to the claims of the divine churches, holy spirits are inherently sacred, blessed by the gods. If this were true, how could such exalted beings be reincarnated as lowly goblins? However, if this creature before her, named Yar, was not a holy spirit, then his formidable power would defy explanation. Conversely, if Lu Yuan truly were a holy spirit, then the church's assertions would crumble. The notion of the Holy Spirit would not be one of divine reverence, which would strike a significant blow to the church that has been fervently recalling the Holy Spirits. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Faya found herself engulfed in confusion that, in a matter of moments, she had absorbed an overwhelming amount of information, from the helplessness of awakening to find herself imprisoned, to the joy and relief upon seeing Irina, followed by a cascade of shock and panic. The tumult of emotions left her feeling utterly fatigued, compounded by the lingering pain of magical backlash. Under the weight of these factors, all Faya desired was to lie down and escape into slumber, disregarding all her worries. Yet she could not. She had once vowed to see the living and bear witness to the dead. Now that Irina was alive, she had to ensure Irina's safe return. And there were others, Haidar and Kyle, who had paid the ultimate price for her recklessness and ignorance. Their newborn child, only a month old, required care, especially considering that the murderer of their parents stood outside, watching her with an air of indifference. All these circumstances dictated that Faya could not afford to be complacent. She needed to devise a way to escape with Irina. Faya, what is the matter? Irina called out urgently as Faya suddenly fell into a stupor. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan stood outside, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he perceived Faya's inner turmoil exposed through the bloodline connection. Aware of the spoils pondering mischievous thoughts, he addressed Irina. Irina, I intend to have a thorough discussion with your friend here. You should attend to Salaka for now. Salaka was the name Lu Yuan had chosen for his first child with Irina, a measure taken to prevent the child's true name from being divulged. In this world, aside from inherently powerful races such as dragons and titans, and a few fortunate individuals like Lu Yuan, everyone else's true name is derived from the blessings of their parents, protected by the gods. Others find it exceedingly difficult to wrest their true names from divine hands. Goblins, however, lack such divine protection, making caution necessary. Very well, Faya, you must not continue to refer to Yar as a monster. Irina acquiesced, yielding to Lu Yuan's insistence. Reluctantly releasing Faya's hand, she glanced back with a lingering concern before departing without a second thought. Now, only the two of them remained. As Irina moved away, Lu Yuan stepped closer to Faya, a smile playing on his lips. The filthy goblin! Faya spat defiantly at Lu Yuan, her face flushed with indignation upon realizing that the creature before her was indeed a goblin. You will come to regret this, Lu Yuan replied, unperturbed, his tone calm, as he reached out toward Faya. Do not touch me, ah? Faya screamed, but her protest fell on deaf ears as Lu Yuan ignored her cries, seizing her head and lifting her to eye level with him. His scarlet eyes glinted with interest as they fixed upon Faya's pained expression. Shall you continue to scream? He teased with a wicked grin. Tightening his grip, feeling the increasing pressure on her skull, Faya ceased her cries, forcing herself to stifle any further sounds of distress. Her gaze remained defiant, filled with resistance, and Lu Yuan found her spirit amusing. When one is weak, every action they take merely becomes a source of amusement for their adversary. Observing Faya's tightly pursed lips, Lu Yuan finally released his hold on her head, allowing her to slump to the ground. He then crouched down, leaning closer to her ear, his voice laced with malice as he inquired, Do you think Irina is happy right now? At his words, Faya's expression faltered, her head snapping towards Lu Yuan. Her eyes brimming with wariness, she sealed her lips, refusing to respond. Noting her silence, Lu Yuan chuckled. For sometimes, a lack of response is a clear answer in itself, often more potent and sincere than a verbal reply. Having grasped Faya's feelings for Irina, Lu Yuan pressed on with his inquiries. Do you wish for Irina to remain happy? At this, Faya's demeanor tensed. She lunged toward Lu Yuan, her remaining left hand pressing against his throat as she summoned a flicker of magical energy. Forming a rudimentary magic bolt, with a serious tone, she demanded, What do you intend to do to Irina? Lu Yuan's expression darkened at Faya's audacity to threaten him. Bang! Ah! Lu Yuan swiftly raised his hand, pinning Faya against the wooden bars of her confinement, and effortlessly detonated the magic bolt in his grasp. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Faya cried out in pain, ignoring her furious glare. Lu Yuan grinned once more and said, We could actually collaborate, Miss Faya. Though there was no outward sign on Faya's face, Lu Yuan keenly detected the fleeting disdain in her eyes. However, Lu Yuan remained unperturbed, for he was currently in a position of seeking her favor. He was capable of maintaining a modicum of tolerance towards the ignorance of others. With a subtle motion of his hand, he pressed against Faya's abdomen a few times in silence. Only after witnessing the expression of pain that crossed her face did Lu Yuan cease his actions, continuing in a tone that was ostensibly sincere. After all, you wouldn't want to see Irina come harm, would you? Upon hearing this, Faya's already pale complexion turned even more ashen, and she trembled as she questioned Lu Yuan. What do you intend to do? I warn you, if you dare to harm Irina, I will not let you go. The feeble threat, uttered from the lips of Faya, who was currently pinned beneath Lu Yuan, seemed all the more ludicrous. Lu Yuan cast a bemused glance at the panicked Faya. That's so. A simple question hung in the air, but Lu Yuan offered no further elaboration. Observing this, Faya's demeanor gradually hardened, as if she had resolved upon something. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Yuan interjected, You need not be overly anxious. What I do to Irina actually hinges upon your choices. I consider myself a kind and open-minded individual, willing to grant anyone who has wronged me a chance to reassess their decisions. You may choose to become my ally or continue as my adversary. At this juncture, Lu Yuan paused, noticing Faya frowning. Her expression one of incredulity, before continuing, This opportunity is now in your hands. So tell me, what is your choice? Following this, Lu Yuan seemed to recall something amusing and added, Do not forget, the current predicament of Irina is largely of your own making. Upon hearing this, Faya fell silent. Lu Yuan's words struck deep, hitting a raw nerve within her. She had long believed that it was her fault that Irina found herself in such dire circumstances. Now, being occupied by the goblin and forced to bear its offspring, she understood that despite Irina appearing content, everything was fundamentally wrong. Irina should not be ensnared in the goblin's lair, reduced to a mere breeding machine. Now, she was determined to rectify this mistake. I want to take Irina away safely. What price must I pay? As Faya began to concede, Lu Yuan smiled once more. For once one has fallen, there are only a finite number of times one can do a robust man adorned with a golden headscarf approach the immense wagon. Addressing a man seated atop it, who sported whip-like hair, the whip-haired man paused his task of sharpening a small knife and lifted his gaze towards the headscarf-clad giant, inquiring, Are any of the brothers injured? Come now, Boss Mozong, are you still worried about that? In a village like this, how could there possibly be a threat to us brothers? The headscarf man replied, nonchalantly, a grin spreading across his face. With a thud, Mozong leaped down from the wagon's roof, giving the robust man a light pat on the shoulder. His tone relaxed as he cautioned, Better safe than sorry. After all, what we do is hardly under divine protection. Oh, and remember to fabricate some evidence at the scene before we leave. We must leave a target for those still alive to seek vengeance upon. A life without purpose is indeed a hollow existence. Though Mozang's words seemed to express genuine concern for others, the casual demeanor he exhibited made it difficult to discern his true intentions behind those statements. The headscarf man chose to remain silent, observing with a meditative gaze. Let us proceed and inspect the goods, Mozong continued. Certainly this way, Boss Mozong, the headscarf man replied, nodding eagerly as he led Mozong in a specific direction. Upon arrival, they beheld villagers bound like livestock, sprawled upon the ground, each bearing various injuries. fear etched on their faces. They gazed anxiously at the figures draped in white robes surrounding them. Each robed figure, their faces obscured by cloth, wielded curved blades stained with blood. Standing silently to the side, A.S. Mozong approached. The figures collectively called out, "Boss Mozong." Mozong acknowledged briefly before crouching down to scrutinize the merchandise before him. His emerald green eyes revealed no discernible emotion, causing the villagers to feel an overwhelming sense of dread as they were compelled to meet his gaze. After assessing each one, Mozong nodded and remarked, "They seem quite satisfactory." "Ah, indeed, this is Nana, the finest slave catching ground." The headscarf man chimed in, nostalgia evident in his tone. "It has been far too long since we have had such an easy time capturing slaves." "Yes, we owe a great debt of gratitude to the madmen of Kansas for waging war on Nana, making our access here much simpler," Mozong concurred. Nodding in agreement with the headscarf man, he then instructed the robed figures, "Load all these goods into the second wagon." "Understood." The robed figures responded in unison before swiftly sheathing their curved blades and dragging the villagers one by one into the open cage of the second wagon. With the merchandise loaded, the headscarf man turned to Mozong and said, "Brother Mozong, it's time for us to depart. Indeed, let us head north through the forest. The south is infested with those repugnant fire demons," Mozong replied, casting a final glance at the other wagon draped in white cloth before returning to his perch atop the wagon. "Yes, Boss Mozong," the headscarf man solemnly affirmed, leading the robed figures toward the vacant wagon. They commenced their journey toward the northern reaches of the dark forest, leaving behind a ravaged village and countless small footprints. Within the dimness of the black forest, the robed figures instructed the recently captured slaves to set up a resting camp that a crimson-scaled dragon lizard, nearly 5 meters in length and resembling a hornless dragon, lounged languidly in the shade of a tree. Its amber vertical pupils fixated hungrily on the industrious slaves, its forked tongue flickering in and out, its massive tail swaying rhythmically. Meanwhile, Mozong, still seated cross-legged on his wagon's roof, propped his head with one hand, casting sidelong glances at the slaves laboring in the camp at that moment. The earlier headscarf man approached Mozong, observing the relaxed figure of Mozong with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Shaking his head, the headscarf man called out to Mozong, "Boss Mozong, everything has been taken care of. Just remind the brothers to stay vigilant. If I recall correctly, there should be a pack of forest wolves nearby," Mozong advised, lowering his gaze to the headscarf man. Then, casting another glance at the completely covered wagon beside him, his expression unchanged, he suddenly recalled something and said to the headscarf man, "Keep a close eye on the contents of that wagon. She's a high-value item designated by the upper echelons. Do not let anything happen to her." You know my work ethic, Boss Mozong, that I would never make a mistake." The headscarf man laughed heartily, summoning 2 robed figures to accompany him toward the covered wagon. Mozong remained silent atop his wagon, quietly watching the retreating figure of the headscarf man before turning his gaze back to the camp. Meanwhile, at the wagon, the headscarf man unveiled a portion of the white cloth, revealing an iron cage intricately inscribed with shimmering magical runes. Inside the cage lay a frail figure, each limb shackled by anti-magic cuffs. The figure wore a lightweight leather armor, subtly adorned with exquisite patterns. Beneath the armor, 2 pale thighs were exposed, also bound by delicate armor. Noticing the stillness of the figure within, the headscarf man furrowed his brow, but then waved at one of the robed figures, signaling them to investigate. With a thud, one of the robed figures swung open the cage door and leaped inside, producing a dull thud that caused the wagon to tremble slightly. The figure approached the captive and extended a hand towards her nose. Suddenly, the seemingly dormant figure sprang to life. Her long legs shot up like twin nooses, ensnaring the robed figure's neck. With a powerful twist of her waist, she attempted to slam the unyielding figure to the ground. However, despite her efforts, the robed figure remained as immovable as a fortress, allowing the blonde captive to dangle helplessly against its chest. "Curse you!" The blonde captive spat, releasing her grip and collapsing back onto the ground. The headscarf man then ascended the wagon, observing the exquisite visage of the blonde girl, who appeared as if sculpted by the divine. "You seem quite spirited. Indeed, truly deserving of your elven heritage," he remarked, his tone devoid of emotion. Even shackled with anti-magic cuffs, You still possess such vitality. Bah! The elven girl glared at the headscarf man, wishing that if not for the strange restraints sealing her magical abilities, these brutes would be no match for her. I hope you maintain that spirit. Let us be on our way. The headscarf man paid no heed to the elven girl's IRAS professional slave catchers. They had numerous methods for dealing with spellcasters. The elven girl still believed the cuffs were the only thing restraining her powers. Once the headscarf man and his companions departed, the elven girl lay alone in the cage, staring vacantly at the shimmering, dark magical runes above her. Leave some here to ensure her safety. Upon disembarking from the prison cart, the white cloth was once again draped over the figure. The burly man in the headscarf instructed the two individuals clad in white robes before striding towards the direction of Mozon. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow flitted past in the obscurity. The goblin, mounted on a forest wolf, caught a faint whiff of an enticing aroma emanating from the nearby prison. An inexplicable desire surged within him. Yet it was swiftly subdued by his unwavering loyalty to Yuan. Returning to a state of rational thought, the goblin cavalry urged his forest wolf onward. Racing towards the lair, he must convey the discovery of an excellent breeding specimen to his master. Meanwhile, within the goblin lair, Yuan was comfortably rising from the exhausted figure of Faya, who lay slumped on the ground. Beside him, Bai, who had repeatedly cast healing spells, also stood up silently, her cheeks flushed. Casting a glance at Faya, who was glaring at him with indignation, Yuan approached her with a mischievous grin and remarked, "I shall require your assistance regarding the goblin's spellcaster's matter." "You!" Before Faya could voice her protest, Yuan suddenly lifted his head, directing his gaze towards the prison's entrance. An urgent yet exhilarating sensation surged through the bloodline linked from outside. As anticipated, a burly goblin dashed in, reporting his recent observations through their mental connection. Another human? Yuan initially felt a flicker of confusion, as encounters with humans had become increasingly frequent. However, his attention was soon captured by an incredibly alluring scent emanating from the goblin's mouth. Tempting indeed. He was eager to ascertain just how enticing it truly was. Yet before proceeding, Yuan had preparations to undertake. Presently, the goblins defending the new lair were markedly few. Faya's earlier casting of the Great Black Sphere had decimated a significant number of goblin cavalry. The immense gravitational pull had severely hampered the mobility that the goblin cavalry prided themselves upon. Now, the new lair primarily relied on the forest wolf pack under the command of the Silver Wolf King for protection. Thus, should Yuan venture to the newly appeared human encampment, he could not afford to withdraw goblins for accompaniment. Doing so would drastically undermine the lair's fundamental defensive capabilities. Consequently, Yuan decided to take only Faya and Bai along. This would serve as an opportune moment to test Faya's loyalty. Ideally, she would personally engage in the slaughter of a few humans, further solidifying her descent into depravity. Ultimately, the lair's available combat strength had dwindled significantly. With his left arm encircling Bai and his right hand grasping the rest of Faya, the trio rode upon the back of the Silver Wolf King. Just before their departure, Yuan cast a glance back at the sparsely populated lair, marveling internally. Currently, besides himself, the only beings capable of rivaling the human's black iron tier strength were the fully equipped bear goblin, the deranged one stationed at the necromancer's factory, and the Silver Wolf King in his chalky state beneath him. As for Salaka, he had yet to reach full maturity. The terrifying potential inherited from his chalky lineage required ample time to manifest completely. Particularly, the formidable spirit of the wilderness would, with the passage of time, garner increasing blessings from the chalky spirits. Each blessing from the chalky spirits equated to a potent innate ability. The strength of the reproductive blessing from the black goat, bestowed upon Salaka at birth, was indicative of this. The remaining bear goblins and forest wolves could only barely contend with some of the lower-tier human practitioners. Had such strength been measured previously, Yuan would have undoubtedly been immensely satisfied. However, after recently enduring several intense battles, Yuan realized that these goblins were utterly incapable of participating at his level of combat. Merely the aftermath of battle was beyond their capacity to withstand. Yuan naturally desired to continue enhancing the strength of these goblins and forest wolves. After all, The augmentation effects of his legion's innate abilities were evident. Yet the previous method of strengthening through his own blood had become untenable. This direct elevation of life levels and forced racial evolution seemed possible only once. Attempting a second time would merely accelerate physical recovery and slightly enhance attributes, failing to achieve the transformative effects of the first instance. For Lu Yuan, falling short of such magnitude represented failure. Thus, with the forced maturation method proving ineffective, Lu Yuan began to seek alternative means to further bolster the strength of these goblins. Simultaneously, this quest was also to chart a new path for his own empowerment. Although the gluttonous enhancement was convenient, it remained too crude. "Where are you headed?" Faya, who was being jostled beneath Lu Yuan's arm, could no longer contain her curiosity. Feeling disoriented from the ride, she had ample reason to suspect Lu Yuan was doing this intentionally. Perhaps to torment her. After all, why should Annie sit comfortably in front while she hung precariously on the side? "You shall find out shortly," Lu Yuan replied without turning back. He was fully aware of Faya's discomfort. He admitted to having some intent behind his actions. After all, Faya still remained an enemy, and her bloodline bore a faint trace of deception. Lu Yuan would grant no favors to an enemy. On the contrary, he sought to erode Faya's will to resist through relentless torment. "You bastard!" Acknowledging her inability to escape her current predicament, Faya cursed Lu Yuan in anger, struggling to endure her physical discomfort. Lowering her head, she refrained from casting another glance at him, as the apprentice of Chief Mage Vanessa. Faya possessed her own pride. It was utterly inconceivable for her to plead with Lu Yuan over such matters. Though she now found herself temporarily subordinated to this coarse goblin, she viewed it merely as a stopgap measure. Yes, precisely, a temporary measure. Once this goblin relaxed its vigilance, she would swiftly escape with Elena, returning with her master to obliterate all goblin lairs in the Black Forest. At that moment, Lu Yuan sensed through the bloodline that Faya's emotions had surged momentarily before stabilizing. Only to rise again, he regarded her with a hint of confusion and curiosity. Yet he dismissed it, pondering that perhaps this young lady was simply eccentric, a notion not entirely unheard of. Such individuals, who appeared demure in public yet harbored peculiarities behind the scenes, were plentiful in the vibrant tapestry of his previous life's online experiences. Perhaps the inhabitants of this world bore considerable stress as well. Disregarding Faya's unusual emotions, Lu Yuan recalled the descriptions relayed by the goblin cavalry that had returned earlier. He directed the Silver Wolf King through their mental link towards the newly emerged human encampment. Having acquired a body composed of chalky power, the Silver Wolf King's strength had undergone a concealed enhancement. Although it had lost its reproductive capabilities, it had gained inexhaustible stamina and the immortal body that would endure as long as Lu Yuan did. With this formidable chalky physique, the Silver Wolf King darted through the complex terrain of the Black Forest like a shadowy bolt of lightning. It leaped over fallen logs, navigated treacherous vines, and bounded down steep slopes, racing toward the direction indicated by Lu Yuan. After the Silver Wolf King successfully traversed several obstacles, Lu Yuan finally caught sight of flickering flames amidst the trees ahead. In the perpetually dim Black Forest, this orange-yellow glow stood out remarkably. Lu Yuan immediately called a halt to the frenzied sprint of the Silver Wolf King, retracting it back into pure chalky energy amidst its mournful gaze. That was the human encampment. At this moment, Faya seized the opportunity to escape from Lu Yuan's subordinates, supporting her dizzy head as she surveyed her surroundings, upon catching sight of a glimmering light ahead. Her heart jolted with surprise. Instantly, she invoked the eagle eye technique, and with a surge of warmth in her eyes, her vision extended to great distances. When her gaze finally steadied, she discerned several humans busily erecting tents. Alongside figures clad in white robes, their faces obscured by white cloth, vigilantly guarding the area. Realizing that the distant figures were a human encampment, Faya gasped in astonishment. She had never expected that there were others. Apart from herself, who would choose to venture into the dark forest, it was well known that the ongoing war between the kingdom and Kansas, along with the devastation wrought by the so-called Crimson Calamity, had escalated the kingdom's demand for adventurers to unprecedented levels. The noble commanders dispatched to Iron Peak Mountain sought to minimize the losses of their territorial forces and were reluctant to engage directly with Kansas's troops. Thus, they hoped that adventurers would willingly join the fight against Kansas. They even went so far as to relax the employment rituals for professions such as warriors and scouts, in order to reward those adventurers who distinguished themselves in battle. The potential repercussions of this decision on the very foundations of noble rule were entirely beyond the consideration of these shrewd aristocrats. To them, these commoners would inevitably perish in the conflict with Kansas. Meanwhile, the ambitious and cowardly nobles within the kingdom, particularly those residing in areas affected by the Crimson Calamity, frantically recruited adventurers to serve as their guards. Some nobles, who openly scorned the spirit of the kingdom, were even clandestinely assembling private armies far exceeding the kingdom's permitted scale. Presently, the kingdom faced the dual threats of the mad dogs from Kansas and the unrest caused by the Crimson Calamity. For the time being, they could only tacitly accept the actions of those local nobles. Were it not for the Archduchess's efforts to stabilize the situation around the royal city, the chaos might already have engulfed the city of Nona. Under such circumstances, it was unlikely that anyone would willingly invest time in the arduous and thankless task of traversing the dark forest. They would be better off aligning themselves with a noble to secure a position. As for the surrounding villagers, that was even less feasible. Since the southern forests had been scorched by dragon flame, the surviving beast had fled to the northern woodlands. This migration had significantly heightened the dangers of the northern forest for ordinary folk. Intruding predators competed with the native predators for ecological niches, leading to fierce conflicts among beasts, which rendered the area perilously beyond the limits that an average hunter could endure. In light of such conditions, Faya found herself puzzled. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she recalled something. Without lingering to examine further, she swiftly withdrew her gaze and turned to Yuan. Indeed, she found him watching her with a malevolent grin. I won't do it. You can give up? Faya stammered, feeling parched and trembling as she spoke, a rare flicker of panic evident in her eyes. Do you believe you still possess the right to choose? Or do you wish to abandon Elena? Yuan's tone was frigid, and as he spoke, his expression darkened, causing the ambient temperature to rise. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Faya fell silent. She stood there as though petrified. Her gaze cast downwards as she counted the stones on the ground. Yuan, too, remained silent, scrutinizing Faya as the moment to test her obedience arrived. After the camp was set up, several figures in white robes ushered the slaves back into the prison cart. Once they exited, they locked the iron door of the cart with thick chains. The shackled slaves, their hands and feet bound, gazed despairingly at the white-robed figures wielding curved blades guarding the entrance. Among them, a few of the more fragile slaves could no longer restrain themselves and began to sob quietly. Gradually, their quiet weeping grew into a chorus of sorrow, louder and more heart-wrenching. Suddenly, a white-robed figure struck the iron bars with the back of his blade. Then he pointed the gleaming blade at the loudest at this moment. Faya had completed her incantation, and a rich surge of fire elemental magic coalesced in her hands, gradually forming a fiery whip ablaze with purple flames. She deftly lashed the whip towards the man in the white robe, and the purplish-red tendril instantly coiled around him like a spirit serpent. Subsequently, the searing flames erupted, and the resulting heat wave struck Faya's face. As the flames dissipated, the man, now reduced to charred flesh and bone, collapsed onto the ground. The scent of singed flesh quickly permeated the air. "Oh, what a beautiful lady," Mo Sang remarked with a frivolous tone as he observed Faya, who was tirelessly performing gestures with her hands and mouth from a distance. He then clapped his hands, and the 7 or 8 white-robed figures surrounding him immediately closed in on Faya. Noticing this, Faya remained unfazed, for she had her own means of assurance. Besides the magic she was ready to unleash, she was confident that Yuan was lurking nearby, secretly watching her. Mo Sang, the puppet master, was a notorious slaver known throughout the tri-kingdoms of Talantha. Faya gazed at Mo Sang with a grim expression and spoke. "I have been concerned about my ability to act, but encountering such a scoundrel has liberated me to proceed without hesitation." While a sense of relief washed over her, her vigilance surged to its peak, for she understood that the man before her was no ordinary adversary. a figure infamous across the lands of Nona. Kansas and the Golden Flower, Mo Sang was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, particularly his profession as a puppet master, an enigmatic vocation with origins lost to the annals of gods, rendered him all the more dangerous. Although lacking the stability of a traditional career, he compensated with his bizarre abilities. It was said that a puppet master could silently control an individual without their friends or family ever suspecting a thing. In the past, Mo Sang had manipulated a viscount in Nona to provide cover and protection for his slave trade, effectively plundering the entire populace of the viscount's territory. Hence, he was pursued by the joint forces of Nona, Kansas, and the Golden Flower. Little did anyone expect that after years of silence, Mo Sang would resurface in Nona to capture slaves once more. "You truly are incorrigible," Faya remarked tersely, spreading her arms wide as a terrifying repulsive force erupted from her chest. Bang, bang, bang! The surrounding white-robed figures were sent reeling backward by a blinding blue light. Impressive. It is rare for a mage of your age to execute such a spectacular spell. And Mo Sang's demeanor remained unruffled. He bore an air of confidence. With another clap of his hands, the previously downed white-robed figures began to groan and rise unsteadily from the ground, including the one Faya had incinerated earlier. They moved with a stiff awkwardness, their once twisted joints gradually regaining normality. The garments that had concealed their forms burst apart, revealing their horrific bodies within. Each was a grotesque assemblage of limbs from various races and skin tones, their surfaces covered with a faint, dark sheen that exuded a metallic quality. Puppet corpses! How dare you even attempt to create such abominations? Faya gasped in shock upon witnessing these stitched monstrosities. Her movements quickened as she lamented Lu Yuan's absence. If only her grimoire hadn't been damaged. Dealing with these puppet corpses would have been a trivial task. Attack! Mo Sang commanded the puppet corpses without further ado. Roar! A terrifying roar erupted from the mouths of these inhuman creatures as they charged toward Faya with even greater speed than before. Meanwhile, as Faya engaged in battle with Mo Sang, Lu Yuan concealed his presence and stealthily approached the prison cart. This was the moment. With anticipation building, Lu Yuan eagerly lifted the white cloth before him, effortlessly snapping the dark glinting bars and climbing inside. The forest spirit girl, lying on the ground, sensed an unusual disturbance and sharply lifted her head, her crimson eyes locked onto Lu Yuan's. "Monster!" she exclaimed, instinctively retreating several steps. Eyeing the brutal entity before her with wariness, I could see that moment. Lu Yuan noticed the pointed ears peeking out from beneath the golden hair of the forest spirit girl. So she is an elf. A smile crept across his face. "What exactly are you?" Saralina glared at the towering, black-scaled beast, her vigilance heightened upon detecting its menacing aura. Having never encountered such an odd creature in Talith, she felt a surge of alarm. The aura it emitted was neither that of a goblin nor an ogre. It was a chaotic amalgamation of various species. Furthermore, within its being lay not only the explosive energies of thunder and flame, but also a terrifying essence imbued with primal ferocity. This creature was an abomination far beyond the white-robed monster that had captured her. This is the true nature of Talith. So this is the forest spirit race, in stark contrast to the shock and fear radiating from Saralina. Lu Yuan's reaction was rather subdued, even tinged with disappointment. Upon seeing those characteristic pointed ears, his immediate thought was of the legendary, elegant, and powerful elves. If she truly were an elf, she would undoubtedly be an exceptional specimen, a pivotal asset in enhancing the strength of his goblin horde. However, as Lu Yuan scrutinized the alert girl before him, he found no traces of concentrated magical lines upon her fair skin. Thus, he realized that the girl was not a magical darling of the elven race, but rather a closely resembling subspecies known as the forest spirit. The forest spirit was an offshoot of the elves, lacking the omnipresent magical luminescence and the millennia-long lifespan of their highborn counterparts. Instead, they possessed a closer bond with the forest, able to bestow sentience upon trees by sacrificing their own lifespans, summoning formidable treants and dryads. Each treant was equivalent to a top-tier high-level monster, boasting the strength of a human at the pinnacle of bronze. They were among the primary forces in the early 5th Era coalition against the Demon King's army. Yet, Following their victory, the forest spirits had to withdraw from the ensuing distribution of spoils due to their significant depletion of power, retreating to their ancestral woods. It was only natural that elves could not be easily captured by humans. To encounter a forest spirit here was already a source of great surprise for Lu Yuan. With clarity of thought, he hesitated not a moment, allowing his terrifying aura to coalesce into a tangible beast as he lunged toward the forest spirit before him. Lu Yuan had become increasingly adept at wielding his aura, and after consuming the Silver Wolf King, he had grasped the technique of beast manifestation. This turned his previously intangible, dispersed brutal aura into a tangible beast, transforming its role from merely clearing minor foes and distorting minds to an offensive skill capable of inflicting immense psychological harm. Now, with deliberate restraint, the indistinct beast collided violently with Saralina, whose powers were sealed by magic restraints. The ferocious pressure surged in her mind, instantly rendering her unconscious. Thud! Her limp body fell to the ground, a trickle of water escaping from between her legs. Let us hope she doesn't turn into a fool. Upon confirming the presence of the young girl before him, Lu Yuan turned and strode towards the outside. He recalled that the future mother of the Mage Legion was still outside, valiantly confronting those grotesque amalgamations of flesh. Just as Lu Yuan descended from the prison cart, a magic projectile struck the ground at his feet with a resounding bang. Debris flew into the air, and a moderately sized crater formed, the charred earth still emanating wisps of smoke. Unfazed, Lu Yuan followed the trajectory of the magic bolt. Raising his gaze, there stood Faya, breathless, her modest bosom heaving violently, with wisps of white smoke curling from her outstretched fingers. Strands of hair clung to her skin, dampened by perspiration. Deprived of her grimoire, which had previously shielded her from divine casting penalties, Faya found herself utterly depleted. The mid-tier spells she once wielded with ease had nearly exhausted her entire reservoir of magical energy. Consequently, she dared only to employ the most rudimentary magic projectile as her means of attack. The nearing exhaustion of her mental faculties brought upon her a pain akin to a splitting headache. Fortunately, this torment from mental fatigue was one she had often encountered when she first embarked on her journey into the arcane, allowing her to remain functional despite her condition. The steep price she had paid yielded significant results. All the stitched-together figures in white robes now lay defeated upon the ground. Lu Yuan, merely glancing from a distance, discerned various signs of burns, electric shocks, and frostbite among them. These creatures, already a chaotic blend of severed limbs, appeared even more disordered in their current state. It was a sight most unsettling. Presently, the only ones remaining were the whip-haired man, shielded by a massive draconic lizard, and a weakling man hiding amidst the thickets. Lu Yuan chose to disregard the concealed individual and unleashed his aura, reforming it into a beast of might, which he then directed towards Mozong. Roar! The draconic lizard, reacting swiftly, pivoted and leaped, its robust body crashing down towards the approaching beast of might. Boom! The lizard's hefty form struck the ground with tremendous force. Yet, this proved utterly futile. The beast of might transformed back into an intangible aura, akin to the mist of dawn. It then reformed into a fearsome visage of a beast, lunging directly at the motionless Mozong. Boom! The beast of might made contact, but Lu Yuan frowned. He felt no indication that his earlier assault had inflicted any damage. Indeed, the truth was as he suspected. Mozong, struck directly, remained unscathed, his expression of carefree ease unchanged. Useless, I am Mozong, the strongest man, the freest man. Mozong suddenly spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the sky, and shouted defiantly. Useless, that fellow has turned himself into a puppet. His intellect is entirely fake, rendering any mental attacks ineffective. Faya, witnessing the futility of Lu Yuan's previous attack, brightened with determination and yelled towards him without hesitation. Although she harbored a desire for Lu Yuan's demise, wishing to escape with Eilina back to the royal city, she recognized the necessity of first eliminating this tumor. The illicit slave trade was, in her eyes, an unforgivable crime, for she had once been bought as a slave by Vanessa. Had it not been for her later demonstrated prodigious talent, she might have perished in one of the experiments that, that's so. Upon hearing Faya's words, a faint smile graced Lu Yuan's face as a tempestuous thunder began to gather. Since gentle attacks proved ineffective, he resolved to employ a more direct approach. The objects around him trembled slightly as Faya covered her hair, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed at Lu Yuan, who was preparing to unleash his assault. As the thunderous energy coiled around him intensified, it grew increasingly terrifying. The flickering and roaring bolts of lightning illuminated the surrounding darkness, transforming the environment into a realm of daylight, as the silvery lightning unleashed its fury with abandon. Faya acutely sensed the heightened activity of the thunder elemental energy around her, akin to humanity celebrating the birth of a king. These elemental forces rejoiced at the arrival of their sovereign. This sensation momentarily startled Faya, as the creature before her once again challenged her perception of him. While Faya's astonishment at Lu Yuan's extraordinary attack lingered, the draconic lizard, sensing the terrifying power brewing within the thunder, tensed its muscles, its dark red scales closing tight, its long tail pressed firmly against the ground. The lizard retreated to stand protectively before Mo Zong, its dragon-like head warily fixed on Lu Yuan, its forked tongue flickering. Its massive claws nervously scratched the ground, leaving deep, menacing gouges. That moment, the air around them fell eerily silent. The vast forest was reduced to the sharp, crackling sound of thunder. Lu Yuan's crimson gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the unwavering Mo Zong before him. He instinctively sensed that this whip-haired human seemed somewhat peculiar, exuding an aura that did not resemble that of a true human. It was a known fact that Lu Yuan could discern the scent of any creature he had consumed. Yet, the whip-haired man before him did not emit a human scent. However, recalling Faya's earlier hint, Lu Yuan chose not to dwell on it. The distinct feeling might stem from the fact that this individual had undergone some form of transformation. Regardless, even if there were indeed something amiss, Mo Zong was still an entity Lu Yuan could easily vanquish. There was nothing to fear. With recent forays into the chalky expanse and frequent encounters with the Azure Behemoth, the thunderous power within Lu Yuan had grown increasingly potent. With his thoughts thus concluded, Lu Yuan refrained from further contemplation. His right hand, enveloped in furious lightning, curled into a fist. Boom! A muffled explosion resonated as the once intangible ferocious thunder was abruptly grasped within his hand. Subsequently, Lu Yuan hurled the lightning, now shaped like a spear, towards Mo Zong with the precision of a javelin throw. Whoosh! Faya, standing nearby, caught a fleeting glimpse of a white flash, but before she could react, a deafening explosion echoed in her ears. As the terrifying lightning spear shattered the earth, residual bolts of lightning, akin to silver serpents, surged wildly across the ground, swiftly coalescing into a horrific, contorted web of electricity, leaving behind countless ghastly marks. The ground shattered, debris soaring through the air, while clouds of dust billowed around them. The atmosphere carried a pungent odor, painting a scene of utter devastation. Regaining her senses, Faya immediately turned to face Lu Yuan, who had just unleashed his attack. Her expression was complex, her heart secretly yearning to see a hint of weariness on his face. Yet, to her dismay, Lu Yuan's fierce visage bore no trace of fatigue. He appeared rather relaxed, as if that terrifying assault had merely been a casual gesture. In that moment of bewilderment, Faya felt as if it were an illusion that the previous attack had been unleashed by Lu Yuan. Nevertheless, the residual power of the raging thunder still clung to Lu Yuan's arm, silently affirming to Faya that everything that had transpired was indeed the work of the creature before her. Having lost her grimoire, this was the first time Faya had fought to the point of exhaustion. Witnessing Lu Yuan effortlessly unleash such a terrifying attack, for a moment, she felt a pang of despondency. The conviction she once held to escape with Eilina began to waver. Could she truly escape from this monster? Lu Yuan, sensing a flicker of confusion within Faya, understood something was amiss. Yet at this moment his focus lay squarely on the human he had just struck. That if, indeed, that was a human. Upon this realization, a look of intrigue manifested upon Lu Yuan's fierce countenance. As the smoke dissipated, a shadow emerged from the charred and fractured earth, its features obscured by soot. Beside it lay the massive, blackened carcass of a dragon lizard, its once dark red scales now entirely shed, revealing flesh that had also been seared by lightning. The position of its body suggested that, even in its final moments, it had sought to protect its master. This moment, Mozang's body was marred by grotesque scars left by the violent thunder. Injuries that would undoubtedly be fatal to an ordinary person. Yet Lu Yuan could sense a fragile flicker of life lingering within the figure before him, akin to a candle in the wind or a flower before the rain, destined to extinguish completely after a mere moment. However, an astonishing scene unfolded at that moment. In Lu Yuan's perception, that feeble vitality was gradually recovering at a slow yet tenacious pace. Thud! Thud! The heart, now reduced to carbon, surprisingly began to beat anew, the faint yet vigorous rhythm resonating within the charred shell. As the heartbeat reverberated, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, one that Lu Yuan recognized all too well. Reminiscent of the heart of the man-eating demon he had consumed earlier. Could it be that this creature was still alive? Clutching her chest, inquired of Lu Yuan, her voice tinged with confusion upon hearing the heartbeat. Lu Yuan's prior attack possessed a power that could rival that of mid-tier magic, specifically pure destructive spells, which required ample preparation time, even for her without the aid of a spellbook. The fact that Mo Zong could retain even a sliver of life after such an onslaught was astonishing. Although he was a criminal wanted by the Three Nations, the apprehension surrounding him stemmed more from the peculiarity of his abilities than from his sheer strength. "No, he is already dead," Lu Yuan casually remarked to Fi. In the next instant, his form surged forward, appearing before Mo Zong in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan's claws effortlessly tore open the charred chest of the figure before him. The vicious talons pierced directly into Mo Zhang's thorax, seizing hold of his heart. With a sickening squelch, no crimson blood flowed forth. Only fragments of charred flesh splattered. Lu Yuan extracted Mo Zhang's heart, observing the vividly red organ inscribed with peculiar symbols. And without a second thought, consumed in an where the puppeteer's signature skill lies in implanting suggestions within the bodies of the cursed, subsequently nurturing negative emotions to create a grotesque flesh and blood homunculus. Faya, observing the grotesquely swollen figure of a brutish man with a face resembling a flesh orb, spoke with a grave countenance. Such malevolent homunculi represent an adversary type that Faya is reluctant to confront. They are formidable, yet not overwhelmingly so, as they stem from a relatively obscure subclass of professions that yield such creations. The primary challenge lies in their handling. Upon the demise of a homunculus, a curse entwines itself around the slayer, gradually eroding the mental fortitude of the cursed individual. To dispel the curse, one must address the lingering resentment of the homunculus. Only by resolving this grievance can the curse dissipate. The most arduous aspect of this process is dealing with the resentment itself, as humans possess subjective emotions. What is nectar to one may be poison to another. This leads to the unsettling requirement that some resentments may clash with the moral compass of the cursed individual. For instance, compelling a virtuous person to harm others, or a miser to part with their wealth. Roar! I want you all dead. The flesh orb suddenly bellowed, lunging towards Lu Yuan. Faya, witnessing the crackling of electricity in Lu Yuan's hands, urgently shouted, "Stop!" She intended to caution him about the curse of the homunculus, but Lu Yuan acted too swiftly. Before she could articulate her warning, he had already unleashed his assault with a piercing thrust. The raging lightning in Lu Yuan's grasp transformed into a sharp spear, which he plunged into the approaching flesh in an instant. The spear's tip fragmented into countless slender silver threads, rapidly traversing within the creature's body, forming a dense silver web in no time. Through the orb's skin, which glowed with a warm hue tinged with yellow and white, Faya distinctly observed the terrifying silver threads swiftly dividing and proliferating, filling the wailing flesh orb at an alarming pace. The destructive force of the lightning also wreaked havoc along these silver threads within the homunculus. It hurts. It hurts so much. Boss Mo Zong, save me. The flesh orb, tormented by the ravaging lightning, bore a face twisted in terror. Even after becoming a monster, it could not conceal the cowardice within. That I really can't do anything about you. Bick, watch closely. This is the last time I'll assist you. The previously wailing flesh orb suddenly shifted its tone, speaking with resignation. The voice belonged to Mo Zong, the one whose heart had been extracted by Lu Yuan. Yuan. The once swollen orb began to collapse inward, its disgusting yellow fluids thickening to an alarming degree. Lu Yuan felt a slight obstruction against the invisible lightning he had thrust within, sensing the orb's suddenly surging momentum. Lu Yuan was immediately struck by a potent sense of DJVU.is it entering the second phase of transformation. Though he found the situation somewhat ludicrous, Lu Yuan's actions did not falter. It must be understood that in reality, there is no such thing as a transformation protection mechanism. Engaging in such theatrics before him necessitated readiness for failure. Lu Yuan intensified the output of lightning in his hand, causing the originally slender silver threads to swell into thick lightning serpents. The shrill sound of snake hisses, accompanied by dazzling lightning, reverberated throughout the surrounding forest. Boom! A dull explosion resounded, showering the area with a mix of flesh and thick yellow sludge in an instant. That's a bit disgusting. Faya, having remained sheltered behind Lu Yuan, was spared from the brunt of the aftermath. In contrast, Lu Yuan, who faced the explosion head-on, was now coated in a gruesome mixture. The stench of decaying fish and shrimp assaulted his nostrils, evoking memories of his initial days after crossing over. With a displeased expression, Lu Yuan focused his thoughts, and a dark red flame ignited from the gaps in his scaled armor, swiftly engulfing his front. These flames licked away the filth and remnants of flesh on Lu Yuan, cleansing him of the unsightly stains. You were too impulsive. Stepping out from behind Lu Yuan, Faya gazed at the chaos before her with a slight headache. Turning to him and stating, the curse carried by the homunculus would incessantly erode his spirit. For now, she only hoped this creature's resentment could be dealt with more straightforwardly. By the end of her statement, Faya appeared increasingly exasperated. The resentment that catalyzed the birth of the homunculus could not possibly be resolved with mere simplicity upon reflection. A curse, you say? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, speaking in a nonchalant tone that incited Faya's ire. However, internally, Lu Yuan quietly accessed his data panel. Upon seeing that his status still bore a glaring divine curse, he exhaled in relief. Yet an idea struck him, and his crimson gaze meticulously scanned the remnants of flesh scattered around. Upon spotting a peculiar piece of fragmented meat, a smile gradually crept across his lips. You can still smile? Faya, who had been earnestly explaining the curse of the homunculus to Lu Yuan, was taken aback by his sudden amusement at a pile of flesh before them, prompting her to question him with a look of confusion. It seemed that despite her lengthy exposition, this goblin before her had absorbed not a word. Whatever, it's hopeless now. I've done my best. Feeling a twinge of defeat, Faya gazed skyward in exasperation. Slap? What was that for? Suddenly, Lu Yuan smacked the top of her head, causing Faya, already in a foul mood, to glare at him irritably. This guy is still alive, Lu Yuan casually replied, as a surge of chalky power coursed through him, coalescing into a Western-style straight sword that materialized in his hand. He then raised the sword and plunged it into a remaining piece of flesh at the center of the explosion, which resembled a human embryo. The moment the blade made contact, a sharp, piercing wail erupted. The nearby slaves, hearing the agonizing cry, clutched their ears, writhing in pain on the ground. Yet Lu Yuan, who faced the scream directly, remained unfazed, turning his gaze toward Faya. He observed two magical orbs, shaped like earplugs, flickering at her ears. Upon noticing Lu Yuan's attention, Faya gestured reassuringly, confirming that his valuable asset remained unharmed. Lu Yuan redirected his focus to the writhing embryo before him. The bloodied mass continued to convulse wildly, and an organ resembling an eye actually opened a slit, revealing a murky yellow pupil laced with blood, fixated intently upon Lu Yuan. Take a good look at your father. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a sinister grin as he summoned a bolt of lightning to strike the embryo. Wah! A shrill, ghostly wail erupted from the embryo, which promptly shut its eyes once more in pain. Subsequently, a dense crimson aura began to emanate from the embryo that a familiar scent wafted into Lu Yuan's awareness. Not only the scent, but the crimson mist before him also triggered vivid memories It was reminiscent of the first time he had faced a foe more powerful than himself after his reincarnation. The body of the Twilight Ogre had been shrouded in the same mist now before him, both exuding an equally sweet aroma. Intrigued, Lu Yuan refrained from hastily attacking. Instead, under Faya's puzzled gaze, he retreated several steps. Reaching the edge of the prison cart, while White, who had been waiting there, took the opportunity to approach and tend to the exhausted Faya. She felt her stamina rapidly replenish and her headache subside. Faya looked up at Lu Yuan and inquired, "Why did you stop attacking? Weren't you attacking quite swiftly before?" Perhaps it was merely Lu Yuan's delusion. He inexplicably sensed a hint of sarcasm in Faya's tone. However, upon turning to glance at her, he found her expression unchanged, devoid of any discernible difference. Lu Yuan attributed it to his own excessive suspicion, and thus he explained to Faya, "That crimson mist does not evoke a sense of danger in me, which is why I wish to see what transpires in the end." Faya furrowed her brow, clearly dissatisfied with Lu Yuan's response. In her view, allowing an enemy to employ such peculiar tactics was an exceedingly foolish course of action. Perhaps Faya's gaze was too overt, for Lu Yuan also detected the discontent in the young girl's eyes beside him. Lu Yuan remained indifferent. Different individuals harbor different thoughts, and with varying levels of strength. Their attitudes towards situations naturally differ as well. Moreover, Faya was ultimately his possession, akin to a pet he had tamed. Surely, one would not take offense with their own dog, would they? Thus, Lu Yuan could easily overlook Faya's momentary doubt regarding his decision. Previously, he had encountered a similar scarlet blood mist, which had originated from a Twilight Ogre that had fled from the inner forest to the outer regions. "Are you certain it is a Twilight Ogre?" Upon hearing this, Faya could not help but seek confirmation. It was no wonder she was astonished. The reason Twilight Ogres had become a specialty of the Black Forest was due to the forest's unique magic gathering characteristic, which created a high concentration magical environment that birthed Twilight Ogres with a magic craving trait. Other creatures dwelling within the inner region did not possess such a trait. It was a privilege exclusive to Twilight Ogres. For Twilight Ogres, endowed with the magic craving trait, to leave the magic-rich inner zone and venture into the outer forest was akin to a fish abandoning water to walk upon land. Utterly inconceivable, of course. "I consumed it myself," Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. Just as Faya and Lu Yuan engaged in conversation, all flesh and blood within the area shrouded by the crimson mist began to undergo a transformation. It was as if they had been infused with new life. The remnants of flesh, including the previously encountered white-robed figure, the dragon lizard, and the charred remains of Mozong, writhed on the ground, inexorably drawn toward the fleshy embryo. "What is happening?" Faya inquired, her confusion evident. She felt that nothing in her previous studies aligned with the current scenario. Three-stage transformation. What is a three-stage transformation? Faya was left bewildered by Lu Yuan's casual remark. While she understood both three-stage and transformation, how could the present situation be described as such? Roar. Just as Faya pressed Lu Yuan for clarification. A feral roar emanated from the cocoon formed by the crimson mist. "It's coming." Lu Yuan immediately steeled himself, uttering a low growl. The power of chalk surged within his grasp, thunder coiling around him, flames igniting. Thunderous dragon spear. In an instant, a lance wreathed in fire and thunder manifested in Lu Yuan's hand. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Faya's expression froze, her mind recalling some rather unpleasant memories. Unperturbed by Faya's unusual reaction behind him, Lu Yuan concentrated all his attention on the increasingly dense blood mist before him. The terrifying, beastly roars from within the mist grew more frequent. The surrounding scarlet fog surged violently. The acrid stench of blood incessantly assaulted Lu Yuan's senses, plunging him into a state of inexplicable exhilaration. Let the battle commence. Eagerly, Lu Yuan brandished the dragon spear, slashing upward with a diagonal strike. The fearsome blade of fire entwined with blinding thunder, slicing through the tumultuous blood mist. Sizzle! As the violent blade of fire pierced the thick blood mist, a sound akin to a hot knife gliding through butter resonated. The increasingly pungent odor of blood wafted from the gash torn by the fiery blade. The surrounding blood mist surged even more violently, continuously encroaching upon and eroding the blade of fire. The beastly roars from within the colossal cocoon grew ever more frenzied. Yuan, exhilarated, watched the roiling blood mist, his hands never ceasing their movements. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous blades of fire entwined with thunder were effortlessly unleashed by Yuan. The roiling blood mist began to thin under the onslaught of relentless attacks, and the cocoon concealed within gradually became clearer. The beastly roars from within the cocoon transformed into a more frantic cacophony, and Yuan sensed a hint of panic from the creature he was confronting. Realizing he had pushed the monster to its limits, Yuan escalated his efforts, channeling the immense power of thunder within him into the spear he wielded. The fire dragon that had previously adorned the spear was supplanted by the shimmering silver dragon. An aura of utter annihilation radiated from the spear in Yuan's grasp. Noticing the terrifying energy emanating from Yuan's spear, Fea, standing beside with her arms crossed, wore a solemn expression, murmuring to herself, "Is this domain? Surely not. This goblin is already approaching the threshold of silver rank." Hearing Fea's mutterings, who had been standing with arms crossed, turned to her with a puzzled expression. "What were you just saying?" Lost in thought, Fea snapped back to reality, her expression momentarily startled before she casually replied, "It's nothing." After briefly dismissing Fea directed her gaze toward Yuan's imposing and savage silhouette, her mind racing with thoughts. If this monster truly ascended to the silver rank, becoming a dominant creature, then the power of her teacher alone would be insufficient to contend with it. Upon contemplating this, Fea's expression grew even graver. Since the divine war at the dawn of the fifth epoch, all the deities had ascended to their celestial thrones, departing from the mortal realm. With the gods' departure, the extraordinary powers of the world had inevitably begun to decline. Aside from the Archmage retaining a portion of their legacy, all other extraordinary powers had been consolidated into professions through ordination ceremonies by the gods. Consequently, the pinnacle that all beings could reach was lowered to the silver rank, signifying the apex among magical creatures. This meant that this terrifying entity was on the verge of reaching the utmost limits of what this world could accommodate. It was poised to become one of the most formidable existences of the age. How utterly terrifying! Recalling their first encounter, when Yuan had blocked the roar of Nox's fire dragon, he had been left battered and bruised. Yet now, he was already brushing against the threshold of silver rank. How little time had passed since then. This monster must be a rebirth of the Holy Spirit. The clergy's assertions were mere nonsense. The Holy Spirit was not a messenger of the gods. What sort of divine envoy would choose to reincarnate as a goblin? Meanwhile, as Fea sensed the terrifying momentum of the thunder spear in Yuan's hand, the cocoon within the blood mist became acutely aware as well. The blood mist surrounding it coalesced, and countless terrifying giant hands formed from the blood mist emerged. The moment these giant hands appeared, they surged toward Yuan. Their massive size, the howling rush of dense blood energy, and their swift speed inspired a primal fear within the heart. Yet for Yuan, such an attack was akin to a few drops of rain falling upon him. Feeling belittled, Yuan's expression darkened, and the thunder spear in his hand surged with even greater ferocity. The silver dragon spiraling around the spear roared, slowly moving along its shaft, while the violent thunder flashed forth. I offered him an opportunity, and this is how he repays me. Such a level of power doesn't even warrant a place on his menu. If the creature within the cocoon could perceive Yuan's thoughts, it would surely feel an overwhelming sense of grievance. Could it be blamed for this? Could it? Yet it would ultimately never have the chance to know, for Yuan's destruction was about to commence. Since you cannot demonstrate your worth, then it is unnecessary for you to continue existing. Life is a gift bestowed upon the strong, not a boon granted to the weak. Yuan wielded the thunder spear, and the poised silver dragon surged forth, imbued with a tempestuous lightning, roaring as it charged towards the cocoon shrouded in blood mist. The blood fog, now insubstantially thin, still sought to impede the furious advance of the silver dragon. Yet, regrettably, the remnants of the blood mist were swiftly evaporated by the silver dragon. Subsequently, it continued its unrelenting assault towards the writhing cocoon. Roar! The silver dragon emitted a resounding roar, and the ferocious power of thunder crashed against the cocoon. Dazzling silver lightning erupted violently, scattering in all directions and wreaking havoc upon the surrounding landscape. As the silver dragon dissipated, a new surge of thunderous power began to coalesce, while Lu Yuan's expression remained devoid of fatigue. Ever since he fully awakened the power of chalk, Lu Yuan's physical capabilities had undergone a remarkable transformation, and as Ivan the Thunder Emperor's strength continued to amplify, the thunderous energy within Lu Yuan also grew ever stronger. Now he could effortlessly unleash nearly 12 such attacks in succession. Roar! A peculiar cry drew Lu Yuan's attention back to the former location of the cocoon. What first caught his eye was a charred mass resembling a placenta, intermittently flickering with lightning, silently proclaiming itself as the former cocoon. Yet, this was not the true object of Lu Yuan's fascination. Above listening to Lu Yuan's perfunctory reply, Fei's expression darkened as she retorted with irritation. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't overpower him or escape, she truly wished to let Lu Yuan experience the wrath of a sorceress. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yuan reached out and lightly tapped Fei on the head, watching her clutch her head in pain, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at him. He silently mused that it seemed the correction was not entirely successful. Subsequently, Lu Yuan bypassed the still-recovering Fei and embraced Bai, feeling the softness in his arms as he approached the slave cart. Observing the human women inside brought him immense satisfaction. What was this? This was the epitome of reaping without labor. Finally, he no longer had to allow goblins to continue breeding with beasts, although goblins bred from beasts possess superior physical attributes. The degradation of their intellect was an undeniable concern that if forced to choose between the two, Lu Yuan would still lean towards wisdom, as a soul tempered by the era of technological explosion. He instinctively placed great importance on biological intelligence. He might not be particularly clever himself, but he must have intelligent subordinates. How do you plan to handle these humans? Fei inquired with a complex expression as she regained her composure. What do you think will happen if they fall into the hands of goblins? Lu Yuan chuckled at Fei's question, that he knew she was already aware of what he intended to do. Her inquiry was merely an invitation for him to articulate his plans. Yet he was reluctant to divulge them directly to her. It's just for fun. Teasing a sorceress is something I truly enjoy. Lu Yuan exclaimed, Aren't there any other options? You don't necessarily need them, Fei remarked, glancing at her unconscious kin and subtly raising her eyes to Lu Yuan. Her expression was conflicted, caught between wanting to speak and holding her tongue, eventually biting her lip and falling into silence. Though their fate was destined to become breeding vessels for goblins, out of consideration for her, they would not be reduced to miserable reproductive tools. On the contrary, they would receive treatment no less favorable than in human society, with ample food and appropriate freedom. Observing Fei's silence, Lu Yuan slowly spoke, This arrangement had long been part of my plans. While recklessly plundering human society could yield a substantial number of breeding vessels in the short term, it would undoubtedly offend human dignity. It is crucial to remember that although the average strength of humans in this world is not formidable, many powerful individuals arise from their vast numbers. If humans were thoroughly provoked, resulting in a concerted effort to hunt him down, Lu Yuan might not emerge unscathed. Therefore, it was essential to adopt a policy of appeasement towards humans. The first step in this policy was to treat human vessels kindly. Of course, it was impossible to completely relinquish control over them. Lu Yuan was not foolish. Goblins were goblins, and humans were humans. The fundamental aim of the policy of appeasement was to avoid triggering human reactions that could lead to large-scale hunts, allowing Lu Yuan the time to develop quietly in the shadows. Once his legion was fully formed, he would be compelled to proclaim, My sword shall not be in vain. Naturally, all of this was for the future. The immediate priority was to transport these humans back to the lair. Lu Yuan summoned the alabaster silver wolf king, commanding it to harness the reins and pull the foremost cart. The entire convoy was linked by wooden locks. By moving the lead cart, the subsequent slave carts would follow suit. Originally, this role was to be fulfilled by the draconic lizard, but it had been reduced to charred remains by Lu Yuan's Thunder Long 8G. In fact, the creature had even consumed its own corpse, leaving it utterly disfigured. As the wheels of the cart began to turn, Lu Yuan placed Bai at the front seat and walked alongside Fei. Was what you said earlier true? Fea suddenly asked. Of course, why would I need to deceive you regarding this matter? What I promised you before is indeed genuine, Lu Yuan replied with an air of nonchalance, though his true thoughts remained a mystery to all. Is that so? Fea responded quietly, falling into silence thereafter. This moment. Lu Yuan also chose to remain silent, understanding that he needed to wait. A psychological confrontation was unfolding within Fea's mind. Earlier, in the cage, she had submitted to Lu Yuan for the sake of Elena, shattering her internal defenses. Accepting the current situation marked the beginning of her complete alignment with Lu Yuan. It wasn't long before Fea took the initiative to speak again. Earlier, I found a diary and a magically treated travelogue in the cart. The diary belonged to a man named Bick, while the travelogue was recorded by a sorceress who once assisted the false king. The travelogue contains a wealth of knowledge about the profession of flesh puppeteers, but it is locked by cognitive barriers. Only under specific conditions can one access the true, extraordinary knowledge within. I need time to decipher these cognitive locks, and as for the diary, you may keep it to read yourself. With that, Fea casually retrieved a weathered leather diary from her bosom, nodding in acknowledgement. Lu Yuan accepted the diary and began to peruse its contents meticulously. Meanwhile, Fea climbed onto the cart, unfolding the travelogue to commence her deciphering work. She remained silent throughout, not uttering a word until they returned to the lair, at which point she took the travelogue to find Elena. Upon returning to the lair, Lu Yuan had just finished reading the entirety of the diary. Thanked the deities for unifying language and script. After offering a half-hearted praise to the deities, Lu Yuan stored the diary away. He then summoned Xiongde to accompany him to his chamber. From the diary, Lu Yuan gleaned much information about this world, particularly regarding the current state of war between Nona and Kansas. Firstly, the owner of the diary, if Lu Yuan's guesses were correct, was the cowardly slave trader who had fled earlier. His slave trading group had suffered betrayal from their employer, resulting in the deaths of everyone except him. Following this incident, he had become lost in a haze that after accidentally obtaining the travelogue, Bick had come into contact with the forbidden knowledge of flesh puppeteers contained within it, leading him to be thoroughly tainted, his mind fractured, giving rise to a personality known as Brother Mozong, alongside a courageous persona named Bick. Utilizing his rudimentary flesh skills, he manipulated a few dilapidated corpses to continue their former slave trade. The recent large-scale assault by Kansas on Nona had thrown the entire western border of Nona into chaos, providing opportunities for slave-capturing teams like theirs. Under the direction of a noble from the Golden Blossom, he was sent to Nona to capture a rare forest spirit. As for why a forest spirit would appear in the human kingdom, that was beyond the comprehension of a madman with a split personality. Most of the diary consisted of his ramblings during the episodes. However, between the lines, Lu Yuan discerned information about a battlefield between Kansas and Nona located not far to the north, in a canyon extending from the Redstone Mountains. There was also a path that bypassed the inner layers of the Black Forest, leading toward the Golden Blossom. Nonetheless, these revelations seemed of little use to Lu Yuan at present, aside from needing Xiongde to readjust the patrol ranges of the goblins and forest wolves, focusing on defending against human troops retreating from the north and humans infiltrating the Black Forest through the narrow paths. Understood? After verbally advising Xiongde, Lu Yuan gazed at the newly drawn map of the northern region of the Black Forest and fell into contemplation. Observing the Black Forest separated by the towering Redstone Mountains, Lu Yuan felt a growing urge to explore the inner layers. It was time. Lu Yuan carefully tucked away the diary in his hands, which contained not only ramblings but also various concealed passages that Bick had noted down during his moments of lucidity. Meant for traversing between nations, Lu Yuan had a premonition that he would likely make use of these passages in the future. After attending to the matter of the diary, his gains this time also included a travelogue documenting the knowledge of flesh puppeteers, as well as over a dozen human beings and forest spirit maidens. The travelogue would only be useful once Fea deciphered the locks upon it as it stood. There was little hope of unraveling the travelogue in the short term. After a brief contemplation, Lu Yuan instructed Xiongde to handle the human slaves they had brought back. As the first goblin to follow him and the earliest to undergo transformation, Xiongde might not possess the strongest abilities, but given his displayed wisdom, He was undoubtedly the most intellectually evolved goblin aside from Salaka. With the task entrusted to him, Lu Yuan felt quite at ease. After reminding Xiong to ensure the proper accommodation of the women, Lu Yuan headed with him to the location where the prison wagon was docked. He watched as Xiong directed the goblins and forest wolves to drive the bound humans down from the wagon. The females were then selected and sent to the already constructed nest for placement. Meanwhile, the anxious human males were arranged by Xiong to be sent to a construction site still underway to replenish the goblin workforce and expedite the construction of the goblin nests. Although a small-scale riot erupted during the segregation of the crowd, it quickly subsided under the intimidation of the robust goblin muscles and the sharp fangs of the surrounding forest wolves. Once he ensured that no mishaps had occurred, Lu Yuan turned to enter the wagon holding the forest spirit maidens. The women outside, he planned to leave entirely to Salaka, who, endowed with the blessing of reproduction, was undoubtedly the best candidate for propagating an intelligent goblin army. Moreover, with his handsome appearance and strong dominion over the opposite sex, Salaka could swiftly convert those human females, alleviating their internal resistance and making them willingly submit. As for the remaining ordinary goblins, Lu Yuan intended to continue arranging for them to breed with strong beasts. This would perpetuate the specialization of the barbaric goblin's physical attributes, she tentatively inquired. The only beings remaining in the entire lair were goblins, forest wolves, and the forest spirit girl who had just been brought in. The goblins and forest wolves were entirely subservient to Lu Yuan, who had no need for them. Thus, it could only be that forest spirit girl, this thought. A vague sense of unease stirred within Faya's conscience. She continued to address Lu Yuan, advising him to exercise caution in whatever he intended to do. For forest spirits have never been a feeble race. If you wish to act against her, you must be prepared to face the consequences. That the sinister smile flickered across Lu Yuan's menacing face. He remained silent, merely gazing at Faya, his unspoken words conveying his intentions. Faya, flustered by Lu Yuan's gaze, irritably began to tousle her hair. Meanwhile, Elena, sensing the tension, chose to remain silent. Both Lu Yuan and Faya were cherished by her, and offering assistance to either would leave her feeling awkward. Therefore, she resolved to do nothing at all. For now, she merely needed to await Lu Yuan's command. After much internal struggle, Faya suddenly sighed deeply. Her tone resigned as she addressed Lu Yuan, stating that she could assist him but would require some time. Certainly, Lu Yuan, unhurried for the moment, readily agreed. He then lay down, pulling Bai and the eager Elena beside him. What were you doing? Faya's mind momentarily crashed at the sight before her. How could someone so naturally engage in such actions without regard for others? Lu Yuan, observing Faya's embarrassment, sincerely asked, "Care to join us?" In a fit of frustration, Faya turned on her heel and walked away. Well, Yali, I wish to have another child. That sounds fine that I, too, desire one. By chimed I, and no problem. Lu Yuan, already inclined towards this notion, had no reason to refuse. This miracle of life continued until nightfall, when Lu Yuan exited the chamber, only to be halted by Faya, whose eyes were bloodshot that a vial of deep blue potion was thrust before him, and he instinctively reached out to accept it. Here. With that, Faya departed without a backward glance. Lu Yuan paid her exit no mind. Gazing at the deep blue elixir in his hand, he turned and returned to embrace Bai, heading towards the cage that held the forest spirit girl. Upon re-entering the cage, he noted that the girl appeared significantly worse than before, her entire demeanor now deflated. Evidently, the earlier blow had inflicted substantial damage upon her. With a mere glance at Bai, she understood immediately and stepped forward to cast a healing spell upon the girl. That a priest, the forest spirit inquired, sensing the warm white light emanating from Bai's hands. It was laughable that a human priest stood alongside a monster. Truly, what a mockery of Tarantu. Observing the murmuring forest spirit, Lu Yuan seized her jaw, forcibly administering the potion. Cough, cough, cough. What have you made me drink? The forest spirit writhed on the ground, coughing painfully, her eyes glaring at Lu Yuan in accusation. Your name. At that moment, Lu Yuan employed his intimidation technique, amplifying his presence, the overwhelming pressure of a higher being, combined with the potion he had just administered, bore down upon her. Saralina. The forest spirit girl could not control her body, her lips stiffly uttering a word in Elvish. Saralina, why were you captured by that group? I was betrayed. At this mention, Saralina's tone was laden with suppressed rage. Noticing Lu Yuan's growing interest, she continued to divulge her story. Under the mental pressure and the potion's influence, Saralina found herself unable to restrain her words. Thus, she recounted the events that had transpired since arriving at Nana. Yuan listened intently, deducing that this forest spirit was likely visiting human society for the first time. She had initially disguised herself, intending to travel with a merchant caravan to the Black Forest. However, during a stop in a city, she accidentally revealed her pointed ears and exquisite features while attempting to save a boy from the followers of the Crimson Calamity. Ultimately, she was ambushed in the inn where she was staying. It was only upon awakening in the cart that she realized she had been captured, shackled with anti-magic cuffs, which sealed her natural magical power, leaving her with barely a fraction of her strength. All that remained was her physical prowess, which proved useless against the bizarre corpses she faced. She had awaited Lu Yuan's arrival. But why did you come to Nana? Sensing something amiss, Lu Yuan pressed on. Typically, forest spirits seldom strayed far from their ancestral woods, and even when they did, they rarely ventured alone. This question, Saralina's expression turned distinctly troubled, indicating the sensitivity of the topic. So sensitive, in fact, that even under the potion's influence, she struggled against her own body to keep the secret. Observing her desperate resistance, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, his aura intensifying further. The terrifying pressure relentlessly bore down on her spirit, while the remnants of the potion continued to manipulate her physical form. Yet, Saralina bit down hard on her lip, even as blood began to seep forth, refusing to yield. The more she resisted, the more intrigued Lu Yuan became. The information that this forest spirit girl valued so highly must surely be of great significance. Realizing he could no longer afford to wait, Lu Yuan unleashed the thunder and flames within him. The terrifying power of lightning coursed through the forest spirit girl's body, sending her into convulsions with the overwhelming sensation of electric shock. The searing flames licked at her delicate skin repeatedly, producing a sound of sizzling heat, accompanied by muffled cries of anguish. As Lu Yuan inhaled the increasingly sweet scent of the girl before him, he struggled to contain his desire. Simultaneously, Bai continued to cast healing spells to ensure that Saralina would not suffer irreversible harm. At last, Saralina's shrieks abruptly ceased. Yuan looked over to find her gaze vacant, reminiscent of the early collapse of Annie. Yet despite the bloodshed, a muted emotional resonance still emanated from her, indicating that she had not entirely succumbed, but rather retreated within herself. That was enough. Although it was regrettable that Lu Yuan could not completely conquer Saralina's will, the pressing matter remained to uncover why a forest spirit had ventured to the Black Forest. Speak. What brings you to the Black Forest? Grandpa Mukin had foreseen a disaster sweeping across the continent, as the deities of the stars returned to claim their dominions, igniting the flames of faith. The power of professions was liberated, the shackles that bound the living were removed, and an extraordinary era was on the horizon. The world was expanding, with an influx of foreign beings and ongoing conflicts among races. The 7 demon lords from the abyss rampaged through our world, invading the skies, lands, seas, and underworld. The dragon race lost the skies, the sea race was stripped of their oceans, humanity lost the land, and the forest spirits faced annihilation within their ancestral woods. Yet, all of this began with the resurgence of a fragmented mad god. That mad god resides in the Black Forest, and Grandpa Mukin assembled an investigative team to explore it. I learned of this prophecy because my sister is a member of the investigative team. Thus, wishing to contribute his share, he privately prepared to traverse through Nona to the depths of the Black Forest. After hearing Saralina's expressionless narration, Lu Yuan felt a throbbing headache. However, he did not linger on this matter for too long. Thinking pessimistically, perhaps he would not even survive until the prophecy began, rendering it meaningless to him. Moreover, prophecies are not necessarily true. Rather than cowering in fear of the future, it would be more prudent to devise a solid plan and seize the moment to live well in the present. Consequently, Lu Yuan turned his gaze towards Saralina. The aura of the forest spirit was indeed distinct. After a night of storms, Lu Yuan gazed at the still slumbering Seralina below, musing to himself. He then summoned Elena and the others, entrusting them with Seralina's care. With Faya, and by standing by, Lu Yuan felt no concern for this forest spirit, whose magical abilities remained sealed, fearing she would cause any trouble. Besides them, there were no other suitable candidates in the camp. Driven by a certain possessiveness, Lu Yuan was reluctant to allow any male creatures near Elena and the others, not even his own son, Soraka, ignoring Faya, who sat nearby, clutching a travelogue with a disdainful gaze. Lu Yuan briskly departed the den. Outside, he observed the goblins busily constructing defensive structures for the territory. Thoughts of Kuang-yi, who was still guarding the old den along with a dozen bear goblins, crossed his mind. Given the manpower shortage at the new den, Lu Yuan contemplated relocating them. Yet the lack of supervision at the necromancer factory troubled him. He was apprehensive that those undead might traverse the tunnels to the Black Forest, causing uncontrollable undead calamities that he also feared that other individuals might discover that crept through the same passage. Alas, logically speaking, it should be quite easy for goblins to amass troops. So why was it proving so difficult for him? Feeling a momentary sense of frustration, Lu Yuan shook his head, deciding not to dwell on these vexing matters. Complaining would resolve nothing. Only tangible actions could remedy the situation. He needed to seek out a suitable beast to serve as a template for his envisioned goblin behemoth. This creature must be large, strong, and wild. It should also be particularly resilient. Coincidentally, a new population of creatures had recently emerged from the inner regions of the Black Forest to the outer forest area. These newly appeared beasts significantly expanded Lu Yuan's options. Having made up his mind, Lu Yuan summoned the Silver Wolf King, commanding it to remain behind to guard the camp while he ventured alone into the dense forest. Considering his current strength, the Silver Wolf King's assistance had become negligible. However, as a force remaining at the Goblin Den, it was more than sufficient. Especially now, the Silver Wolf King had shed the shackles of its flesh, free from its previous fatal shortcomings. Even with grievous injuries, such as having its heart extracted or its head severed, it could still operate without depleting the chalk power Lu Yuan had left behind. Such remarkable traits made it a perfect combat machine. Were it not for Lu Yuan himself being unable to replicate the miracle that had occurred with the Silver Wolf King, he would have been inclined to replace all his forces with bodies imbued with chalk power. At that point, he would be capable of raising a formidable army single-handedly. Moreover, a legion of calamities endowed with immortality. The mere thought of such a scene brought a smile to Lu Yuan's face. Just as he was in high spirits, seeking his ideal prey within the Black Forest, a gathering of Nona's noble commanders convened at the highest command hall of the Fushi Fortress, situated in the northern Black Forest. Centered around the iron wall of the kingdom, Count Sylvana, they all anxiously observed the military sand table. The Nona nobles fixated on the approaching crimson pieces, towering proudly, resembling a broken blade. The Iron Peak Mountain was now encircled by the Mad Dogs of Kansas. Presently, Nona's army could only rely on the mountain's formidable natural defenses and the supplies stored within Fushi Fortress to barely withstand the assault. Yet, it was evident to all that Nona's defeat was merely a matter of time. In stark contrast to the ease with which they had approached the onset of war, the faces of these nobles were now etched with exhaustion and dread. The family armies they had painstakingly sought to preserve had been thoroughly depleted in the face of Kansas's relentless assaults. The mercenaries recruited during the inauguration had been mercilessly slaughtered in the initial skirmishes by the Kansas soldiers, who radiated a sanguine aura as if they were butchering livestock. This scene left the Nona nobles stationed at the rear with their eyelids twitching. The combat prowess displayed by the Kansas soldiers was alarmingly close to that of fully fledged professionals. Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone have a viable plan? Count Sylvana inquired, his expression cold as he surveyed the surrounding nobles. His dark golden pupils brimmed with an oppressive force, subtly revealing a savage aura that struck at the hearts of these nobles' weaknesses that in that moment, not a single soul dared to utter a word. Even their breaths grew lighter, fearful that the sound might draw the Count's attention. Is there truly no one? Count Sylvana expressed his disappointment, casting a scornful gaze at the nobles, each of whom resembled a quail in timidity. Previously, they had been brimming with vigor, akin to divine generals. Each had their own ideas, strategies, and calculations. Yet now, when faced with the encroachment of an enemy nation, they were embroiled in infighting, when it was imperative to organize a resistance. They were still preoccupied with conserving their family armies. Had this been before, Count Silvana would not have been so critical. He had confidence in his ability to compensate for these flaws on his own, believing he could lead this coalition riddled with vulnerabilities to defend the western front of the kingdom. This confidence stemmed from his own strength, the natural fortitude of Iron Peak, and the victories he had achieved over the years. However, that confidence had now been shattered. This time, the Kansas army exhibited a combat capability entirely different from before, more frenzied and perilous. The soldiers of Kansas fought recklessly, valuing their lives little, engaging in a struggle where life was exchanged for life. The previous strategies had become ineffective. The first engagement ended in a comprehensive defeat for Nona. The entire northwestern battlefield had been pushed back by 30 to 40 kilometers. Nona's cavalry had not even entered the fray before losing the freedom to gallop across the plains. Becoming ensnared in the hills, one misstep led to another. The Nona army, having lost the initiative, suffered a relentless assault from the mad dogs of Kansas before they could even react. The caught-off-guard troops immediately plunged into an uncontrollable rout. By the time the news reached Count Silvana's ears, the situation on the battlefield had devolved into utter chaos. Thanks to his decisive leadership, the remnants of the Nona army retreated to Iron Peak. Preserving what remained of their forces, utilizing the terrain to their advantage, they successfully stymied the advance of this frenzied war machine for the time being. "My lord, I believe we should retreat at once," a white-bearded noble suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing the suggestion to retreat, Count Silvana turned to face the speaker. Recognizing the white-bearded noble, memories of his background flashed through Count Silvana's mind. Baron Dower, whose territory lay in Sanshui City, a commercial hub close to the kingdom's interior. He was also among the nobles present who had recruited the most mercenaries. The Baron's words immediately garnered the agreement of several nobles from territories near the interior. After all, in their view, it would take some time for the Kansas army to reach their lands. Moreover, once reinforcements were dispatched from the royal city, perhaps these Kansas troops would be driven away. Even if Kansas pushed straight through and captured the royal city, they would have ample time to escape with their family's amassed wealth to the kingdom of the Golden Flower. At that point, they could simply purchase a noble title anew with their riches and remain esteemed lords. They could continue to bask in wealth and splendor, so why remain here to await death? However, this suggestion naturally met with opposition from the nobles whose territories bordered the frontier. What retreat? That would be fleeing. If you do so, you shall be branded as shameful cowards. Here lies the final bastion to the west of the kingdom. Should we falter here, the entirety of the western territories shall succumb to ruin. Can you bear such a responsibility? A temperamental noble rose with fervor, vehemently chastising those who clamored for retreat. I end that moment. The two factions of nobles were embroiled in an unyielding dispute. Meanwhile, Count Silvana stood quietly in the shadows behind them, silently observing these nobles cast aside their usual dignified personas, bickering like fishwives. Amusement bubbled within him. What, he wondered, were Ale and Lena doing at this moment? As his thoughts wandered, Count Silvana inadvertently reflected upon his two children. "Count," a cautious voice broke through his reverie, bringing him back to the present. He glanced at the assembly of nobles before him, who had ceased their quarrel but remained locked in hostile glares. His gaze settled upon the man who had spoken, a lesser noble, thrust into the role of spokesman by his peers. Had the Count, perhaps, found a solution to their predicament? No, but I have prepared a grand gift for those Kansans. Count Silvana shook his head. The forces at Nana had been depleted, leaving him bereft of viable options in this dire situation. It could only be said that the Kansans had executed their covert operations with remarkable efficiency. The agents he dispatched had failed to return with even a whisper of information. However, as a man who had navigated the northwestern border of the kingdom for so long, Count Silvana had prepared contingencies. Now was the time to unveil them. What, I wonder, is this grand gift the esteemed Count speaks of? Under the weight of the noble's curious gazes, the small noble summoned his courage and inquired further. Count Silvana maintained a stoic expression, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Ladies and gentlemen, Are you aware of the origins of the ruins of rest? The nobles exchanged perplexed glances. They scarcely had time for merriment, let alone to delve into the history of this dilapidated fortress. Let us depart, my friends. It is time to retreat. Count Silvana flicked his cloak behind him, addressing the astonished nobles before him. Count, you are a paragon of righteousness and strategy. The nobles, led by Viscount Dor, effusively praised him, their faces alight with joy. As long as they retreated, they would be thoroughly safe. Conversely, another faction of nobles appeared ashen, their expressions filled with confusion as they regarded Count Silvana. Regardless of their sentiments, the order to retreat resonated throughout the ranks. The soldiers rejoiced, oblivious to the upper echelon's inner turmoil. They only knew they could finally escape the death-laden battlefield, no longer confronting those crimson demons. As the Nana forces swiftly withdrew, the Khans in command at the mountain's base fell into contemplation. Could this be a trap? Uncertain. Yet this is our opportunity, whether it is bait cast by Nana or not. We must seize it. You are overthinking this. The soft-hearted Nana are no match for us. They are merely fleeing from the inevitable. In a makeshift command post, several towering figures with dog-like ears spoke in unison. Forward, let us fulfill the task bestowed upon us by the War King. The voice from the innermost shadow commanded, plunging the tent into an instant silence. After a brief pause, the sound of footsteps echoed as the commanders returned to their respective troops. Preparing for the next phase of action, once everyone had departed, a figure shrouded in shadows spoke. What do you intend to do, Silvana's little beast? Allow me to witness the creations of the ancient dwarves. Count Silvana, now distanced from the others, stood atop a distant peak, gazing at the fortress of rest, nestled within the blade of the mountain, and spoke with an inscrutable expression. As his words fell, a cataclysmic blaze erupted. Boom! To all the esteemed readers who support 11 in this novel, I sincerely apologize. Kneeling and bowing, today after a grueling day of intensive auditing, I returned home feeling disoriented, struggling to compose even a few hundred words, only to find I could not bear to read them sad. Thus, I wish to take a leave today and will make it up tomorrow, attempting to persuade. I assure you, a substantial content of approximately 8,000 words will be delivered tomorrow with utmost sincerity. According to the outline, it will not be long before the protagonist embarks on the next grand map. In this new domain, the protagonist will gain true explosive capabilities. Resolving the issue of insufficient forces at his command, boom! As thick smoke billowed, half of the sky above Iron Peak was obscured by the rising fumes, and the acrid scent of sulfur permeated the air for miles around. The earth trembled violently as boulders cascaded down the mountainside, mercilessly crashing into the remaining Kansan forces below. This astonishing explosion obliterated the ancient dwarven fortress, which had stood for millennia, and the once razor-sharp Iron Peak now lay shattered, transformed into a blazing inferno. Fragments of rock intertwined with terrifying green flames descended from the heavens, resembling meteors of destruction summoned by demonic forces, indiscriminately wreaking havoc upon all in their path. The scene before them, a hellscape of burning green fire, mangled corpses, and collapsed fortifications, was akin to a purgatory on earth. The stench of sulfur, laced with the essence of death, swept through the hot winds toward the distant Nana forces. All but Count Silvana were rendered pale, whether they had previously advocated for a fight to the death or pleaded for retreat. Their eyes stared wide with terror at the distant purgatory. Logically, this unexpected explosion should have not only dealt a crushing blow to the arrogant Kansan forces, but also obstructed the remnants of their army from pursuing them further. They ought to feel relieved. The border nobles no longer needed to fret over their territories being invaded, nor did the inland nobles have to consider abandoning their legacies to flee to neighboring lands. Yet, merely recalling that they had once sat atop this powder keg filled them with unease. More importantly, is that the dwarves' alchemical flame, the Viscount Dor, who had earlier insisted on retreat, now trembled as he questioned Count Silvana. The dwarves, a long-extinct race, had once been renowned for their forging and alchemy. Every dwarf was a natural master of weapon crafting and alchemical arts, among the 7 legendary weapons known to the world. 3 had been forged by dwarven hands: the Crown of Dominion, the Devouring Beast Armor, and the flame blade. The alchemical flame was, aside from these three legendary weapons, one of the dwarves' most famed creations. Its terrifying explosive power and insatiable nature rendered it the most dreaded weapon on the battlefield. Any unfortunate enough to come into contact with this devil's fire would be swiftly engulfed in green flames, perishing in agonizing torment. However, with the disappearance of the dwarves, this flame had also vanished from the eyes of the world. The Viscount struggled to comprehend how Count Sylvana could possess such a fearsome alchemical flame. More importantly, does he still have it? Can I possess it? Greed for the alchemical flame temporarily clouded Viscount Dor's judgment. Once a crucial military asset, a single gallon of this green fire commanded a price of 100 royal gold coins, an amount equaling the annual tax revenue of a lesser noble. Now, with the dwarves gone and the green fire extinguished, its value had likely multiplied several times over. As he contemplated this, Viscount Dor's expression soured. Gazing longingly at the distant inferno still ablaze, he silently calculated the amount of green fire required to produce such an explosion, and the conclusion nearly left him breathless, causing him to waver unsteadily. Viscount Dor muttered to himself, lamenting, "It is not worth it. Not worth it. Why waste it here when it could be sold for such a profit? Not worth it." Beside him, Count Sylvana regarded the increasingly incoherent Viscount with a cold scoff. These foolish, greedy swine are truly the disgrace of nobility. The absence of the ancestral power coursing through our blood is regrettable enough. But now even the noble spirit of our forebears is on the verge of being forgotten. Nevertheless, it will soon change. Thus far, the revival plan has been progressing remarkably well. Tirana has been fragmented for far too long, to the extent that its true significance has been lost to the people. As for me, Mace Sylvana, I shall reshape everything and restore the genuine faith to this land. With these thoughts, Count Sylvana felt a surge of liberation in his heart. And after casting a casual glance at the muttering Viscount Dor, he led the forces of Nana away. This explosion is insufficient to annihilate these mad dogs of Kansas completely, before the plan is realized. He must continue to thwart them. Meanwhile, in front of Iron Peak Mountain after the explosion, the commander of Kansas gazed solemnly at the mountains of flame before him. Little did he expect that this young beast of the Sylvana family would indeed present him with such a grand gift. The green fire of the dwarves, such a rarity, had been procured in abundance. Most astonishingly, he had the audacity to use the green fire to obliterate the fortress of Lucy. This was the sole bastion preventing Kansas from advancing. And now, that stronghold has vanished. What will the people of Nana rely on to obstruct our warriors from Kansas now? Their frail flesh and blood, such audacity. The commander sighed deeply in resignation. Bring forth the battle priest. I require his assistance in organizing the clergy to deploy their war divine arts and eliminate this abhorrent green fire. Furthermore, write to the central command in the rear and inform them that Nana may possess the dwarven alchemical flames. They must exercise utmost caution. Lastly, ensure that they dispatch an aerial unit to me. I believe the Howling Dragon Brigade would be quite suitable. With that, the commander of Kansas stroked his beard and retreated to his tent. The next step was simply to wait. The fortress of Lucy had been destroyed by Nana itself, and the only hindrance had disappeared. This moment, in the royal city deep within Nana, it is rare for you to take the initiative to visit me. Minter Vanessa, Lilith chided playfully as she poured a cup of red tea for her, revealing her snow-white arm. The rich aroma of tea wafted through the air, mingling with the gentle steam rising from the exquisite white porcelain cup. Vanessa smiled as she accepted the cup from Lilith, taking a small sip before setting it down. The Grand Princess is perpetually busy. I wouldn't dare intrude without an invitation. Oh, what brings you here today? Lilith's gem-like eyes sparkled as they gazed at Vanessa, her originally handsome visage now adorned with a charming allure, rendering the already beautiful Lilith even more enchanting. Fortunately, Vanessa herself was also a rare beauty, and her extensive study of magic lent her an air of mysterious allure that surpassed even Lilith's. Thus, she remained unaffected by the charm Lilith unwittingly exuded, with a chill in her heart. Vanessa realized that her mental defenses had once again been triggered, and she looked at Lilith with a hint of resignation. Grand Princess, if I may address you as such, I've noticed an increase in those espousing the laws of the kingdom in the royal city lately. Do you have any insights on this matter? What insights could I possibly have, Mr. Vanessa? You overestimate me. Lilith replied with a flirtatious smile, her body leaning forward, inadvertently revealing her fair bosom through the sheer black fabric. The kingdom's laws were indeed my initial proposal. However, it was born from witnessing too much injustice while traversing through the populace, where the nobility recklessly oppressed and exploited the citizens of the kingdom. Secret trials, outdated practices, and nobles as the main judges. How can the laws implemented by the kingdom be deemed fair? Mentor Vanessa. It was for this reason that I proposed a more refined system of kingdom laws. But everything that followed was the spontaneous action of those who believed in this theory. Moreover, Mentor Vanessa, I assume that even if there are those promoting the laws of the kingdom, it is not something that should concern the kingdom's chief mage. Is it? Lilith observed Vanessa with a teasing smile, affirming her earlier statement that matters of discourse within the kingdom were best handled by others, leaving no need for a mage to inquire. Upon hearing this, an odd expression crossed Vanessa's face as she raised her teacup to conceal it, the curling white steam obscuring her expression from Lilith's view. If it were merely a matter of discourse, there would indeed be no need for my investigation. After all, merely managing the dragon calamity and repelling the mages from Kansas is enough to keep me occupied. However, those proclaiming the laws of the kingdom claim to have received divine inspiration and have indeed demonstrated extraordinary powers. Suddenly, Vanessa's tone turned icy as she set down her teacup, her beautiful eyes now fixed intently on Lilith. What? Why have I, the initiator, not received the inspiration of the goddess of springs? Lilith's expression turned incredulous, causing her to spill tea on herself, dampening her garments and revealing the delicate skin beneath. Yet she remained oblivious to it. Oh, does the Grand Princess truly not know? Seeing that Lilith's demeanor was genuine. Vanessa abandoned her earlier coldness and smiled at her. If I had known, I would have spread it throughout the nation already, as the founder of a thought recognized by the divine, that I believe I would no longer need to compete with my younger brother. Surely, I would be the future Queen of Nana. Lilith expressed her discontent to Vanessa, appearing quite vexed, as though lamenting why the divine had not bestowed her with inspiration. Yes, that's so. It seems I have disturbed the Grand Princess. With matters so pressing, I shall take my leave. Noticing that Lilith seemed untroubled, Vanessa decided it was time to depart. Lilith naturally attempted to retain her, but Vanessa had made up her mind, after exchanging a few pleasantries. She bid farewell and left the Grand Princess's residence, while Lilith, who had been eager to draw closer, departed straight away. Once outside, as she returned to her carriage, Vanessa took a final glance at the princess's residence through the curtain window. It was rather perplexing that someone so committed to disseminating the kingdom's laws and caring for its people was completely unaware of the events transpiring in the royal city. Vanessa chuckled softly to herself, having surmised that the faith in the so-called god of laws and constraints was indeed orchestrated by that grand princess. Forget it, it is truly too burdensome. I have no desire to involve myself in matters related to these deities. How inconvenient, especially with so many issues arising just as the covenant of protection is nearing its conclusion. Vanessa mused disinterestedly, glancing at the empty seat beside her, and found herself reminiscing about Faya. She then withdrew a winged crystal from her pocket, noting its continued luster before stowing it away again. The life-protecting covenant showed no signs of reaction, indicating that Faya had not encountered significant troubles. Really, to be away for so long without even considering returning to see me, Vanessa complained, her arms crossed over her chest. Suddenly, a glimmer sparked in her beautiful eyes. Why not seek out Faya directly? A white-haired behemoth resembling a long-armed gibbon, towering over 3 meters, stood before Yuan, its body cloaked in dense white fur, forming a perfect inverted triangle. Its robust muscles, though covered in fur, were still distinctly visible. In stark contrast to its long arms that reached the ground, the giant's legs appeared short and slender, necessitating that it lean forward, bracing itself with its hands to maintain balance. I could see this moment. It faced Yuan, rhythmically thumping its chest. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike resonated with a sound akin to a muffled drumbeat. At the same time, The white ape opened its mouth, adorned with thick lips, revealing a multitude of tiny yet exceedingly sharp fangs. Reminiscent of a lamprey that moment, it unleashed a menacing roar directed at Lu Yuan. Noisy. Lu Yuan, irritated by the din, stepped forward decisively. With a resounding boom, he vanished in a blur, appearing before the white ape. Seizing its throat with a single hand, before the ape could react, Lu Yuan executed a swift maneuver, tossing it into the air. The deformed creature soared several dozen meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Stirring up a cloud of dust, a sharp cry of pain emanated from the ape's circular mouth. Its long arms, dangling down to its knees, flailed wildly in the air as it struggled to rise. However, Lu Yuan denied it that opportunity, propelling himself forward with a powerful leap, almost instantaneously reaching the ape once more. "Please take a nap," he said impassively, pressing down on the snarling head of the white ape. Ignoring the terror in its eyes, he exerted force, slamming its head down against the ground with great force. With a resounding thud, a myriad of cracks radiated from the impact site. The white ape beneath him succumbed to a tranquil unconsciousness. "Phew, caught another one," Lu Yuan mused, observing the ape's cessation of struggle as he hoisted it up by its neck. He then dragged its body across the ground toward a nearby cage, constructed solely of wood and stone. Inside this makeshift enclosure lay 3 distinct beasts. Among them was a massive bear, its body covered in tough, scaled armor, a gigantic moose with spiraled antlers, and a leopard with 3 tails and 4 eyes. Though they varied in appearance, they all shared a considerable size, each roughly twice that of an average bear goblin, equivalent to the stacked height of 2 adults. These creatures were all deemed ideal specimens by Lu Yuan. Having emerged from the inner forest regions, they contained a greater concentration of magical essence compared to the beasts of the outer territories. It was likely that the goblins birthed from them, once infused with their blood, would grow into formidable goblin behemoths. With a forceful motion, Lu Yuan cast the white ape into the cage. Approaching, he pressed his hand against the structure, and with a thought, a gray mist began to seep from his palm, gradually enveloping the entire wooden and stone enclosure. Utilizing the power of chalk, he reinforced the cage. Then, embracing one corner of the cage with both arms, Lu Yuan's muscles surged with explosive strength, effortlessly lifting the entire structure, along with the 4 colossal beasts contained within. He then proceeded to carry the cage back towards his lair. During the return journey, Lu Yuan unleashed his previously restrained aura. Earlier, he had subdued his presence to avoid alarming his prey, but as he released it, the once vibrant forest fell into a profound silence. Even the towering trees appeared to wilt slightly under the weight of his overwhelming power. Lu Yuan's strength had undoubtedly transformed dramatically since his reincarnation as a goblin 3 months prior. Perhaps being reborn as a goblin was not entirely unfavorable. Though their lifespans are short, their growth is rapid, and their combat prowess develops swiftly. By now, Lu Yuan found no disdain for his goblin identity. After all, the shortcomings typically associated with goblins were hardly apparent in him. Both his lifespan and strength were considerable. With this in mind, what reason did Lu Yuan have to complain? In silence, he soon returned to his lair, bearing the 4 beasts. He selected a spot at the edge of the lair to place the cage. Along the way, a few beasts stirred from their slumber, only to be promptly lulled back into sleep by Lu Yuan's powerful punch. Having completed his tasks, Lu Yuan summoned Bear, who was currently overseeing the construction of a human camp. He instructed him to organize the goblins within the camp to breed the captured beasts in an orderly fashion. "Yes, master," Bear replied, attentively absorbing Lu Yuan's commands before promptly departing to locate the goblin wolf cavalry on patrol. Once Bear had left, Lu Yuan contemplated returning to the old lair to fetch a few bear goblins for breeding. However, before doing so, he had another matter to attend to. Currently, the entire goblin lair was established within the territory once claimed by a pack of forest wolves. Nestled beneath a cliff extending from the Redstone Mountains, adjacent to a natural small lake, that Lu Yuan and his companion's lair resided within a cave beneath the cliff, while outside, a few rudimentary wooden huts constructed by goblins stood, fashioned from simple logs bound together with resilient vines. However, After bringing back the slave-catching team's cart and supplies, the previous wooden huts were supplanted by human tents, fed up with the cave's cramped quarters. Elena promptly moved out with Bai and Faya, all settling into the tent. Yuan had no objections to this, as he believed that some matters could be accomplished anywhere. With these thoughts in mind, he made his way to Elena's tent. Upon lifting the flap, he found Faya seated beside Elena, along with the previously encountered forest spirit girl, Saralina, and that moment. Faya, dressed in a clean robe, was engrossed in a travelogue. Her delicate brows furrowed as she absent-mindedly gestured strange symbols in the air. Meanwhile, Elena was chatting with Bai and Saralina, predominantly speaking while Bai chimed in occasionally, and the semi-conscious Saralina nodded along throughout the conversation. Witnessing this scene, Yuan was engulfed in a peculiar sensation, as if he were truly home, enveloped by an inexplicable warmth. What warmth? Am I simply fatigued, or am I experiencing hallucinations? Shaking his head to dispel those strange thoughts, Yuan stroked his chin, pondering briefly. Ultimately, he decided to share some of the entertainment games from his past life with Elena, as he felt the need to tend to her emotions. Only by keeping her joyous could the likelihood of her birthing healthy offspring increase. As Yuan entered, Elena immediately leaped into his embrace, collapsing into his arms, while Bai followed closely, standing beside him but not embracing him as Elena had. Saralina remained expressionless, still seated on the bed. Faya, on the other hand, displayed a complex array of emotions. The moment she laid eyes on Yuan, she understood what would transpire next, leading to her internal conflict about whether to stay or leave. To leave directly would be to turn a blind eye and avoid discomfort. Yet Faya recognized that doing so would mean watching her dear friend sink deeper into this quagmire. But staying, the outcome seemed no better. Shall I join? At that moment, Yuan perceived Faya's turmoil, and his kind-hearted nature prompted him to speak up, "Daha." Upon hearing this, Faya let out a cold laugh, seized the travelogue, and departed the tent without a backward glance. Paying no heed to Faya's exit, Yuan instructed Bai to escort Saralina out of the tent. He then turned his gaze towards Elena, who exchanged a knowing smile with him. Thus, time flowed by, marked by its ebb and flow. When Yuan regained his senses, he found Elena still resting. Carefully rising from the bed, he ensured he did not disturb her and turned to leave the tent. Heading in the direction of Faya, he casually lifted the tent flap. He beheld a complex magical array with 7 intricate patterns hovering before Faya. The very center of this array lay the travelogue from earlier. At this moment, the travelogue had shed its former simplicity and now emanated an aura of malevolence. The cover appeared as if steeped in blood, radiating a nearly dripping crimson hue that a pungent smell of blood wafted from the travelogue. Reminiscent of decaying human limbs, Yuan merely glanced at it a few times, and it felt as though he was standing upon a plane constructed of blood and rotting corpses, the writhing flesh attempting to engulf him. Yuan's expression hardened, yet he remained unfazed. Such mental illusions were not unfamiliar to him. He had encountered them several times before. While not claiming expertise, he had certainly grown accustomed to them. Suddenly, the deterrent aura within him surged forth, and a brutal will imbued with insatiable hunger and greed descended upon this space. What was once an intangible force now manifested its form. Initially a mass of writhing chaos, it gradually took shape. With each moment the chaos became clearer. Yuan's own presence intensified. Finally, as the chaos fully materialized, the moment the gluttonous beast with a human body, horned crown, and fierce claws was born, Yuan's power peaked, enveloping him in a terrifying aura of chalky energy, transforming into a swirling vortex that swiftly obliterated the bloody illusion. With a resounding crack, Yuan's consciousness returned to his body. Upon opening his eyes, he found Faya standing before him, her eyes vigilant and a magical array in her hands. Seeing this, Yuan grinned, retracting his aura as he addressed Faya. "What? Do you wish to take the opportunity to kill me?" If you hadn't awoken, I just might have." Upon seeing Yuan return to normalcy, Faya dissipated the array in her hands and walked back to the table, retrieving the travelogue to hand it to Yuan. The enchantment upon it had been lifted, contrary to my initial expectations. The blood puppet master who penned this travelogue is a golden being who has embarked on a legendary path. His lingering will remains within. Be cautious when you peruse it, lest you be influenced. Well done. Yuan accepted the travelogue from Faya, noting its exterior had entirely transformed into a somber blood-red HUI in his hands. It felt akin to touching decayed flesh, which was rather repulsive. However, Yuan paid it no mind. After Yuan accepted the travelogue, Faya yawned, and then directly passed by him to seek out Elena A.S. for whether Yuan would be affected by this travelogue imbued with the will of a golden powerhouse. That was beyond her concern. She had given all the necessary warnings and had performed the sevenfold sealing magic. Believing she had done her utmost, Faya walked briskly towards Elena's tent. After watching Faya depart, Yuan scrutinized the travelogue in his hands that he was not particularly concerned about the blood puppet master's strength. Thanks to Faya's explanations, Yuan had gained a deeper understanding of the occupational system within this world. The path of profession emerged following the separation of gods and mortals. In a world once brimming with magical essence and extraordinary beings, the departure of deities, carrying vast amounts of essence to construct their celestial realms among the stars, led to an irrepressible decline. The extraordinary powers that were once accessible through training gradually faded from mainstream society. In such circumstances, humanity, already at a disadvantage, found its plight further exacerbated. Professions were thus created by the deities of humanity as a solution. With the advent of the first professional, an array of professions sprang forth like mushrooms after rain. However, considering Faya's occasional jibes and her subconscious disdain, Yuan was confident that these professions were not of the highest caliber. They were likely traps laid by the so-called deities, as for the blood puppet master, whose origins were shrouded in mystery. That was even more dubious. With a deity already looming above him, Yuan had no interest in seeking another father to serve. His willingness to have Faya decipher the enchantment upon the travelogue stemmed more from a desire to glean insights and techniques for utilizing power, thereby enriching his own skill set. After holding the travelogue for a moment, Yuan stored it away. With the enchantment lifted, he could study it whenever he wished. For now, he had other matters to attend to. With that thought, Yuan summoned the Silver Wolf King once more, mounting it as he galloped towards the southern forest. His immediate goal was to transport some goblins from the old den back to the new lair to increase their breeding frequency. Boom, boom, boom. The Silver Wolf King's form darted swiftly through the woods, the reverberating sonic booms echoing around him. Before long, Yuan arrived at the junction between the northern and southern forests at this point. The desolation of the southern forest had become even more pronounced compared to before, showing signs of encroaching upon the northern territory. Numerous leaves had already turned to charred yellow. Yuan plucked a leaf from a nearby tree. Holding it in his hand, faintly sensing the warmth emanating from it, he keenly perceived that if left unchecked, the entire outer forest would face severe issues. Previously, areas scorched by dragon fire would give rise to fire spirits formed from the souls of creatures incinerated by flames. However, these fire spirits would gradually weaken and vanish with time. But this was the Black Forest, a treasure land naturally imbued with the properties of magical essence. Here, the fire spirits showed no signs of weakening. In fact, there was an insidious trend of enhancement. Even the land that had been burned by dragon flames, now turned to ash, retained the lingering power of dragon breath within its gray soils, sustained by the magical energies of the Black Forest. This dead land exhibited signs of expansion. It could be said that the current situation was a confluence of favorable timing, geographical advantages, and harmonious relations. Crushing the leaf in his hand, Yuan allowed the fragments to drift through the air, slowly transforming into ashes. After casting a deep glance at the gray expanse before him, he urged the Silver Wolf King onwards. The moment he stepped into the southern forest, he felt the atmosphere thick with a heavy aura of death. Besides this miasma, a fierce and fiery energy also surged around him. In the hushed environment, only the sounds of the Silver Wolf King's galloping broke the silence. Thus, after a few minutes of swift travel, Yuan finally caught sight of the local inhabitants. a humanoid creature with charred skin and robust, twisted horns that a fire spirit. Observing the emaciated figure exuding an acrid odor, with dark red flames flickering from the fissures across its body, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, speculating within. The foul stench emanating from the bloodline, coupled with the absence of any insatiable hunger typical of fire spirits, led Lu Yuan to initially disregard it, urging the Silver Wolf King to accelerate and bypass it. Yet, while Lu Yuan sought to spare it, the fire spirit had other intentions. Roar! With a bellow, the fire spirit charged at Lu Yuan. The wave of scorching heat surged forth, emanating from its twisted, anguished visage, revealing sharp fangs as it lunged towards him. Bang! Whoosh! A swift flash of lightning streaked by, and the fire demon was instantly sent sprawling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground in silence, its form gradually disintegrating until it ultimately transformed into a patch of charred soil. At that moment, the lightning in Lu Yuan's hand began to dissipate. Paying little heed to this minor incident, Lu Yuan continued to command the Silver Wolf King toward the old lair. But yes, he drew closer to the old nest. The number of fire demons increased. Among them, some advanced variants emerged, such as the Fire Horn Demon, specialized in physical strength, and the Great Fire Demon, adept in flame abilities. However, to Lu Yuan, these were merely matters of unleashing one or two bolts of lightning. Boom after boom, flashes of electricity flickered incessantly. Thus, accompanied by the luminous bolts of thunder, Lu Yuan finally arrived before the old lair. As a Firehorn Demon crumbled into ash, Lu Yuan dismounted from the Silver Wolf King. Before him lay a lair now infused with the breath of dragon fire. Lu Yuan began to summon Kuang Yi in his mind. Through his senses, he was aware that Kuang Yi was below. After receiving an obedient response, he heard a series of heavy thuds approaching. A terrifying flame creature materialized before Lu Yuan. Thanks to the advantages of this environment, Kuang Yi had thoroughly mastered the power of the Dragon Flame Demon. Transforming into a humanoid dragon beast adorned with burning crimson scales, curved beastly horns, and enormous wings, Father. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, Kuang Yi's eyes, once filled with murderous intent, shifted to one of admiration as he knelt on one knee before Lu Yuan. Speaking with reverence, "Father," the address caught Lu Yuan off guard. Previously, creatures like Bear and Bai, who had absorbed his blood, referred to him as their master. Kuang Yi was the first to call him father directly, after a brief moment of surprise. Lu Yuan dismissed it. After all, it was merely a title and likely bore no significant consequence. "Kuang Yi, bring forth the goblins from the lair," Lu Yuan commanded with a detached demeanor as he approached Kuang Yi, who remained half-kneeling. Yes, the sound that emerged from Kuang Yi was akin to magma flowing through the mantle. Immediately, Kuang Yi lowered his head and swiftly rose from the ground. His robust, draconic form stepped back a few paces, and his massive wings, entwined in crimson flames, spread open with a resounding bang. Following this, Kuang Yi's fearsome head tilted back as he let out a roar. Roar! The air shimmered with translucent ripples. As Kuang Yi's roar echoed. Responses of roars reverberated from the surroundings. Hearing these responses, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of speculation igniting within him. Sure enough, shortly after the responses, several sturdy goblins came rushing from the lair's periphery. Lu Yuan examined them closely. They were the bear goblins he had previously left behind. However, these goblins were larger than those who had departed with Lu Yuan, and sparks of fire flickered as they breathed. Their originally dark green skin had begun to take on a dark red hue in this area rich with dragon fire. Of course, this was a detail Lu Yuan discerned due to his keen observational skills. To the untrained eye, the differences would be imperceptible. It was understandable, as these bear goblins had only been here for a few days and had not been deeply affected by the magical essence of this environment. Furthermore, they did not possess the innate dragon flame powers that Kuang Yi had. That if they were to remain here longer, they might indeed evolve into a regional subspecies of goblin, akin to the ice goblins of the snowy regions, the rock-scale goblins of the desert, or the cave goblins of the dark territories, transforming into the ashen goblins specialized in dragon fire. At this moment, the bear goblins stood before Lu Yuan. He roughly counted them. Exactly 12. A loss of only 3 compared to the 15 initially left behind. This rate of attrition was something Lu Yuan found quite satisfactory. Observing the evolved Kuang Yi before him, he turned his gaze to the 12 goblins prostrating before him. His earlier intent to take only a few goblins had begun to waver. Previously, he had lacked understanding. Now, he desired them all. However, to take these bare goblins away, Yuan needed to first address a particular issue: the Necromancer Factory, a resource point he had discovered long ago. Yet due to his previous lack of strength, he had to set it aside. When he later gained power and sought to claim his savings, unforeseen events had occurred, leading to further delays. Only now was Yuan prepared to resolve the matter of the Necromancer Factory once and for all. Resolute in his decision, Yuan wasted no time and led Kuang Yi and the goblins toward the depths of the cave. Returning to this familiar ground stirred emotions within Yuan. Though he had not been away long, it felt as if everything had changed. With this sentiment in mind, he quickly reached the lower levels. Gazing into the dark tunnels before him, he stepped inside without hesitation. Kuang Yi, retracting his wings, followed closely behind Yuan. The flames enveloping him transformed into the sole source of light in the dark passage, casting an orange glow that rendered the goblins almost devilish in appearance. Thus, after several minutes of silent traversal, Yuan finally set foot once more in this dim natural cavern. The sound of the underground river continued to gurgle as before. The only difference now was the profound shift in Yuan's strength. Approaching the edge of the cliff, he looked down at the countless aimlessly wandering skeletal remains and the hundreds of soul eaters swirling around the towering black tower. Yuan's expression grew increasingly grave. It was undeniable that once undead forces amassed, they exuded an inexplicable aura of intimidation. This perhaps encapsulated the fundamental contradiction between life and death. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this iron mine was something he intended to claim today. A flicker of lightning danced in Yuan's eyes, swiftly followed by an overwhelming surge of chalky power, imbued with a sense of primal ferocity and devouring intent, which erupted from within him. This gray mist clung closely to Yuan's scaled armor, gradually transforming until it morphed into a grotesque form resembling a heavy iron shell. A monster. Upon this armor, the visages of numerous creatures that Yuan had previously consumed emerged, their physical attributes, to varying degrees, inherited by him. Though these traits had not been displayed in his daily life, they were now vividly manifested upon the armor. To this moment, Yuan was entirely enveloped in this layer of chalky power. The undead exuded an eerie energy that drained the vitality of the living. Prolonged exposure to the undead would uncontrollably lead one's body toward a state of mummification. Yuan was uncertain whether he could withstand the radiation emanating from the undead with his own strength, and he had no desire to take that gamble. Thus, he opted for the most prudent course of action. He summoned the Silver Wolf King, who, at this point, could hardly be considered a living being, yet might be able to contend with the higher soul eaters, albeit barely. However, dealing with the lesser skeletal minions would prove to be exceedingly effortless. Once adequately prepared, Yuan raised his hand to signal Kuang Yi for immediate support, then summoned the Thunder Dragon Spear. Accompanied by searing dragon flames, the spear, constructed entirely of destructive and furious thunder, materialized in Yuan's grasp. The moment the dragon spear appeared, the ferocious magical energy provoked a stir among the undead below. The pale craniums of the skeletal minions, ignited by eerie blue flames, shook violently before they all raised their rigid spines to gaze at Yuan, who stood at the cliff's edge, brandishing thunder and flames, his form clad in fearsome white armor. For a brief moment, the cavern fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the crackling of flames and the thunderous explosions. After this fleeting pause, the skeletal minions erupted into a chaotic frenzy. Drawn towards Yuan like iron filings to a magnet, a terrifying spectacle unfolded as countless skeletal forms surged towards him. With the thunder spear in hand, Yuan aimed at the most densely packed cluster of undead and unleashed a shot filled with devouring dragon flames. Boom! A brilliant flash of lightning erupted, followed by a horrifying explosion as the crimson dragon flames raged mercilessly upon the pitiful skeletons. All those skeletons that came into contact with the flames ultimately transformed into burning torches. This dragon flame, inherited from the four-cornered red dragon, gained an even more potent devouring characteristic after being enhanced by Lu Yuan. Utilizing the residual magical energy within the skeletons as fuel, it also greedily consumed their soul power. In the end, these torches were drained of all essence, reduced to immobile charred bones. Once deprived of their fuel, the dragon flames were extinguished under the oppressive accumulation of the surrounding undead magical energy. From his perch at the cliff's edge, Lu Yuan observed the gap created by the explosions swiftly filled by the surrounding skeletons. Thus, he unleashed a series of thunderous strikes once more, still dazzling in their brilliance, accompanied by terrifying flames. Yet, the undead continued to replenish their ranks. In a short span, some of the undead had reached the base of the cliff where Lu Yuan stood. These skeletons relentlessly battered against the rock face beneath his feet. Akin to waves crashing upon a reef, Lu Yuan could distinctly feel the ground trembling beneath him. Realizing that his previous assault had not been in vain, a wild smile spread across his concealed face beneath the armor. He then mounted the Silver Wolf King and leaped downwards. With the dragon spear in hand, the lightning surged forth, transforming the fearsome flames into a spiraling vortex of fire. Boom! As Lu Yuan landed. A massive blossom of flames entwined with swift lightning erupted within the dim cavern. The all-consuming fire, akin to an exuberant floral spirit, surged forth towards the surrounding skeletons, ruthlessly igniting their very souls. At the moment Lu Yuan descended and the flames blossomed, a mummified corpse, ensnared by black thorns and resting upon the dilapidated obsidian throne at the cavern's center, subtly stirred its finger, in the shadowy depths of the cave. The explosive thunder and surging flames intertwined vividly. Protected by the chalky armor, Lu Yuan boldly chose to withstand the encroaching undead magical energy. The malevolent and corrupting force of the undead magic hissed and crackled as it made contact with his armor. Releasing plumes of foul-smelling white smoke, the once grotesque chalky armor, adorned with intricate carvings, was gradually worn down and flattened by this undead energy. Yet it was swiftly restored by the continuous influx of chalky power from within Lu Yuan. Gradually, the appearance of his chalky armor became more rounded, allowing him greater agility and reduced fatigue during his movements. Moreover, through the ongoing entanglement with the undead magical energy, the chalky power, now enhanced by gluttony, began to inherit some of its devouring capabilities in the ongoing struggle. The chalky armor absorbed a portion of the undead magical energy, transforming from its original grayish-white hue to a shade tinged with a hint of deathly black. However, Lu Yuan remained blissfully unaware of this change. At this moment, he wielded the explosive flames and terrifying thunder with both hands, surrounded by shimmering silver light and searing fire. Lu Yuan was now engulfed in a fervor for battle. Clad in the darkened, chalky armor, riding the equally frenzied Silver Wolf King as they charged recklessly through the madly surging sea of skeletons, the fragile bodies of the skeletal minions proved no match for Lu Yuan and the Silver Wolf King. Before long, a clearing was carved out amidst the sea of bones, scorched by fierce flames, shattered by thunder, trampled by their reckless momentum, and easily sliced apart by sharp claws. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yuan resembled an invincible war god, galloping freely among the skeletons, entering and exiting the fray with ease. Meanwhile, far above at the cliff's edge, Kuang Yi, who surveyed the chaotic scene below, was overwhelmed with excitement. Unable to contain himself, he shouted incomprehensible words of praise. Revering the might of his father, such a majestic figure, truly powerful and formidable. With that, Kuang Yi unfurled his wings, ablaze with flames, unleashing an astonishing wave of heat. That moment, the fire engulfing his entire being burned fiercely, fueled by the surging battle intent within his heart, that he stood as a deity amidst the flames, or perhaps a demon from the abyss. The immense, spiraled copper-yellow horns upon his head rose high, while the wings behind him flapped, propelling him into the sky like an arrow released from a bow, hovering near the cavern's apex. Awakened to the powers of the dragon flame demon, Kuang Yi naturally inherited the overwhelming desire for destruction from the original owner. The four-cornered red dragon, simultaneously, having received the blood of Yuan, he also inherited the brutality and insatiable hunger that came with it. Coupled with his newly awakened frenzy and bloodlust skills, Kuang Yi was undoubtedly a true combat fanatic. During his time free from Li Yuan's constraints, he actively ventured out in search of battles against fire demons. With each confrontation, his strength continually grew, until he fully awakened and mastered the dragon flame demon. Yet, when faced with Li Yuan, the great being who granted him rebirth and bestowed upon him power, Kuang Yi could momentarily restrain his insatiable thirst for slaughter. However, just moments ago, as he stood on the edge of the cliff, observing Lin recklessly clash with an uncountable horde of skeletons, his suppressed desire for bloodshed resurfaced. Had he not remembered Li Yuan's command, Kuang Yi would have already joined the fray, eyes ablaze with excitement and a fervent smile, reveling in the slaughter alongside his great father. Nevertheless, he remained airborne, relentlessly hurling fireballs into the sea of skeletons below, while his flames could not compare to Li Yuan's dragon fire in incinerating the souls of these inferior undead. He managed to shatter several skeletons with each strike. Gradually, through the combined efforts of Li Yuan and Kuang Yi, the onslaught of skeletons transformed into a ground strewn with shattered bones. In the dim cavern, the clattering of bones gradually ceased, and the roaring thunder and crackling flames began to subside. Finally, the last skeletal undead was pierced by Li Yuan's spear, the searing dragon fire spreading along its pale bones. The ghostly blue flame of its soul, flickering like a candle in the wind, was ultimately consumed by the orange flames. In an instant, the skeleton, now devoid of its soul fire, crumbled into a heap. After dispatching the skeletons, Li Yuan could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Even with his current physique, he felt a long-forgotten fatigue after the recent battle. Ordinary skeletal undead were hardly stronger than a decayed corpse, being mere cannon fodder among cannon fodder. Otherwise, they would not serve as the primary labor force in the undead factory. Yet the skeletal undead here were clearly not the worthless creatures that even a dog could easily handle. Despite the thousands of years since the Demon Lord's invasion, these abandoned skeletons still retained a healthy physical condition. Their bones remained glossy and robust, and though the soul fire within their skulls was faint, it still flickered defiantly. This was somewhat miraculous. In such circumstances, the countless skeletal armies posed a formidable force not to be underestimated. Father God, just as Lin paused to catch his breath, Kuang Yi, who had been circling above, suddenly dove down and knelt firmly before Li Yuan. Gazing at Li Yuan, who still donned his chalky armor, Kuang Yi's crimson eyes sparkled with a newfound intense emotion, a fervent admiration for Li Yuan, beyond mere bloodlust. In a moment of distraction, Li Yuan failed to notice the change in Kuang Yi's address. He merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then continued to grip the dragon's spear tightly, focusing on restoring his strength. With every passing second, Li Yuan's gaze was fixated on the terrifyingly vocal creatures, resembling skeleton reapers, that surrounded the Black Tower. Despite the recent intense battle, these creatures remained oblivious, continuously floating around the tower as if guarding something. Just as Li Yuan pondered this, the towering black edifice, constructed entirely of hellish obsidian, suddenly emanated a faint dark glow. The previously carved, now damaged magical formations and runes on its surface began to emit an exceedingly weak magical radiance. That moment of disturbance, the previously languid soul stealers surrounding the tower surged with newfound vigor, darting around the structure as if invigorated. Their dark, smoke-like bodies were infused with the remnants of tortured souls, coalescing into a substance that seemed to writhe with despair. These soul stealers were now singing an eerie chant with the organs of the undead. Melodious, ethereal, yet terrifying and chilling. Accompanying this necromancer's lament, a dark door materialized abruptly upon the surface of the Black Tower. A palpable wave of negative energy, akin to a tangible force, surged forth, causing countless bones and vengeful spirits to rise and fall within this dark tide. Standing atop the bones, Li Yuan squinted, peering through the curtain of darkness to glimpse the withered figure bound to the black stone throne. Seemingly aware of Li Yuan's gaze, the corpse's fingers twitched slightly, followed by its palm, then its arm, and neck. Finally, its hollow eyes slowly lifted to meet Li Yuan's stare. The moment their eyes connected, Li Yuan felt a momentary disorientation, followed by an inexplicable wave of fatigue washing over him. Sensing the anomaly, Yuan hastily summoned all his strength, forcing it to circulate within him in a clumsy effort to regain his focus. Upon realizing that Yuan was not significantly affected, the dried corpse struggled against the surrounding black thorns, puffing out its chest and opening its gaping mouth to emit a silent scream. With this roar, the tumultuous tide surged relentlessly towards Yuan. Accompanying this onslaught were the hundreds of soul stealers that had been circling the Black Tower. Roar at the moment when the black mist met the bones once more. The skeletons, now devoid of their soul fire, rose again. The extinguished ghostly blue flames were replaced by a terrifyingly dark fire. Bang! Yuan did not hesitate, bringing the dragon's spear down heavily upon the ground, conjuring a protective barrier of crackling, flame-wreathed thunder. Boom! 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 Observing the relentless assault of the undead against the barrier, Yuan's expression turned grave. The greatest taboo when dealing with a tide of undead was to become ensnared and lose mobility. Once the undead formed a mass, their surrounding necromantic energy would intensify, and engaging them in combat would only result in being eroded into mindless wretches. Yuan's brow furrowed deeply as he gazed at the source of this calamity. The withered figure, a lich, the lich, a legendary high-level undead, was the favored transformation of necromancers. The shadow that Yuan perceived as the lich was currently enduring immense suffering. The wildly growing black thorns had fully embedded themselves in its body, continuously siphoning its magical energy to maintain the surrounding negative energy environment and the operation of the entire Black Tower. A variable, the only variable in millennia, a glimmer of hope for liberation. He could not remain idle. Yuan retracted his gaze from the Black Tower, turning his attention towards the undead still assaulting the barrier. These undead, whether they were the reanimated skeletons or the soul stealers hovering above, created a dissonant sound with each impact, a sizzle that echoed ominously. With every strike, the thunderous barrier Yuan had erected grew increasingly tenuous. After being tainted by that overwhelming wave of negative energy, these skeletal remains displayed a remarkable transformation. Not only did their appearance change, as the grayish-white bones became adorned with malevolent black magical runes, but the ethereal blue flames of their souls also morphed into a foreboding black hue. This change was further reflected in a significant enhancement of their strength, as the necromantic power contained within these skeletons surged to more than double its original potency. At this moment, the augmented necromantic energy had coalesced into a thin layer of black smoke that enveloped the skeletons. When hundreds, even thousands, of these black mist skeletons clustered together, the overwhelming aura of corrosive magic became even more formidable. Thick, viscous negative energy oozed across the ground, while the air was saturated with the necromantic power emanating from the skeletons. Above, hundreds of wraiths hovered, poised to feast upon Yuan's soul. Additionally, an enigmatic lich loomed nearby, its gaze locked onto him with palpable intent. In this dire situation, Yuan could rely only on himself and the fiercely spirited Kuang Yi, who appeared far more exhilarated than cautious. The flames that encircled him blazed with fervor, mirroring the excitement surging within his heart. For Kuang Yi, the essence of life lay in battle and slaughter, and the countless undead before him were the most opportune gift bestowed upon him by the heavens. Furthermore, the prospect of fighting alongside his revered father god filled him with an exhilarating sense of purpose, rendering fear utterly insignificant. Instead, Kuang Yi felt an overwhelming surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins as his muscles, taut like steel cables, began to swell and expand. Meanwhile, Yuan, acutely aware of the rising heat around them, cast a fleeting glance at the fervent Kuang Yi behind him. With a sudden surge of energy, the lightning spear in Yuan's grasp flared brilliantly, the once thin and fragile barrier of thunder, on the verge of collapse, erupted in a blinding flash, releasing a torrent of terrifying lightning. In an instant, the black mist skeletons, empowered by negative energy, were reduced to scorched remnants, the reignited dark soul flames, under the onslaught of the raging thunder, dissipated into tendrils of smoke. The wraiths that had been lingering in the air barely managed to evade catastrophe, though some unfortunate souls were struck by Yuan's electrifying onslaught. bursting into formless black mist that gradually drifted back toward the Black Tower. After a flash of black light, the dispersed wraiths reformed, once again lunging toward Lu Yuan. "Father!" Kuang Yi exclaimed anxiously as he witnessed Lu Yuan half kneeling on the ground, seeing the filthy undead about to close in on Lu Yuan. Kuang Yi wasted no time and charged forward. Simultaneously, he spread his massive, fleshy wings wide, enveloping Lu Yuan before the undead could reach him, and then tightly folding them into an elliptical protective barrier. Following this, Kuang Yi fervently channeled his internal magical energy, transforming it into blazing flames that enveloped his wings. With all this accomplished, the eyes that were typically consumed by bloodlust and crimson now betrayed an unusual expression of concern. He believed that someone as great as Lu Yuan could not possibly be harmed by these undead. Yet, despite his faith as a loyal follower of Lu Yuan, he could not tolerate any disrespect towards him. To Kuang Yi, those audacious undead who dared to approach Lu Yuan were courting death. No worries, no harm done. Lu Yuan reassured Kuang Yi, who had rushed to his side. The recent release of the Thunder Barrier had completely drained Lu Yuan of his strength, a sensation he had not experienced in a long time. Fortunately, his body, fortified by the power of chalk, began to recover rapidly. Moreover, Lu Yuan was not entirely unprepared. He opened his mouth, and with a surge from his throat, he expelled a vial of emerald green potion, which he promptly bit open and swallowed. As the essence of the potion was absorbed, a gentle warmth rapidly coursed through Lu Yuan's body, swiftly restoring his depleted strength. However, in exchange for the time Lu Yuan gained to recover, Kuang Yi's ever-burning wings were now reduced to mere remnants, corroded to the point where only tattered flesh connected a few bones. Even his dark red, sturdy scales had lost their luster, emitting a foul stench. "Well done, Kuang Yi." In the face of imminent danger, Lu Yuan could only offer a brief commendation. He then summoned the chalk power within him, enveloping Kuang Yi in a protective shroud that Lu Yuan was acutely aware that he could no longer handle the current predicament. Thus, the optimal solution was to escape. However, with Kuang Yi's wings nearly reduced to bone, flying was out of the question. Yet, it was inconceivable for Lu Yuan to abandon Kuang Yi. Given Kuang Yi's unwavering dedication to protecting him, Lu Yuan could never allow him to fall victim to the undead. Therefore, in this critical moment, Lu Yuan made a swift decision to take a risk and attempt the method he had previously used to transform the Silver Wolf King. Once the chalk energy absorbed Kuang Yi, Lu Yuan's body was once again enveloped in the evolved chalk armor. He then summoned the Silver Wolf King. Leaping over the tide of skeletal undead below, he called forth the lightning, effortlessly scattering the wraiths that charged at him. Each time the wraiths began their eerie, melodious chant, a piercing pain assaulted Lu Yuan's mind. Just as these malevolent forces sought to invade his consciousness and soul, the monsters he had previously conjured in the illusion leaped forth, devouring the invading evil. Before long, Lu Yuan found himself at the edge of a cliff. He raised his gaze to the hulking goblins lurking at the cliff's edge, peering down below. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan urged the Silver Wolf King to ascend the cliff. Initially hesitant, the Silver Wolf King, upon sensing the inviolable nature of Lu Yuan's command, gathered its strength and charged forward. Just as the Silver Wolf King braced for impact with the rocky wall, a miracle occurred. The Silver Wolf King successfully stepped onto the uneven cliff face. The Silver Wolf King voiced its confusion. This was, of course, Lu Yuan's doing. The Silver Wolf King was entirely his creation. Consequently, Lu Yuan's power could be exerted through the Silver Wolf King's form like a T this moment. He merely enhanced the Silver Wolf King's feet with numerous protruding spikes. As these spikes pierced the cliff face, they bent and secured themselves. With this cyclical process, Lu Yuan rode the Silver Wolf King upward, leaving the skeletal hordes utterly bewildered. The wraiths, upon nearing a certain distance, ceased their pursuit from their reluctant demeanor. It was clear that they did not wish to let Lu Yuan go, but were compelled to abandon the chase for some unknown reason that a change was imminent. They had to leave. No. The long-imprisoned death mage had been driven to the brink of insanity after a millennium of torment. He had forgotten his surname and the reason for his imprisonment. All he knew was that he was trapped here, ensnared by these relentless ruinous things that perpetually drained his magical essence, trapped in endless darkness. Now, however, a variable had finally emerged to shatter this millennia-old landscape. Fragmented memories whispered to him that as long as someone took his place upon the black stone throne, he could reclaim his freedom. Therefore, he could not allow this opportunity for escape to slip through his fingers. Take it all. Drain me of my magic, but leave him. The death mage relinquished all resistance, allowing the black thorns to tighten around him, ravenously siphoning the little magic he had left. Waves of magical energy were drawn into the black tower. An even denser cloud of darkness surged from its pinnacle, swiftly engulfing the entire cavern. The moment this dark cloud appeared, the wraiths became extraordinarily animated. This is bad. Lu Yuan's keen intuition seemed to whisper, "Today, I took a day off to join my roommates for a team-building outing site. This is trouble." Perched precariously on the cliff while riding the Silver Wolf King, Lu Yuan's attention was drawn to the unsettling movements of the Black Tower, prompting him to glance at the soul-reaping specters lingering in the distance. As anticipated, the swirling, negative energy-laden black mist began to envelop these specters, causing their previously ominous visages, shrouded in dark fog, to suddenly ignite with a pair of malicious crimson gazes, their hollow forms, reminiscent of a weather doll, solidified slightly, manifesting a semblance of a torso. From beneath their ethereal black robes, a pair of desiccated, dark-hued hands emerged, aiming directly at Lu Yuan, who was still dashing along the cliffside. That a guttural, inhuman roar erupted from these enhanced specters. Now driven by the black mist, as the mist rapidly spread, the empowered specters lunged towards Lu Yuan. Crap. Just as the edge of the cliff loomed before him, a dark green, corrosive energy sphere intercepted his path. The deathly aura of the corrosive magic left a hissing crater on the jagged cliff face, momentarily halting Lu Yuan's relentless advance. This brief pause provided the pursuing specters an opportunity to close the distance. Boom! Faced with the blockage, Lu Yuan pivoted and unleashed a precisely executed mid-tier spell in the form of a lightning spear, infused with his own brutal killing intent and insatiable hunger. Whoosh! The furious lightning spear streaked through the air, leaving behind a shimmering silver trail. With the lightning spear piercing its form, an eerie and agonizing scream echoed. It turned out to be the specter that had initially cast the energy sphere, interrupting Lu Yuan's path, which was now obliterated into a dissipating cloud of black mist, vanishing entirely within the dim confines of the underground cavern. Yet, its demise was far from sufficient to alleviate the suffering that awaited Lu Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. Seizing the moment, the other specters began to mimic their fallen comrade, launching corrosive energy spheres towards Lu Yuan as high-level entities of vengeful spirits. These specters, though lacking the awakened spiritual wisdom of the top-tier undead, possessed a formidable level of spell-casting ability. Compared to goblins, the disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The spell-casting prowess of these specters, bolstered by the black mist, was nearly equivalent to that of a standard bronze-level human mage, on par with a formal mage from the Nona Court Mage Corps led by Vanessa. Of course, this excluded prodigies like Faya, who possessed the rare talent of an all-knowing tome, allowing her to wield near-silver-level power despite being bronze-ranked. It is well known that not all individuals are comparable. At this moment, hundreds of specters akin to bronze mages were converging on Lu Yuan, unleashing their corrosive energy spheres. These massive orbs, radiating a terrifying green light, trailed elongated tails as they surged towards him, transforming the entire cavern into a ghastly green tableau. Recognizing the substantial necromantic energy contained within these spheres, Lu Yuan was compelled to direct the Silver Wolf King to nimbly navigate the treacherous cliff, dodging the incoming projectiles. However, their sheer number was overwhelming. Moreover, as time passed, the number of corroded cliff faces multiplied. Before long, the vast wall had morphed into a mass oozing with viscous green sludge. Reluctant to succumb to the necromantic energy, Lu Yuan retreated to the ground. He had considered dashing across the corroded surfaces to reach the cliff's edge, but the churning black mist had already pervaded the entire space as he evaded the corrosive spheres. This not only darkened the already dim cavern further, but also obstructed his ascent. Simultaneously, It blocked the path of the bear goblin stationed at the cliff's edge. Sensing the imminent danger emanating from the black mist, Yuan understood that forcing his way through was ill-advised. The moment he landed, he recalled the Silver Wolf King while simultaneously conjuring a massive explosive fire ring. Pushing away the encroaching skeletal phantoms, the piercing, shrill sounds of magic resonated from all around. The Reaper-like specters breached the surrounding murky fog, lunging at Yuan. Their shrieks, laced with psychic assault, failed to affect him even for a second, as the beast of gluttony residing within his soul crushed these malevolent energies in a sustenance that bolstered Yuan's power. Yet aside from these feeble wails, the ghastly green luminescence flickering from the specter's skeletal hands commanded Yuan's attention. The corrosive energy did not frighten Yuan. What truly posed a challenge and instilled a sense of dread was the necromantic energy concealed within that corrosive force. This magic, exclusive to the undead, was akin to poison for any living being. Naturally, Yuan could not risk betting that his gluttonous nature made him an exception, even if his chalky power had already begun to exhibit traits of the necromantic energy. Damn it! As he found himself ensnared in the necromantic trap, Yuan couldn't help but curse. His crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, desperately seeking a way out. Unlike before, this was the first time he faced such a multitude of formidable foes, all of whom possessed a specific advantage against the living. To prevent being tainted by the necromantic energy, Yuan had no choice but to restrain part of his chalky power to maintain the integrity of his chalky armor. This limitation hindered his full silver-level potential. Boom! The blazing flames, having retracted from their previous explosive form, transformed into a continuous defensive barrier, resisting the advancing undead. Thunder coalesced into terrifying lightning serpents that danced around the flames, sending arcs of silver electricity to repel the airborne specters. The surrounding black mist thickened, obscuring Yuan's vision beyond the flames. All he could perceive were pairs of glimmering red eyes, filled with a greedy intent towards the living. Swaying outside, he could only hear the dull thuds of clashing skulls and the eerie, chilling howls that echoed around him. Gradually, the presence of necromantic energy intensified, and the previously formless magical essence began to take on a tangible shape. It clung to Yuan's flames like the smoke of all things consumed by fire, slowly invading his being through their connection. Sensing this invasion, the chalky power within Yuan surged forth like a territorial beast, defending its domain, clashing with the encroaching necromantic energy. In that moment, the two forces entwined, creating a chaotic stalemate. However, this struggle significantly drained Yuan's stamina. He could not afford to prolong this battle. He needed to devise a strategy to break free. Recognizing that his recovery rate could not keep pace with the exhaustion, Yuan promptly reduced the area of his fiery protection. This flame, born from the breath of the red dragon, consumed his stamina relentlessly. Meanwhile, the awakened bloodline power of Ivan the Terrible resembled a natural gift. Its usage, while still taxing, required far less energy. Ultimately, as the flames diminished, the undead drew closer. A blinding flash of lightning erupted. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded, shaking the entire cavern that a vast crater materialized amidst the black mist, while Yuan, charred and weary, stood at its center. Just moments prior, a spark of inspiration had illuminated his mind, allowing him to mimic the formation of the lightning spear and forcibly compress the surging thunder, creating a terrifying spherical lightning ball that he then infused it with a hint of flame, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Crack! Draining the last vial of vitality elixir, Yuan felt as if delicate, boneless hands were kneading the comfort throughout his body. With his slightly squinted eyes now open, his countenance, shrouded in black scales, revealed no discernible emotion. Observing the skeletal remnants scattered around him, which appeared to be on the verge of restoration as dark mist continuously seeped into their forms, Yuan's body crackled with arcs of lightning, ultimately transforming into a blinding bolt that plunged into the vast ocean of skeletons before him. Bang! 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 A series of collision sounds resounded incessantly. Yuan, now a flickering streak of lightning, dashed recklessly through the skeletal army. evading the attacks of the soul-harvesting wraiths lurking within the black fog while charging toward the direction of the Black Tower. Escape was no longer an option. In that moment, rushing toward the most perilous place was the only hope for survival. As the saying goes, to live one must confront death. The corpse trapped upon the black stone throne cackled upon, sensing Lu Yuan's relentless approach. His deranged mind could not fathom Lu Yuan's actions. He only grasped that the variable was drawing nearer, along with the hope of his liberation. After a millennium of torment, the end was finally in sight. As for what he would do when Lu Yuan truly neared him, having been completely drained of magical power, that was a consideration beyond his current capacity to contemplate. The corpse had become irrational. Yet the undead outside, devoid of reason and wholly driven by commands, did not falter. The directive ingrained within their soul flames instructed them that guarding the Black Tower was their utmost priority. Roar! The uprising commenced that Lu Yuan's actions had breached the prohibition embedded within these undead beings. Particularly the wraiths hovering in the air, tasked with guarding the Black Tower, displayed an even more frenzied demeanor. Corrosive magic orbs rained down like a torrential storm. Denser than before, the terrifying corrosion spread around, and the skeletons tainted by this force began to erode their own white bones. The shrill, piercing sounds of the soul-harvesting wraiths echoed incessantly, causing the black soul flames within the skulls of the skeletons below to sway violently. Beneath, Lu Yuan utilized the immense sea of skeletons surrounding him to evade the majority of the corrosive orbs. For those few he could not dodge, he relied on the chalky armor enveloping his body to endure the onslaught. With a flicker of thought, the surplus chalky power automatically repaired the corrupted sections. Yet that undead magic power had taken root there. Seeing Lu Yuan relentlessly advancing toward the Black Tower, the wraiths concealed within the black mist could no longer remain idle. They surged forth from the high black fog, their fingertips dancing with a dense glow of undead magic power. The Death Finger, a spell of instant demise, would bring death upon contact, that of course, in an era before the gods ascended. The Death Finger was indeed formidable. However, in the present world, forcibly suppressed by the gods, this spell had lost much of its potency, yet its horrific lethality remained intact. Whoosh, 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 accompanied by streaks of gray light. As swift as lightning, they shot forth one by one. The wraiths exploded into bursts of dissipating black smoke. Under the shroud of the surrounding black mist, there was a subtle gathering force at that moment. Lu Yuan found himself at the entrance of the Black Tower, sensing the deadly aura approaching from behind. His expression twisted into a grimace, and without a moment's hesitation, the chalky power enveloping him detached in an instant, transforming into the Silver Wolf King. Before the Silver Wolf King could react, it was struck by the Death Finger. The anguished howl of the wolf abruptly ceased, as the chalky power that formed its body was corroded by the undead magic, ultimately turning into a pool of decaying black water. Seizing the opportunity bought by the Silver Wolf King's sacrifice, Lu Yuan tumbled into the Black Tower. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the black stone seat at the tower's center. Entwined with thorn-like plants, was it a corpse trapped upon the black stone? The moment Lu Yuan stepped into the tower, the door behind him vanished. The pursuing wraiths, witnessing this, let out piercing, horrifying howls. Yet ultimately, they had no choice but to linger around the Black Tower, their forms gradually concealed within the dense black mist as the undead uprising outside subsided. A new confrontation unfolded within the Black Tower. Lu Yuan, still not fully recovered, regarded with trepidation the corpse bound by thorns before him. Its iron-gray body, resembling withered wood, appeared incredibly hollow, the entire abdomen completely sunken, with limbs draped over the black stone throne like desiccated twigs. It was clad in a tattered robe, the patterns upon it blurred by time, obscuring its former colors. Now, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a goblin's loincloth. Piercing through the corpse's heart and limbs were robust, spiked black thorns. These thorns formed a bizarre pattern around its body, resembling a two-headed giant serpent. The corpse's position marked the intersection of the two serpent heads, their bodies coiling around the throne. With their tails embedded into the black stone cliff behind the throne, the two serpent heads stood tall on either side of the throne. Inside the Black Tower, The space was not as vast as it appeared from the outside. The thorns nearly occupied a third of this layer, imposing an invisible pressure upon Lu Yuan. One must admit, the oppressive sensation of this colossal entity was strikingly apparent. Although Lu Yuan's instincts did not sense any threat emanating from the corpse before him. Any ordinary person, having just survived the tumultuous undead surge outside, would exercise caution upon encountering an eerie corpse in an unfamiliar environment. "You have arrived," a voice, raspy and deep, emerged from the mouth of the corpse before him. Akin to the sound of dry bones scraping against one another in an unfathomable abyss. On guard, Lu Yuan turned, astonished to hear the corpse, which resembled a relic unearthed from an ancient tomb, speak the common tongue. Given its ghastly appearance, it should have been uttering some arcane or long-lost language, one incomprehensible to him. Common tongue. Seriously, despite his sarcasm, Lu Yuan understood that this corpse was certainly no younger than the domain of the deities recognized in common lore. According to bloodline memory, this entity governed language and knowledge, ascending during the mid-epoch of the Demon War. With his thoughts lingering on this, Lu Yuan's gaze remained steady, biding his time while silently recovering his strength. However, the impatient corpse, eager for liberation, became increasingly agitated when Lu Yuan offered no response that a millennium could transform much. A saint who once sacrificed himself for the greater good might devolve into a cunning trickster. A villain who took lives could metamorphose into a pious and benevolent follower. Even a shrewd and wise necromancer could fall into the state of a shriveled, fragmented-minded corpse. "Liberate me, now." The corpse shouted furiously at Lu Yuan, its body still serving as fuel for the tower, bound by thorns. Yet its expression was one of sheer savagery, the scant muscle on its withered face pulling taut against its rigid skin as it roared at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan pondered. Was the issue with him, or with the corpse? Bewildered by the corpse's demeanor, he furrowed his brows at the struggling figure attempting to descend from the black stone throne. A flicker of realization dawned upon him. It was trapped up there. To test the strength of the corpse before him, Lu Yuan conjured a slender bolt of lightning in his hand. Whoosh, bang! A fleeting glimmer of silver flashed by, followed by the sound of an explosion erupting beside the corpse. A smoking pit suddenly appeared on the armrest of the throne where the corpse sat. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuan's expression turned peculiar. For as the one who unleashed the attack, he was acutely aware that his aim had been directed at the heart of the corpse. Yet the true target of this lightning had veered off course to the armrest beside it. Lu Yuan's countenance grew stern as he gazed at the still raging corpse. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed another volley of thunder. However, without exception, all of them were diverted to other locations. After several fruitless attempts, Lu Yuan extinguished the thought of continuing his assault and instead began to listen to the corpse's roars. Yet, after a while, he gleaned no information beyond curses and pleas for liberation. "You want me to free you. But how exactly am I supposed to achieve that?" Lu Yuan endeavored to explore a new approach, first preparing to extract the information buried within the corpse's words. Meanwhile, as he spoke, the chalk-like power within him, tainted by necromantic energy, began to quietly recover. "Free me. Liberate me." The corpse visibly faltered, yet its shattered mind was evidently incapable of answering Lu Yuan's inquiry. "See, you don't even know how to free yourself." Silence. I know, I should know." Seemingly provoked by Lu Yuan's words, the corpse grew markedly more irritable. The black thorn surrounding it seemed to resonate with its fury. The thorny vines, which formed a two-headed serpent, lunged straight at Lu Yuan. Boom! "If you're going to strike, then strike already." Returning to familiar procedures, Lu Yuan appeared significantly more at ease. Flames wreathed around him as several fireballs took shape instantaneously, then surged towards the corpse. The corpse exerted control over the thorns. A mysterious fragrance began to waft through the air, with a hissing sound. As the fire struck the serpent, a grayish gas obstructed the explosion of the fireballs. Necromantic energy. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing that immensely familiar power. This poison of living beings had seamlessly integrated into the very vines. Roar! Lu Yuan's overt aggression incited the wrath of this mentally fractured necromancer. Even in its cadaverous form, the ingrained instincts from its former life allowed it to manipulate the black thorns it once nurtured. Launching fierce attacks, the massive serpent's head would condense and disperse, transforming into a merciless whip that assaulted Lu Yuan from various angles. In the limited space remaining, Lu Yuan relied on his formidable physique to dodge swiftly. Occasionally, a fireball would be hurled towards the corpse, having already expended its magical energy to form the small dome outside, and now relying on its fragmented intellect to command the thorns. The corpse gradually found itself overwhelmed. The frequency of its attacks dwindling. It was at this moment that Lu Yuan seized the opportunity. The chalk-like power surged. Thunder Dragon Spear. Lu Yuan expertly conjured a spear crackling with flames, following a few nimble leaps. He deftly evaded the approaching thorns and, amidst the rising dust, hurled the spear towards the position of the corpse. Boom! The fleeting silver dragon slammed heavily into the corpse's location. The dragon flames entwined with it were deflected onto the surrounding black thorns by an unknown barrier. Yet, Lu Yuan's assault was far from over. The coalescing thunder spear erupted violently, and the unleashed lightning scattered into a myriad of radiant bolts. The previously depleted barrier clearly lacked the strength it once held when confronted with Lu Yuan's thunder. Crack! A barely perceptible sound echoed amidst the exploding lightning, followed by a dazzling torrent of lightning cascading down upon the corpse. As the raging thunder wreaked havoc upon its body, the tendrils of necromantic energy were relentlessly evaporated by the lightning, transforming the once brilliant silver bolts into an eerie black hue. Yet, this did not diminish its terrifying destructive power in the slightest. The corpse's already desiccated form emitted a bizarre scent of charred flesh after enduring the thunder's onslaught. Long missed, Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to feast. The thorns surrounding the corpse now appeared tantalizingly delectable in his eyes. How fragrant! Upon regaining his senses, Lu Yuan continued to maintain the form of the beast of gluttony, his fierce, beastly eyes vigilant as they scanned the surroundings. After the dry corpse was consumed by him, the thorns entwining around his body began to wither rapidly. Once the thorns had completely decayed, the wall that had been obscured by them gradually emitted a faint glow. Observing this, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Compared to his previous beastification, he retained his sanity this time, avoiding the illusory struggle against hunger that had ensnared him before. Thus, he was able to initially sense the unbridled power of gluttony. Although he could not transform into a chaotic entity that devoured indiscriminately to protect his soul, the strength he exhibited at present was sufficient for Lu Yuan to utilize. Feeling a surge of confidence, he was naturally emboldened to attempt some risks, such as the enormous luminous circle that had fully formed before him. After this circle solidified, the surrounding space also returned to normal. Yet, through his heightened perception, Lu Yuan could still detect subtle alterations in the space around him, akin to the gravitational theories he had encountered in his past life. The mass of the luminous circle caused the surrounding space to bend as if it were a flat surface. Even if Lu Yuan did nothing, he would gradually be drawn towards the circle, ultimately to be devoured by it. "What is this?" Lu Yuan inquired, gazing at the luminous circle with a look of skepticism. A teleportation portal. Just as he pondered this, relevant information suddenly surfaced in his mind. This was a teleportation magic invented by the Demon King, distinct from the mainstream teleportation arrays. Unlike arrays that required the infusion of magical power during activation, this portal could autonomously absorb magic and operate independently. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Lu Yuan maintained his state and stepped directly into the portal. According to his memories, the location beyond the portal should be an abandoned fortress of the Demon King's army, posing little danger. Moreover, Lu Yuan had no other choice but to enter the portal, as the path he had taken had vanished. Thus, with the hazy radiance of the circle enveloping him, Lu Yuan slowly stepped into the light. A deep, resonant hum echoed, and a flicker of fire ignited in the void, rapidly expanding to reveal a dazzling, enormous circle at the original spot. Thud! A claw, completely composed of writhing gray mist, emerged from within. Subsequently, a ferocious and terrifying giant beast slowly stepped out of the circle. After Lu Yuan exited, the portal behind him once again concealed itself within the void, Fortunately, after consuming the former demon army officer named Cheval, Lu Yuan had mastered the method to activate the Demon King's teleportation portals. Therefore, he did not feel alarmed by the disappearance of the portal. In fact, the environment that now unfolded before him was far more intriguing than the vanished circle. Lu Yuan lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. Upon passing through the portal, he had only perceived a flash of white light before finding himself here. In stark contrast to the dark tower room previously occupied by the Thorns, what now met Lu Yuan's eyes was a vast and magnificent domed palace. Albeit in a state of abandonment, collapsed columns, a dilapidated dome, corners festooned with cobwebs, and mice scurrying about. Sensing the hidden gazes around him, Lu Yuan, in the guise of the gray beast, smirked slightly. Without hesitation, he unleashed a bolt of lightning. Crack! Spare me! Spare me! The thunder shattered the massive stone that concealed the area, stirring up a cloud of dust. Amidst the dust, a delicate voice of supplication echoed, evoking an involuntary feeling of relaxation within him, compelling him to spare this creature. Lu Yuan remained silent, continuing to embody the gray beast. The crackling arcs of electricity that danced around his body hinted at his intentions. Observing Lu Yuan's lack of further action, the voice's owner cautiously emerged from the shadows. Clank, clank! Amidst the sound of chains scraping against the ground, a frail and delicate graceful figure appeared before Lu Yuan. With a charming and exquisite visage, a petite and dainty body, and a complexion leaning towards a muted gray. What stood before Lu Yuan was unmistakably a high elf's kin, a subrace of drow elves known as the Gray Elf. This group, generally characterized by their frail strength, possessed rapid reproductive capabilities, much like goblins. However, unlike goblins, Gray Elves were highly sought after as slaves in the human world, serving as playthings exclusively for the nobility. Many noble women harbored a habit of keeping a Gray Elf as a pet. As these beings bore an elfin appearance, yet did not face the disdain typically directed at elven kind. On the surface, high elven races such as forest elves and regular elves held antagonistic views toward Gray Elves, often ignoring those who were enslaved at AS for the high elf kin. The drow elves, they remained indifferent to their weaker subrace, adhering instead to principles of strength and cunning. In fact, the largest Gray Elf capturing groups were organized by the drow elves themselves. Thus, in terms of popularity, Gray Elves undoubtedly outshone goblins. At this moment, the Gray Elf regarded Lu Yuan with wide, misty eyes, her hands trembling as they clutched her chest, observing the Gray Elf before him. Clad merely in a silken nightgown, Lu Yuan surveyed the dilapidated surroundings once more before returning his gaze to the Gray Elf. As he inhaled the scent emanating from her and sensed her emotions through the bloodline, Lu Yuan fell into contemplation. This dissonance was almost overwhelming. Meanwhile, the Gray Elf, standing before Lu Yuan, was secretly observing him, internally appraising. This beast looks quite abstract. It resembles a mass of gray water transformed into a monster. Thankfully, it possesses some intelligence and can understand the common tone. Otherwise, I might have been struck down by that lightning just now. It's rare to encounter a beast wielding the power of thunder in such dim regions. From the earlier portal, it must have come from outside. Perhaps I could use it to escape my family's pursuit. After all, I have managed to seize a divine chosen body that possesses the talent for persuasion. If I can lower this bizarre beast guard, I could gradually manipulate it. The Gray Elf's eyes began to glimmer with a hint of light, though she skillfully concealed it. She imitated the gestures embedded in her muscle memory, raising her hand to her chin and blinking innocently at Lu Yuan. Just as she was about to speak, "Please don't kill me, all right, Mr. Beast? I'm being pursued. I beg you to save me." However, before the word not could escape her lips, a fearsome maw swiftly engulfed her head. Darkness instantly shrouded the unfortunate Gray Elf's vision. Even in her final moments, she could not comprehend why this had occurred. After devouring her head, Lu Yuan made sure not to waste the remaining corpse. The power of chalky essence surged around him, swiftly consuming the body entirely, leaving not even a trace of the exquisite silken nightgown behind. All these schemes and calculations, do they really think I'm a fool? Lu Yuan mused silently, offering a post-meal commentary. But soon he sensed something amiss. Strange memories began to flicker in his mind, reminiscent of the sensations he experienced after consuming the dry corpse. This was memory. Could it be that I can now acquire the memories of the beings I consume? Or is it only when I take on my current form that I am able to access such memories? In a moment of uncertainty, Yuan recalled the numerous instances he had encountered in his past life's literature of individuals whose minds had succumbed to madness after consuming an excess of memories. Thus, amid his doubts, Yuan accepted a fragment of the gray sprite's memories that had just been imparted to him. This particular memory was disjointed, revealing a glimpse into the life of a rare male among the gray sprite clan. From a moment of his birth, he had been forcibly matured through magic and subsequently treated as a plaything by the clan's chieftain, who toyed with him day and night. Eventually, their tribe was besieged by the drow elves, and the chieftain who had once tormented him was sold into slavery to a human noble for him. He was taken away by the matron of the drow elves and confined within a lavish chamber. After a brief period of tranquility, he was once again brought to an altar, where his consciousness faded into oblivion. The other segment of memory belonged to a drow noblewoman, one of many daughters of the family matron. She was utterly disregarded, never receiving the due accolades for her endeavors. Consequently, during a soul exchange ceremony held for the matroness guard, she seized the opportunity to utilize a pre-prepared space transfer scroll to usurp the body of this divine vessel, even if it meant becoming male. She deemed it a worthy sacrifice to, have I inadvertently devoured the essence of a compatriot? Yuan's confusion was fleeting. According to his current moral compass, such occurrences were trivial. Rather than dwell on these minor intricacies, he resolved to contemplate his escape. Returning to the Black Tower was not an immediate concern, for even if he did, he would find no exit. The Black Tower was not merely a necromantic factory designed to sustain the existence of undead laborers. It was a guardian tower concealing a portal that for the rationale behind the deliberate concealment of this portal. Yuan had gleaned nothing from the memories. He only knew that the Demon King had stationed a formidable army here for that very purpose. Therefore, regardless of the reason for his departure, Yuan needed to explore the dilapidated palace before him. Point 11 has once again requested leave. Today, I rekindle my romance with my ex-girlfriend for the second time. Do people like 11 truly exist? And we spent the entire day together. Returning late, I then found myself engrossed in messaging her, unable to spare a moment to write. Hence my repeated request for leave. Speaking of which, having taken this leave, I have now exhausted all 4 opportunities for hiatus during this new book's release period. Sadness flows like a river. If I take another break before it is published, I shall lose my chance for a perfect attendance record. To achieve this, I must hasten to pen 300,000 words, and then perhaps I can become a perfect attendance thief and enjoy the rewards by February that I assure you, regardless of how poorly this book performs. I will not abandon it. I will see it through to completion. That I do not seek readership or monthly votes, nor do I covet recommendation tickets. I am well aware of my insufficient update frequency. Readers may wish to nurture this book and return once there are more chapters available. Should there be any critiques regarding the content, feel free to voice them in the discussion area. I will incorporate the most popular suggestions into the narrative. Lastly, I wish all my fellow readers good health, success in their endeavors, and happiness in their families. May you all find your desired partners and pursue careers that you love. Lastly, please refrain from gambling and limit your lottery purchases, especially scratch cards. Even with altruistic intentions, do not invest excessively. The waters run too deep. I have recently considered establishing a reader group, as I intend to streamline the content of my book. The constant revisions have become rather exhausting. The palace was vast, so vast that Yuan felt that even the legendary titans could roam freely within its confines, and of course, this was merely his impression. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to convey the grandeur of the demonic architecture before him. However, this magnificence was starkly contrasted by the desolation of the palace. The expansive halls were littered with rubble. Aside from the collapsed stone columns and statues, the only remaining feature was the colossal throne situated at the center of the palace, which also served as a magical nexus connecting to the previously mentioned portal of the Black Tower. Special incantations and specific magical conduits were required to manipulate it. After wandering through the palace without uncovering anything of consequence, Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the throne before him. As he approached the throne, he retracted the chalky energy enveloping his form as gray mist swirled around him. Lu Yuan's fearsome silhouette manifested within the ruins. Gazing at the throne, shrouded in dust, he raised his hand to conjure a blazing serpent of fire. As the flames danced, the throne revealed its true form, crafted of solid hellish obsidian, adorned on its back with a sun motif encircled by 7 gleaming swords. Behind the grand throne stood a massive statue of a humanoid figure, crowned with a 3-pronged mask and wielding a fearsome sword fashioned from a dragon's head. Lu Yuan casually glanced up at the towering statue, but chose to disregard it. It was merely a stone effigy, not a magical puppet capable of movement. Moreover, given that thousands of years had elapsed since the defeat of the Demon King's army, even the most sophisticated magical constructs would have long since succumbed to disrepair in the absence of maintenance. After all, they were not like tree ants, capable of self-sustaining magical cycles. Observing the throne, Lu Yuan tentatively channeled the little magical energy he possessed towards it. However, as soon as the energy was transmitted, the connection inexplicably severed, regardless of how he altered his approach. Even when he attempted to infuse it with his more proficient chalky energy, the outcome remained unchanged. The fragmented memories of the dead body had only provided him with a vague impression of the throne as the Demon King's seat. With no additional information to err on the side of caution, Lu Yuan refrained from occupying the throne. Even if he missed out on some treasure as a result, he bore no ill will. Risk and opportunity have always coexisted. Higher risks often yield greater rewards. Yet, Lu Yuan prioritized safety over potential gain to him. Living to earn was the true path. Thus, upon realizing he could glean no further insights, he decisively abandoned the throne and proceeded towards the sole exit of the palace. As he stepped through the grand doorway of the palace, Lu Yuan was greeted by an immense circular corridor. The corridor was constructed of ordinary gray stone, with distinct dividing lines between the layers of stone. The walls of these corridors bore no decorative murals or embellishments of any kind. Instead, they were adorned with countless black and purple veins resembling vascular tissue. These black and purple patterns sprawled across the walls of the corridor. Growing denser the deeper, they extended into darkness and sparser as they approached the palace's entrance, giving the impression of emerging from the shadows. As Lu Yuan leaned in closer, he observed that these patterns were rhythmically breathing. In an instant, a wave of chill swept down his spine. The pulsating veins instilled a sense of terror within him, as if he were ensnared within the belly of an immense and mysterious beast. Yet, even so, Lu Yuan had no intention of retreating. Gathering his chalky energy, accompanied by the emergence of gray mist, he felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. Unbeknownst to him, he had already harnessed such formidable power. With the corridors on either side enveloped in pitch darkness, it seemed as though some living entity lurked within that tranquil void. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan ventured into the shadows. Boom! A fireball radiating intense light materialized before Lu Yuan, illuminating the darkness ahead. I possess fire. Why should I fear the dark? Observing the path illuminated by the flames, a smile crept upon Lu Yuan's lips. As he delved deeper, the patterns multiplied, creating a sensation akin to stepping upon flesh and blood. The veins had intensified to a horrifying degree. It was at this moment that Lu Yuan realized the patterns were akin to a type of mycelium. However, compared to the mycelium he was familiar with, this was a magical variant befitting a fantastical realm. Chirp! Boom! Who goes there? As Lu Yuan was poised to cut a piece from the wall to sample its flavor, an unexpected sound, reminiscent of a mouse's squeak, echoed from the corridor he had traversed. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan unleashed a fiery ball in that direction. In the brief flash of the explosion, he seized the opportunity to discern the form of the newcomer. It was adorned with a broad hat, possessing a cylindrical, robust body and formidable limbs. Its skin, blackish purple and shimmering with red light, echoed the patterns etched upon it. That a mushroom. Lu Yuan gazed in astonishment at the creature, bewildered to encounter a sentient mushroom in this place. In response, the mushroom man emitted a piercing shriek, followed by a terrifying assault. Boom! So swift. As he beheld the mushroom man's fist swinging towards him with alarming velocity, Lu Yuan felt a jolt of surprise, although he was far from being unable to react. The creature's prowess was not to be underestimated, rivaling that of his most formidable subordinate, Kuang Yi. Yet it remained uncertain whether this mushroom man possessed energy-based attacks akin to Kuang Yi's. With a swift motion, Lu Yuan raised his hand and grasped the incoming fist of the mushroom man. Amidst its shrieks, a conflagration intertwined with dazzling silver lightning surged along Lu Yuan's arm, engulfing the mushroom man entirely. As he felt the intense struggle within his grasp, Lu Yuan maintained a stoic demeanor, observing the mushroom man writhe in agony amidst the flames. The fragrant aroma of fungi mingled with the repugnant stench of decay assaulted his nostrils. In no time, the mushroom man was reduced to a heap of ashes, incinerated by the dragon flames. The encounter transpired without any interruptions, leaving Lu Yuan, accustomed to adversaries exhibiting explosive power, with an oddly disconcerting sense of loss. After all, it was unlikely that every enemy he faced would be his equal. He mused, then unleashed the power of chalk, consuming the remnants of ash scattered on the ground. At last, he had liberated himself from the need to sustain himself through consumption. As his connection with the chalk power deepened, this unique force, distinct from magical energy, continually bestowed upon Lu Yuan an ever-increasing array of surprises. Present. This manifestation of gluttony represented an extension of Lu Yuan's abilities, instinctively acquired after his second transformation. Much like the divine blessings bestowed by gods and demons, it felt as if it were an innate power. Were it not for Lu Yuan's awareness of its divine origins, he might genuinely believe it to be his own strength. Once he cleared away the ashes, he cast another glance at the darkness from whence the mushroom man had appeared. He was certain that there were no hidden passages or secret doors along the route he had taken, which would allow the mushroom man to stealthily approach him. This implied that the mushroom man had either emerged from the other side of the corridor or had simply materialized out of thin air. What, then, were these patterns? Lu Yuan gazed around with a puzzled expression, his heavy, scaled hand brushing against the wall adorned with flickering dark purple patterns. Suddenly, he yanked off a piece, splurt. As he tore away a section of flesh, a viscous black liquid began to ooze from the wound surrounding the patterns. Accompanying the liquid's emergence was a rich aroma wafting into the air. Merely by inhaling it, Lu Yuan discerned the substantial nutritional value of this liquid. Without a second thought, he commanded the chalk power to fervently devour the black liquid coursing from the patterned wound.